and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Lindses to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Lindses if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Lindses and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Lindses. Learn more at Lindses.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Penguins beat the Philadelphia Flyers yesterday 5-1, and that was a road game for the Pens as well. Pens will continue a road trip when they play the Tampa Bay Lightning coming up on Thursday. The game will take place at 7 o'clock. New England Patriots on Monday Night Football beat the New York Giants to improve to 10-2, and the Patriots are going into their bye week now. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good morning, it's me, Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Family Morning Show and it's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. News slowing down a bit, but there's plenty of time to still complain about the Steelers, no doubt. So give me a call, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X by going to @Callis_33 on X, or just tagging me in a post @Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And we got a YouTube chat running right now with our YouTube live video stream. So I do check those comments as well. So feel free to go there and say things. YouTube.com, search 93.7 The Fan, find our live video stream. So the New England Patriots, the national story. This is a team right now that I respect. Because look at them. Look at how they've rebounded. They've had a couple of bad years. They had a pretty ugly breakup, I think. It wasn't the best. It seemed like a mutual parting of the ways. But Bill Belichick fired a couple years ago. Jared Mayo, the guy who seemed to be their next man up, their next head coach plan, that didn't last very long. Mike Vrabel comes in, and bang, they're 10-2. A lot of pieces moving well for them, and a rebuild that took a decent amount of time. A fair amount of time. So I got to give the respect to them. I don't really like them. I still don't like their days from when they had Tom Brady and were beating the Steelers all the time. And some of the various scandals that they were a part of, but good on them for being 10-2 right now. And they've got a bye week coming up. They're not going to play this weekend. And so they go into their bye week with 10 wins. So there you go. But they beat the New York Giants 33-15 on Monday Night Football yesterday, and it was certainly something that was impressive. Penguins, they also played yesterday. They won 5-1 over the Philadelphia Flyers, so good on them. They continue to have their successes. They had a bit of a rough weekend. They won in a shootout on Friday against the Columbus Blue Jackets. They lost on Saturday 7-2 to the Toronto Maple Leafs, but they came back, beat the Philadelphia Flyers. It's always nice to see when the Philadelphia Flyers go down to the Pens. So that's nice to see. Just look at the NHL standings real quick as well. Looking where the Penguins are, they are fourth among teams in the Metropolitan Division. 13 wins, 7 losses, 5 overtime losses, 31 points. Carolina Hurricanes lead the Metropolitan Division with 34. And just looking at the Atlantic Division to round it all out, to the Tampa Bay Lightning have 34 points at the top of there. So the two best teams in the conference with 34 points. Penguins are 3 points behind there. 412-928-9370. Give me a call. Talk to me. Big thing, though, is the Steelers. I can continue to talk about them. There's a lot of criticism for the Steelers, which is rightfully so, and there's so much to talk about as it relates to the Steelers. There's so much to talk about with them as it relates to, how poorly they performed on Sunday, how poorly they seem to continue to perform, and how they're looking like bad now. It's not just a typical kind of bad. It's like, well, they're not on the same page at all, it seems, right now. And when they had an opportunity to capitalize on taking the lead in the division, because the Baltimore Ravens lost on Thursday, all the Steelers did not take that opportunity. So, all right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll come right back. Got some things to go over here in the studio, but get the phone lines going, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me, Nicholas Harry-Callis, and we'll talk more about sports, and particularly the Steelers. I want to address some more things with them coming up next. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. I'm Nicholas Harry-Callis at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Mike Ham with NFL Network now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Week 13 of the NFL season came to a close Monday night in Foxborough with the Patriots beating the Giants 33-15. New England Patriots quarterback Drake May threw for 282 yards and 2 touchdowns. Patriots wide receiver Hunter Henry was targeted 6 times, had 73 yards receiving in the win. Elsewhere, Los Angeles Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert underwent successful hand surgery on his left non-throwing hand to stabilize a fracture he sustained in the team's win over the Raiders on Sunday. The status for Monday night's game against the Eagles considered day-to-day and will be determined later this week. Colts corner Sauce Gardner underwent an MRI and revealed a calf strain sustained in Sunday's loss to the Texans. And the team hopes he can return during the regular season, as the injury is not considered to be long-term. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
sure to give yourself lots of extra travel time this morning. With the snowfall covering the roadways, PennDOT says that speed limits have been reduced along their roadways like Route 28, Routes 51. Also, you'll find that same situation on I-79 and the Pennsylvania Turnpike. We do have an accident in Moon Township on Beaver Grade Road near Locust Drive, one on East Carson Street on the south side near Glenwood Bridge, and a vehicle fire in Baldwin Borough, Route 51 Clareton Boulevard near Streets Run Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Nicholas Ericalis. Here I am. Family Morning Show is brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. Get up with the Family Morning Show every weekday morning at 5 o'clock with me. I'm here talking sports. Bunch of things we can address with the Steelers today. There's almost too much. There's too much to talk about. Real quick, I want to let you know, it's snowing outside as well. Not very pleasant out there this morning. The snow has fallen. A lot of inches of snow coming. It's freezing. Some of you, I know you're going to taunt me. You're going to say, why are you whining about the cold? It's cold. It's snowing. Just want to make sure when you're driving, whether you're driving home from work, whether you're starting your day this early and driving somewhere, just be safe. The snow did fall as expected. Steelers, however, a lot to talk about, a lot of things to go over, and so we can do that. We can have that conversation at 412-928-9370. Let's start with this caller, though. Somebody has called in and wants to chat, so let's do it. Good morning. What's your name?
Richard.
Hi, what's up?
I want to talk about Mike Tomlin.
Sure.
I don't think Mike Tomlin gets enough credit for what he's doing.
Why do you say that?
Because think about what this team would be without Mike Tomlin. They'd be terrible. That they're still close to first place in a division. They can go to the playoffs.
The division's bad, though.
All you hosts on the fan, all you want to do is rip on Mike Tomlin.
Yes.
You don't give him enough credit. It's because you're a hater. You don't like Mike Tomlin.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That guy's right. Thanks for the call. I guess that's it. Look, I mean, I would rather them be not good for a little bit and then strive for something greater than what they're doing now. I mean, he constructs the team as well. He's got a pretty strong say on how the team's constructed at this point. He is tenured enough. So, yeah, I guess I'm a hater, but I think I'm a hater for good, logical reasons. I think that seeing the same type of game be played over and over and over again every year is not fun, is not cool, is not great. So, no. I mean, you can call me a hater. I don't really care, though. He's not doing well enough for them to compete for championships, and I think that's kind of the point. And the fact that this team would be worse without him is also, I don't think that's a fair argument either to make, because if they were worse, maybe they would have higher draft picks. Maybe they'd be able to actually do the rebuild thing. And just to link it back to the Patriots, too, I mean, the Patriots went away from Bill Belichick. Tom Brady chose to move on to play for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then he retired with them. He retired twice with them, if you remember. Adam Schefter broke the report a year too early. Then Bill Belichick, they parted ways. Jared Mayo came in. Apparently he was the succession plan. And he didn't last very long. Mike Vrabel was available from the Tennessee Titans. Vrabel goes to New England, and look at what they're doing. They're winning football games. They rebuilt. They moved on from their studded head coach. And they're 10-2. They got 10 wins. They've got a bye coming up. They got 10 wins. They've got a top record in the AFC. So, yeah, not going to say I'm a hater for saying that Tomlin's not achieving enough. And very good, Johnny, on YouTube. I'm seeing comments in. The caller was a Tomlin fan, not a Steeler fan. There's a big difference. Yeah, if you're a fan of Tomlin just as a coach, go watch him coach somewhere else. I don't care. It doesn't bother me that you would think that I am a hater of him because he's just not doing a good enough job right now for them to compete for championships. So I can't entertain calls like that. It just doesn't. You want to be a fan of Tomlin? That's fine. Go watch him do good things somewhere else. Right now, it's a stale message in Pittsburgh. Players do not seem to respond properly to him, and they're not winning enough games. They're not competing well enough in the playoffs to think even for a second that they would be Super Bowl contenders. Starting off on the right foot this morning, 412-928-9370. Got this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road to respond to your other caller. They're delusional. They don't know what they're talking about. And I'll tell them they're delusional. Mike Tomlin has not – maybe he's good enough to get him to mediocrity, and that's about the best he can do. He cannot draft. He cannot develop. He cannot do midseason
Oh, what's that beeping?
I mean,
Jeez.
It's my car. It's my car.
Gotcha.
It's acting up. Anyway, he does mid-game updates or making different selections or going a different direction. He can't do it. The guy can't coach. The players don't respond to his coaching anymore. He's old, stale. He's not getting out of him what he's supposed to. It's like
I gotta let you go. The beeping's killing me. Thank you though, Dave. And I'm sure you're gonna end your call with fired Tomlin. No, I get it. I'm on board with everybody that's gonna agree that Tomlin's not doing well enough for sure, 100%. No issue. Not doing well enough. I mean, he's gonna talk today, right? His press conference is every Tuesday at noon. You're gonna hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. He's not doing well enough for them to compete for championships, and that's the bottom line. I didn't think we were going to talk about this. I was going to talk about, the comment Aaron Rodgers made about Jonnu Smith. I was going to talk about all this stuff. I didn't think we were going to have the you're a Tomlin hater conversation this morning. I think we're all in agreement. I mean, the fire Tomlin chants are also up there on my list of things I want to address, things I think should be addressed. He's not doing well enough to compete for Super Bowls. The expectation should grow over time. The Steelers have had very high expectations since Cowher won the Super Bowl with them. Then when Tomlin won the Super Bowl after that, they've had high expectations. They've never reached a rock-bottom point, though, where they've had to rebuild. And for some reason, we need to praise Mike Tomlin for keeping this team interesting. We need to praise Omar Khan for making moves that keep this team interesting. But interesting isn't going to win championships, and I'm in the business of watching a team that can win a championship. When you're watching the same thing over and over again every year, when you're watching the same result, which is a first-round playoff exit, when they are clearly not good enough, and there are signs over and over again that you see during regular seasons that indicate when they get to the playoffs that they're not going to win, and then they get to the playoffs and then they don't win, yeah, I'm going to be frustrated by watching the same thing year in and year out. They're interesting enough to be in playoff contention, but that's about it. They're not even guaranteed to make the playoffs. How many of the last years? 3 years? 3 of the last 8? They haven't made the playoffs at all even. Though they've finished with a record of 500 or above. So we're seeing the same thing over and over again. Now, I think they're going to split with the Ravens. I think they're going to find a way to 9 wins. before the season ends. They're not going to finish under 500. But they're either going to miss the playoffs by a very low margin, a very small margin, or they're going to make it and lose in the first round. That's what's going to happen. Joe on the YouTube chat, even the car is angry at Coach Blake. Yeah, Dave's car. Dave on the road usually says fire Mike Tomlin at the end of his calls. I had to cut him short because his car was beeping. But yeah, maybe the car is upset with Mike Tomlin and what's going on there. I just can't. I can't get with it. I can't get with the first caller. So I'm glad Dave agrees. Let's keep going to another caller here. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. Old German Rod.
All
That
right.
guy, I don't know what he's smoking, but he better smoke a little more of it because he's in a different world. We stink. Our B-rated team over there, it's a B-rated movie. I keep telling you over and over, it's a B-rated movie. You're going to waste 3.5 hours watching the same old thing. I'm tired of it. And then he's like the national media. The national media gives him praise, and they say he'll get another job in 2 or 3 seconds after the Steelers fire him. Let him. Let somebody else take him. I'm tired of hearing the same old story. We see it. We feel it. We live it. I don't want to see it no more. Have a great day. I'll listen to your thoughts.
Thanks for the call. I mean, I don't really have any more thoughts. I didn't think this was going to be a conversation this morning. And now I'm spending most of the time talking about, I'm justifying why I'm not a Tomlin hater. I didn't expect to have this conversation this morning. This is just crazy. I don't have many more thoughts than that. We're watching the same thing over and over again. You can, there is a perspective that you can look at and say, well, this is impressive that Tomlin can get this group of players together and win as much as they do. But my perspective on it is they're not winning enough over multiple years. I mean, it all started when they lost that AFC Championship game to New England nearly 10 years ago. And it was like, all right, they'll be back, right? They'll get their rematch with New England. They got their rematch in New England. That stupid, ground causes an incomplete pass thing happened with Jesse James. They lost. So then it was, we're going to rematch them in the playoffs. And then they lost to Jacksonville in the first round. They missed the playoffs the next 2 seasons. They got bludgeoned during the COVID-19 season against the Browns. And ever since then, what they got bludgeoned by the Kansas City Chiefs. They were eliminated from the playoffs the following season, Kenny Pickett's first season in the NFL. And then they lost in the first round to the Bills. And they lost in the first round to the Baltimore Ravens in embarrassing fashion. So look, it's we're doing the same thing. And that's my perspective on it. You can call me a hater all you want. I just don't, I can't understand how you could want to watch this team do the same thing over and over and over again. And then justify Tomlin winning with this roster or getting enough wins out of these rosters when he has a say. He has a say in who gets put on the team. And I would respect Tomlin more if they went to rebuild. But, I mean, honest to goodness, rebuilds aren't interesting. And unfortunately, because rebuilds aren't interesting, they're not always the most profitable situations for teams to be in. The Steelers, I think, would rather be the more interesting team than be a team that efficiently rebuilds and gets back to legitimate relevancy and contention in the playoffs. Now, I mentioned the Patriots, and to come full circle, with the Patriots situation, they seem to be an example of doing it correct. I mean, they had a different head coach. They had Jared Mayo. Remember that guy? We thought he was the heir apparent, and he wasn't performing well. He was the succession plan, and he wasn't performing well enough, and they got rid of him real quick. Mike Vrabel was available. Mike Vrabel had been had parted ways with the Tennessee Titans, and there was an opening, and so Vrabel took it, and look at what they're doing now. They've got a quarterback, and they've got Vrabel. They looked pretty poor when they played the Steelers, fumbling the ball all the time, but they've since rebounded. Now they have 10 wins. And they're back. The Evil Empire may be back. They're doing very well this season. That's an example of a team, and they had their seasons where they performed poorly. They had to make the decision to move on from Mac Jones. But they did it all. They did all of it. And they've come back to be a relevant NFL team, and it didn't take them long to rebuild, but they did rebuild. They got it back together. They found the right head coach. They found the right quarterback. They found the right situation to be in. The Steelers are not doing that. They are staying with the perpetual group of people, especially the coaches. And they've got a GM that is willing to make interesting moves over efficient moves, and that's why they don't win in the playoffs. It's as simple as that. It's not a knock on Mike Tomlin and what he's done, but he's not doing enough now based on where the Steelers' expectations are, and the Steelers' expectations are high. They're high. They're not low. They've been high. We can lower our expectations when the team concedes to rebuilding. Until that happens, we got to judge them based on where we expect them to be. And if they're going to spend all this money, on this defense, then I expect their defense to not give up a historic amount of yards to the Buffalo Bills at the least. You want to be historically bad and intentionally rebuild and not spending money? Yeah, that's fine. And that could be acceptable through a certain lens. Not acceptable when that's the highest paid defense in NFL history. Are they the highest paid defense in NFL history? I don't know. Don't fact check me on that one. But it's a very highly paid offense. Very highly paid offense. Shouldn't be giving up that many yards to any team if you're paid that much. Okay, 412-928-9370. Got time for one more call. So take this one. Good morning. What's your name?
Dave.
All right, you got about a minute. Go ahead.
I was watching ESPN last night, and they had the Steelers cheering about fire Tomlin. Yeah. And the guys on the show took offense to that. One guy said Tomlin had a storied career, and I don't know what kind of story they were really referring to. 500, mediocre, Hall of Fame. I don't get it.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I gotta run. I mean, winning a Super Bowl is not something to look over. It's just that Super Bowl was forever ago. So you can say that he's had a storied career, winning as many games as he had, but right now they're not competing for championships, and they can't even get out of the first round of the playoffs, and that is what I and many others take issue with. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show is next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Looking for holiday plans? Let Rivers Casino do the cooking for you. Visit riverscasino.com to view holiday offerings for Martirano's Prime and Wheelhouse. Enjoy a variety of seasonal dishes in addition to regular menus. Bring your friends, bring your luck, and bring your appetite. See you there. Happy holidays from D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. All brands and 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is also a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling, 724-838-9360. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Snow-covered roadways around the area, making everything a bit dangerous, especially the bridges, overpasses, as well as the exit ramps from places like the Parkway. Be sure to give yourself lots of extra travel time. Reduce speed limits on the Parkways east and west, as well as Route 28, the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and I-79. We do have a vehicle fire that has closed Route 51 in both directions near Streets Run Road, so avoid that area if you can. Also an accident in Scott Township on Painters Run Road near Bower Hill Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. With most weight loss methods, the answer is maybe safe, maybe effective, maybe they're lasting. With Awaken 180, the results weren't a maybe. They were real. Pounds gone, stayed gone. 50 of them. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation online at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, Nicholas Harry Callis back in our Green Tree Studios. We've got Seth here on site as we are at the Giant Eagle Market District at Settlers Ridge for the Salvation Army Tuesday Day of Giving. And the snow is out there. And I just got a call from the Mount Lebanon School District saying we got a 2-hour delay. You told me, Doran, that you got that call at 5 p.m. yesterday.
Yep.
That would have been nice for planning purposes because my wife and I made about 4 different scenarios of how we were going to handle today. We got my mom watching the kids, all that nonsense. And I'm pretty sure my kindergartner now does virtual learning.
Yeah.
Because she has morning kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
And so with a 2-hour delay, I imagine she's canceled but not canceled, which sucks. Back
Parent
in our
school.
day,
Parent
you
school.
just
chill. You watch cartoons. You have
Yes.
some breakfast. You actually sleep in a little bit. Now it's like the parents. It's their duty to teach.
I got to teach my kid.
Yeah, I don't know anything.
If I wanted to teach my kid, I wouldn't send my kid to school.
Exactly.
They
I
teach.
don't know. I don't know how to do stuff.
I could teach her about the Buffalo Bills running the same play 29 times.
You can do that. I have nightmares where I have to go back to school.
Me too, buddy.
And I have no idea. Like I didn't have an idea or a clue whenever I was in school. Now I have a zero idea what they're learning. And it's like, all right, you got to pass this test. I'm like, nah. I'm like, I can't do that.
Got no shot.
Zero shot.
I still have dreams where I am in college and I forgot to take a course all semester, and then I couldn't graduate.
Yep.
Which, I mean, it's been 15 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
15 years.
It's a long time.
That's a long time. I'll still have nightmares where I'm on stage and I don't know my lines for plays.
Mm-hmm.
You ever have that where you don't?
No, I never had that.
Not that, but where you don't know the play that's called in the huddle or something.
I always have nightmares and dreams where I'm really bad at football, but I'm really good at hockey, and I'm always playing for the Penguins. I'm always on Sidney Crosby's line. It's a constant. I mean, I just had one probably a month ago.
If you were on Crosby's line last night, you'd have racked up a couple points.
Yeah, it'd have been nice.
God, there's nothing better.
I could skate.
Nothing
Like
better
I'm
than
like,
that guy.
man, like I can just feel it in my body. Like I can skate, I can shoot. Like I'm up to speed. I'm not like lagging behind. I'm doing everything like I'm a professional hockey player, but then I get on the football field and it's like I'm running in mud. It is the weirdest thing ever.
Well, that's my reality.
Yeah.
As I get out on the football field and it's like I'm running in mud.
Yeah.
So come on out, see us at the Market District at Settlers Ridge. They open up at 6 a.m., and there's a coffee shop in here, and the lovely Seth said he was going to go down and get us some bean water, which I'm excited about.
The lovely Seth that bodied you whenever we walked in.
Yeah, Seth took me out right in front of the nice man here at Giant Eagle in the elevator.
Yeah.
It's like a 4x4 elevator.
Yeah.
We're pretty much all butt up against each other. And you're talking about how the offensive coordinator of the Eagles got his house egged. And he said, I'd take that guy out. You come on my property, you egg my house, I'm taking you out. And Seth looks at me, he's like, what would you do? Quiver. As if Seth is some sort of martial artist. Like he's gonna double leg the guy right there in his front yard. I mean,
He was dead serious, too. He wasn't laughing. His face was like, what would you do, Crowley? Quiver.
Well, this all stems from a hallway incident that shall never be referenced again, where I insulted Seth inadvertently.
So it's coming to light now.
Well, I mean, it's coming to light as much as I'm willing to
He's
share.
been holding on to it.
I guess it would just be willing on how much Seth is willing to share. Is this something that you would like to discuss on the air, Seth? We don't have to.
Nah.
Okay, very good.
It's not important.
You could have just shook your head. We didn't need the 4 seconds of dead air. Harry, how are you doing this morning, pal?
I feel like garbage.
Did you make it in on time? Because the roads were
I stayed overnight because I was like, I don't want to drive in the snow.
How about that?
There was a Green Tree Council meeting last night that went till 10:30, so I was like, I don't need to sleep in my own bed. But then I woke up and I'm like, my stomach, and it just was downhill from there. Yeah.
Okay, so all systems go back at the studio with Harry. We are at the Market District at Settlers Ridge, and the roads are. I'm not gonna tell people how the roads are. I don't want to be responsible for any of that. But at some point, the roads will be clear, and you can come out here and see us. If you're just in the area and you need to do some shopping, come on by. Drop some cheddar in the Salvation Army donation kettles, and if the weather is too bad for you to get out, you can give digitally. How about this? How about this? How about technology, Doran? You can text the word kettle, that's Kettle, kettle. I'm not going to spell that again. You're smart, Pittsburghers. Kettle to 31333. You can then reply with your zip code and contribute directly to your local Salvation Army. So wherever donations are made, that is where the money goes, that community. So it's a great thing. 28 counties in western Pennsylvania, $502,000 in Allegheny County have been donated, and the goal for this year's Western Pennsylvania division is $2,303,000. Pittsburgh tends to rally for a great cause. You rally for a great cause typically this time of year, so we're looking for you to do that again, and you can text the word kettle to 31333 and reply with your zip code to make a donation. We very rarely do remotes, so of course, me being my neurotic self, last night I'm like, what are we going to do? It's going to snow. Oh my God, like how are we going to handle this? And then you texted me, I just popped out of the shower, and you texted me like, weather sucks.
Yep, terrible.
I'm like, great. I took my wife's four-wheel drive.
That's good.
Did fishtail at one point, not going to lie.
So did I.
A little fishtail action.
Yeah.
Seth, do you have any problems getting here? No? Okay, see, he shook his head that time.
Yeah.
And Harry, he's just going to get snowed into the station. This would be the greatest place on the face of the earth to get snowed in or to have to be, like, stuck in for a zombie apocalypse.
Well, so if we were stuck here and it was just like us three and, some people that are working right now, like, if we were stuck here for a week, would we have to pay for the stuff that we eat?
Not with you here.
Right, so I would just body everybody.
That's right. Well, we have Seth, too.
We have Seth that can body everybody. But, if everybody knew that things would go back to normal in a week, would they make us pay for the food?
I would think probably not.
You think not?
I would think not. I think we would set up some sort of sham government where you would be the Grand Poobah.
Yeah.
And that's how that would go.
Yeah, I would be the ruler.
There'd be sects that would form. There'd be infighting within the Giant Eagle Market District out here at Settlers Ridge.
The Market District has beer down there too.
Dude, that's all.
Mad Elf when we walked in.
I know. That's all I was talking about. They got the beer. They got the bakery. They got a wonderful bakery. They even have a cooking school up here.
Yep. They got steaks. Oh man, they got everything.
They do. Now, how will we cook the steak? I'm sure they got that figured out.
They have all
a
kinds
kitchen.
of kitchens
You
back
can eat.
there.
You can eat here. I mean, we're up here in the dining area right now. I'm going to get lunch here.
Yes.
I'm going to get breakfast here. I'm going to get coffee here. I'm living here anyway.
Right. I used to live here all the time. I used to live right across the street over here.
You pointed. I don't know what that.
Like right over here, over the
So
hill.
you frequented this
All the
market
time.
district.
I used to work out right here at the Lafayette. Yeah.
Did you?
Uh-huh.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cadillac Ranch. I used to party there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What's
back in
that?
the day. It was like a bar. It's not there anymore.
Oh, why?
It shut down.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
You hate to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hate when the
all good things come to an end.
Mm-hmm. That's what they say, sure.
Yeah.
I can't believe that they egged his house.
I
The
know.
offensive coordinator of the Eagles. For those of you who are not up to speed, that's what happened. Those are the details that are necessary. They are 8-4 and won the Super Bowl last year, and I understand that things on offense have looked clunky at best. I mean, that is probably an understatement. But this idea that you can't let the season play out, after winning the Super Bowl before you take to a man's house for vandalism, that's just wild to me. It's not surprising at all that it's Philadelphia. I mean, shoot, they booed the hell out of Sidney Crosby last night. He shoved it up their backside,
As he always
baby.
does.
God, that's the best. I haven't wanted to smoke a cigarette in a while. After he scored that second goal, I was like, I need a cigarette, man.
You were feeling it.
I was feeling it.
8-4, getting your house egged.
That's right.
Man,
Yeah.
that's tough.
You ever egg a house back in the day? Statute of limitations has passed. I think we're probably fine.
I have not, no.
Harry, you ever egg a house?
No.
Seth, you ever egg a house? Seth's a Eagles fan,
Mm-hmm.
so I thought he might be the logical guy. I actually egged my own house.
What?
I egged my own house. I wanted to see what it was like, and we had a babysitter over, and so I egged my house, and then we spent the rest of the evening cleaning the side of the house.
So wait, so you got caught, or did you want to get caught, or did you tell on yourself?
I just wanted to see what it would be like.
That's just, man.
Yeah. How about that? Pretty good. People are saying you're an LA Fitness hoop legend,
Yeah, back in the day.
and they say that that's how you tore your Achilles.
That is not.
That is definitely not. There's video out there.
That's how Joe did.
That is how Joe did.
Yes, at the LA Fitness, I think, right here.
There's a great YouTube video out there. Someone texts in at 412-928-9370 about how long you could survive in a grocery store if you tried to properly store and preserve. I mean, if we had to be here for like 2 years, I think we'd be okay. But we would have to. There'd be some storage and preservation deals because you would have to think the refrigeration system would go down.
Yeah, but I mean, all the
In an
canned goods that are
apocalypse.
here, like, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we'd be fine. I mean, you have obviously the medical stuff. I mean, I think that we could live here for a good 2-3 years.
Yeah.
We had to. As long as we had some beds somewhere.
We'd
Like makeshift beds.
Yeah, we'd make good. I'm sure they probably got people probably live here. I mean, out of the way they got this place up and running.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good 2-3 years.
Texter, when you run out of steak, Crowley's the first to be cannibalized. No, we're eating Seth. That would be a long way down the road. I would not rule that out. I think the way you go about this, we might as well just go down this path. I think the way you go about this is the first person that succumbs and dies, you eat them.
Immediately? You have to immediately because you can't let the meat spoil.
You know, that's a road I really wish we didn't go down now that I think about it.
Right.
You got freezers there, though, don't you?
Yeah, but I do feel like in an apocalypse situation, like a real, true apocalypse situation, you're losing the power fairly quickly. That's the way that always goes. We could have generators.
Generators, yeah. I'm sure that there's big generators here.
They might have some generators, too.
Mm-hmm.
Got to keep the place going.
Yep.
This place has an economy all to its own.
It does.
It really does.
Uh-huh.
Like, I love all the Giant Eagles. One near my house is it's great. It's open like 24/7. This is a step. This is a step up. This is the grand poobah of all things Market District. So come on by and see us and make a donation to the Salvation Army. They do great work. And I guess it's some sort of contest. Like, we got to beat Marty. Marty Griffin from KDK. He's going to be here after us. If we don't beat Marty, we failed miserably.
Right. I think we'll be fine.
I mean, come on.
We'll be
Marty.
good.
I mean, where's his Marconi? I mean, I guess they won one last year.
Yeah,
but
they did win one last year.
Who's got the more recent Marconi?
Right. Who's got the more pizzazz?
Buddy.
Come on.
We clear in pizzazz.
No doubt.
I mean, neither one of us were in the documentary about the Dallas Cowboys. Guess he was offered money to be in that.
Was he?
Yeah.
Really? Wannstedt was in it.
Wani was in it, and Marty was mentioned.
I always forget about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that guy's worked like 15 careers.
I always forget about that.
That guy's worked like 15 careers, man. That guy has gone through some stuff, seen some stuff. All right. The thing I wanted to talk about before this snowy adventure was there's new license plates in PA.
Oh.
Have you seen this?
No.
Have you seen this, Seth? There's new license plates. You get a new license plate, and you know what it's got in the background? Friggin' Liberty Bell. It's bull.
Yeah.
It pisses me off.
Yeah.
I was unreasonably triggered by this yesterday. I was walking out with Harry. Harry informed me of the fact that this is the way it's going now. Harry, are you aggravated by this? Philadelphia is not the only thing going in this state.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I got my car about a month ago, and yeah, they gave me a new plate, and I was like, ew.
It's disgusting.
Because it's like it's tan in the background too, and the bell is like blue purplish.
Right.
What should it be then?
Yeah, if it were a Pittsburgh.
Well, what's the old one? I mean, right? You got the blue, yellow, and white.
We would do bridge.
A bridge with the Liberty Bell underneath it.
Oh, how about that? A little mix and match.
Right.
Yeah, because they don't need. I understand. Oh, Philadelphia, Declaration of Independence, Liberty Bell, Rocky, get out of here. We don't like them. I don't think that they are particularly fond of us. People, I wonder if people in like the UK think that we're all buds living in PA together.
Probably.
Because we ain't.
No.
And we saw that last night. Yeah, I guess the bridges is a good call.
Bridge.
Put some bridges in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably a bridge.
There should be a Pittsburgh-centric license plate. We're going to start this. We're going to make it happen.
Seth, are you from Philly? No. You're just an Eagles fan. Nice.
I like Mute Seth as a character.
Yep.
Mute Seth is a good character added to the show this morning.
Well, what else would it be? So if it was a different Philly thing and a different Pittsburgh thing, what would it be?
Incline.
Well, Clemente and Rocky statue.
Oh, those are good. You see, don't do that.
No.
Don't you put Clemente and Rocky together.
Why?
Because Rocky's a fraud.
Why?
Clemente
was real.
Yes, and
gotcha.
died in a humanitarian mission.
Gotcha.
Rocky never lived. Sorry, you struck a nerve. Did you see the opening of the Penguins game last night with Borky and Getzoff? They were on the stairs, and they did a whole Rocky bit, and it was outstanding. Listen, I am so happy. Look, Borky did a great job on radio forever, and we all miss Mike Lang. I'm so happy we get more Borky on TV.
He's the best.
He is the best. I think Getzoff is so freaking good, man.
He's right with him. He's the best, too.
That... And look, Colby's on there. Yep. TK did TV last night. He was doing intermission and pregame stuff. They do a good thing at Pittsburgh Sportsnet. But really, you don't miss a beat with Colby. But I'm telling you, when it's Getzoff and Bork on TV, it's got to be the best broadcast in the National Hockey League.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. He Borky, whenever you meet him or, you listen to him, he doesn't have that kind of hockey kind of draw. Not draw, but, it's kind of like a broad approach to things. Like they're kind of monotone with whenever they're talking about.
Got the energy.
He's got the energy. Like he's a different breed of hockey player and former hockey player that he brings to the table. And so is Colby and obviously TK too. But you know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. He kept saying last night that physicality. That's why you watch the sport. That's why you love the sport. What was
he's
the
like
word
John Gruden of hockey.
Yes.
Right there, right?
Yes.
Got me?
Because he breaks it down on a minute level, but he puts it in a way that everyone can understand, and his energy and his love for the sport comes through every single broadcast. People used to give Pierre Maguire hell all the time. I love Pierre because he freaking cared, man.
Mm-hmm.
That I want the people broadcasting the game to be as excited about the game as I am watching it at home, and Borky does a great job, and Getzoff does a good job. So shout out to those guys. And Rocky thing they did at the beginning. You know what it would be for us? Someone texted, it'd be 6 Super Bowl trophies, baby. Where are your 6 Super Bowl trophies, Seth? Let's not start talking junk with an Eagles fan. There's not much ground to stand on. And, in fact, that's kind of where we'll begin. Because, yesterday was rough. Yesterday we got more Tomlin hate than we've ever gotten. And the previous Monday was our previous high. You got the boos. You got all that. I don't think it's all Tomlin. I put the responsibility on Tomlin, but I don't think the boos and the vitriol are all because of Mike, and I'll explain that in 30 seconds, Store. And how about that tease?
All right.
Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man,
being kneed in my stomach, and then just drawing back and forth, and then ticked off the entire game because as a quarterback they're protected, but I'm not. It just pisses me off.
Saying he needs you? Or
yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Did you cross the line throughout the game, or was it?
That was that one incident.
Is that on purpose by him?
Yes. He even said after, I had to do something to get you off of me.
I mean, albeit for me to call Cam Hayward a baby, but let's right-size it. Like, Cam Hayward could snap me in half and put me down like a laundry chute.
Yes.
And then pee on me.
Yes.
And set me on fire, and there's nothing that I could ever do about it.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as football players are concerned, and Starkey was beating this drum a lot yesterday, I can't remember a defensive lineman taking this kind of offense to something that a quarterback did in a pile. We're talking about a quarterback. And I saw the play. He's just trying to get Cam off him. It's not like he goes full Mortal Kombat, Doran, and the two are engaged in fisticuffs, a brouhaha, a melee, and he gives him the knee as hard as he possibly can. And it's not like he need him in the groin. He got him in the stomach. And I love Cam. Like, I'm going to criticize Cam a lot here, but I love Cam. He's a great guy. He's done a ton for the community. He's been wonderful to me at the softball stuff. He's going to be a Hall of Famer one day. I don't dislike the guy. He's got a little bit of room to get kneed in the stomach. Let's just call it what it is. Like, that can't hurt that bad. I know Josh Allen's a strong guy. The reason I'm bringing this up, the reason I want to revisit it is boos rain down upon the Steelers. Boos rain down upon Renegade. They are chanting at Acrisure Stadium for Mike Tomlin to be fired. But I think part of it is because this team's not likable.
Yeah.
And we touched on that yesterday. Yeah. And I'm going to go on a brief soliloquy just to lay it all out. And then we can discuss, and I want phone calls on this at 412-928-9370, because as much as Mike Tomlin is the reason why, well, Art Rooney's the reason, and then Mike Tomlin, the reason why the Steelers are in this mess, this isn't exactly a likable bunch. Tomlin, at the beginning of the season, before they had ever strapped pads on to go against opposition wearing different colors, said that this can be a historic defense. A defense that gave up a franchise record to Jamar Chase. That's historic, right? Allowed the longest third and goal rushing touchdown in NFL history against the Seahawks. Against the Packers, it was the sixth time in franchise history. At home, they gave up 35-plus while forcing 0 turnovers and getting 0 sacks. Jordan Love completed 20 consecutive passes. So Tomlin was right. They were historic. People don't like that. People don't like when you talk and then don't back it up. Juan Thornhill said this would be the best defense of all time. He's not on the team. He got cut. He's going to run his mouth and talk about how great the defense can be. He got cut. They're 20th in the league in points against, 24.5. They're giving up 24.5 points a game. They're 28th in yards. They're 28th against the pass. They're 17th against the run, which by comparison looks good. Oh, the team that gave up 250 rushing yards at home last week for the first time since 1975. There you go, Tomlin. More history. I'll be done in 1 second. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Cam Hayward cried poor. Needs to get paid. A lot of smart people, myself included, took his side, got behind him. He has 1.5 sacks in 12 games. And he's bitching about Josh Allen. And he's taking personal foul penalties. Meanwhile, T.J. Watt got a deal that probably made him the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. He got $44 million in cash. $44 million in cash. So with 7 sacks in 12 games, I spit. He's making $6.2 million per sack, Doran. And offensively, they preach being rough and tumble and physical and hard-nosed, and they're 28th in the league in rushing. So for all those reasons, and perhaps we can unearth some more, I think they're an unlikable bunch. They're a poorly coached bunch. They're an underachieving bunch. They're 6-6. And so while fans' frustration boils over on Mike Tomlin, I also think fan frustration reaches the players too. And I think guys like T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward I think fans are really frustrated with those guys right now, bordering on angry.
Well, I think it's at a boiling point, and I think that there's a lot of angles to this, and I think that you're absolutely right. We did touch on it yesterday, as I stated that whenever I was going through Twitter, just seeing the amount of tweets that people did say that, like, not only is this team not good, this team is very unlikable, but I think it's more. As much as it has to do with the direct team, I think it's more of the outside looking in from last year to right now, and I think it's at its boiling point. Because whenever you think of trimming the fat on a steak, right? You're like, all right, I'm gonna trim the fat off the steak. I'm actually gonna cook the fat with on the steak because I can get the flavor. But then I don't want to eat the fat. The fat's the nasty part. I want to eat the steak.
I like the fat to go on you.
Well, most people like to trim the fat. That's like the same, right? You trim the fat off. But it's like trimming the fat on the steak, and the steak is spoiled. And you get rid of George Pickens, and you think that you trim the fat. You get rid of Russell Wilson, you think you trim the fat. You get rid of and move on from an elected not pay Justin Fields, you think you trim the fat.
Minka Fitzpatrick,
you think you trim the fat, right? And you bring in some other guys, and you're like, all right, well, we're going to be heading in a different direction. We got rid of the nonsense. And then you look up and you see George Pickens being one of the best wide receivers in the league. I mean, whatever with Justin Fields, whatever with Russell Wilson, there's multiple guys that you could look at that have left and have, gone to better pastures. So I think that there's a lot of angles to this that is the boiling point for Pittsburgh Steelers fans. Now, this team, it definitely started with T.J. Watt. It definitely started with Cam Hayward in the summer. It's like, oh, I need more money. I want to be the highest paid this. I want to be – okay, like you have to perform.
Yep.
You got to perform now, and they haven't performed. But George Pickens has performed. I think a little bit of that – and for some reason the Cowboys they're going to be on TV Thursday night too. We're always seeing George Pickens. They're always on TV, so we get to see firsthand. It's not like we're looking at the box scores. It's not like we're looking at clips on Twitter. We have got to see George Pickens a lot go out there and dominate.
And they're better than the Steelers too. They're 6-5-1, and they're playing a lot better.
They're going to make the playoffs, and they're going to make some noise.
They're going to be, I think, favored in 4 of their final 5 games or something like that.
Not saying that George Pickens has everything to do with what we're talking about, but it does have a little bit to do of, like, are you kidding me? Like, we get rid of that guy, and that's what he does, and this is where we're at. Right. We're still down here, and we had these guys bitching throughout the summer that are still here, that we kept here, that we paid, and now we're this football team. Yeah, this team is unlikable. And it has to do, unfortunately, with the guys that have been here. It's not necessarily the Jalen Ramseys. It's not necessarily the Jonnu Smiths.
No, it's your 2 biggest names
that have been here. Yep. And that's a shame. And that's, I think, where people are at. I think it's a lot more, there's a lot of angles to this whole situation than just this football team with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Mike Tomlin. There's a lot of things going on.
That's really well said. You give us a ring at 412-928-9370. That's the fan hotline. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's guys who leave and perform well like Pickens, who was thought to be the problem, like you said. Najee Harris was not a likable guy. He just wasn't. I don't think he was a bad guy, but he always sparred with the media, and so it's going to get painted in a certain way to the general public. And you lose those guys who nobody thought were locker room leaders, and in the case of George Pickens was probably a detractor from locker room camaraderie. And it's worse. They're worse. They were 9-2 at one point last year. Here they sit at 6-6, and when the Steelers were mulling over the decision, or at least that was the zeitgeist, when they were discussing whether or not to pay T.J. Watt or Cam Hayward, and that saga was going on, the fans who didn't want those guys to get paid were crying foul because of the lack of playoff success. Mm-hmm. Now, Cam Hayward's won 1 playoff game. T.J. Watt's won 0 playoff games. Their statistics in the playoffs aren't very good. Well, now, thank you. I was going to wait till the end of the segment. It's all good. I dropped my phone, Doran. What a great guy.
You were talking and you were flowing, so I didn't want to break your flow and have you break your flow and have to pick up.
Man, I got ADHD, so I was gonna make a comment if you picked it up, and if I picked it up myself, it would have derailed things even further. But thank you for that. That was very gentlemanly. Yeah. Now you've got guys who have been perennial playoff no-shows, and they're no-shows in the regular season. and the team is floundering, and the nose of the jet is firmly pointed down. I mean, it's not just that you're 6-6. Like we argued with people yesterday, they're still tied for first place. You win this week. We all see where this is going, and where this is going is best case scenario. They get blown out in a playoff game again. This time it would be at home, like it was against the Cleveland Browns in the COVID shortened season, or not shortened season, but the COVID season. They're not playing well in the regular season, and that's an understatement for Cam Hayward. Cam Hayward has a sack and a half in 12 games, and T.J. Watt has 7 sacks in 12 games, which for your average Joe Schmo everyday guy not making $44 million in cash, you can live with that. Mm-hmm. But like I say, he's making $6.3 million a sack right now. That's not what you're paying for, and it's a lot more complicated than this. But how many of Buffalo's rushing yards came to T.J. Watt's side of the field on Sunday? Most of them. And there's cutback lanes, and he's getting swallowed up by 4 guys, whatever. You got to make plays. He hasn't made plays. And when you ask for money and you don't make plays, and it's Pittsburgh, people don't look kindly on it.
No, and it's crazy to think that, and here's another boiling point, too, that the team last year was better than this year's team.
Yes.
And you try to make all these moves. You try to bring in new pieces. You try to, you bring in the Hall of Fame, 41-year-old quarterback. You paid guys that have been here. And, T.J. Watt, how many sacks did he have last year?
Not enough, 11, but
hit 11. But I mean, he may have that this year, may not. I
but
don't know.
If you think about down the stretch, what do you have? 0 sacks his last 6 games.
Right.
So if you extrapolate that out, much like the football team, they are 6-11 in their last 17. So over the course of a full regular season worth of games, they are 6-11. That would have you picking probably in the top 10 in the draft. That's how bad that is. The defense is worse now. Has been worse now than it was last season. It didn't finish well for the Steelers last year, but for the balance of the season, statistically better than this year's team. Offensively, they started out well, and maybe we're doing too much nuance. I think all of this is at play. I think all of this is why the phone calls, the text line, the Twitter machine, the crowd was the way that it was on Sunday. But that's the nuanced elements of it, and there's probably more, and we'll continue to unearth them as we go along. They're just not an enjoyable team to watch.
No.
Like, that's the simple way to put it, too. Like, the offense can't move. They can't run. They couldn't throw on Sunday, and they can't stop the run. And they couldn't get off the field on 3rd downs or 4th downs. Like, it is a laborious watch. Now, the Bears game, I thought, was entertaining, but we talked about it on the Monday following. You made a play to lose, at least a play to lose, in every facet of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is not a fun team to watch, and I don't think it's all that likable of a group. We'd like you to weigh in at 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. When we come back, you will hear from former Steelers great James Harrison, who had some things to say about Mike Tomlin and this bunch, but we do want to hear from you again at 412-928-9370. We are at the Market District in Settlers Ridge. Come say hello. Make a donation to your local Salvation Army. All the proceeds go to your local community. So if you donate it out here, the money would wind up within the local community. And if you can't make it out to see us today, or you can't make it out to get to a kettle in your area, it's now easier than ever to give digitally. You can text the word kettle to 31333. That's kettle to 31333. And you can reply with your zip code, contribute directly to your local Salvation Army. James Harrison, your calls next, 412-928-9370. It's the Fan Morning Show. Now a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins played yesterday and won against the Philadelphia Flyers 5-1. Penguins now have 31 points. They are 3 points behind Carolina Hurricanes, who right now are first in the Metropolitan Division. Penguins 13 wins, 7 losses, 5 overtime losses through 25 games now in the season. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Alrighty, folks, the Rams were Sunday's biggest losers after Paul has lost the inside track to the NFC's #1 seed. Meantime, the Colts yielded first place in the AFC South to the Jaguars, and quarterback Daniel Jones is battling a fibula injury. Elsewhere, the Raiders, Titans, Cardinals, Saints, they all lost yesterday, so therefore they are eliminated from the playoff race. I'm Boomer Esiason.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
'Tis the season for making memories. Give the gift of more time together at the Dick's House of Sport Outdoor Ice Rink, now open. Join us on the ice for events all winter long. Enjoy open skates and skate sharpening. Rent the rink, host a party, learn to skate, and more. Plus, shop the widest selection of the hottest brands like Nike, Carhartt, Columbia, UGG, Stanley, and the North Face. Unforgettable moments start here at Dick's House of Sport. Visit dicks.com/House of Sport to see what's happening on the ice.
Things are going to be busy between now and the end of the year. Holiday gatherings, school functions for the kids, and family get-togethers. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and the last thing you want to worry about this holiday season is whether your roof is going to make it through another Pennsylvania winter. One call to MHI Roofing to schedule a free 21-point roof inspection will put your mind at ease. A highly trained roof inspector will carefully examine every inch of your roof, checking the 21 most common areas of roofing failure. Then go over the results with you and discuss your options going forward. Most of the time, problems can be fixed with a minor repair. But if it is time for a new roof, MHI offers money-saving discounts and financing terms to make paying easy. And don't forget, MHI is so confident in their skilled installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So call or go online to schedule your free 21-point roof inspection today. 412-998-8864. That's 412-998-8864. Or online at MHIRoof.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Up to an inch of snow today, the high 37.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash
cash back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The number of accidents continues to grow. One on Baldwin Road in the Pittsburgh area. This is near the intersection with Mifflin Road, not far from the Glenwood Bridge. We also have an accident, Streets Run Road and Baldwin Road in Baldwin Borough. And that earlier vehicle fire still has Route 51 closed in both directions near the intersection with Streets Run Road. Now, there is an accident being tended to on the outbound Parkway West near Robinson Town Center, and one on inbound Route 28 near RIDC Park. Most area roadways reduce speed limit. This is due to the conditions. Give yourself lots of extra travel time. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services for safe delivery. Don't miss 60% off custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, and more. Visit staples.com/print for details. Staples, that was easy.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Be made, because right now the only history we're making is being the worst Pittsburgh Steelers team statistically almost in the history of the organization. And when I think about this, bruh, and you go back and you look at the chief, Art Rooney Sr., where he took this franchise from in 2, and then Dan Rooney continued the legacy, and to see it where it is now is incomprehensible, bro. The legacy of the 1970s steel curtain defenses to the Blitzburg defense of the 2000-2010, and to see what it looks like now is unbelievable. Are we going to be the Dallas Cowboys, where every year the fans talking about we them boys and we go win the Super Bowl, but you ain't never been in the Super Bowl in the last 30 years? Joe, I'm gonna be a Steeler fan for life, bro. But I like to be a Steeler fan that believes we can win a game and doesn't just hope we can win a game. And right now, I done lost hope.
Damn. Debo? Oh.
That's James Harrison and Joe Hayden on their podcast. And we're over here laughing because Joe Hayden doesn't know what to do with all that damn James Harrison.
Damn. Debo?
He doesn't know what to do. Now, I have been somewhat careful with how much James Harrison stuff that we play, because James does have an axe to grind with Mike Tomlin. He's not a Mike Tomlin fan, as he would actually go on to admit on his podcast, and he said it's time for the Steelers and Tomlin to part ways. The reason that I picked that clip, of the many clips that could have been picked for this segment and for this show from James Harrison, is because he starts off there with ownership, man. He starts off there talking about what we all understand is the real problem. Art Rooney II wants the Steelers to win. I have no doubt about that. He doesn't know how to go about it. And he's okay with swimming in the waters of mediocrity for as long as it takes to finally break through. And they took another shot at it, another stab at it this year, And here they are at 6-6, and yeah, I know that if they win on Sunday, they have sole possession of first place in the AFC North. The only reason the Steelers aren't 2 games out of a playoff spot right now is because the division is ass. Like, I can't allow that to affect the way that I view this team. I have to view this team in a vacuum, and they're worse than they were last year. The defense is setting historical records the wrong way every single week, and the offense that had been a point of pride, that might be a little strong, that had been pretty good to begin the season, now looks as bad as every Steelers offense has looked since Ben retired. And that's why we asked the question, is this group unlikable? 412-928-9370. James certainly has a problem with the way things are being run, because now he's not just going for the guy that he's got an axe to grind with. He's going after the head honcho. He's going after Art II, man.
And it's crazy because if you have to ask the question if a team is likable or not, then you're avoiding the real situation, which is, if a team is unlikable and they win, nobody cares.
Correct.
If you're like, oh man, this is a likable team, then you're probably hiding from something. You're right? Like, oh well, they can be pretty good. You're trying to search for different things, and I think that's what we're doing. We're saying both. Like, this team's not even winning, and they're unlikable. But I mean, clearly that's the case.
Yeah.
But I think with Harrison, I think it's probably just such a mind to him, because this isn't the Pittsburgh Steelers under new ownership. Like, this isn't the Fenway Sports Group that came in and bought the Steelers or and bought the Penguins. This isn't a new coach. This is the same ownership family, and this is the same coach that had won before.
He won a Super Bowl with Mike Tomlin.
They won a Super Bowl with Mike Tomlin, but underneath that brand and underneath that, the standard of what the 70s Steelers and, Senior brought to Pittsburgh. And that has left, and it probably won't be found ever again. And I think that is the most damning part about what James Harrison is saying, is because – there was a way that we did things before, and it was a way that they did things decades before that I played, and it's what has really changed. And it's not management, it's not ownership, and it's not the coach. So what's going on? Like, obviously that this is a damning situation, because it's the same people.
I think he's saying that in his own special James Harrison way, that without Dan Rooney, it's not the same, and he's not incorrect in that. The Chief gets a lot of love and plays written and books written, and he did good things, but the organization took a turn to become the Super Steelers with Dan.
Yeah.
And Art wants to maintain the status quo, and let's just call it what it is, man. There is nothing special anymore about being a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Zero.
There's something special about being an NFL player on any NFL team. You're the 1% of the 1%, but this particular organization is just like any other organization. There's
Absolutely.
no mystique. There's nothing special about it.
There's the only thing that's special is the city of Pittsburgh. It's like, the times that I tell you that, some of my teammates, when we would go through the tunnels, like, oh, this is Pittsburgh. But then after that, it just goes away now. Like, it doesn't matter that you're going in the Acrisure Stadium to play the Steelers. But Pittsburgh, it does ring a bell. It's like, oh, the Pittsburgh, like, sports.
Great fan base.
Legendary.
Football town.
Yes, that's it.
All we've got is history to fall back on, man. That's the mystique.
Yes.
The mystique is the trophy case over there on South Water Street. But nobody involved with the organization now beyond Tomlin had anything to do with that. And Mike Tomlin ain't the same coach he was back then.
Nope.
He's not. He's lost some luster. He's lost a lot of luster. What you thought you were getting by being a Pittsburgh Steeler in the 90s even, and up through the 2000s and the 2010s with the Killer Bees era and all that, what you thought was you're buying yourself a chance to get a championship.
Mm-hmm.
Now you come to Pittsburgh and you're laid out to pasture.
Yeah.
I mean, you're elderly and it's your last hurrah. And, hey, I'd rather end there than somewhere else, because at least Mike Tomlin's going to get us to above 500, and at least we're going to have a shot at the playoffs. That's all being a Pittsburgh Steeler is anymore. You give us a ring, 412-928-9370. Is this an unlikable bunch? We're kind of branching off in a bunch of different directions, which is good. It's a Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Larry, Alan, John, others waiting patiently on hold. We will get to you coming up next at 412-928-9370. We are at the Market District at Settlers Ridge for the Salvation Army. Make a donation. The donations, they go a long way, and they help people within your communities. So Giant Eagles, other places around the area, you stop by, you can donate in the kettle. It is some squirrely weather out there today, so it's easy to give digitally as well. You can text KETTLE, Kettle, to 31333. That's KETTLE to 31333. Your calls next at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
New England Patriots beat the New York Giants on Monday Night Football last night. The New England Patriots have won 10 games in a row. They're 11-2. That's the most wins of any team right now in the NFL. And they've got a bye week coming up. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky. And I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Rodgers, yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Oh, man, I'm not insured. Wait, I'll get insurance and report the claim later.
Lying to an insurance company about your auto accident is insurance fraud, a felony, and you will get caught. Over the last 5 years, Pennsylvania's insurance fraud investigators made 2,200 arrests, collecting more than $15 million in restitution, fines, and court costs. Suspicious claims get investigated and prosecuted. Visit helpstopfraud.org.
Sponsored by the Pennsylvania Insurance Fraud Prevention Authority.
Holiday shopping is in full swing. Don't forget the most important thing on your list, individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan. Open enrollment runs through January 15th, so put a plan in your cart before it's too late. Their convenient plans give you access to an extended network and great coverage. UPMC First Care offers a $0 copay for a variety of visits. They'll even give you access to a healthcare concierge who's like a personal shopper. To get started, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
Looking for the perfect gift? Rivers Casino has you covered. For a limited time, purchase a $100 non-gaming gift card and receive a $20 bonus gift card. Whether it's for your family or yourself, it's the perfect holiday gift. Visit the cashier or stop by the Landing Hotel to purchase today. And we'll see you this holiday at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I joined my dad and sister back in 2007. I was a bit busy before that. I had made the decision to leave college and become a United States Marine as a navigator and tactical systems operator on KC-130 aircraft. I proudly served in Iraq in 2004. Afterward, I returned to school and graduated summa cum laude from Ohio State with a degree in economics. Then I came home to Pittsburgh to join Dad and Sarah. We are Botkin Family Wealth Management, an independent financial planning and investment firm. Our partnership with LPL Financial allows us to combine independence and personal service with cutting-edge resources and advanced financial planning strategies. Visit botkinfamilywealth.com to learn more about our dedication. We look forward to meeting you.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Private Advisor Group, a registered investment advisor. PAG and Botkin Family Wealth are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Louis Anthony Jewelers is open 7 days a week for your holiday shopping needs. Visit us at louisanthony.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It's the Salvation Army's Red Kettle campaign. We are at the Market District at Settlers Ridge. Come on by, see us if weather should permit. Make a donation. The donations will help your local communities. Through the Salvation Army, the goal for this year is $2,303,000. The goal for Allegheny County is $527,000. And last year, the Salvation Army raised more than $2.2 million across 28 counties in western Pennsylvania. You can also text to donate. You can give digitally. Text the word KETTLE, KETTLE, to 31333. 412-928-9370 is our phone number, and we have asked if this team is unlikable. We know everyone's got a problem with Tomlin and the way he's coached this thing, the way he's put this together really for the past decade. We agree with that, but you got a problem with the team itself as well. 412-928-9370. We go to the phones right now, and we get Larry in Greensburg. Good morning to you, Larry.
Hi, how you doing today?
Peachy.
Good.
Oh, I appreciate your show. You guys you're always spot on.
Hey, thank you,
Larry.
Yeah, you guys are, true to the game of football.
Larry, if you just want to stay on the phone line for the next 3.5 hours, just say nice things, we'd be fine with that.
Well, you guys are. I've been a Steeler fan for all my life. I carried a football with me. I'm from Jeanette, PA, and we always had a good football team. And I carried a football around with me since I was like 8 years old. And I love the Steelers. I used to keep the volume down on my TV so my mom wouldn't yell at me staying up late at night. but I just so disappointed. So disappointed. I don't even want to watch them anymore because it's not even fun to watch. They're not even in the game. It's like they go through the motions and there's no hunger.
And the way that they've performed in second halves too is so unbecoming as well, Larry. And we really appreciate the call. I'm sure you're still carrying that football around. 412-928-9370. Like they've had leads in 4 of these losses.
Their third quarters are awful.
They're awful. And last year, and this is the problem. Mike Tomlin likes to call it popcorn when issues pop up left and right, like you fix one thing and something else leaks. Last year they were the one of, if not the best second-half teams in the entire National Football League for most of the season. This year they're the worst. The fourth quarter, they are dreadful. That is unbecoming. I'll use the word again. It is so antithetical to what the Pittsburgh Steelers are supposed to be when you're supposed to be this hard-nosed, blue-collar kind of team. And that's the way they wanted to build. I mean, that's why they got 75 tight ends. That's why they run the extra offensive linemen out there. That's why they've spent $170 million on defense. And you would think that attrition would favor the Steelers, but it doesn't. It's the opposite. Why? Well, probably lack of halftime adjustments, but also they're old. And they've been on the field. How about this? 150 give or take plays. The defense has been on the field more than the offense. That's like 3 full games.
Yeah.
And they're old. And in years past, it would have been easy to blame the offense for just not sustaining drives, and that was definitely the case against the Bills. But it's chicken and egg. The defense can't get off the field on third downs, and against Buffalo, they couldn't stop the damn run. First play of the game was a 20-yard run.
Yeah.
First play of the game.
By not being in the right spot and not having the right fit. Like, I know that we blame a lot on scheme and Terrell Austin and Mike Tomlin defense, but if you even – just that play, diagnosing that play, like, that wasn't scheme. That was 101 for Joey Porter Jr. being in the right spot. Everybody knows you have contained if you're the nub quarter there.
Right.
Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you like, why are you blowing a gasket and you're in the NFL and you're in your 3rd year? Like, that stuff – can't happen.
No, it
at
can't.
all.
It can't. And then that sets the tone for the rest of the game. It just does.
It does.
Like, you have the linebackers flowing. I was watching the play this morning, and that's the play they ran with different formations, but they ran the same play 29 times where they zone flow to the left, and then there's the cutback. And if Joey Porter Jr. just plays the edge, that's going to be maybe a 3, 4, 5-yard gain. He gets sucked into the entire defense flowed.
I've never seen anything like it at that level.
That's poor coaching, and that's those guys. But
playing.
On the same exactly on the other side of the coin, like you've been playing football your entire lives.
You've been playing corner since high school. You know that you don't run inside whenever there's a run play going the opposite way.
What does he think he's going to do there?
I don't know.
And then he makes a tackle 20 yards down the field. He's in trail position, so not good. They're not playing well, and that's an understatement. You've got your big price guys not showing up who begged for money this offseason, and the one guy that's gutting through it is your 42-year-old quarterback. Happy birthday, Aaron Rodgers, by the way, today. He turns 42 today. He busted up his nose. He's got 3 breaks in his left arm, and he's going out there and giving his all. He's not playing well either, but you know what he's giving it? And we were talking off the air about unlikable. Those Killer Bees teams were unlikable. Le'Veon Bell missed a team flight because he was getting high and couldn't go to Philadelphia for a preseason game. He didn't show up for the final walkthrough. It would have been the final walkthrough of his Steelers career before a playoff game against the Jags, and was complaining about his contract and his media availability that Friday. Antonio Brown, need I say more?
Endless.
I can't. We could spend the entire 3.5 hours just listing his transgressions. Those teams had all kind of problems. Mike Tomlin saying they'd see the Patriots again, and then they didn't. They lost to Jacksonville twice. You had the anthem stuff going on in Chicago, which just provided a distraction for a team that wound up going 13-3, but was 3-2 after losing to the Bears. So that team, there were distractions every week. It was the best season of talk radio probably in Pittsburgh sports radio history, and yet they won. I know they didn't win the ultimate goal, but that team
showed up
every week, and those players, more to the point, thank you, they showed up Antonio Brown was all league. Le'Veon Bell, all league. Those offensive linemen were going to put you on your ass every single play. And that defense before Ryan Shazier got hurt, not an excuse, more of a reason. They were giving up 17 points per game before he got hurt. They were giving up 28 after he got hurt. Like, I don't love using injuries as an excuse. That guy was pretty damn important. That was a damn good football team that won a bunch of games, that beat good teams, that got screwed and should have beat the Patriots. And it was unlikable, but you know what? They were entertaining, and those dudes that were making the money, like Big Ben, they showed up every damn week.
Every week.
TJ Watt's on a milk carton half the time, man.
Don't even know he's out there sometimes.
No.
It's crazy. Sometimes you fix your eyes on certain players when you're watching the Steelers, and I'll watch them and be like, is he going to make a play? Like, is he going to make a play? Is he going to make a play? And he gets swallowed up, and I'm like, I don't know. Like, from my history, and it just looks like, and I'm not saying this about TJ. I'm not, but I've been around the Mario Williams of the world who get the $100 million contracts, the Sean Merrimans of the world, they get the $50, $60 million contracts, and they disappear because they're like, I'm good.
And I don't think
and I'm not saying that about TJ, but it's very eerie to me. It's very familiar.
If it were true, if that was what's happening, I don't think it's a conscious thing. I think it would be a subconscious sort of deal.
Right.
To play psychologist here, where you're a little fat and happy.
Yes.
And
yes.
he's out there. He's working his ass off. But here's the thing. Everyone says, oh, he's getting chipped. He's getting this and that. That's been happening his entire career. When you don't think when he tied the single-season sack record, he was dealing with the same bleep? He was dealing with the same bleep every week. But you know what he was doing? He was making plays. Dorian, he had 4 tackles on Sunday, all assisted.
All assisted, right.
He didn't have a single solo tackle.
Yeah, it's okay, I think, to ask right now what's his motivation. Like, what is T.J. Watt's motivation?
Well, it should be he's never going to win a damn playoff game because he hasn't, and he's trending, I mean,
what's his motivation? I mean, he got the contract.
Cash.
He's regarded as one of the best.
Makes a play here and there.
Yeah, he beat his brother's record. I don't know what
Myles Garrett got paid, and he's got 19 sacks.
Yeah.
Just throw that one out there.
Just saying.
Cam Hayward didn't get what he wanted and is not going to get any of that because, dear God, the incentives aren't attainable at this point for him because he's had a terrible year. But the guys who have been paid the most on this team have been the ones that have been the most lackluster. And, hey, he's new to the crew, but DK Metcalf ain't been as advertised either. Now, I think there's more circumstantial stuff going on around him than there is with TJ Watt in the $130 million that surround him.
Yeah, it's a little bit different because somebody has to throw you the ball. Like you have to rely on a lot more.
Right.
than just being yourself and going to get a quarterback.
Right. There's a million different things that affect his play, and I don't think TJ has those same excuses. Phone lines are exploding. We'll talk to Ian's next at 412-928-9370. I'd also like to inject a little bit of fun in today's radio program. So we'll talk about Sidney Crosby making the Flyers his daddy again last night. First, though, it's Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they won yesterday over the Philadelphia Flyers by a 5-1 final score. Penguins play again on Thursday. It's another road game, part of a road trip where there's 2 more road games, and that game on Thursday starts at 7 o'clock. Penguins have 31 points in the standings, good enough right now for 4th among teams in the Metropolitan Division. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Number of accidents in the area. The latest one on the outbound Parkway West approaching Robinson Town Center. Crews on the scene. It appears a couple of vehicles have slid off the roadway there. Also an accident in South Fayette Township, the intersection of Millers Run Road and Newberry Drive. And one on the ramp from Union Avenue in Ross Township to the inbound Parkway North. Watch for some very slick conditions on the bridges and overpasses. Don't forget, state-run roadways, you are down to 55 miles an hour on the turnpike and 45 on the interstates. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. And FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now double bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership, the ultimate stocking stuffer for the ones you love. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning. Plus, 24/7 roadside assistance you can always count on. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. They'll even thank you with a $20 gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm looking for my dang reads. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Look at that. I said it so many times. It's just burned into my brain. I clicked the wrong thing. That's what happened. And I can't do two things at once because it is I, Adam Crowley, the imbecile.
Well, you have 80 million tabs.
I do because we're on site and I couldn't make it to the station and print stuff. That is what I sounded like. Also, Harry and I have never been on better terms. I screwed up last segment, and Harry forgave me for it in record time. Meanwhile, Seth, who is here on site with us at Robinson's Giant Eagle, the Market District here at Settlers Ridge, he is my nemesis. Seth insulted me in the elevator.
Immediately.
Immediately. We didn't even exchange pleasantries. He's wearing his Eagles hat. We're talking about his damn offensive coordinator getting his house egged, and then he just bodied me in the elevator, and he got me good too. Like, I ain't even gonna lie.
No, he was waiting for you to respond too. He just kind of like looked at you, stared you down.
I respond. He said, "If someone egged my house, I got hands." And I said, "Yeah, those are the hands you use at night because you don't have a wife or a girlfriend." So I got him. It took me a second. I haven't had my coffee yet, which Seth's supposed to get coffee. Now I feel like he's sabotaging the show. I told him we'd buy him his. I told him when Doran would buy him a coffee too. Speaking of things in Philadelphia, bang, transition. Sidney Crosby, he did it again last night, and it was a massive bounce-back performance after the way the Penguins played against the Maple Leafs. He rises to that occasion every single time. There is not a player in the history of the sport that has more points against the Philadelphia Flyers than Sidney Crosby. And Sid's not a guy who ever really says much or steps out of line with what he says, but you go all the way back to when he talked about how he hates Philadelphia, and it goes all the way back even before that to Darian Hatcher cross-checking his teeth out the first time that he was out there, and he beat them in the shootout. He puts the team on his back.
He does.
And they needed the bounce back. Like, they have been floundering with mediocrity since their hot start, which still has them in playoff position.
What are you, 12-7?
Yeah, 12. I don't have the record. A bunch of OT losses. Now they officially have more wins than losses. They were at 500, I believe, last night. But with the point system in the NHL, which is incredibly flawed, we don't have time to get into it.
Yep.
They're sitting not pretty because the entire East is right there bumped up against their backside. But that was an awesome performance. Special teams was great. I thought Tristan Jarry was great. And then the Flyers tried their typical nonsense at the end of the game to start banging bodies. But I thought the Penguins were game for that, too.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to say this one time. Brian Rust needs to be on the United States Olympic hockey team. That guy's a freaking winner. When the Penguins were going through and determining who they were going to trade, you know, we talked about Gensel, and that was really hard pill to swallow in this offseason. We talked about Jarry. We talked about Carlson as we really thought they were going to embrace the tank. The one guy that we didn't want to see go was Brian Rust. Crosby didn't want to see him go. But that's a guy who could be part of the next foundation of winning, even when he's not, because he doesn't have the same speed he used to or anything like that. But he does he's blocking shots on the PK. He scored, I mean, as beautiful a goal as you're going to see where he picked the top corner. You need guys like that.
Yeah.
And now you could probably get a lot for him at the deadline. I'm not trading that guy. Texter, will the Fan be at Settlers Ridge all day? No. But Marty will be here until 2, correct, for KDKA. So you can stop by and see Marty, but we know you really want to see us.
Right.
But if you can't make a donation in person, you can text KETTLE, KETTLE, to 31333 for the Salvation Army for their Red Kettle campaign. Coming up next, Jeff Hathorn is going to join us to talk about, gestures wildly, the state of the Pittsburgh Steelers, which is poor. Maybe get his thoughts on Sidney Crosby's performance against the Flyers last night. Bottom of the 7 o'clock hour, Doran. WFAN, they think Tomlin's going to be a giant.
Really?
They think he's going to be a giant. So we'll get into that. There's a million different Tomlin angles to come over today. We'll do some of that with Jeff when we come back. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group. See, I did the thing. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It's snowing. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. The snow's arrived, and we are on our way to seeing at least 2 inches of snow across the area, with most places seeing more than 3 inches. Places north of Pittsburgh could actually get closer to 4 inches of snow. Accumulating snow will wrap up by 10 this morning. Morning temperatures are hovering near 30 degrees with wind chills in the mid-20s. I have our high temperatures today at 32 degrees in Pittsburgh with cloudy skies this afternoon. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimaghairclinic.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Number of new accidents around the area. One in Ross Township, the intersection of Bellevue and Jacks Run Roads. We also have a jackknife tractor trailer in North Versailles tying up the intersection of routes 30 and 48. We also have an accident on northbound I-79, this near the Emsworth-Sewickley interchange, and an accident in Brookline, the intersection of Pioneer and Cadet Avenues. Just be aware. Also, an accident being cleared on the ramp from Union Avenue to the inbound Parkway North. The bridges and overpasses are very slick this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Got junk? 2 men and a junk truck.com. Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Too legit to quit. Too legit to quit.
It's the Fan Morning Show live from Giant Eagle Market District, Robinson at Settlers Ridge for the Red Kettle campaign with the Salvation Army. The goal for the Salvation Army in Western PA is $2,303,000. We need your help. They need your help. The goal for Allegheny County, $527,000. You can come out and see us, and you can donate into the Kettle, or you can text Kettle, Kettle. That's Kettle to 31333. We are joined now by our sports director, the great Jeff Hathorn, for the Hawk Report. The Hawk Report, brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, the Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Visa card. 5% cash back for every dollar spent through December 31st. Good morning to you, Jeff. Do you feel like Mike Tomlin is feeling the pressure? His press conference following the game, I'm not going to say it was lifeless, but there wasn't any kind of fire, and I was expecting some sort of brimstone from him after the game.
Yeah, and I don't read that as he doesn't care, he's given up.
Sure.
I don't think he has answers, and that might be worse. I think he is searching for answers as much as anybody. And, you know, normally in those scenarios when he's asked about anything that happens from a crowd standpoint, he just says, I'm too into the game, I don't hear it. He didn't say that this time. He said, you know, it was an awful performance and he understands why the fans are frustrated, that he's frustrated too. So, that was my read on it. It's just They've tried all these different things and the same things keep popping up. And I think he just is at a loss for how to get this thing fixed.
Jeff, do you think Art II is feeling the pressure, or is he feeling like, okay, we're still in the thick of it, we're still in a competitive position to be division champs? Do you think he's okay with what's going on right now, and do you think that he is feeling a little bit of pressure?
I don't think he's okay with what's going on right now, and he knows. I mean, you can't bury your head in the sand that much to not know what's going on. And you also have minority investors who are, I'm sure, well aware of or making you aware of what is going on. It's not a matter for them of caring. They just didn't put together a very good football team or a good enough football team. They threw some names on it, but it's just a group that hasn't meshed, and everybody shares responsibility for that, from Art on down. What he's going to do about it, I'm not sure. But to your point, Doran, I mean, you know how this is. Your team, what you've got to say going forward is we're both 6-6, and while technically Baltimore has the lead in the division, we're tied for the division lead. And if we win out, or we beat Baltimore twice, or however you want to phrase it, you get a chance to not only get in the playoffs, but have a whole home game. So that's what they're going to focus on. It's just, can they fix these problems? And I mean, we're into, through 11 games now. I mean, who would think that these problems are magically, or 12 games? Who thinks these problems are going to magically be fixed at this point in the season?
Not me. Jeff Hathorn joining us on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You talk about Tomlin having a lack of answers. I mean, it's staggering. I mean, they shut down Jonathan Taylor. They did well against the running game of the Green Bay Packers. They held Chicago far below their typical rushing totals, as they're one of the best running teams in the league. And just when you figure that they might have that figured out, they give up 250 rushing yards to the Buffalo Bills and 2 backup tackles. What was the locker room like? We know that Rodgers talked about what you said, Jeff, that they control their fate, and that's how they got to be looking at things. But was it a despondent locker room, an angry locker room? How would you characterize it?
I mean, there's always that sense of anger and disappointment after a loss, but I think there's a similar feeling of, man, why, Peyton Wilson said it well, like every other week we're having the same discussion. And it wasn't like a slam of the questions. It was like, we're bringing it on themselves. Like, we're doing the same thing. And while TJ was technically in the interview room and not the locker room, I mean, him offering that they kept getting beat on the same play showed his frustration. Like, he didn't have to offer that. But the fact that he brought that up and said, listen, they're running the same damn play over and over, and we couldn't stop it. I mean, that shows the level of frustration they have. I mean, you could talk about details and cleaning it up in practice, and maybe that happens. Maybe it's just getting a break in a game, and all of a sudden, like, the weight's off your shoulders, and you go play loose. But I just don't know how this team that's been so inconsistent finds consistency in the last month of the season. It's what made the Super Bowl 40 run so improbable. But I would tell you that year, some injuries, and you could kind of see that coming with that year. I haven't seen anything that would make the wildest optimists believe that we're looking at some kind of Super Bowl 40 scenario with a December run.
Jeff, do you think that Pat Freiermuth is in a doghouse? 13 snaps and 0 targets. 13 snaps for Pat Freiermuth. Do you think he's in a doghouse, or is it just a situation where they just can't get him on the field and he just isn't producing?
I don't think he's in the doghouse. I mean, speaking of frustrated, I mean, he's held his tongue. Obviously, he's frustrated. I mean, all of them are. Darnell's earned a lot of snaps. Problem is, they only found him in, the third quarter for the first time to allow him to make some plays. So I want to say at first, I mean, Darnell has played really well and has earned opportunities to be on the field. That being said, I mean, what are we doing? I get if you want to have Roman run a go route that you're only going to throw to him once, but why aren't you putting these damn tight ends on the field and giving them opportunities to catch the ball more so than, running out Calvin or Roman or other receivers? I know it's not normal, but use the best talent you got. And Pat's one of your best catching threats. I don't get it. I don't know why. I mean, you don't see anything in practice. There's nothing where like, oh, he's obviously being shunned or anything. Like, you don't see any of that. It's just when the game plan hits and they get into games, he doesn't get opportunities.
To that end, when Mike Tomlin says that there are going to be changes, I mean, what stones are there left to be unturned?
I mean, he said they're going to look at changes, which, I mean, how can you change your roster at this? Do you bring in Valdez-Scantling, who hasn't impressed in a month? So is he going to be your answer? Which goes back to the question of, you bring him in, you're putting him in instead of Freiermuth or Jonnu. So I just don't know I mean, you're going to bench Aaron Rodgers? No.
No.
I don't know what changes. And defensively, you're going to play Cole Holcomb more, and no disrespect to Cole, but I mean, I don't think that's going to change anything. What are you going to do in the secondary? Maybe Samuel plays? Well, kind of has to now with the, we don't know the status of James Pierre and concussion protocol. So I mean, you hope you get Harmon back. That would help. I mean, think about what happened on Sunday. And then think about what happened the last time this team stepped into Baltimore. I mean, that's not a bright outlook to look at for this team, and it sucks because they're just an average football team, and average football teams can look great some weeks, and then they can't follow it up, and that's what we've seen. That's what the evidence has showed through 12 games.
And I think the evidence is now showing that they're an average football team that's trending towards being a bad football team. And that's sort of the tone I'm picking up from you, Jeff. And, hey, subject to change, they could beat Baltimore on Sunday, and we'll have a different discussion next Tuesday. But at this – sorry, go ahead.
But even if they – and sorry to interrupt, but even if they win that game, you're going to feel real confident about Miami on a Monday night?
No, and I don't feel confident about going into Cleveland with the way that the Steelers' offense has looked and historically recently how things have gone there. It sounds like, Jeff, what you're putting down is right now you think that this will be their first losing season since 2003.
I mean, maybe they're 500 now. Maybe they find a way to finish 9-8.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is just I'm looking at the evidence that's been provided of 12 games. And it's just it's never been consistent. It's not consistent. You see a couple of good games. And when they get turnovers, they could be competitive. And when they don't, even though they got a couple against, Buffalo. And I don't even know, people think it's like physical and effort. I don't even know if it's that. It's just guys being out of position or trying to make plays. And And the discipline just isn't there defensively. And I think maybe, too, there's some names out there, but I don't even know from a defensive standpoint how good they are.
Well, Jeff, this was a fun, uplifting, bright conversation, and we appreciate you having it with us. I guess we'll end on a positive note. Sidney Crosby owns the Philadelphia Flyers.
Yes. That brings a smile to everybody's face. I mean,
that is my favorite thing in professional sports, Jeff, is when he gives it to them in that building. It's the absolute best. Like, I needed to smoke a cigarette last night after the second goal.
I mean, it's just – I mean, I can remember one of the first playoff games there, and there was this, 5-year-old Philly kid who was holding a Sidney Sucks sign at 5, and the place went crazy for him. And then you know what happened? Sid went out and scored a damn goal, and Philly sits home again without a Stanley Cup. That was just – I mean, Sid there, I don't even – forget about the wins. Just knowing how it impacts Flyers fans makes it so much fun.
Yes, it does. Jeff, you're the best. We appreciate it, and we will talk to you on Thursday.
Thank you. I'm feeling better now.
Thank you, Jeff.
Goose Fraba. Yes. That was the wonderful and great Jeff Hathorn with the Hawk Report. The Hawk Report. And it's time to check out the Christmas gift store at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek, a great sponsor of our segments with our sports director, Jeff Hathorn. We are at the Market District at Settlers Ridge in Robinson. You can come out here and make a donation to the Salvation Army, or with the roads being as bad as they are, here's an easy way to do it from your couch. You could text the word kettle to 31333. That's kettle to 31333. Coming up next, we will react to Jeff's segment. And what are they talking about in New York as it relates to Mike Tomlin? The Giants got eviscerated last night. They don't have a head coach. The team that beat them fired the greatest head coach of all time and now has the best record in the NFL. Wonder what we'll talk about. First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball has a game tonight at 7 o'clock. They play Texas A&M at home. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage of the Pitt Panthers Radio Network begins at 6:30. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. And now, Doran.
What do you want from your building supplier? No nonsense pricing and incredible service from contact through completion of your project. That's what you get from my guys at Reed Building Supply. I know this because I've known them for years. They choose their partners with care. We're talking fast delivery from regional centers, responsive support when things don't go as planned, and reliable service always. Experience, knowledge, integrity, service. All from your personal Reed rep. Check them out at reedbuildingsupply.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 93.7thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Broncos' overtime win last night reclaimed the AFC's top spot. The Buccaneers are hanging atop the NFC South with the Panthers right on their heels. These two meet twice in the last 5 weeks. In the AFC South, the Texans are only a game behind the Jags and the Colts, and they are flying. While out west, the Seahawks and 49ers are closing in on the Rams. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. Is your home ready for the holidays? You think so, but it's probably not. You don't want it to be nasty when the in-laws come to town, and you don't want the in-laws to make it nasty. If they do, give our friends at Zero Res a call. They can handle it all. Zero Res will help you clean up after your messy Uncle Ken and his dog, too. Carpets, air ducts, hardwood, LVP, tile and grout, upholstery, rugs, and stone. Don't do it yourself. Call Zero Res because you know it's safe and effective. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or visit ZeroResPGH.com. Say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Zero Res has decided to extend their Cyber Monday sale for a few more days. Make sure to call or schedule online. 3 rooms, carpet clean starting at $119, $75 off air duct cleaning. Spots are filling up fast. Don't wait. Lock yours in today. Happy holidays from all of us at Zero Res.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Word of caution from PennDOT in Allegheny County. If you do happen to get behind a snowplow, be sure and keep your distance and do not try to pass him. Also, an earlier accident still tying up I-79 northbound. The left lane is closed near the Emsworth-Sewickley interchange. That's just north of the Neville Island Bridge. Also, we had an earlier accident being cleared, one at the intersection of Island Avenue and Orr Street. Also an accident at the intersection of Potomac and Banksville Avenues. And also one in Scott Township, Hope Hollow at Lindsay Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
but they're chanting at the top of their lungs, "Fire Tomlin!" We have moved closer to the inevitability that Mike Tomlin is going to be the next head coach of the New York Football Giants. I love the Jets. I was in the building yesterday. I'm pumped that they won. More on that in a few minutes. That is not even remotely close to the top story in New York football. It's the fact that Tomlin is coming.
I will believe that when I see that. I know that the Pittsburgh Steelers faithful, hell, they wanted to fire him when he's made the postseason. They wanted to move on from him when he's had successful seasons. Now, for the first time, maybe, potentially, because there's still some football left to be played, Mike Tomlin might not have what we deem a successful season, and they want to fire him that quickly?
The Giants have only made the playoffs twice since they won the Super Bowl in 2011, so their loser sports radio hosts don't understand what real success looks like and that it's not winning 10 games and getting blown out in the first round of the playoffs. They would do friggin' somersaults and have a second Macy's parade through Times Square if the Jets or the Giants even sniffed postseason success. Now, I say that, and Brian Daboll's won a playoff game more recently than Tomlin, and now his ass is grass. But I don't think that that's going to happen. I think Mike Tomlin will be the Steelers coach next year. I'm not breaking any news there. It doesn't mean we don't have the right to be frustrated, and it doesn't mean that we're not right in saying that it's time for him to go his separate ways from this organization. He has done a bad job for nearly a decade, and you can't convince me otherwise. Someone called in to Callis's show this morning and defended Tomlin and said, "Look, have you seen this roster? It's a miracle they're 6-6. It's a miracle they were 10-7 last year. It's a miracle they were 9-8 with Kenny Pickett." I'm so tired of those who are not in the know defending Tomlin for poor rosters that are of his own creation.
Right, yeah, he puts them together.
He wanted Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron hasn't been the problem. Obviously, that's not what I'm saying here. But Aaron admitted it after the game, after they lost to Buffalo. I'm here because of that guy. Well, don't you think Jalen's here because Tomlin wanted him? All these guys are here because Tomlin wanted him. Derek Harmon's here because Tomlin wanted him. So that's not an excuse. And I can't help but get depressed. I had the 2 TV set going last night, Sidney Crosby lifting my spirits. But on the other TV, I'm watching Monday Night Football, and you've got 2 franchises. One, again, the Giants. They did one thing right. They drafted Jackson Dart. They sucked bad enough to get that guy, and I think he's got the goods, man. Mm-hmm. He's protect himself. Yeah. I saw someone tweet, this is great, that Jackson Dart is to running what Jameis Winston is to throwing. He's got zero regard for his own body, and he's got to change that, or he's not long for this NFL world. But I've seen enough from him to think he's going to be a guy. And the Patriots have the best record in the conference. They've got their franchise quarterback who's playing at an MVP level, who was excellent last night. And to get there, they fired the greatest head coach in the history of professional football. It can be done. And I don't remember hate for the Patriots when they did that. I'm sure that there were people saying, you can't push him out the door, Robert Kraft. But I feel like the sentiment nationally
it was time to go.
It was time. How are people still, and it's more and more lately in the national media, but how are people not on board with it with Tomlin if it was okay to get rid of Bill flipping Belichick?
Because you look at people, you look at teams like the Giants, you look at teams like the Browns and the Carolina Panthers, and teams that haven't even sniffed any type of consistency. And knowing how hard it is to do that in the NFL, you're like, man, like at least that Tomlin gives you a shot. And I think that those people kind of are seeing that still. Or it's like, he does give us a shot. He does keep us competitive. We're not at the bottom of the barrel ever. And I think that those people, there's very few of them, but they are still left saying, like, it's not always greener on the other side, basically.
Right.
But if you're Mike Tomlin, like, would you want to go somewhere else?
Okay, I'm happy you went there. I was planning on doing this with you as a thought exercise later in the show. I think we got to do this big time coming up next, because there are 2 ways to slice this. We'll hear from Adam Schefter. We'll hear from Rex Ryan. There's a lot of people who have been out defending Mike Tomlin. Ian Rappaport maybe want to jump through my computer and strangle him because he was so condescending to Steelers fans for having the gall to chant for their head coach who doesn't have a playoff win in over 3,400 days to get fired. A lot of them saying the same thing. Mike Tomlin will get hired in a second. I don't doubt that. So there's two ways to slice it. Which places would Tomlin willfully leave to go? And which places would actually drop their sitting head coach today to hire Mike Tomlin? I think we go with the Tomlin angle first, coming up next, where he would actually go that could be greener pastures. Because Rex Ryan argued, let him go. Let him go someplace else and free himself. And I'm not looking at a ton of great options out there, but we'll suss it all out coming up next. And you can weigh in. We'd love for you to weigh in at 412-928-9370. That's the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And you can donate to the Salvation Army by texting Kettle to 31333. That's 31333. We are at the Giant Eagle Market District at Settlers Ridge in Robinson. You can come by us, make a donation into the Kettle, or if the weather is giving you issues, you can give us that text. Kettle, Kettle, to 31333. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
On Monday Night Football. Yesterday, the New England Patriots beat the New York Giants. The Patriots have won 10 consecutive games. They have 11 wins total on the season, and that is the highest win total among any NFL team right now. Patriots going to a bye week next week. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. If you're ready to sell your home and want it sold quickly and for the most money possible, call my friend Gina Giampetro. Jeff was ready to sell his home in Monroeville and reached out to Gina to learn more about his options. Jeff said that Gina and her team took great photos of his home, and with her impressive marketing plans, Gina was able to get multiple offers for Jeff's home, and he accepted a cash agreement for over $400,000. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, Mulsey here, and you've heard me talk about it, but I'm going to tell you again, it's all about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You know, like somebody kind of gave you a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best where and when it counts. And Blue Chew is also the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means you can be more confident where it counts. You can be more confident when it counts. You can be ready when she is. And it really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days, to your prime, when you told everybody you were at your best. And guys, it isn't just about performance. Give her group chat a little something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. And FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now double bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are on location today at the Market District, Settlers Ridge, Robinson, for the Red Kettle campaign for the Salvation Army, the Western Pennsylvania Division, trying to raise over $2 million. The goal for Allegheny County, $527,000. If you can't make it out here today to see us in person or to donate into the kettle, you can text the word kettle to 31333. That's kettle to 31333. I love this place. They hooked us up with the spread. Our guy Justin here. I mean, there's 100 damn donuts in there.
Fantastic.
Who do you think we brought Caboli? I shouldn't have done that.
You just took a shot at Caboli.
I shouldn't have done that. I know. Well, it's just the three of us here.
Come on.
We got bagels. Fine chef we met. We had a nice talk with. He says he listens to us every day. He's going to bring us up some quiche. They got the great kitchen going on
you like
here.
Quiche?
I love quiche. You a quiche fan?
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, you can't insult the quiche. Our man's bringing us free quiche. Now I'm burping donut all over the microphone.
Yeah. Quiche.
It's a wonderful place. Just got the call the kids' school canceled. You're in the same boat.
Yep.
Someone texted in and said, why do we never get a 2-hour work delay? I agree.
That's what I said to you off air, too. I'm like, they should think about us whenever the kids get the delays at school. I mean, what about us? We should get some work delays, at least work from home.
I know my wife had to cancel work. We got all kind of stuff going on. I'm supposed to call this bingo thing tonight.
Oh, yeah. Well, the roads will be cleared by then.
No. I think they're supposed to be bad all day.
No. No, it's going to stop soon.
I think we need to cancel it and maybe move it to sometime in the summer whenever I'm more prepared.
Yeah, well, I think you're going to be going tonight.
I think I'm going to be pulling the balls to the rectory again.
Yep.
All right, so Mike Tomlin is 6-6 this year. The Steelers are 6-6, and fans are chanting to fire him. Meanwhile, Rex Ryan says, good, let him go. Let him go. Mike Tomlin deserves to be freed from this mess, which, again, to Rex, I would say, buddy, this is a mess of his own creation. Like, that's not even arguable. All these national guys that seem to think that, Omar Khan's calling all the shots? Like, they're not paying attention at all. And I'm sure Rex and Mike have a relationship, and they coached against each other, and Rex was a great defensive coordinator and a decent head coach. And they're kind of cut from the same cloth from a defensive side of things, but, like, cut them loose to do what? To go where? And that's where we've landed. If Tomlin decided he felt underappreciated or whatever, and he decided to leave, what would be a better fit among the potential vacancies? Like, the Giants don't have a coach. The Titans don't have a coach. The Dolphins, we thought were going to fire their coach. They're actually hot. They're playing better football than the Steelers, but they could still fire him, you would think, if the season doesn't finish well. Cardinals, Falcons, maybe the Browns, maybe the Bengals, maybe. And I don't think the Jets are going to be one and done, but we've seen crazier things happen. So that, to me, those are the realistic potential vacancies. And then I threw three more down that are more than mildly intriguing. The Bills, the Ravens, and I don't know that they'll get rid of Pete Carroll after a year, but if he wanted to step away, that would potentially be another one.
Well, the Raiders were up there for me, and depending on where they would pick in the draft. I think Mike Tomlin would go somewhere where he knew he had an established quarterback or a young quarterback he could work with. So, that's why the Giants thing has a little bit of heat around it, because Jackson Dart is tantalizing, and I think that Mike Tomlin would probably be okay with working with Jackson Dart. But if there's a team out there that, well, I guess a team would actually have to trade one of their first-round picks.
Well, there's that too.
Right.
And a team like the Giants or the Jets would be stupid enough to do something like that.
Right.
Like, without question. But if you're Tomlin, then you don't want to go there.
Raiders would be too.
Oh, you know what? They would be. They would be numero. I mean, they just brought in Pete Carroll, for God's sakes. Right. God love Pete Carroll, a hell of a head coach in college and pro. But my God, like,
and also a situation where Mike Tomlin would have full reign and full control. So which team in which organization would be willing to do that?
Let's take the Bills and Ravens out of this, because I think it would have to be, if the Ravens miss the playoffs, maybe they'd move on. If the Bills, flame out again before a conference championship game or something like that, I guess you could maybe see that happening. So let's leave them to the side. I don't know about the Giants, because maybe the body of work that Jackson Dart's put on tape now would tantalize Tomlin, but if they wanted him, they could have had him, and they didn't get him. So
right.
it leads me to believe maybe they weren't all that enamored with him to begin with. And that being said, what was it, Dulac who reported they had a first-round grade on him, which I'm not sure I believe. Like, I just don't think if you've got a first-round grade on a quarterback, you draft Derek Harmon instead when that quarterback falls into your lap.
Right.
Also, the history element I think would be tantalizing to Tomlin, but they'd need to fire the GM too. That guy's a bum.
Oh, yeah.
He's a bum.
Yeah.
You need to, and Tomlin, would, like you said, would want full control. Tennessee, he'd have Cam Ward, who you talk to ball knowers. I'm not going to pretend like I've watched a lot of Titans football, and you're wearing your Titans hoodie today. Ball knowers, filmer, breaker, downer guys say that his tape is really good. So, I guess.
Yeah, but you're giving up picks though.
Yes.
So you can't surround him with the young talent.
I can't. This might be dumb. I can't see Tomlin coaching the Tennessee Titans. I think he would go to a place with history. Like the Giants, like the Raiders, like the Dolphins.
Yeah.
The Dolphins had their shot. He might feel spurned still from back then. None of those are greener pastures in Pittsburgh. Because here's the thing about the Steelers. The organization wants to win. I mean, they have a flawed way of what that looks like now. But they want to win, and so long as I mean, fill in the blank, you're going to be coach for life.
Mm-hmm.
So job security's nice. Like, the Arizona Cardinals could fire Gannon. He ain't freaking going out there. He ain't working with Kyler Murray. They'd move on from Kyler Murray, and then you're starting from scratch. Like, I just don't see that. The Falcons, he'd be taking over for his guy, Raheem Morris,
right.
And they're very close. Would he want to do that to him? And is that even a good situation?
I mean, he probably would ask Arthur Smith like what it's like to work for blank.
There's that too.
He'd figure that out.
There's that too. That's a great point. I could see him wanting to coach the Browns, but
only to play the Steelers.
Yeah, and I don't. That would never happen in a snowball's chance of hell.
No way.
The Bengals, the Steelers would not trade him there.
No.
And I would, if I were Tom. You want to talk about greener pastures? Yes, I'd take the Cincinnati job. I would take the Cincinnati job. I think highly enough of myself that I would be able to fix the defense, even though, and you'd get Joe Burrow. Like, obviously, yes, if that was an option, but we got to rule those two out because it's not an option. And then the Jets. No, you're not going to the Jets. Talk to Aaron Rodgers about that dumpster fire.
Nope.
Of all the realistic options, so when Rex Ryan says, you've got to free Mike Tomlin, of all the realistic options, none of those is a better situation.
No.
Not one of them.
Nope.
Now, if I were looking at it from a Giants fan's perspective, and I could hire a hot shot, like the next Ben Johnson with Jackson Dart, I would rather be in their position the next 5 years than the Steelers' position. But is Tomlin going to develop Jackson Dart?
I just thought of a team that would potentially, and it all would match up, that would potentially move on from their head coach, that would fit Mike Tomlin perfectly.
Want to get to it next?
Sure.
Let's get to it next.
All right.
Hey, Seth, take notes. That's a radio tease, big guy. 412-928-9370. That's the text line. You can also give us a ring on that number. Doran's going to drop the hammer coming up next. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins won 5-1 over the Philadelphia Flyers yesterday. The Penguins will play the Tampa Bay Lightning coming up on Thursday. Second game of 3 in this road trip that they're on. And the Penguins, they have 31 points right now in the standings. It's good enough for 4th in the Metropolitan Division. Right now, the Carolina Hurricanes set the pace in the division with 34 points. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod completed fewer than 50% of his pass attempts in a loss to Buffalo. Sporting a cast on his left wrist, Rodgers went 10 for 21 for 117 yards. Following the game, he took accountability for the team's play. Also asked the receivers and tight ends to do the same. He suggests when he checks a route, the pass catchers run the correct route. Rodgers said he was disappointed in his performance and that of the offense, and called their performance boo-worthy. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The list of accidents continues to grow. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. We do have an accident being 10-2 on the Pennsylvania Turnpike heading westbound, blocking the right lane between the Pittsburgh and Allegheny Valley interchanges. Also on heading eastbound, blocking the left lane between Donegal and Somerset. And we have an accident that has blocked all eastbound lanes between the Newcastle and Beaver Valley interchanges. Crews on the scene of an accident now in the 6200 block of Steubenville Pike and Robinson Township. That's near Hightower Boulevard. And one in Highland Park on North Negley Avenue at Stanton Avenue. And we do have one that is tying up the intersection of Bear and Ridge Roads in Robinson Township. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. With most weight loss methods, the answer is maybe safe, maybe effective, maybe they're lasting. With Awaken 180, the results weren't a maybe. They were real. Pounds gone, stayed gone. 50 of them. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes renovations
renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
The GolfSteelCity.com membership card is back. It's 17 free green fees for only $44.99. The perfect gift for Pittsburgh golfers. $500 of free golf for just $44.99. Free courses include Chetremont, Del Mar, Donegal Highlands, Duck Hollow, Grandview Golf Club, Harmony Ridge, Highland, Lake Arthur, and more. This discounted special ends after Christmas, so visit GolfSteelCity.com now. That's GolfSteelCity.com.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in PA.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, their experts will perform a thorough 20-plus point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. It is snowing like crazy outside. We are in Robinson Township. We are at the Giant Eagle Market District at Settlers Ridge for the Salvation Army. It is the Red Kettle campaign. We'd love to see it come out if you can make it out through the weather. If not, you give us a text. Text the word kettle to 31333, and you can make a donation there. That's text the word kettle to 31333, and I'm burying the lead because now we are eating like kings. We are eating like absolute kings. The wonderful chef here at Market District brought out a bacon quiche, bacon cheese.
Yes.
We got sausage.
Yes.
We got bacon.
Yes.
We got kebabs.
Mm-hmm.
We got bagels.
Mm-hmm.
We got donuts.
Mm-hmm.
We got fruit.
Mm-hmm.
What is this sucker here? What is
Dragon fruit.
That's a dry. I've never had one of these in my entire
Ever had a
life.
dragon
No, I'm
fruit?
trying it right now in the air.
You start spitting fire after you eat it.
Well, good. We're about to take Tomlin out. Okay, that's delightful. Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh, that's like a kiwi, but not.
Uh-huh.
That's like a kiwi's cousin right there.
Yes.
That is delicious.
An iwi.
Thank you to the chef. He's walking by. He said he listens to the show every day, which we appreciate. And now he's got it live in the flesh, and he's not going to listen ever again, but that's fine. The food is delicious. Great place to get lunch, breakfast. If I lived in the area out here, I'd be here every day.
Yeah, it's great.
So come and see us if you can, and if you cannot, if the travel is difficult or if your kids are on their remote learning, John, you can text the word kettle to 31333 to make a donation to the Western Pennsylvania Division of the Salvation Army. So Rex Ryan said the Steelers should just free Mike Tomlin to go on to greener pastures, and we were kicking around some teams that might actually qualify as greener pastures, and of the realistic teams, none of them are greener pastures. I mean, you'd really have to squint to say, yeah, Tomlin, get out of here and go there. You're going to want to leave and go to a place like that. But you say you've got one.
Yes, I do. And if we want to talk about teams that would be willing to move on from their current head coach, there are some vacancies open, but they don't make any sense. But if a team was really willing to move on from their head coach, and it's like you're looking at the situation like, we love our coach, we think he's doing a good job, but you know what? It's Mike Tomlin, and it just fits. You know what team that is?
I want 10 seconds to think.
All right. You can have 10 seconds.
I was going to think during the break, but then I got Kabasi brain.
Right.
Is what happened there.
You have 5 seconds to think.
Well, now I'm not thinking because now we got water.
Think about what would make the most sense.
I'm just thinking about quiche.
Make the most sense quarterback-wise, make the most sense team-wise, make the most sense ownership-wise, make the most sense geographically.
We already touched on Buffalo, right?
Yes.
All right, give it to me.
Washington Commanders. He's from the area. They would move on from Dan Quinn. They've had a down year. Jaden Daniels got hurt. Jaden Daniels will be back. He's probably going to come back at some point this year. He's on IR, obviously breaking his elbow or whatever he did, dislocating his elbow. So you have your quarterback. Mike Tomlin's from the DMV area. Josh Harris and Magic Johnson, new ownership. Love Dan Quinn. Think he's probably done a great job, but Dan Quinn can be a guy that you can move on from Mike Tomlin.
You've always been a Dan Quinn fan.
Always been a Dan Quinn fan. You can build around that defense.
If they heard that Mike Tomlin was available, I do believe that they would move on from Dan Quinn to get him. That being said, he won more playoff games last year than Tomlin has since 2016.
Yeah, but it's not probably looked like that.
No, they wouldn't look at it that way at all.
But you're right.
So if I were them, I wouldn't do it. I mean, because he's been able to do what Tomlin hasn't been able to do. Like, he has been a better coach. Now, they're in dire straits now, but most of that has to do with the injury side of things.
But if Tomlin had a say-so on where he got traded to, I could see him sitting back and be like, give Josh Harris and Magic Johnson a call and see if they'd be willing to move on and accept me because I'd like to go back home to home area in the DMV area.
No, I think that's a good one. I think that would be an intriguing one because it's another historical franchise, too.
Right.
I could see, if that was a vacancy, him thinking it's greener pastures. Yep. No doubt about it. 412-928-9370 if you want to chime in on that. We're going to go through a bunch of NFL teams later in the show and discuss whether or not we think those teams would fire their sitting head coach to Mike Tomlin. I did it myself last night, and the number of teams that I think would be willing to do it was surprisingly low to me. But that's just me. It might be different when we suss it out. So we will do that a little bit later on. Trey Essex is going to join us next. Trey got into a Twitter spat with Patrick Queen. So we'll ask him about that, among other things, when we come back. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Take a peek outside. Yep, it's snowing. High at 34, low at 27, 95% chance of snow flurries. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Okay, holiday time. Hello, Colin Dunlap here for Schultz Ford. First, let me tell you about all those great locations. You may have some time off. Why don't you go look at a new ride? Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. No matter where you are, if you're hearing the sound of my voice, there's a location near you. Always SchultzFord.com, too, even if you're far, very far from my voice. So give a listen here. There's such a large selection of inventory. That's what you'll notice first. Also this, they do all those little things. Great things, like mobile service. Something small you need done, they'll come right out to your house, do it right there. Pick up and delivery. Maybe something a little bigger. Grab your car, take it to the shop, bring it back when it's finished. So all those great locations, the customer service can't be beat. Make your holidays a lot happier. Get the Schultz Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and always SchultzFord.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directly.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, for the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an earlier accident. It's blocking the right lane of northbound I-79 near the Emsworth-Sewickley interchange. It's backing traffic across the Neville Island Bridge and into the S-Bends. Also, we do have those earlier accidents being cleared. One of them at the intersection of North Negley and Stanton Avenues in the East Liberty section of the city, and one tying up the intersection of Whipple and Rose Streets in Swissvale Borough, one on Hope Hollow Road at Lindsay Road in Scott Township, and an accident being cleared as well at Potomac and Banksville Avenues in the Banksville section. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right. Our bellies are filled with kibasi and bacon and sausage and quiche and dragon fruit, which is surprisingly delightful. We are at the Market District in Robinson, Settlers Ridge. It is the Red Kettle event for the Salvation Army. I know that the roads are bad out there. I know schools are canceled all throughout the area. If you could stop by and see us, you can make a donation. If you are out and about shopping at any point at your local Giant Eagle and you see the Red Kettle, you can make your donations. But we can make it even easier for you here. You can donate digitally. You can text the word kettle to 31333. Our guy Trey Essex was donating takes all over the interwebs this weekend. The Steelers were bad again. The Steelers are trending down, and he got into it a little bit with Patrick Queen and then took the high road because he's a nice guy. How you doing, Trey? That was an odd thing that happened.
It was. Which part? Which was odd? My newfound Twitter beef with Patrick, or just the downright how horrible we looked on Sunday?
Oh, well, the horrible thing, I mean, I wasn't expecting that, but it's sort of been trending in that direction. No, and we'll get into the game because that's more important, but I found it odd that he replied, and I'm not going to ask you to get into it again, but I found that part to be strange, and I thought that you handled it appropriately. I would like to add on your behalf, you got 2 Super Bowl rings. That's all I want to say, Trey. You got a couple of rings, buddy.
That doesn't need to be said, though. And honestly, it's all in our best interest that he balls out and he proves me wrong. So,
damn right.
More to him. I hope this injury does not hold him back.
I'm with you on that.
Trey, go from top to bottom, from obviously worst, and maybe if you could find any silver lining from the game on Sunday. But what was the most glaring thing to you whenever you broke down the film of the Steelers game?
I think we've all heard it ad nauseum about how many times they ran the same running play over and over again. A combination of inside zone and duo, or what we used to call double. Ran it down their throat. 52 running plays. They ran the ball more times than we had offensive plays as a whole. It's just the lack of heart. I mean, this is our stadium. We're coming off a bad loss in Chicago. The one thing that defines us, defines Steeler Nation, Steelers, is how we respond, especially at home. Especially against a team that runs the ball the way Buffalo does, and they did not step up at all, and that was the most disappointing thing.
Well, to that end, I mean, last time we talked, it was a conversation about schematics, and you weren't alone in saying that schematics was a bigger problem. It's not like you were absolving the players. It sounds more this time around like you think it was more of a player issue. Do I have that right?
Yeah, this is a player issue, and there's no scheme in the world that is going to put them in a better position than what they were already in. It was just guys not getting off blocks, guys not hustling, and guys just basically letting that offensive line and those tight ends from Buffalo do what they wanted to do to them, and they with no response. And yeah, that's not on coaching. You can't put that at the coach's feet. That's all players.
Trey, what do you think Mike Tomlin's message was to the team yesterday? Like, I mean, clearly you're still in the hunt for a division championship. So what do you think Mike Tomlin said in front of the football team yesterday when they had their team meeting?
I'm betting he laid it at their feet. I mean, after 2 losses, the way that we lost, and then this being Baltimore week, and we all know it means a little bit more when you go against Baltimore, especially with everything that's on the line. There's no words in the dictionary that he could use that should get them more motivated. They should already be able to muster up themselves, because everything is on the line this weekend. They play against their number 1 rival, and literally the lead in the division is on the line. So I bet he laid it at their feet. I don't think he said too many things because it's all on the players.
Trey Essex, our guest, 2-time Super Bowl champion. He, of course, the host of the Snap Count Show with Charlie Batch. Okay, so this game was sort of reminiscent to me of that Ravens playoff game from last year, where they were just getting run over. You get them getting called out on national television about a lack of heart, particularly in that second half. And I'm wondering, as Mike Tomlin says he's going to be searching for answers after the game, what stones are left to be unturned, Trey? I mean, what can they do to position themselves to go into Baltimore and get a win? I know Baltimore hasn't been very good, and they're coming off a loss, but they got the extra rest time coming off the Thanksgiving game. What is there to be done? What changes can be made, if any?
And I think that's what makes this feel so hopeless, is because I don't know. There's nothing that I could point to that we could do differently that wouldn't put us in a worse position. Target the middle of the field, maybe more often. I'm looking at specific things. Throw DK the ball on slants more often. I mean, there's nothing as a whole that you can point to that we could shift, like at a position group, or it's not like we can bring in more players. It's not like we can completely overhaul our defensive strategy. It has to be like, we got to get these boys excited on offense. Throw some reverses out there. Do something different offensively. Get these guys excited and get them going early. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, because right now there's not a lot you can point to.
Trey, at the end of the season, is it time to move on from Tomlin?
I love Coach T, but I mean, you got to start looking at different options at this point. You can't go with the status quo. It's been the same, especially this year, with as much as they put into this team, with as much money as they put into. They brought in the guys that they wanted to bring in at each step, through the draft, through free agency, through trades. I mean, I don't want to say that, but I mean, you got to seriously look at that option.
Man, we're cutting to the quick right here, Dorian. I mean, you just went right in.
Listen.
I mean, I'm trying to get him back beefing with Patrick Queen. You're getting him to fire Tomlin. Now I'll get you to go maybe after Cam Hayward, Trey. Not really, but it was an odd situation with Cam and Josh Allen on Sunday. I mean, you were in the trenches. You know how stuff can get. That it seemed atypical to me for Cam to not be able to let that go throughout the game, and then to be still so heated about it post-game. But maybe I have it wrong. What was your takeaway from all that?
No, that was a sign to me that things have reached a fever pitch with Cam.
Yeah.
For it to get to him that early in the game, and for it to continue throughout the game into the post-game, and that's what it's gotten to him. This season has gotten to him. The way this defense has played has gotten to him, and I think he's just all the way pissed.
Trey, can Andrus Peat be the left tackle for the remainder of the season, or do you think we'll see some Calvin Anderson?
He did good. There are a couple of things I think he needs to clean up. He's over aggressive sometimes and overset, but I think he did his job. He played good enough to win at that position. Now he gets more reps. Hopefully he plays a little bit better. Obviously he has a big test against Baltimore this week. So to answer your question, if he plays like he did and keeps on improving, then yes, he can hold that position down.
What do you think? I mean, it's still a ways away, and he'll have a fourth year, but was Broderick Jones, in your opinion, trending in a manner that would make you want to pick up that fifth-year option prior to that injury?
That is the saddest thing. This injury couldn't have happened at the worst time for him, because he was definitely trending in the right direction. And because he's so young, I would probably lean towards giving it to him. Because if he was going to keep on improving on that path, he was going to end up earning it. But had he done enough to this point? No. So it's really a toss-up. But I do think they might lean towards giving, because it's just, we have so many other positions of need that you kind of got to hope and pray that he reaches the potential that you think he has.
Well, and then if you don't pick it up and he continues on that trajectory, if he's healthy next year, then you'd have a difficult opportunity to lock him down. You could be in more of a Dan Moore kind of situation where now you're having to pay out the nose and you don't have control. Trey, this was awesome, man. It always is. You're a two-time Super Bowl champion, and we appreciate you coming on.
Appreciate that, fellas. Have a good one.
See you. That is Trey Essex, host of the Snap Count Show with Charlie Batch, one of the best Steelers podcasts going. He never holds back.
No?
I mean, you could tell the conflict from Trey because he likes Mike Tomlin personally. And, I mean, it's not to say Mike Tomlin isn't a good coach, hasn't been a good coach, but, I mean, I think he pointed all the things we've been pointing at. Like, you can't talk about this roster construction and leave him out of the conversation when he is the architect more than anybody else of the situation the Steelers are in. There is a way. If I'm looking for optimism on how this season can finish where they're 9-8 or 10-7 and make the playoffs, there's one thing that's got to happen. It's got to start this week. And I think it's possible, albeit maybe not likely. We'll get to that coming up next. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by our great friends at Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are live at the Market District in Robinson Township at Settlers Ridge, where it is the Red Kettle campaign for the Western Pennsylvania Division of the Salvation Army. You can come on by. You can see us. You can make a donation at the kettles, or if the weather's getting in your way, you can text kettle to 31333. I mean, the hospitality's been fabulous.
Fantastic.
I mean, I'm salivating over this dragon fruit. I can't. What is it? Did it come out of a dragon? I don't understand.
Coming out of a dragon.
Very good. All right. 412-928-9370. It's Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball is a game against Texas A&M tonight at 7 o'clock. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 6:30 through the Pitt Panthers radio network, so listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Football's in full swing, and let's be real, there's no better place to bet than Fanatics Sportsbook. So don't wait for a bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Some sportsbooks protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible player prop, Fanatics Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. So bet with a sportsbook that will always have your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cabali.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams that went 0-2 and didn't make the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. To no one's surprise, Lane Kiffin has bailed on Ole Miss before his college football playoff debut and jumped to LSU. The notorious bridge burner tried to cover himself by spreading blame for his decision on mentors Pete Carroll and Nick Saban. He also denounced Ole Miss athletic director Keith Carter for not letting him coach into the playoffs. Come on, Lane. Seriously? You really thought you could coach your team into the playoffs? I'm Boomer Esiason.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this football season unforgettable. Enjoy our all-new app design and same-game parlay builder, which will take your experience to a new level. Earn BetMGM rewards points from your bets. Take advantage of football promos found nowhere else, like a second chance offer on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Celebrate the people who matter most to you with a AAA membership. The ultimate stocking stuffer that brings peace of mind all year long. From exclusive savings on shopping, dining, and events, to amazing deals on theme parks, entertainment, and even travel planning for that perfect winter escape. AAA helps make every season shine a little brighter. And at the heart of it all, every membership includes their trusted roadside assistance. So whether it's a flat tire or a dead battery, they're just a phone call away 24/7. And right now, you can give the gift of AAA for only $35. And it includes a free household member. Plus, as a thank you, they'll send you a $20 gift card. So go ahead, spread a little joy, a little love, and a lot of peace of mind. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center. From the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tony, I've always felt like if a change ever occurs there, it's going to be because Mike Tomlin doesn't want to be back there. Mike Tomlin, again, I know the people in Pittsburgh don't like it, hasn't had the losing season in his 18 years as a head coach, trying to make interrupt. They also haven't won a playoff game since 2016. So it's both ways. Some people view it one way, other people view it another way. I could say if they didn't want Mike Tomlin there, and maybe the message is stale, maybe he moves on like Andy Reid, finds a new home. Andy Reid's time in Philly had run out. He went to Kansas City. We see how that worked out for him. Of course, he drafted Mahomes, but it worked out incredibly well, and the Chiefs obviously love having him. If Mike Tomlin were a coaching free agent, he automatically would become the number one coaching free agent out there. He could have any coaching job he wanted. He could have any broadcasting job he wanted.
Oh, yes.
So, I mean, maybe the Steelers fans clearly have had enough of Mike Tomlin, but I don't know that they're not firing Mike.
Yeah, we get it. They're not going to fire Mike Tomlin. We understand that they're not going to fire Mike Tomlin. You know, that is what people said about Matt Canada every time we talked about that until they fired Matt Canada. I don't think that the outcome is going to be the same here. Real quick, you ever seen that draft video of the prospect who sneezes, then blesses himself, and then thanks himself? Quentin Williams. It's one of the all-time great.
Bless you. Thank you.
You're welcome. One of the great all-time videos. I feel like Schefter did that a little bit at the beginning. McAfee starts to interrupt him, and he kind of goes, interrupt, and then keeps going on with his thought. Like, in his head, he's thinking McAfee's interrupting me and continues on. We will get to those comments and what Ian Rappaport said yesterday in a little bit. But we do got to talk football, kind of. And I said if the Steelers are going to finish with a winning record and keep this streak going, Doran, that there's something that, well, has to happen and something that could happen. You're going to smack me. It's so stupid and obvious. Their good players got to play good.
Oh, my gosh.
They do. They do. That's what this comes down to. Like, forget, they're not getting coached up well enough. Nobody's getting coached up well enough. The schemes are bad offensively. The schemes are bad defensively.
I thought you were going to have something good.
Just wait. I'm joking on Kabasi. All the things that we've talked about all season long and then last year and the year before and really on repeat every season with Mike Tomlin, all those things are true. All those things are true. But Mike Tomlin has coached Cam Hayward before. Mike Tomlin has coached T.J. Watt before, and those guys have been all-pro players. Those guys, they've been ass relative to their expectation level, particularly Cam, who's got 1.5 sacks in 12 games. That's just nowhere near good enough. And if they're not stopping the run collectively, then he's not having any kind of impact. Like, get the quarterback on the ground, stop the run. That's what you're there to do. You're not doing any of that. Same thing with TJ. 7 sacks in 12 games for, I don't know, Jason Worlds would have been good. It's not good enough for TJ Watt. They've dealt with bad schemes before. They've dealt with bad game plans before. They've dealt with a lot of nonsense before. Forget the last 12 games. They need to play like all pros the next 5 weeks. If they do, they've got a shot. If they don't, then they don't. And they will deserve major criticism because these guys wanted all these changes last offseason. Cam Hayward calls. He wants what's his name? Russell Wilson. I almost blacked that out. Wants Russell Wilson in here because he wants to win a playoff game. And TJ, all he ever says, I want to win a play game. I want to win a play game. If you're not playing well in the regular season, these last 5 games, you ain't going to the playoffs.
Well, how do they do it? Do they do it within the scheme or do they go rogue?
Listen, it's a very surface-level take here,
I'm just saying, like, how do they do it? They clearly it hasn't been working thus far. So
you ready for this?
How do they do it?
You ready for this? They got to go out there and make plays. They're not going to get any schematic help. They're not.
But I mean, but whenever you're on offense or on defense, and you're going to play within the scheme, you're going to play within the play call. Like I'm saying is, do they go rogue? And it's like, all right, well, I know I'm supposed to be in this gap, but I'm an All-Pro, and I've had X amount of sacks in my career. If I'm T.J. Watt or if I'm Cam Hayward, I'm probably going to just do what I feel is necessary.
Do you think Myles Garrett has that kind of freedom?
Yes.
Then yeah. Yes. I mean, you see him lining up all over the place, and I don't feel – and you see it with Micah Parsons, and I don't think that their defensive coordinators are sitting there in the room saying, hey, we got it dialed up, so on this play you're going to be here. No, I think they feel it out. I think they're hunting matchups. I think they know, maybe down and distance situations.
Yeah, but that's the leeway that he gets from up top, though. I'm saying that they're probably not getting that leeway right now.
You got to do it yourself.
Is that the direction you want to see? Aaron Rodgers too?
Yes, he was next. Because he had been good enough for a while and probably better than good enough. I mean, there was a point we were talking about him being the team MVP and all that. Yeah, man, I don't know that he is or isn't being told to throw the ball in the middle of the field. He throws it there more than when Mason's in there or when they've had any other quarterbacks. But him especially, because it's easier to take over from that standpoint as a quarterback. Yes, throw the ball.
I agree.
We did it. See,
I agree. Like nothing else has worked. Clearly, the scheme on defense hasn't worked, and what you're doing now on the back end, I don't know if Jalen Ramsey should have that much leeway to do that because then you're susceptible of turning things loose.
Right.
But up front, and if you're Aaron Rodgers, like I would give him more autonomy with the offense, and we talk about this every year. It feels like with the Steelers' offense, like we need to give the quarterback more autonomy, but nothing else has worked.
Who's that guy who calls in all the time and says the Steelers need to do more no huddle?
Yeah.
I'm not even shticking here. It's not necessarily that, but we think about Ben at the end with Matt Canada, and in the fourth quarter, it was pretty much like my grandpa used to do this back in the day, R.I.P. He would turn his hearing aids off. My grandma would be yapping. He'd just turn his hearing aids off. Ben would turn his hearing aids off in the fourth quarter with Matt Canada. Yes, they're not going to win, and to have a winning season, they'd have to win 3 out of 5. They're not going to do that if Cam Hayward, T.J. Watt, DK Metcalf probably on the list, and Aaron Rodgers don't play their best brand of football.
Yeah.
Now, do I have any confidence in this? No, I don't. It'll be spotty. It'll be hit or miss. Like they're not going to go, I don't think, winless the rest of the way, but they'll have their moments. They might beat Baltimore. I don't think they're sweeping Baltimore. I could absolutely see them losing to Cleveland and, beat the doors off of Miami or something like that, and you'll have your moments. But those guys need to be consistently elite if they're going to get where they need to go. And it's still, you've been asked about messaging all week, right? As bad as it's been, and it's been bad, like 6-6 ain't good enough around here. You got a 5-game season. You be a superstar for 5 games, you can right a lot of wrongs.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I totally agree. But I just worry that if they were to take that route, it only would be for 1 game, and then the next game it would go back to status quo.
That seems to be the way they do everything, isn't it?
Like I could see them going out and things look different on Sunday, and they somehow beat the Ravens down in Baltimore. But who do they have after that? They have
Miami.
I could see them coming back home, and then things go back to normal, and they lose to Miami at home.
Exactly. And it's been that way all season long. At the beginning of the season, it was the trenches. And then they started to stop the run. It's like, oh, okay. They figured that part out. And the offensive line, actually, I'll give them their flowers. I do think, before Broderick's injury, they had actually played much better football. But that was the issue early. And then they start stopping Josh Taylor and Jacobs and Chicago. They had the cover two high safeties, and that was working, and then they changed that up against Chicago. And we got it from a tactical standpoint because you're trying to stop the run. That's what you were talking about after that game. But it seems like when they fix something, something else opens up.
Popcorn.
Popcorn, right. So do I have a good feeling? No. No, I do not. But that's what it's going to take. And Cam Hayward, to Trey's point in the last segment, you can tell he's frustrated because he acted in a way we don't typically see him act on Sunday. And what do I always say? You got to be pissed off for greatness now. If you're not happy with the first 12 games, and you shouldn't be, no one is, you got 5 games. You can right every wrong. You can. If you were to win out, if you were to win 4 out of 5, you can right every wrong. It's going to take that, though, I think, to do it. All right, coming up next, we heard what Adam Schefter had to say. We'll key in on what Ian Rappaport had to say. We've got our thought exercise still ahead of of franchises that would fire their sitting head coach to hire Mike Tomlin. So that's all on the way, plus your calls, texts, and tweets at 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. We are live at the Settlers Ridge in Robinson Market District for the Western Pennsylvania Division of the Salvation Army. You can come see us. You can donate in the kettles. If the weather's getting in your way, which we understand it is for some people, then you can text a donation by sending the word kettle, Kettle, to 31333. That's kettle to 31333. We met some great listeners already. Nate, who's walking around here making us feel like home, and our guy Adam, who does good stuff for people who need good stuff to be done. It was good to see them. We can see you next. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
New England Patriots won on Monday Night Football yesterday against the New York Giants. That allows the Patriots to get to 11 wins. They've won 10 games in a row, and they have the best record in the AFC. They've got a bye week coming up next week. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Foley and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend.
Tailgate.
The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day. And call Awaken 180, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Things are going to be busy between now and the end of the year. Holiday gatherings, school functions for the kids, and family get-togethers. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and the last thing you want to worry about this holiday season is whether your roof is going to make it through another Pennsylvania winter. One call to MHI Roofing to schedule a free 21-point roof inspection will put your mind at ease. A highly trained roof inspector will carefully examine every inch of your roof, checking the 21 most common areas of roofing failure. Then go over the results with you and discuss your options going forward. Most of the time, problems can be fixed with a minor repair. But if it is time for a new roof, MHI offers money-saving discounts and financing terms to make paying easy. And don't forget, MHI is so confident in their skilled installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So call or go online to schedule your free 21-point roof inspection today. 412-998-8864. That's 412-998-8864. Or online at MHIRoof.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
'Tis the season for making memories. Give the gift of more time together at the Dick's House of Sport Outdoor Ice Rink, now open. Join us on the ice for events all winter long. Enjoy open skates and skate sharpening. Rent the rink, host a party, learn to skate, and more. Plus, shop the widest selection of the hottest brands like Nike, Carhartt, Columbia, UGG, Stanley, and the North Face. Unforgettable moments start here at Dick's House of Sport. Visit dicks.com/House of Sport to see what's happening on the ice.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kick off with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med mal. When it matters, we fight.
And win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I gotta say, Doran, this is the first time you're hearing this.
Yeah.
I got 6 emails about flexible instruction day for my daughter, and I'm just happy I'm not dealing with it at home.
Yeah. But you will whenever you get home.
I don't know that I'll be able to leave today. I'm probably gonna stay and enjoy Marty's show and eat some lunch that they could prepare for us here at the wonderful Market District. Settlers Ridge and Robinson. Yeah, I'm going to put off going home as long as I possibly can. I mean, the roads might do that for me.
They look kind of clear now. So
yeah, they look fun.
Bingo is on.
Looks like bingo's going on tonight. I got too much going on.
Bingo.
I got too much going on. I want to help people.
When's the last time you played bingo?
I'm calling the bingo.
When's the last time you played bingo?
We used to go every year to the Shanapin Country Club and play, I think they called it Shano.
on New Year's Eve.
Okay.
Because we were super cool.
Yeah. That's as white as it gets.
Is that what you were doing growing up, playing bingo on New Year's, or were you maybe drinking some champagne and having a good time?
Yeah, having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
What were we supposed to talk about here?
Don't know.
412-928-9370. If you would like to donate to help out the Western Pennsylvania Division of the Salvation Army, you can text the word kettle to 31333. Seth was making fun of me because I said, yeah, if you have trouble coming out, you can text the word kettle to 31333. But we'd love to see you here. I mean, if you make it, that'd be great. We met a couple of wonderful folks, a couple of listeners to the show, and we're just trying to help people out, all while eating kielbasa, sausage, bacon, quiche, and dragon fruit.
Correct.
You haven't touched the strawberries yet. There is kiwi.
There is kiwi. You just missed it. You haven't seen the kiwi?
I'm a big kiwi fan. I was fixated on the dragon fruit.
Have you had a strawberry?
I love strawberries.
Yeah.
You mean in general, or just since we've been sitting here?
Since we've been sitting
I
here.
have not.
No.
Have you?
No. You said I haven't touched the strawberries. I wonder if you have.
Oh, I'm not with it. Aren't you one of those guys? Don't you put cucumbers on your eyes? Haven't you done that? I think you have.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I knew I had that.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So Adam Schefter says if Mike Tomlin were to be cut loose, he would get hired in seconds. That's what Ian Rappaport said as well. But Ian did it in this way that made me want to jump through my computer screen and punch him in his scrawny neck. Who was the guy who was going to fight him at the NFL Combine?
Justin Schultz.
Yes. Jordan Schultz.
Jordan Schultz.
Justin Schultz, former Penguin, would have beat him to a pulp.
That's right.
I can see it. I can see it with Rappaport. And Mulsey took him out on Twitter, and I think Pony took him out on Twitter. And I just quote tweeted Mueller, because it's the same thing you get every year with Tomlin. It's the same thing. It's he'll get fired and he'll get a job, and that team will do well, and blah, 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 blah. I'm just wondering at what point does it dawn on all these national talking heads and their scrawny necks that they're having the same conversations every year, right? Like, if I'm Ian Rappaport, I'm thinking this is the third consecutive year that I've been doing hits on Good Morning Football where we're talking about whether or not the Steelers should move on from Mike Tomlin. Isn't that, I don't know, a telltale sign that there should be real discussions about moving on from Mike Tomlin?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's like, all right, well, the time has elapsed, and it's time to move on in Pittsburgh. But at the same time, there are organizations and franchises out there that could use a Mike Tomlin, that could use somebody that's a culture guy, that could really fix some of the issues of playoff droughts and non-winning seasons. So I think it's a little bit of both. It's like, yeah, we can admit that time may be up in Pittsburgh. You haven't won there in a long time. There was a time where you did win, and I think that if you leave on decent terms, that's probably the best route to go. But also, he can go to a situation where he can help that place.
Do you think he would have success elsewhere?
Depending on where.
I don't think Mike Tomlin's ever going to win another Super Bowl.
I don't think he's going to win another Super Bowl, but I think he could fix a cult. I think he could fix a franchise.
I think he could do.
Giants.
He could do ideally what that was the oldest Manus point I've ever done to you in my entire life. You see that, Seth? I poked him on the bicep. Now my finger's injured. I think ideally, if a team hires him, they would hire him to do what they thought Pete Carroll would do this year in Las Vegas.
Absolutely.
Like turn this bleep around and see where it goes. Now with the ultimate eye on the prize, but yeah, I mean if he took the Jets job, they'd celebrate in the streets. If he took the Giants job, same thing. And this wouldn't happen, but if the Browns hired Mike Tomlin, Ken Carman would have to change his pants.
Yep.
So there are places where Mike Tomlin would represent a significant upgrade, but it just hasn't been enough around here, and I can't help but continuing to think about what the Penguins did. Mike Sullivan won 2 Stanley Cups. 2. He's the winningest coach in franchise history. Like, he is, I got to be careful here, because it's not one-to-one analogy, but he's that franchise's Chuck Noll. I mean, he's the only head coach to win multiple championships. And we reported it. It wasn't reported like this every place else, but they pretty much said, you get on board with what we're doing here for the rebuild, or you can kick rocks. And guess what? He kicked rocks. And guess where the Rangers are right now? The Rangers are 1, 2, 3, 4. They're 6 places behind the Penguins in the standings. Now, they're only 3 points behind them, but they were all dancing in the streets thinking Mike Sullivan was going to come in and save the day. They've also played 2 more games than have the Penguins. So the Penguins' point percentage, they're much better. Penguins have the first wild card spot right now. The Penguins made a change. They are better for it. The Rangers made a change, and they're in exactly the same place.
Okay. But would Mario have gotten rid of Sullivan?
Man, that is...
That's what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
That's what we're dealing with
High
right
five.
now. Different ownership.
No, he probably wouldn't have.
Probably not.
He probably wouldn't have because, I mean, Lemieux didn't like the way that things went with Jágr and tried to bring Jágr back, and then that went to hell in a handbasket. But Lemieux has always been loyal to a fault. Now, he did fire Bilesma. Right. He had won 1 championship. Winning 2, it puts you cut above. You're right about that. Would Lemieux have done it? I'm not sure. I always think Lemieux had what was best for the hockey club at the forefront of his mind. But I feel the same thing with Rooney. I just don't think that Rooney knows what is actually best.
I think that if we want to play it hypothetical, that Mario would have let Sullivan ride it out with Sid until Sid retired. Then that's whenever they would have moved on. Kind of like this situation.
You think Art is letting Tomlin ride it out with
himself?
Just ride it out until
with himself.
Yeah.
Because I think that Art is on, maybe a couple of years.
Do you think any part of Art? We're totally spitballing here. I guess I'll wonder it aloud myself. I wonder if there's any part of Art that would want Mike to just say, hey, you know what, I think I'm
probably.
Yeah.
Make it easier for him.
Oh, would it ever?
Probably.
We'll get more into this at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. We've been teasing it for a while. I think it's going to be quite good. Which teams do we think would fire their sitting head coach to hire Mike Tomlin? We'll do that coming up at 9. Coming up next is Penn State closing in on their next head coach. And what do cookies have to do with it? We'll explain when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football ended with the New England Patriots beating the New York Giants and improving to 11-2 on the season. The Patriots have won 10 games in a row. They're going into their bye week with the best record among teams in the AFC. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Polish Hill section of the city. Crews checking reports of an accident down the intersection of Bigelow Boulevard and Heron Avenue. We do have a couple of earlier accidents being cleared. One on the south side slopes, the intersection of Berry and McCord Street. The other one is in Robinson Township on Bear Road at the intersection with Ridge Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report is brought to you by Bet365. When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in PA.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet. That's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan and $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonuses count. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo.
Okay, so you may have missed the window to get on Precision Pointing's schedule. That's a bummer, but let's make sure you've got your ducks in a row in spring of 26. Don't make the same mistake again. Believe me, it won't be that long. And now that they're an award-winning company as the region's premier masonry restoration company, the secret's out with Precision Pointing. Brick pointing, chimney repair, whole house commercial restoration, well, they do it all and they do it well. Take it from this satisfied customer right here that Precision Pointing is the way to go. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. With most weight loss methods, the answer is maybe safe, maybe effective, maybe they're lasting. With Awaken 180, the results weren't a maybe. They were real. Pounds gone, stayed gone. 50 of them. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
With Target, gifting has never been easier. This Saturday and Sunday, Target gift cards are 10% off with Target Circle. Treat everyone on your list to something you know they'll love. Gift cards for the trendsetters, the techies, the fashionistas, the foodies, and even yourself. The perfect time to save is now. This deal is a yearly fave, so hurry. Get more gifting for your buck and save 10% on Target gift cards with Target Circle for 2 days only. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Or does your lower back give you problems as the day goes on? The Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Ann.
Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100%.
Wouldn't it be nice to get back to doing what you love like Patrick did?
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, my back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Learn more or schedule an appointment at goodfeet.com and come in and get your free personalized fitting at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
$50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We are at the Market District in Robinson and Settlers Ridge for the Red Kettle event with the Salvation Army. You can come out here. You can donate into the Red Kettles. You can say hello to us. You can take a picture with Doran, because I'm sure you don't want to take one with me. Or if you can't make it out here due to the snow, you can text the word kettle to 31333. Penn State is hovering around maybe their next head coach. At least the reports are they want Kalani Sitake, BYU grad, BYU coach. He's got BYU one win away from the college football playoff this year. All they got to do is beat Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game, and they're in. That's going to be easier said than done. Didn't go well the first time. And he won 10 games last year. He's won 10 games 4 times in 10 years at BYU. Meanwhile, James Franklin had won double-digit games 6 times in 10 years. I think Sitake's a hell of a coach. But there's a rub here, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
The CEO of Crumble Cookies, Jason McGowan, is a big-time BYU booster who tweeted last night, guess I'm going to need to get up off the sideline. And let me tell you something. Penn State's got this crazy alumni base, and they got money. Of course they got money. They got Big Ten money funneling in. They don't got BYU money.
Right.
And BYU, because of the new rules in college sports, they've been able to contend in a way that we haven't seen them contend in a long time. They weren't cheating at BYU. But now that you can cheat without cheating, basketball, one of the best teams in the country last year that came on strong down the stretch. They got the number one basketball recruit in the country to go to BYU. You think he went there for free? You think he's a practicing member of the Church of the Latter-day Saints? I don't. And he winds up going to BYU. And their basketball team's good again. And again, like I mentioned, their football team could go to the college football playoff. If I'm Sataki, I don't go.
No chance.
If it's not my alma mater, I don't go. You've got an easier, clearer path to the playoff. You got money pouring in for your roster every single year.
You graduated from there.
You graduated from there. You've got a national fan base. They really do. I wouldn't leave, and I'm not sure Penn State's going to be able to pry him away.
And I would look at it like this: like clearly, if he were to leave, it'd be about money. So let's say that BYU does find money and it is able to keep him. I would look at this situation like, you guys didn't want me in the first place. I wasn't your first pick. I wasn't your second pick.
Man.
I wasn't your third pick. I wasn't your fourth pick. I wasn't your fifth pick. But now you're scrambling, and you want to give me a call whenever I'm sitting here feeling good and in a situation that I built, that I have a lot of pride in, that I graduated. Like my blood flows through BYU, and I put them in the promised land almost, brought them back, and brought them to a place where they can compete every single year. I'm going to have money. Why would I go to Penn State whenever I wasn't even your first choice, or your second, or your third, or your fourth, or your fifth?
And Penn State fans are going to hate to hear this, but they're absolutely scrambling. And he's a good coach. Like, Staki's a good coach. I don't know that he's a great recruiter like James Franklin was. And if you go to Penn State, people are going to think this is nuts. You're not going to have as much money as you do there. And they're getting players because of his personality, because he's a good coach, but also, because of the stacks and stacks of cash. And, man, if I'm the 6th or 7th choice, hell freaking no.
And I'm in a good situation. Like, if I was at, Akron or something.
Yeah.
If I was Joe Moorhead.
Yes.
I would go to Penn State because that's a step up. But if I'm at BYU, I'm about to compete for a conference championship and a potential playoff berth. And I'm getting money here for any money there. I'm probably going to leverage this to get more money in my pockets personally. What's the point of going to Penn State? There's 0 point in my opinion.
Who's a better coach, James Franklin or Lane Kiffin?
Coach? Or
who's better at the job?
Lane Kiffin.
I agree. The body of work not quite as big. Like when he finally
You're getting more out of Lane Kiffin than you would James Franklin, because Lane Kiffin can actually coach X's and O's wise. James Franklin is more of a recruiter, CEO type.
I'm with you on that. And we're parsing hairs either way. The point that I'm making is the best coach on the market was Lane Kiffin. And if it wasn't Kiffin, it was Franklin.
Okay.
And you fired Franklin and you didn't have a backup plan. How do you fire a guy? And I was for them firing it. I totally understood it. It's a lot of Mike Tomlin stuff going on, so I don't want to, be a hypocrite.
I was against it. But go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm seeing why, because if you're gonna do it in season, right? This is like the Pirates conversation with Derek Shelton. Ben Cherington said that the offseason they had considered it, right? And then you fire him at the beginning of the year. Well, they had a plan in Donnie Kelly, and that was always the plan. How does Penn State, if you fire him that quickly, you had to have been thinking about it before then, and if not, it was a rash decision. It's looking like a rash decision.
Well, this is what happened. I mean, you know exactly what happened. They thought that they were the big dogs rolling in, and everybody wants to come to Penn State.
Yeah.
Everybody was this is going to be a sought-after job. We're Penn State. No, not so fast. Not so fast. That isn't the sought-after job that you probably thought it was for a lot of these coaches that are looking to move on and looking to move upwards.
There could be something else at play here, too. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and the same agent, it's through CAA, that represents Lane Kiffin, also represents Nick Saban, and always did, represents James Franklin, and this super agent is kind of railroading Penn State's ability to go get a big fish. He was pissed that Franklin got fired after all that Franklin has done, after where Penn State was and what they became under him, and they were one play away from going to the national championship game. He thought his client got a raw deal. I'm wondering, I don't know if he's Sataki's agent. I'm wondering if it's all just a play to get Sataki more money there.
Maybe.
But he's got his hands on in all these different cookie jars is what I'm saying. I think Penn State's going to wind up with a good hire but an underwhelming hire. Like the guy that's been bandied about a bunch is Brian Hartline from Ohio State.
I wouldn't do it either if I was Brian Hartline.
Man,
for the sheer fact that I played for Ohio State and I'm one of the best receivers, one of the top 10 receivers in Ohio State history.
And
I just wouldn't do that.
He is, I mean, think about all the guys that they bring in there and pump into the NFL. If he doesn't, I mean, I think I would take the job if I'm him. But if
I don't know.
But he's going to have other opportunities too.
Yes.
Now, a guy that's never been a head coach, you're going to get a better opportunity than the head football coach at Penn State. I would take it if I'm him.
If honestly, at the end of the day, I just don't see what the big deal. I obviously this is a huge deal, but I don't see why they just wouldn't go down the route of giving Terry Smith a 3-year deal. Like and then going back to the drawing board, if that's the case. Like Terry Smith, you're not going to get anybody more passionate than him.
You will not. And he's the Penn State guy. They always want the Penn State guy, but he's the old blood Penn State guy. He's the Joe Paterno. Now there's a lot of the money people there want that. That's why he wore that silly pin the other day that got him all kind of flack, and then he didn't wear it for the last game against Rutgers. I can't imagine being a Penn State, like a true Penn State fan that's not a wacko, and be excited. And this is nothing personal against Terry. And be excited that I went from James Franklin in a play away from the national championship game to we hired our interim coach. Doesn't mean it can't work out. Doesn't mean it wouldn't work out. It very well could. I just don't think in the immediacy I'd be thrilled with that. Even Hartline, it's a total guess. You have no idea if he'd be successable. They haven't hired a sitting coach.
With Hartline, all you're going to be thinking about the whole time is the day that Ryan Day moves on, because Hartline's going to be the next. He's going to be the coach in waiting for Ohio State.
He's going to leave. That's true too. That's not a good position for Penn State to be in.
Not.
And I'm crying buckets of tears about it. 412-928-9370. I knew this would happen. People texting in. You Pitt guys don't understand how much money Penn State has. I'm telling you right now, Penn State, I'm telling you right now, if you want Sataki, you're not outbidding BYU. And that's a fact. And that probably shouldn't sit well with you, but that's a fact. If they want to pay him more than you can pay him to keep him at the alma mater, they will keep him there. I don't know where Penn State turns, but I am fascinated to find out. Speaking of sitting head coaches leaving for big-time head coaches to step in, there have been a lot of folks like Rex Ryan say the Steelers should just let Mike Tomlin out, let him out, go to greener pastures. Okay, which NFL franchises would fire their sitting head coach to hire Mike Tomlin? We'll get into that next, and you can chime in 412-928-9370. And Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Still snowing. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
This winter, relive some of your favorite classics from tributes that bring you some of your favorite hits at Jurgles in Warrendale. This December, don't miss tributes to the Eagles, Genesis, Chicago, and many more coming up. relive the classics, and hear your favorites like you've never heard them before. Get tickets for all upcoming events now at jurgles.com. Produced by Drusky Entertainment.
Presenting A Gain Flings Love Story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Ultra, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Ultra helps Mike fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs, so he can wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On the scene of an accident now, the intersection of Bigelow Boulevard and Heron Avenue in the city's Polish Hills section. Also an earlier accident being cleared on the south side slopes, the intersection of Berry and McCord Streets. Meanwhile, a lot of the roadways around the area are simply slushy at worst. It's the primary roadway. Some of the secondaries may still be snow-covered. And we are seeing some slowdowns, especially as you're coming off the crosstown and across the Veterans Bridge over toward the Parkway North and Route 28. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Happy holidays from Zero Res. Zero Res has decided to extend their Cyber Monday sale for a few more days. Make sure to call or schedule online for 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Zero Res.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Live at the Market District, Settlers Ridge, Robinson, for the Red Kettle event for the Salvation Army. If you can't make it out to see us, that'd be a bummer because we'd love to see it. You can come donate at the Red Kettles here. But you can text the word kettle to 31333. That's 31333 to make a donation and help people out in your neighborhood. We will get into Mike Tomlin in a couple of moments. Penn State fans are blowing up the text line at 412-928-9370, including this one. This is my favorite right here. No coaches said no to Penn State. The other coaches are getting huge money extensions. Try harder, Pitt fanboys. Okay. First of all, we're just going to analyze things the way we analyze things. I ain't no Pitt fanboy, you know that. And you're going to look at Penn State as the entity that Penn State is. So let's just get that right out there, right off the chute. Be a little bit more intelligent, though, with all due respect.
Yes.
They are turning down Penn State and taking more money at their current institutions. If they wanted to, they could take the money from Penn State. Matt Rule. Do we think he was offered? Because him, I don't know.
I think
probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
He's a Penn State guy, for sure.
He's a Penn State guy. Can you imagine? I mean, honest. I say can you imagine, but right now they got no coach. They got Terry Smith. And Bechtold's texted me, and he said maybe they should just keep Terry for one more year and reassess next offseason. Man, maybe that would be the best play now, but you're mighty Penn State, man.
Mm-hmm.
And Florida hired a coach. And Auburn hired a coach. And Kentucky hired a coach. And Ole Miss had their guy lined up right after Lane Kiffin bounced. They saw the writing on the wall, and they acted immediately.
Didn't JMU just extend their coach?
Yes, and you are Penn State, and you fire a coach mid-season. What are they, 3-2 at the time? You fire a coach 5 games into your season, and the best available option right now is Brian Hartline, who well might be a great head coach. We might, years down the road, be talking about how great of a coach Brian Hartline is. He ain't won a damn football game as a head coach.
Nope.
And that's probably your best bet.
So they're saying that nobody turned down Penn State. They just accepted better offers for their.
That would be what the texter says.
That makes 0 sense.
Well, no, because that's the same. That would be the same thing.
Right.
Like if ESPN called and said, "Hey, Crowley, come work for me," and I said, "All right, give me a couple days. I got to think it over," and then I get a massive offer from 93.7 The Fan and Odyssey and All My Riches, and
You would turn down ESPN to stay
I would be
here.
turning down ESPN to stay here.
Correct.
Thank you. I was about to get way deeper into that analogy unnecessarily. If you want to call in Penn State fans and talk about it, you can. 412-928-9370.
Didn't Pat Fitzgerald just take the job at Michigan State, or was that wrong?
He did.
Oh, okay. The former Northwestern player and successful head coach at Northwestern had a little deal, legal deal, and won that case, and now he had an opportunity to get back into the Big Ten, but takes the job at Michigan State.
That would be one that I would doubt Penn State would be interested in.
Why?
Last 3 years, he lost like 30 games. Like, the way I view that one, I think he's a good coach.
I do too.
I mean, think about what he did at freaking Northwestern,
Right.
which is your point. He is a great hire for me at Michigan State because that's a place you can win. It's Big Ten. He's always won with defense. It fits all that. But they can afford to take a flyer on a guy. Penn State, yeah, I realize he won the court case. His last 3 years were awful, way worse than anything Franklin put out there. Now, albeit at a place where that kind of thing happens all the time. I don't know that Penn State would want to swim in the Pat Fitzgerald.
You don't think they gave him a call?
Maybe a cursory call, sure. Yeah. Did they offer him the job? Did they interview him? Maybe. I mean, they probably got to interview everybody.
Right. At this point, is what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I don't think there's a coach out there that could be a viable option that they didn't and aren't contacting.
Right. Neil Brown's out there.
I would go the NFL route at this point. I would try to poach somebody from the NFL.
A head coach?
I would try to poach a coordinator or even position coach to be the head coach at Penn State from the NFL. That has a name.
If Bill O'Brien coached as well this year as he did mostly last, I thought they were okay last year. I mean, you might be circling back on a little Bill O'Brien. And they picked up a win at the end of the season against Syracuse, but that's as bad of a coaching job as has been done in college football this year. So I don't really know where they turn. I think Brian Hartline's the answer that screams to all of us. But it also begs the question, then why isn't it done? And I guess the Satake thing, makes some sense because he's won at a high level at a place that historically has had their moments but been hard to win at. And you'd rather hire a guy that's done the job.
Yeah, and the guy that's your 10th option. Because clearly he wasn't your first.
I don't know.
Your second.
To fire James Franklin and not have a plan.
I think they did have a plan.
It's a mess.
It just didn't go the way that they planned.
If their plan was Matt Rule initially, I just think that's hilarious.
And then Kurt Cignetti. And then possibly Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, imagine the Penn State fan who texted it, like, you don't think Kurt Cignetti said no? Like, how do you think that went? Well, they just paid him more money. Yeah, no crap. So he wouldn't go to Penn State. And then he decided, you know what, I'm going to get a statue built of me in Bloomington, Indiana. How about that? Right. All right, enough about the college football coaching carousel for now. We will get to the Mike Tomlin angle of all this coming up next, where you've got national media members left and right, like Rex Ryan saying, Mike Tomlin, they should let him go, let him walk so he can find greener pastures. You've got guys like Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport saying, if Mike Tomlin got fired, he'd get hired tomorrow. Hey, maybe Mike Tomlin wants a Penn State job.
Wow.
I did it. We'll get into all that coming up next. And an interesting thought exercise, which NFL teams would fire their sitting head coaches to hire Mike Tomlin, in our opinion? We'll get to that coming up next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball. plays tonight against Texas A&M. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. It's a home game for Pitt. Game time, 7 o'clock. Coverage through the Pitt Panthers Radio Network begins at 6:30, so you can listen live on the radio or live on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. Knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Yale and 15-seeded Youngstown State squared off in the opening round of the NCAA's FCS playoffs. The Penguins raced to a 35-7 halftime lead, and when they led 42-14, ESPN gave them a 99.8% chance of winning. Then Yale reeled off 29 unanswered points, resulting in a 43-42 upset victory. Amazing. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Hampton Township, crews on the scene of an accident now at the intersection of West Hardee's and Richland Roads. Also one being cleared on the northbound side of Route 28 between RIDC Park and Harbor, and one on the inbound Parkway North between I-79 and Camp Horn Road. There's a lane blockage there. Accident being cleared in the Polish Hill section of the city, the intersection of Bigelow Boulevard and Heron Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
But, you know, the old adage, is 10 years you start to smell and all that, and your message gets lost. I don't think that's the case with Mike Tomlin, all right? I just think right now, do Mike Tomlin a favor and fire him. He would get a job anywhere else in the league in 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Because I think this guy, here's what I know about Mike Tomlin. He's a leader. Mm-hmm. He's an absolute leader. Look, he's not getting older. In my opinion, his message is still current, all those type of things. I just think the roster. I mean, yes, I agree with you, D-Wood. They went all in, no question. But who would have thought that this defense would have been like this? Like, it's the highest paid defense in the National Football League. And they are just getting smashed. Their offensive line, I mean, brutal. How bad was yesterday?
It was bad.
Bad. We said going into the game, Greeny, all of us sat around and said, whoever runs the ball the best in this game will win, because that's what it was going to come down to. Mm-hmm. 191 yards different in this game. Buffalo ran for over 191 more yards than Pittsburgh. Absolutely crazy. I've never seen it happen.
You've never seen it happen, Rex Ryan, really. You've never seen it happen. Just for a reminder, the Steelers were outrushed by 270 yards in the playoff game against Baltimore last year. 299-29. Rex Ryan is a windbag jackass who doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. He starts off at the beginning there about how great Mike Tomlin is. Then he has a soliloquy in the middle about the offseason, how you add all these pieces. And then by the end, he's talking about how awful the performance was yesterday. And it doesn't dawn on him somewhere in the myriad of nonsense that he's spewing to think, I wonder why they played so poorly yesterday. Could it maybe be the guy who brought the players in?
He's protecting the coaching shield.
Yes, that's exactly what he's doing, and I hate that kind of thing. And everyone was doing it on College Game Day for Lane Kiffin. Oh, Lane's a good guy. Let him coach Ole Miss. You know, at the same time he coaches LSU. It's one big circle jerk fraternity. Can I say that? Probably not. Harry Dump it. Like, I am Rex Ryan, and I'm just going to spew nonsense. That's all that is. Yeah. It's nonsense. Mm-hmm. I've never seen that before. I've never seen the Steelers get outrushed like that. Oh, really? Did you watch the playoff game?
Right.
They gave up 299 yards rushing, and they rushed for 29. So it's not a one-off, Rex. his message isn't stale. I wonder why they couldn't stop the run on Sunday. Idiocy. Anyway, that's not even the part of his diatribe that I wanted to focus on. He says you fire Mike Tomlin, he'll get a job anywhere in the NFL, he says, in 2 seconds. Anywhere in the NFL. Okay, what teams would actually be willing to fire their sitting head coach to replace that coach with Mike Tomlin? The Browns would do it.
Yes.
Now, we're not talking about whether or not these are realistic or anything like that.
Just in general.
Just in general, just going through the exercise. Now, if it were me, I mean, Stefanski is 2-time coach of the year. And I don't think he has to pick the groceries. In fact, I think his owner makes a lot of the calls in Haslam. And if he had a real quarterback, apart from Baker, who he probably wanted to hold on to, who knows what that guy is?
Right.
I mean, he made the playoffs with Joe Flacco. Mike Tomlin went 8-8 with Duck Hodges. We built him a statue. Anyway, so the Browns, they would do it, of course. I think the Bengals would do it. But I paused on them, too, because Zach Taylor, I don't know if you saw this, got them to a Super Bowl.
Right.
And Mike Tomlin hasn't won a playoff game in over 3,000 days. So even that one.
Also, you would have to pay Mike Tomlin a decent amount of money, and which franchise is willing to pay? And I know the Cincinnati Bengals ain't willing to pay anything.
No, they hired a guy.
Right.
They hired a guy. They've kept a guy who can't win without Joe Burrow. And did lead him to a Super Bowl. The Dolphins would do it.
Yes.
The Jets would do it.
Yes.
Would the Bills?
No.
I don't think so either. I thought I might get pushback there.
Nope.
I could see them firing McDermott at the end of the year. Well, if I were them, I probably would. Maybe they won't, because they kind of have been doing the same Steeler thing over there.
Right.
Like, they want the continuity, which, by the way, continuity is so overrated. It's so over. Look at the Patriots. They fire Bill. They bring in, what's-his-face, Mayo, right? Fire Mayo after 1 year, bring in Vrabel, and they're the best team in the football.
Right.
1 year. Coaching change, new coach, best team in football. So you don't think the Bills would do it? I probably don't either. Raiders?
Yes.
Yes. 1,000% yes.
1,000%.
That would be the greatest day of that creepy guy's life. Mark Davis. And they just give Tomlin all the keys.
Anything they want.
Do you think Tomlin would burst into flames just walking into the same building as Tom Brady every day?
No.
That's what happened in the playoffs. Titans, yes. Colts?
No. No. Because the coach, Steichen, right?
Did you want to call him Reich?
No, I get Gannon and Steichen mixed up.
I always get Frank Reich and Steichen messed up.
I always get them mixed up.
I actually wrote Reich on my thing.
He has them winning with
They're
Daniel
8-4.
Jones. Right, yeah. No, not right now.
He's an offensive-minded guy in an offensive league.
Right.
Cowboys?
Maybe.
They would 1,000% would do it.
Yeah.
They would absolutely do it.
Yeah.
Would that be the right call? I've been impressed.
I'm impressed, too.
I'm way impressed.
Yep.
They're sitting there at 6-5-1, and they haven't had a defense for half the season. Now they added some bodies up front. I think they're going to make the playoffs.
Me too.
Oh, yeah.
They're a dangerous team. They play Thursday night, too. It's going to be a good one.
Who are they playing?
The Lions.
Oh. That feels wrong to me.
Why?
The Lions and the Cowboys playing the Thursday after Thanksgiving.
That is weird,
That's
actually.
very odd.
Yeah, that is very weird.
Giants would, but they have a vacancy. Then they'd have fired Dable. And
New Orleans would.
Yes. Yes,
I
of
think
course.
they would.
Of course. I think they had a good one there, too. I think time will tell, but yeah, they would do that. The Panthers was a weird one to me. Like, Canales has done, he's done a great job this year, though.
Yeah, but Tepper's a Pittsburgh guy.
Yeah.
1,000%.
I was shocked that they beat the Rams.
Me too. Me too.
Have you seen, they've been, alternating wins and losses?
Yeah.
And the teams that they lose to, it's been just terrible teams. And then they beat the team that I thought was the best team in football.
Yep.
Good for them, but yeah, Tepper would. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Falcons.
Yes.
Yes. Although that would hurt Tomlin's feelings replacing his guy. Cardinals, of course.
Yes.
But what is that, 10 teams?
Yeah, like Texans, no. I don't think, no, not D'Amico.
49ers, no. We can go division by division. I mean, you're not.
Broncos, no.
Nope, of course not. No, they got the offensive Mike Tomlin. And
Packers, no.
No, Packers aren't. No one in the NFC North's doing it. Not one of them. I mean, I know LaFleur. LaFleur's having a great year. What's his face in
McConnell.
McConnell. is they're having a down year, but they won more games than anybody last year at 14-3 with Sam Darnold at
Seattle,
quarterback.
no.
Seattle's not doing it. Seattle's in conversation for the best team in the NFL.
Yep.
The point being with this scientific thought exercise is that all these national talking heads talk as if Mike Tomlin could get any job in the league that he wants, when really 2/3 of the teams would much rather have the head coach that they've got right now than Mike Tomlin.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I didn't put the Ravens on the list because it's just such a weird kind of deal.
That's never going to happen.
Even think about that. It would never happen. Me personally, I would sign up in blood today for a Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh trade.
It's the same guy.
I know, but get the same guy in a different place.
It's the same thing. You're getting the same thing.
Well, and I think you can kind of fit McDermott into that box, too.
Same thing.
Because the Steelers have been underachieving in that they can't win a playoff game, but the Bills keep hitting their head on a ceiling. The Ravens keep hitting their head on a ceiling. Neither one of those franchises have played for the Super Bowl in the current era with their modern quarterbacks. And if I were there, I'd be screaming, probably not as loudly as I have been about Mike Tomlin, but I'd be pissed as hell.
Mm-hmm.
So we've done the exercise. Do you agree or disagree at 412-928-9370 that only like 10 teams would actually get rid of their sitting head coach to take Mike Tomlin? It's an interesting question to ask the audience because we're so down on him around here, and rightfully so. I'm leading the marching band, for God's sake. But the way he's viewed around the NFL, those 10, the openings that there are, any one of those teams could hire him. The potential openings, any team could hire him. But when we really boil it down to sitting head coach, so you think about it that way, is he a top 20 coach in the NFL right now?
No.
I don't think so. Your thoughts on that? 412-928-9370. We'd love to talk to you about it when we come back. We are live at Giant Eagle, Settlers Ridge in Robinson. It's Day of Giving for the Salvation Army. If you can't make it out to see us, to donate into the Red Kettle here, you can text the word kettle to 313-333. That's 313-33, and you can make your donation there. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
New England Patriots won on Monday Night Football yesterday to earn their 10th consecutive win. They've got 11 overall wins, 2 losses, and they've got a bye week coming up. They have the best record right now in the AFC. For more fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
I'm not sure you didn't think you heard me there, Harry. Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you gotta. Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that is right for you. And the Pickle is a Diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Check them out online at callthepickle.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with the BetMGM Network. Tuesday slate in college basketball is downright ridiculous. And one of the marquee matchups, UConn travels to Lawrence to take on Kansas, potentially without star Frosh, Darren Peterson. The balance the Huskies feature, along with a command on the glass, gives them the edge in this one. Give me Danny Hurley's, guys. -2.5 at a -110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind. knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
West Shore Home makes it easy to knock out your bathroom, window, door, or flooring project right now. Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. If you've been putting off your project, the team over at West Shore Home is the perfect fit for you. They have helped hundreds of thousands of homeowners, and right now, they're extending their Black Friday sale until this Saturday, so you can get your next project started and save big. Free installation on all projects, plus lock in an extra $500 when you schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit them online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Mr. Magic Car Wash lets you give the gift of happiness that comes from driving a bright and shiny car. Give your family and friends Mr. Magic gift cards this season for an amazing stocking stuffer. Stop by any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations to load up on gift cards for easy holiday shopping.
Surfside is the perfect fit this holiday season. Whether you're watching football, hitting the slopes, or warming up by the fire, there's nothing better than enjoying your favorite Surfside canned cocktail to keep the good times going. Made with real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's smooth, easy to sip, and always refreshing. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180, 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Lewis Anthony Jewelers is open 7 days a week for your holiday shopping needs. Visit us at lewisanthony.com.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It's a lot of things, kind of just a feeling. A lot of it's just the energy of practice, you know, and the tempo. So we talked about it, and I thought Friday was better, but I thought, you know, Thursday wasn't a great tempo execution practice for us on offense.
9:37. Time brought to you by Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I just saw my daughter on the Guardian camera. She's got a full snowman out there, Dorn.
Oh, yeah?
Full snowman.
Nice.
When I was a kid, you know what I like to do?
Stay in the house.
All right,
Drink,
that's just
drink
not
hot
nice.
chocolate.
Like
why is that not nice?
Like you
like
didn't
to
do
stand?
that?
Yeah, I did.
The movie Snow Day was awesome.
Crowley's the
Yes,
type
Harry?
of guy that would knock over the snowmen.
So
he'd get knocked over by the snowman.
Oh, right. Listen.
What would you like to do, Adam?
Harry knows me. I would build the snowmen up, and I would do football moves around them in the backyard, and then I would tackle them. Now, I think Harry's implication there was that I would go knock down, like, random kids' snowmen.
Yeah, or
No, I
like
would
your
not do
sisters, you just knock her snowman.
Oh, that, yeah. Yeah. Did you ever knock your sister's snowman down or just kill her bird, Harry? Give us a ring on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I got him back. I got Seth back. We're rolling today, baby. Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and
You
Associates.
never asked me if I knocked your sister's snowman down. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
It's never a fee unless we get money for you.
No.
So what did you do on a snow day back in the day?
Me?
Yeah.
Knock your sister's snowman down.
Took that thing out. Bop, bop, bop.
And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. That was Aaron Rodgers talking about how the Steelers sucked at practice last week. And I just saw Ryan Scarpino, our guy. He tweeted out, people are already doing the thing. They're doing the Mike Tomlin's going to rally the troops thing. Man, I can't. If they were going to rally, I thought it was last week. And I'm not going to predict it to happen this week, but if it doesn't happen this week, they're lost, right?
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Like, how do you lose to Chicago and come back in a game that Mike Tomlin called a big game at home with the nation and Tony Romo watching, and you lay an egg like that on all three sides of the ball?
Against the Buffalo team that literally had two players and ran one play.
They're not good.
They're not good.
They're not good. There are varying degrees of not good in the NFL, and clearly they're a not good level above the Steelers' not good level, but I didn't necessarily think that going in. Like, the Steelers, their roster, I still think is better, so where's that point? Again, and you don't have the superstar. You don't have Josh Allen.
They're better coached.
They're way better coached. And, I mean, Josh Allen didn't really have to do much. They got no wide receivers. And Kincaid was out, and they didn't have two of their 5 offensive linemen, as you've stated. So if anybody out there, and we'll get into this more as the week goes on and we get closer to the Ravens and try as hard as we possibly can to put that Bills game in our rearview mirror, we will take calls. But people can't still believe. Like, they can't really believe.
Only time you believe, really, is if there's something to believe in. Like, if there's a player or there's a side of the ball that it has been playing well. I mean, the Steelers have given the fans nothing to believe in. Like, what area or what player or what unit would you believe in that could get them out of this rut? Usually there's one significant place that's like, okay, at least they have that.
Kicker.
Like, he wasn't even used.
Yeah, it doesn't do much for you. It doesn't do much for you. When your leading wide receiver is Kenneth Gainwell, you're probably going to not get into a position even to use your kicker.
I mean, you paid a tight end, $40-something million, and he had 13 snaps.
That's right.
0 targets.
That's correct, yeah.
What is there to believe in?
Yep. And I wonder if we're going to get some of that fire and brimstone from Tomlin that I thought we might have got after the game, but I doubt it. And he's going to say the usual thing. He's got to play harder, got to work harder, got to practice better. I could see your thing happening where they try to do the stupid padded thing.
If they can, yeah, if the rules let them. But,
Right.
I mean, what's a question that you would ask Tomlin today?
Hey, Mike, do you think you should be fired? Bang. It's stuff like that right there that got us the Marconi. Segment brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I also think, so you got this sect of the fan base, and this is anecdotal from what I've seen on social media. You've got this sect of the fan base that is going to rah-rah themselves up by kickoff and be like, okay, it's for the division, we're going to win this thing, and blah, blah. You've got another sect of the fan base that I think thinks Aaron Rodgers is about to boil over. And I think Rodgers has been a great leader this year.
Mm-hmm.
I even think that includes what he said about the practice habits that we just heard and what he said about Jonnu Smith and about receivers not going to meetings. I think that is good leadership.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I wonder if at any point the frustration that he has with his teammates turns to Tomlin, turns to Arthur Smith.
No. Because he even stated after the game, the reason why I came here is Mike Tomlin, and I have a lot of respect for Mike Tomlin. Like, I think that he'll always have the respect for Tomlin. But I think that I think at this point it's almost a little too late to even get as frustrated as we probably think that he could be, or get. I think that it's almost pointless to get frustrated and to direct that frustration towards anybody other than what's going on the field. Like, you got, 5 games left and maybe a playoff game? Like, what's the point of going out that way?
I think the last thing you said, well, I think you're right in all your marks, actually. Like, he came here because he respects Mike Tomlin, and he defended Tomlin after the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that respect has waned. And if it has, he is a savvy enough guy to know how he's viewed.
Mm-hmm.
And if you start ripping Mike Tomlin, who still in huge swaths of the national media has this cult-like following, Tomlin's not going to be the bad guy. You're going to be the bad guy.
No doubt.
And we've seen some of that already. Like, some of this Tomlin defense that we're getting from the Ian Rappaports and the Rex Ryans of the world, there's a lot of finger-pointing going back in the direction of Aaron Rodgers, too, who, by the way, turned 42 today. So happy birthday, Aaron Rodgers. Do you think he's got a broken nose?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's got a broken nose, got 3 broken bones in his wrist.
Yep. He's jacked up. He's old.
He looked it, too, didn't he?
Yeah, it's kind of hard not to whenever you're getting put on your butt like that.
I think the abuse he took at the beginning of the season is, I mean, really his entire career, but the abuse he took at the beginning of the season has started to accumulate.
Probably.
Because I think he's
getting, for everybody.
For sure, but he's getting he's getting protected. It's hard to say he's getting protected better now when he took the shot that he took. I mean, that was a shot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I thought his soul left his body. Like, it was some Stranger Things stuff going on. Like, that was bad. But I thought he was getting hit more regularly early on in the season, and the offensive line's been better, and it, fits and spurts and moments they've been running the ball more successfully. But I don't think that with the bye being as early as it was, even though he got the quote-unquote week off and Rudolph started, I just don't think you can recover.
It's tough. It's tough. I know what he's most mad about, though, at this point, like today, is the fact that he has to wear that helmet and it broke his nose. That type of helmet.
Oh, I could definitely see
that's probably number one on his list. What he's so irritated and mad about is the fact that he had to wear that stupid helmet whenever he couldn't wear his old school helmet, and it broke his nose.
I'm not a scientist, but I thought helmets were supposed to keep you from getting hurt. Isn't that supposed to be the deal?
Supposed to be.
They butterflied that sucker up, and it was still dripping blood.
Because his helmet came down and smashed the bridge, right?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
I got a ton of respect for Rodgers and the way that he's gone about it this year. From an off-the-field standpoint, from saying all the right things standpoint. I mean, he gets a little gruff with the media. I probably wouldn't in his position too, whatever. But, man, he could hang it up.
Mm-hmm.
He could hang it up right now. He didn't have to go back in that game.
Mm-mm.
Mason Rudolph throws a terrible pick. He could have said, okay, listen, I'm busted up. Like, clearly I don't got it today. I suck. Roll with the other guy. He could. We saw a player retire during a game this year, didn't we? Like, I'm not saying he was going to be in Malibu before the clock hits 000, but if he wanted to say, you know what, I don't got it, he could say I don't got it.
Yep.
And he could, at the very least, say, give me a couple of weeks to freshen myself up. He ain't doing that. He's busting his ass to go out there. I respect that. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We've got the penultimate college football playoff rankings coming out tonight, Doran, and I'm intrigued, and I want to talk about it with you.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're going to do it. A reminder, it is our day of giving here at the Giant Eagle and Robinson at Settlers Ridge through Salvation Army. You could stop by and see us, and you can make a donation at the Red Kettles. It's the Red Kettle campaign. Goal for Allegheny County is $527,000 to be raised this year. Last year, Salvation Army raised more than $2.2 million across 28 counties. $502,000 came in from Allegheny County. If you can't make it out to see us, or Marty, who's going to be on after us on the KDK AM side, you can text the word kettle and donate there, 31333. That's text the word kettle to 31333. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they won yesterday 5-1 over the Philadelphia Flyers. Penguins now have 31 points. They are fourth among teams in the Metropolitan Division. They are 3 points behind the leading Carolina Hurricanes. Also, Pitt men's basketball is a game tonight against Texas A&M at 7 o'clock. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. We have coverage through the Pitt Panthers radio network beginning at 6:30, so you can listen live on the radio or on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guy's Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
List of accidents growing once again. We have an accident in Elizabeth Township, the intersection of Round Hill and Simpson Howell Roads. Also one on the outbound Parkway East near the Penn Hills interchange. One on northbound Route 28 between the RIDC Park and Harmer interchanges. And as well one on the inbound Parkway North located between I-79 and Camp Horn Road. It blocks the left lane. Traffic is getting by in the right lane. For the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. twomenandajuncktruck.com. At twomenandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
It's beginning to look a lot like holidays on the house at DraftKings Casino. Celebrate the season with bright lights and big wins on all your favorite casino games. Spin more than 1,000 slots. Everything from the classics to exclusive new releases. New players get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of cash eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. Then choose from 10 different cash eruption slots and let it spin. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days, valid for featured games only, and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends January 25th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? At Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments work for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high at 34. Is the snow done? My scientific polling indicates it is done as I look out the window. At least it's done here at the Market District in Robinson at Settlers Ridge. They've been wonderful hosts. Want to thank them for having us out. If you can, please help people by texting the word kettle to 31333, Western PA Division of the Salvation Army. But again, thanks again to the fine folks here at Giant Eagle Market District for having us out here. The college football playoff rankings come out tonight, the penultimate version. Here's one of the principles. Other relevant factors such as unavailability of key players and coaches that may have affected a team's performance during the season or likely will affect its postseason performance. I'm telling you right now, those jackasses are going to leave out Ole Miss.
Yeah, they are.
They totally are.
Wow.
It's an actual criteria.
What other team would fit that criteria that is going to make the playoffs, though? None, right?
Right. So you would bump them out. You'd move Miami in, and then you could forget about all that headache, all the while forgetting about the children, the athletes,
that's terrible.
The players.
That's terrible.
I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but if they could if they want to. It's in the damn rules. It's ridiculous. All right. Last text. People saying that we have been disingenuous because we've come down so hard on Tomlin, yet are questioning Penn State for firing James Franklin. First of all, you were anti the Franklin firing. I was down with it, but there is a difference. James Franklin won more playoff games last year than Mike Tomlin has won since James Franklin has been at Penn State.
Correct.
Since 2014. So James Franklin was a snap away from going to the national championship. Mike Tomlin hasn't been a snap away from taking a lead in a playoff game in 8 years. Hope that helps. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Everyone get home safe. Seth, you've done a fabulous job. Harry, likewise. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. With most weight loss methods, the answer is maybe safe, maybe effective, maybe they're lasting. With Awaken 180, the results weren't a maybe. They were real. Pounds gone, stayed gone. 50 of them. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. And FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now double bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. 250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Have some exterior home improvement problems and just don't know who to call? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to diagnose and fix your problems. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they fix it all in the same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Or does your lower back give you problems as the day goes on? The Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Anne.
Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100%.
Wouldn't it be nice to get back to doing what you love like Patrick did?
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, my back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Learn more or schedule an appointment at goodfeet.com and come in and get your free personalized fitting at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Just got some good news from PennDOT. They have lifted the speed limit restrictions on the area interstates as well as the Pennsylvania Turnpike and the rest of the toll roads, so you'll be able to travel at the posted speed limit. However, there could still be some slick roadways, so please take your time. Crews on the scene of an accident in Elizabeth Township, the intersection of Round Hill and Simpson Howell roads. Also one being cleared from the outbound side of the Parkway East. This is between Penn Hills and Monroeville. Watch for slowdowns there. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right. Last night, Monday Night Football, New England Patriots took care of the New York Giants in New England. They have the number 1 seed entering the bye week for New England as the Patriots win at 33-15. Today is a Tomlin Tuesday. You can hear the coach right here 2 hours from now on The Fan at noon as the Steelers prepare to play against the Baltimore Ravens. Winner, first place in the AFC North, sitting all by themselves. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a Tomlin Tuesday on Pomp and Joe.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And now it's a lot of things, kind of just a feeling. A lot of it's just the energy at practice, and the tempo. So we talked about it, and I thought Friday was better, but I thought Thursday wasn't a great tempo execution practice for us on offense.
We're gonna unleash hell here in December.
A life that's full.
Joe, happy 42nd birthday today to Aaron Rodgers.
When do we get to the part where he says, regrets, I've had a few?
Just wait a moment. It's coming up. Sit back and relax, Joe.
I am.
Regrets, I've had a few. But then again,
too few to mention.
There is Bob. He's gone again.
Saw it through.
He only shows up 3 days a week, if that.
I planned each charted course,
each careful step along the byway.
And the bye week?
More, Joe, much more than this. Aaron did it his way.
You have him talking about the receiver miscommunications?
Oh, yeah, we already played that. Oh, wait. No, we didn't. But it's in here. Because they were thrown right under that bus.
When there's film sessions, everybody shows up. And when I check to a route, you do the right route, Like, John and I just weren't on the same page. I checked to his in-breaker, and he ran out-breaker. John is a true professional, so I'm sure he's sick about that. But, I threw a ball I thought was going to get hit by the wind, and it was 4 yards over Roman. So that's a throw. I got to make that throw. But, we have our meetings every week. We have other opportunities outside of the facility, and look forward to seeing all the boys there.
Happy birthday, Aaron Rodgers. Our gift to you is Jonnu Smith, then Roman Wilson, and Calvin Austin, and Artie Smith, and Mike Tomlin's defense. It only took 12 games, but people are booing Renegade. They're chanting for the coach to get fired. And yes, a man named Ben Fennell on Twitter. Perhaps he wrote this while he was on fennel seeds, which I'm sure Aaron would appreciate. I don't know who Ben Fennell is, by the way, but this is the tweet. The Steelers haven't completed a downfield pass in 36 days. That's this man's tweet.
We made a downfield pass in that long.
They are 0 for 13 with 3 interceptions in the last 5 games combined on passes that go at least 20 yards in the air. And this is me, not Ben Fennell. You think he's on ayahuasca or fennel seed limits? Maybe both.
I hope for his sake, both.
Is there a warning when you take fennel seed? Don't do this on ayahuasca? How about the warnings that come with, like, I don't know, like sleeping stuff or maybe Mulsey's Blue Chew that says don't operate heavy machinery? What do they think? You're going to take a Blue Chew and go out and drive a tractor?
Or what about all these pills and stuff that they put out there and they have them like singing and dancing in the commercial that they list like 17 side effects?
Right. Immediate death. But it's worth it. How does Aaron feel? That's the question right now on his birthday. It's one of the most unbelievable tweets I've ever seen in my life from Fennel Seed. Steelers haven't completed a downfield pass in 36 days. And I'm wondering, at the top of the show today, first, where Limits went. No, now he's back. I'm wondering if there's any regrets here. I'm wondering if Aaron Rodgers maybe wishes he had waited a little while, as some suggested he should, for a quarterback injury or two around the NFL. You think Minnesota might have come calling there?
Yeah,
Limits?
I think very likely.
Listen, I'm not saying that Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison are any better than Roman Wilson, Calvin Austin, and Jonnu Smith. I'm not saying that. Just wondering if Aaron Rodgers regrets this. He can't even get guys to show up to film sessions, according to him. Can't get them to run the same routes. Can't complete a single pass down the field. And that's not an exaggeration. There's no exaggerated effect there. As our friend Fennel Seed said, and I'll say it again, Steelers haven't completed a downfield pass in 36 days. And it's not all Aaron either. It's Mason. It's the offense. It's the overall offensive philosophy. It's the receivers and tight ends, as if anybody knows the difference between the two around here. On footballs that have been propelled 20 or more yards in the air during actual games, NFL games, over the last 5 of them, the Steelers are 0 for 13 with 3 interceptions. That's one of the saddest football stories ever told, and I'm being dead serious when I say this, because they're making all kinds of the wrong history around here right now. I wonder if there's ever been an NFL team. And you can't go back because advanced stats, only started in the relatively recent past. Can there have been an NFL team, even before the invention of the forward pass, who did that? I'll say since the invention of the forward pass. Like, did Red Grange and people like that, Y.A. Tittle, do you remember him, Limits? You remember the name?
I heard Ron covered him back in the 40s.
Or the worst quarterbacks ever? Did anybody ever play on a team, let's say since in the Super Bowl era, that went 5 games in a row without completing a single pass that traveled 20 yards in the air? 5 of them. I honestly wonder about that, and I wonder how Aaron Rodgers is feeling about this and how the Steelers are feeling about him. Because this cuts both ways, doesn't it? You look at his numbers right now, they used to be quite fancy, but a tragic little stretch here has knocked him down a peg or 10. And I wondered this back in July when everything was wonderful and the honeymoon was in full bloom out in Latrobe, a wonderful little honeymoon where people on this station were saying that Aaron Rodgers, he doesn't throw people under the bus. That's all fictitious. All his ex-teammates love him. This is going to go great. He invites people down to his dorm room when they have questions. All these people who said this was going to go sour, how silly do they look now? He invites people down to his dorm room and he answers their questions. Well, my friend, Mr. P, the honeymoon's over. I don't know where it goes from here. Maybe they bounce back, but I do know this. Back on July 23rd at the opening of camp, I said and wrote that if Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin succeed together, if this marriage works, it will be the first of its kind in the history of pro football. First of all, let's take them separately. If you could name any coach from the history of this league who had great success early in his career, stayed with the same franchise over 5 presidential terms, morphed into some combination of Jeff Fisher and Marvin Lewis for 8 years, well, let's say 9 years, and then recaptured that early success, please let me know. I think the 5 presidential terms kind of cuts down the field. But you get the point. Great success, elongated mediocrity, and then recaptures the great success in the same city? There's nobody. Save your time. Likewise, if you know of anybody, any quarterback whose name isn't Tom Brady, who flourished in his age 42 season, and that's official today, it's Aaron Rodgers' age 42 season, please let me know. Be happy to hear about it. Drew Brees came close, and then there's nobody else. So individually, on their own, the odds were stacked heavily, and that's an understatement, against Mike Tomlin and against Aaron Rodgers, let alone them doing this together this season. Have I mentioned the teams and the coaches that have won playoff games over the past 8 going on 9 years? That list includes Mike Mularkey, Doug Marrone, Anthony Lynn, Brian Daboll, Jason Garrett, and Mike Zimmer, and Kevin Stefanski, but doesn't include Mike Tomlin? Have I mentioned that in here, Limits?
Once or twice.
Yes, I have. And then I looked up this unbelievable stat today. Listen to this. The worst, because I was thinking if the Steelers lose out, I was getting a lot of questions in the old mailbag. If the Steelers lose out, isn't that the best thing? And yes, it is at this point. But they would only be 6-11, and that ain't going to be good enough this year. That is simply not going to be good enough to get you, certainly not a top 5 pick, maybe not even a top 10 pick, I might add. And then I came across a remarkable stat. The worst teams in the NFL right now are on a bender. It has to be a historic bender. That would be the Titans, Giants, Saints, Raiders, Cleveland Browns, and Commanders. Those are your worst 6 teams, Limits, okay? Right now, based on record. Do you know the combined losing streak that those teams are on right now? How many games have they combined to lose in a row?
I'm going to say 12.
Wrong. Guess again.
14.
Wrong. Guess again.
More
Wrong.
or low? Or
wrong.
Higher or lower?
Wrong.
Wrong.
Higher.
Wrong.
Higher.
22.
Wrong.
Tell me
Down.
the answer.
Wrong.
Tell me the answer.
Wrong.
Tell me.
30 games in a row.
Sheesh.
Titans 7 in a row. Giants 7. Saints 2. Vegas 6. Cleveland's on a big 1-game losing streak. And Washington 7. They are on a combined 30-game losing streak. You heard the names of those franchises. Well, guess what? Here's my real point. Every single one of those forlorn, hapless laughingstock franchises has won a playoff game more recently than your Pittsburgh Steelers? May I repeat that, Limits?
Please do.
And the only one who hasn't won a game more recently than the Steelers, a playoff game, is Vegas. And they got ripped off in Cincinnati one year on a horse crap call in the end zone, or lack of a call. I can't remember which one. The Titans, Giants, Saints, Browns, and Commanders have all won a playoff game more recently than the Steelers. But everything is fine around here, according to Ian Rappaport, who laughs at you out there for the fire Tomlin stuff, who laughs at anybody who thinks that it's time for a change around here. And then there's Aaron Rodgers. And man, I can't help but look at him, especially from the other day, especially when he was on the ground. He looked like he was 150 years old, if not longer. How long did some biblical characters live? Limits? Was it like 1,000?
There were some that lived 1,000 years, yeah.
This guy looked like he lived longer. He's got a broken arm. He's bleeding from the nose. He can't get up. Did he have one of those little beepers to somebody?
Life alert.
I've fallen and I can't get up. I've fallen and I can't get up. He looked that old. I mean, it was unbelievable to look at that. And that's going to be your quarterback probably this week. So I wonder if from the Steelers' end, somebody over there is thinking, what have we done? What did we do? We have a 170-year-old quarterback. We have a biblical character as our quarterback. And then Mason Rudolph? And then Will Howard, who like the pop. We're all so desperate that everybody's clamoring for Will Howard.
For Will Howard, who has proven nothing in the NFL.
We're clamoring for proven nothing in the end. He was a 6th-round draft pick.
Well, yeah, entirely, yeah.
We're clamoring for Will Howard. Mason Rudolph is the backup. He threw a ground ball the other day, and then he somehow, really, low-key, it was one of the more miraculous interceptions in NFL history. He overthrew a guy who's 7 feet tall in cleats and threw it right to the Bills. Your quarterbacks right now are Methuselah. Is that the guy who was really old?
Methuselah?
Yeah. Can you look that up, Limits? It
Is
only
that the
works
person with the snakes on their head?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
No, that was Chad Brown.
Chad Brown?
Methuselah, Mason Rudolph, and Will Howard. Somebody asked me in my mailbag this week, how long did he live, Limits? You having trouble with the spelling? Methuselah?
He would claim to have lived 969 years.
Rodgers looked older than him. And I bet he didn't have 3 fractures in his left arm.
He looks very old.
Or Calvin Pete, or whatever the guy's name is on the left side blocking for him now.
Who had the snakes on their heads then?
I don't know. Probably a lot of people back then. What was I saying? I was in the middle of a good point with Rodgers, or at least one that made sense.
That was Medusa.
Who's that?
That had the snakes.
Oh, yeah.
From the ancient Greek.
Yeah, maybe
mythology.
they were related. I don't know.
Yeah, sounds like it.
But I wonder if the Steelers regret this. Oh, I know what I was saying. Somebody asked me for next year, who's the Steelers quarterback in 2000? No, all they said was, who's the quarterback in 2026? I said Mason Heinchel. And then I said, oh, you mean the Steelers quarterback? Probably Rudolph or Howard. And I followed that with, there's a legitimate chance that the best quarterback in this town next season will be playing for Pitt. I honestly believe that. Unless the Steelers can either sign somebody who isn't 110 years old or get a high draft pick. Maybe get Mendoza. I don't think so, though. I don't think they can get low enough. But the whole story ties together with the prospect of trading Mike Tomlin. But let's rewind for a second. Back to this Rodgers-Tomlin marriage and how it was doomed from the start. This is like who are the Kardashians, right? Their marriages, at least the one, seem doomed. Like as soon as you read the headline, there's Vegas odds on how long that'll last limits, right?
Trying to keep up with them?
Yes. And I'm not saying, by the way, that Rodgers and Tomlin don't get along. or that this would be an angry divorce. I don't think it would. I think they have great respect for each other. That doesn't mean the marriage will work, though. It ain't working right now, but it's in the balance. They have a marriage counseling session this weekend in Baltimore, and who knows where it goes from here. I guess the eternal optimists out there would say that they could still turn it around. They could win the division. Aaron could come back around healthy, and they could win a playoff game. But, man, the mental gymnastics, the emotional gymnastics you have to perform to get there would make, I don't know, who's the most famous gymnast you can think of, Limits? Olga Korbut, Nadia Comaneci? Who's the one from
Simone Biles?
Simone would make Simone Biles proud. Thank you, Limits.
You got it.
That's why we pay you an 11-figure salary.
Or maybe Livy Dunn proud.
Would make Livy Dunn proud. Thank you. I can't get there. This feels doomed. So here's what I'm wondering today, and I would love for you to chime in. What does the future hold for the two highest profile members of this organization, Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers? What does it hold together, and what does it hold apart? That's what I'm so curious about today, and I'd love to get your thoughts at 412-928-9370. Does Aaron Rodgers even start this weekend? I mean, I think he does, but I don't know. This whole thing's been shrouded in mystery, and he doesn't seem very happy at the moment. He doesn't seem happy with his receivers. He doesn't seem happy with the work ethic around here. You already heard the two quotes I played. We had a bad week of practice until Friday. Receivers not showing up for things they're supposed to be showing up for. And then I still wonder, and until I hear differently, I'm going to assume that Mike Tomlin told Aaron Rodgers he couldn't make the start in Chicago, even though Rodgers wanted to start in what might be his favorite road city, Chicago. I have gotten no information, and nobody has reported that he was not cleared, like he was told he couldn't play from a medical standpoint. Every shred of evidence that we have from that situation tells me that Mike Tomlin said, you're not playing. Not comfortable with you playing. I just have to wonder how that sat with Aaron, if in fact it happened. And again, until I hear somebody or something to the contrary, I'm going to assume that happened. And now I'm wondering what happens this weekend. And what about Aaron's future? And what about him in hindsight saying, maybe Minnesota or some other spot would have been right for me. Much better than having Jonnu Smith go to the right when I'm throwing to the left. Much better than throwing to Roman Wilson and Calvin Austin and company. Yeah, Ben Skoranek, maybe Scotty Miller. And even DK Metcalf. We heard so much in training camp. Remember Ben visited training camp for a day, Limits? And reported on his podcast that Tomlin was just speechless while watching Rodgers and Metcalf work their magic. Well, A, it was against nobody, or B, it was against the Steelers' defense, which is pretty much the same thing. It hasn't quite panned out that way and appears to be getting worse to the point where it could blow up. And I think this will be it for Aaron Rodgers either way. I think the smart money says he won't finish the season as the starter, either because his body won't hold up or it'll just go completely south and there will be no point to it. But I also think the smart money says that Mike Tomlin's still going to be here no matter what next year. I got asked again in the mailbag, can they actually trade him? Yes, they can, but incredibly, he has a no-trade clause in his contract. I was absolutely stunned when Adam Schefter reported that about a year ago. That Tomlin has a no-trade clause, and yet, Limits, there's people talking about trading for him. There's other cities that would want him. There's Ian Rappaport telling us how crazy we all are for questioning Mike Tomlin's future. Do you have that clip from Ian Rappaport? It really gets my blood boiling.
Indeed I do, from the NFL Network.
I know what you're trying to do, Colleen, and I'm not going to let you do it. I'm just not. It's week 13. The Steelers are in the thick of the race, even discussing firing Mike Tomlin is completely ridiculous. Now, yes, I heard the chants. I understand that that is the reality for some Steelers fans, but based on my understanding of the situation, let me lay it out for you. Mike Tomlin is one of the best coaches in the NFL. If he ever became available, he would be snatched up in literally a matter of no time if he wanted to. He's a Super Bowl champion. They make the playoffs every year. Most consecutive non-losing seasons basically ever. Now, I don't see any circumstances where Mike Tomlin gets fired by Art Rooney. I really just don't see it based on my understanding of what he's done, that relationship, his meaning to the entire organization.
Okay. Let's break this down. First of all, he is right with the reporting part of that. Or maybe it's an educated opinion part that Art Rooney will never fire Mike Tomlin. He won't. They may find a way to part ways at some point, but he will never fire him. That's correct. But the idea and the patronizing of you out there by Ian Rappaport, oh, it's maybe some Steeler fans think they should move on, and Tomlin is a great coach, and he'd be snapped up in 5 seconds. Well, that part's true, but that part always needs an addendum, and that's this. You know who else would be snapped up in 5 seconds? It sounds so great. Why would you get rid of Tomlin? Another team will pick him up in no time, Ian said. Well, let me ask you this, Ian. Would they pick these guys up in no time, too, and most of them, if not all, plus some college coaches, plus some offensive minds at coordinator in the pros and maybe even coordinators in college before they would hire Tomlin? Mike Vrabel, Sean Payton, Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh, Ben Johnson, Matt LaFleur, Dan Campbell, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDonald. Do you want me to keep going? It's such a bogus argument. And maybe somebody should fill in Ian on statistics and numbers that have a whole lot more gravity than 17 or 18 or 21 non-losing seasons in a row. I'll reference Colin Cowherd first from the other day. You know which team has that streak alive in the NBA? The Los Angeles Clippers. And Cowherd also said that 60 NFL teams over that stretch of 8 years or whatever have missed the playoffs despite a winning record. Or maybe it was a non-losing record. I don't know. I get confused even on the terminology. I mean, is that what? Put up a banner then. 21 non-losing seasons in a row. We did it. Or 22, I guess, would be the record. Here's a couple numbers I think have more gravity than that. Mike Tomlin, ironically, does have a losing playoff record in his career at 8-9. Mike Tomlin, and I've repeated this so many times that I'm sick of talking about it, but people like Ian Rappaport force me to, hasn't really come anywhere near winning a playoff game in going on a decade. During their current playoff losing streak, which I believe, I can't remember that either now, 5 or 6 games, the Steelers have been outscored in the first quarter 73-0. And you're going to insult Steeler fans by telling them basically that they're idiots for chanting fire Tomlin? Ian? The Steelers are 6-17 or 6-11 in their last 17 games. The equivalent of a full season. The Steelers gave up 299 rushing yards in a playoff game last year. Mike Tomlin's defense set an NFL record by going 3 straight playoff games, giving up 40 or more points. And by the way, over this time that you speak of, Ian, the Steelers haven't even made the playoffs 3 times in 8 years, which is almost 40% of the time, and might not do it this year. That would be 4-9, more than 40% of the time. So please ditch the notion, oh, they make the playoffs every single year. Yeah, they barely sneak in a decent percentage of the time, but they also miss, and then they get summarily dismissed right away. So how are they that different from the Jets? Except that the Jets are in better position to go get a quarterback. For 3 years going into last season, I would have said, how are the Steelers any better off than those sad New England Patriots? I mean, other than the Patriots came here and beat them with Bailey Zappi, of course, the Patriots got a draft pick. They got Drake May. That's why I was saying when the Steelers beat the Patriots earlier this year, came on that Monday and said, yeah, it was nice. They got lucky with a bunch of turnovers when the Patriots handed them the ball. But Drake May diced them up. And who would you rather be today? The Steelers or the Patriots with Drake May? I think we all have an answer to that question now. 412-928-9370. Some people thought it would work, and who knows? Maybe they'll still be proven right, but it sure doesn't look like it. The Mike Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers marriage with the Steelers having no plan beyond that, and they have none. They have none. 412-928-9370. Limits, are you yelling at somebody?
Yeah, Rob and I are yelling at each other back and forth. Rob and Wes Mifflin.
Wes Mifflin, what's he saying?
Why don't we put him on?
Please.
All right, Rob. Let's take this to the air.
Yelling.
See, Rob was already yelling at me still.
What do you
Rob
got?
and I have been going back and forth. So let me set the scene here, Rob. Rob and I are arguing back and forth about Vrabel and Tomlin. I told Rob that I think that Vrabel's a better coach. Look what he did turning around the Patriots in just 1 year. They were a dumpster fire a year ago. Fired Gerard Mayo after a year. They're now the number 1 seed. He turned that team now into a viable playoff threat that has the number 1 seed while the Steelers continue to flounder in the same entire area. Rob?
But you're trying to tell me number 1 seeds don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing. Is that the number 1 seed? That's all it means.
It gives you your best chance to get to the Super Bowl, and isn't that the goal?
What are we talking about, Rob? What's your point?
I'm just saying that. We all want Tomlin gone. I agree with that. I finally came to realization on that. But what I'm saying is, y'all saying all these other coaches, y'all remember when Sean McVay was ready to quit because he didn't have a quarterback that year and go to this broadcasting? He was ready to quit. He was ready to quit because he didn't have Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. A lot of these guys still got these $50 million quarterbacks, and they're not doing nothing. He's doing it with Duck Hodges.
He's doing what? He's doing what with Duck Hodges? They went 8-8 and missed the playoffs with Duck Hodges.
Okay, that's cool. But these guys, Trevor Lawrence, man, $50 million. Joe Burrow can't stay healthy. $50 million.
Maybe Tomlin should find a quarterback. Maybe.
Okay, but there's nothing out there, Joe. But these old washed-up guys.
Nothing out there. Sam Darnold was out there. Baker Mayfield was out there at one point. Sam Darnold was out there.
Hold on.
He drafted Kenny Pickett. Tomlin drafted Kenny Pickett.
And you know why they drafted Kenny Pickett, man. Everybody around here knows why. They thought they would have passed on Kenny Pickett like they passed on Marino.
No, I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that for 1 second. You're assuming that there's somebody over there who tells Mike Tomlin what to do. Mike Tomlin runs the organization. He drafted Kenny Pickett. Period.
You don't think Andy White on them guys had nothing to do with that?
No. Was Andy Weidel even here at the time? I don't remember. Do you think Mike Tomlin's going to pin his future on a franchise quarterback based on what Andy Weidel tells him?
Colbert was still here, wasn't he? When I was last draft?
Yeah, that was Colbert's last draft. That was.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, I agree with y'all. But y'all naming all these dudes who didn't win nothing.
Well,
never won nothing.
Well, no, a lot of them have won something. My point there was when somebody just rattles off that Mike Tomlin would be hired in 5 seconds as if that's a reason to keep him. And we can argue about who you think Tomlin is better than or worse than. My simple point is, so would all of these guys be hired in 5 seconds, maybe ahead of Tomlin. Mike Vrabel, both Harbaughs, Sean Payton, Andy Reid, Ben Johnson, Matt LaFleur, Dan Campbell, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDonald. All those guys would also be hired within 5 seconds, and doesn't that water down the point?
How many winning seasons Sean Payton got without Drew Brees? I'll wait.
He's 10-2. He's 10-2 right now with Bo Nix.
I'm not talking about this year, Joe. How many winning seasons he got without Drew Brees?
Well, let's see. Last year and this. I don't know what's so funny. Last year and this year.
Because it's the truth. Because a lot of these franchises Giants ain't been the same.
You just asked me how many winning seasons he has without Drew Brees. He went to the playoffs with a rookie quarterback last year, and he's the number 1 seed in the AFC with Bo Nix this year. What's funny about that?
It's funny because none of these guys only win when they got great quarterbacks.
Well, yeah, that's the history of football. Is Bo Nix a great quarterback?
Bo Nix is terrible, man. What time are you watching?
I know, and they're 10-2.
It's trash.
I know. Thank you for making my point. They're 10-2.
Yeah, but he's terrible.
Okay. Again, that makes my point.
Rob, whose fault is it that the Steelers don't have a quarterback, Rob? Whose fault is it the Steelers do not have a quarterback right now to depend on? Whose fault is that?
It's the franchise's fault.
And who runs the franchise? Who has such a huge say in the franchise?
Oh, come on, man. You want them to bump Drew Aller. Stop, man.
Well, let's go. Let's go back to your first point, and let's just stick with that. You would fire Tomlin. Why?
I would fire Tomlin because right now in his career, Joe, he needs to be the CEO. Just oversee everything. Like get your offensive coordinator, young guy. Let him do what he needs to do. Get your defensive coordinator and stay hands off. That's why I would fire him. I think everything is running through Tomlin's headset. Everything. Offensive plays and defensive plays. And right now, for the last X amount of years, it's not working. I agree with everything everybody's calling and saying.
All right, fair enough. And that's fair. 412-928-9370. Always like talking to Rob in West Mifflin. Very, very passionate. The futures of Tomlin and Mr. Rodgers. On his birthday, Aaron Rodgers turns 42. Things have gone south here in a hurry. What is the future for both of those guys, the two highest profile members of this organization? 928-9370. Limits, did you give me reads? I don't see anything here.
Oh, I'll have to go double check.
All right, we'll be back.
But we know that Off the Top is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Joe.
Yes, it is. I already said that, and I can't say it enough. Joe Potocznik and his mustache.
And that Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. And, Joe, you could talk to me on the Fan Text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
It's the Very Rarely Pomp and Joe Show.
Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Mike Tomlin will speak to the media at noon. What will Tomlin say as the Steelers get ready for the Baltimore Ravens? We do know that Broderick Jones is out for the season, was placed on IR before the start of the year. What about an injury update on Patrick Queen as he left the game? What about Aaron Rodgers? Does he have a broken nose or not? What's the state of Rodgers after he was clearly injured on the big strip sack hit by Bosa? Was able to come back into the game after Mason Rudolph played a couple of plays for the Steelers. What's the state of injuries and what's the state of the franchise ultimately at 6-6? More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And right now, Joe has a message for the people.
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of kindness. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod completed fewer than 50% of his pass attempts in a loss to Buffalo. Sporting a cast on his left wrist, Rodgers went 10 for 21 for 117 yards. Following the game, he took accountability for the team's play. He also asked the receivers and tight ends to do the same. He suggests when he checks around, the pass catchers run the correct route. Rodgers said he was disappointed in his performance and that of the offense, and called their performance boo-worthy. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. While his Georgia Tech teammates spend their name, image, and likeness earnings on bling, cars, and clothes, Yellow Jackets defensive lineman Jordan Vandenberg used his earnings to purchase a local Atlanta laundromat. Vandenberg, who aspires to be the first South African-born player taken in the NFL draft, explained that while he has some money, he wants to invest it in his future. Sound thinking. Jordan, I'm Boomer Esiason.
Black Friday savings are here at the Home Depot, which means it's time to add new cordless power to your collection. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from one of our top brands like Ryobi or Milwaukee, you'll get a select tool from that same brand for free. Click into one of our best deals of the season and stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. Look, the holidays are coming up fast, and if you've been putting off that home improvement project, now is the time to knock it out and save big. As America's most trusted home remodeler, West Shore Home has been helping people really transform their homes for nearly 20 years. Their process is quick, it's easy. Now it's even more affordable because they're extending their Black Friday savings until this Saturday. They're doing free installation on all projects, whether it's a new bathroom, windows, front door, patio door, even flooring. If you schedule now, they'll waive the installation costs. How about that? One last thing. The team over at West Shore Home is making it even easier for you to get started. For all our listeners, they're taking off an extra $500 off your next project, but you need to schedule at westshorehome.com/fan to lock in those exclusive savings. That's westshorehome.com/fan for Black Friday savings, plus an extra $500 off just for our listeners when you choose West Shore Home for your next home project.
The GolfSteelCity.com membership card is back. It's 17 free green fees for only $44.99. The perfect gift for Pittsburgh golfers. $500 of free golf for just $44.99. Free courses include Manitou, Meadow Lane, Oakland Beach, Pine Hill, River Forest, Rolling Fields, Sylvan Heights Golf Course, the Links at Spring Church, White Oak, and more. This discounted special ends after Christmas, so visit GolfSteelCity.com now. That's GolfSteelCity.com.
I vote shuffleboard or pool table.
No, we need a jukebox.
What about foosball?
Sorry, kids. I'm voting a poker table. I win.
Mom.
You know, if we go to Leon's Billiards and More, we can get stuff for everyone.
Kids, listen to your mother. She's always right.
Mark this day on the calendar.
Create the ultimate game room in your home. Buying games, furniture, lighting, and more. Leon's Billiards and More is open 7 days a week. Check out all the holiday deals today. Leon's Billiards and More. Perry Highway, Wexford. Online at leonsbilliards.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the faceoffs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode too. Log into BetMGM BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Johnny Rinse tonight. And I need it more. Like cake with the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. The sweat and dead short smells like a dog car. Johnny Rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or import direct pads for just $20 more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty, that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Nick Farabaugh, top of the hour, talking Steelers. We're going to get into the Penguins next hour, the team that is actually performing well in this town these days.
That was fun to watch last night.
That was great to watch last night. But in the meantime, the Lions are lit up like Mulsey at a craft beer house, like Crowley at Mountaineer Stadium, like Pony at the Carrier Dome.
They are full.
Or intern Dom, I might add. When's he coming back, Limits?
Probably 2 weeks. Typically, there's like 2 weeks of school left after Thanksgiving break.
You like him?
I do. Very fun man.
How do you feel about the snow today? I love it. Bailey, my dog, was energized running out there for the first snow. I was reminded of my childhood in Buffalo. I love snow.
I love snow, but I don't like when the roads are bad. Thankfully, they weren't too bad today when I was driving around.
Yeah, that part of it is always worrisome.
Yeah.
Especially now that my daughter's driving. But the actual looking out, like, look out the window right now.
It looks great. It's
beautiful.
picturesque.
Reminds me of Ron. And he's in Florida today.
I hope we get this on Christmas. Man, we haven't had a white Christmas in a while. And if we do, it's typically like just an inch of snow or half an inch of snow.
You know what the weather is in Fort Myers right now? Guess the degrees limit.
75.
Wrong. 80. Let's go back to the phone lines.
Here is Anthony in Oakland.
Hello, Anthony.
Joe, what's disappointing about young Art, he's not like his father. Were you here in 1991?
Yeah.
You know that Dan Rooney had to go and have that conversation with Chuck Nolley, 4-time winning Super Bowl coach, and let him know it was time to move. They didn't trade him. They didn't fire him. But he had the conversation. Because if you remember 2 years before, he had Dan Rooney had taken the hiring of assistants away from him.
Right.
And if Tomlin, it looks like he may stay. If that were to happen, then Art has to take that away from him, because it is and allow them to do their job. You know, when you have your $40 million linebacker saying they kept running the same play over and over and we couldn't stop it, then why do we have this defensive coordinator here? And
you mean Tomlin or Terrell Austin?
Both. See, here's what you do. You do like Harbaugh did a couple times. He brought in some overseers. I would have called Dick LeBeau out of retirement to come in and look over my defense right in the middle of the season, see what we're doing wrong here. You know, you bring in John Mitchell to say, hey, what are we doing wrong? Because when you were here, Mitch, we had some of the best run-stopping defenses of all time. What's happened to us? But his ego won't allow him to do the things that will benefit the franchise. And once that happens, then it's time to move on. It's time to go.
Well, I think it's past time, and so do a lot of other people, Anthony, and I appreciate the call. And it's funny you asked me that about the defense. The first question I got today was Tomlin's defense once had a 50-game stretch where it allowed only one 100-yard rusher. What changed? Said a man who calls himself Pit Heel. What changed? The coaching and the personnel. Other than that, nothing. I mean, it used to be Dick LeBeau in his prime calling the defense. And by the way, that streak was 2007 to 10. And the Dick LeBeau era ended and probably needed to end as well. His final defenses weren't very good. And that's okay. But between 2007 and 10, you had Troy Polamalu roaming the field. You had Casey Hampton at the point of attack. You had James Ferrier as your defensive leader. The guy leading the defense now is complaining about quarterbacks injuring him during the game. You had a proud, talented, organized, well-coached unit who believed that stopping the run was priority number one. I don't know what this group believes or what they're doing or who's leading them, or it's just one thing after another with communication issues going back a few years now. Underperformance, disorganized, maybe some selfishness mixed in. I mean, back then, you had a defensive line that was unbelievably unselfish, that knew its job was to basically tie up blockers so the linebackers could run around and make plays. This team has Keanu Benton at the point of attack, for God's sakes. That team had Casey Hampton. Next.
Here is Lambert in Aliquippa. Maybe he was named after Jack Lambert.
Hello, Lambert.
I was, in fact, named after Jack Lambert.
Nice. Let me ask you a question then. Can you imagine Jack Lambert taking a gripe to the media that the opposing quarterback need him in the stomach and whining about it?
Never. He would have taken that into his own hands.
Wow. I'm still trying to get over that. Somebody asked me, saw that, a buddy of mine said, was that AI generated? I said, no, that was a real story, that Cam Hayward seemingly was thrown off for a lot of the game, bitter and angry, and then whining to the media afterward that the opposing quarterback tried to hurt him. Limits, I still can't get over that.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to fathom where that's the number one thing that they continue to complain about. And I don't like it.
What do you got?
So I wanted to throw a stat out there for the Rappaports and Rex Ryans, because as a Steelers fan for life, this is irritating to see these guys taking up for him. 18 seasons as a head coach, full seasons now. He's only won the playoffs 4 of those seasons, which means there's 14 seasons he's gone without either winning a playoff game or getting into the playoffs. There's no other coach ever that's gone that long with a head coaching job with that type of a losing streak in the playoffs. And you mentioned earlier about these coaches that have won playoffs. There's coaches that have won Super Bowls since the last time we won a playoff game. Doug Peterson, Bill Belichick. These guys were fired. And I'm sure these guys, these analysts, were calling for them to get fired, but they've won a Super Bowl since we've won a playoff game. It's just time for us to move on, and I can't believe anyone will take his side at this point.
Well, I'll say this. Tomlin's first 4 years, 7, 8, 9, 10, was A-plus work, and I will never, ever minimize that. I mean, the whole he won with Cowher's players thing, he did win with Cowher's players. So what? He won Super Bowls.
Agreed.
I give him an A-plus, or a Super Bowl. He won a Super Bowl. He went to 2 Super Bowls. And from that point on, like something with the Steelers just left with the Super Bowl against Rodgers. Really great dominating defense sort of left. There have been, stretches since then, but it was gone after that. Aaron Rodgers diced him up. Tim Tebow the next year, then they missed the playoffs twice. Then they get hammered by the Ravens and Flacco, and they lose in 14. Then they get a playoff game handed to them in 15 by the Bengals that they should have lost. And then 16 was their one legitimate run since then. And that was Le'Veon Bell and a good defense that ultimately got exposed on all counts and lit up by Tom Brady, and nothing since then. That's it. That's it since 2010. And did I mention, Limits, that they've been outscored in the first quarters of this playoff losing streak 73-0?
73-0.
If that doesn't speak to lack of preparation, what does?
And if they go to a playoff game this year, it'll probably balloon to like 92-0.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry Contest, run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. And the 50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. We're coming up on Nick Farabaugh. Then we're going to get to a team that's doing good things in this town and had a really enjoyable win last night. That's the Penguins. And then the Mike Tomlin news conference. And won't that be interesting this week, listening to him on Aaron Rodgers' availability and other matters. It's time to check out the Christmas gift store at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. It's 10:59. Snowy today with a high of A.J. Burnett, 34, low of 29. Phil Bork or Marc-Andre Fleury. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins winners last night against the Philadelphia Flyers. And what do you know? Sidney Crosby in Philadelphia did it again and dominated against the Flyers. It just seems like an annual tradition anytime the Pens go to Philadelphia. 5-1 the final. Jarry, 28 saves on 29 shots. Crosby, a goal in the first period. He was on hat-trick watch going into the third period as he scored on the power play in the second. Brian Rust's 8th of the year. Tommy Novak and Kevin Hayes added goals in the third period. Penguins scored 4 unanswered after the game was tied at 1. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Mail Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of Internet Past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video, chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit tremfya.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The cost of mesothelioma treatments can exceed $400,000, and families often face losing their homes and life savings just to pay the bill. The Rights and Claims Department of Flint Cooper has helped victims secure financial support they need to pay for their care and ensure their family's future. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma and don't have legal representation, call Flint Cooper now at 800-606-8169. Time is running out for you to file a claim, so don't wait. Call 800-606-8169 for a free consultation.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800. or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Things are going to be busy between now and the end of the year. Holiday gatherings, school functions for the kids, and family get-togethers. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and the last thing you want to worry about this holiday season is whether your roof is going to make it through another Pennsylvania winter. One call to MHI Roofing to schedule a free 21-point roof inspection will put your mind at ease. A highly trained roof inspector will carefully examine every inch of your roof, checking the 21 most common areas of roofing failure. Then go over the results with you and discuss your options going forward. Most of the time, problems can be fixed with a minor repair. But if it is time for a new roof, MHI offers money-saving discounts and financing terms to make paying easy. And don't forget, MHI is so confident in their skilled installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So call or go online to schedule your free 21-point roof inspection today. 412-998-8864. That's 412-998-8864. Or online at MHIRoof.com.
Seven Bridges, the ultimate Eagles experience, returns to Jurgles on Friday, December 5th. Don't miss this tribute to the music of the Eagles from the catalog of one of America's best-selling rock bands of all time. Seven Bridges, with special guests Escaping the Flames, Friday, December 5th. Get advance tickets at Jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Holiday shopping is in full swing. Don't forget the most important thing on your list, individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan. Open enrollment runs through January 15th, so put a plan in your cart before it's too late. Their convenient plans give you access to an extended network and great coverage. UPMC First Care offers a $0 copay for a variety of visits. They'll even give you access to a healthcare concierge who's like a personal shopper. To get started, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, last night, Monday Night Football, the New England Patriots were victorious against the New York Giants, 33-15, to wrap up Week 13 in the NFL. Week 14 begins with the Dallas Cowboys playing against the Detroit Lions on Thursday Night Football. 8:15, our coverage will begin at 7:30 right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Nick Farabaugh joins the show next.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Bob and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Nick Farabaugh from PennLive.com joins us to talk a little Steelers, maybe a little Penn State as well, and some college football before we let him go to the Tomlin news conference. Nick, I'm going to start you with a question. Would the Steelers be better off against the Ravens with a healthy Mason Rudolph or an injured Aaron Rodgers?
You're really asking the scintillating questions here, Joe. Can the answer be neither? Because I think it would be. But I'd probably say, honestly, I mean, the way Rudolph has played, he's skipping passes to Metcalf on a 7-yard hitch. He's overthrown Washington when his game was wide open on a dump off. I mean, there's really not much difference here. I'd rather go with the highs of Aaron Rodgers because there's no floor that Rudolph has brought. He hasn't brought any floor to you. If you could get a floor where it was like, okay, I just know Mason Rudolph's just going to hit the right guy and throw the ball accurately, like he did in 2023, I would take that 100 times out of 100. I know there's at least highs in there for Aaron Rodgers. We've seen them, but he has not played like that in about 5 or 6 weeks. So I'll take the possibility of the highs that I know Rodgers has shown this year over what you've gotten from Rudolph because I just think Rudolph the last 2 weeks has been somehow worse than Rodgers. I think that's been one of the crazier things, honestly, of the season.
Limits, did Nick rip me for my opening question, or did I miss that?
I don't think that he ripped you. I just think that you threw a big punch at the very beginning in the 8-round fight. You delivered a haymaker.
Right. You got to get it started early. Okay. Doran Dickerson told Mark Cabali here that Will Howard should be elevated to number 2. In fact, why don't we play a minute of that for Nick Farabaugh, because I enjoyed it, and I think Nick will too. You never know what Cabali's going to do, especially when it's in defense of Mason Rudolph. He goes to great lengths. Here we go.
Hey, all joking aside right now, like we talk about some changes, like I definitely would elevate Will Howard to second-string quarterback. I've seen enough of Mason.
Oh.
What? What is Mason going to give you?
What do you mean elevate him to second string?
I would.
I'm a Will Howard guy, but the guy has not had any snaps.
What do you have to lose? You're going to go there and get Mason. He's going to skip a ball in.
You can lose.
He's going to skip a ball in like he's throwing to home, or he's going to throw it up in the air and it's going to get picked.
Well, at least what
do you have to lose?
What do you have to lose? The confidence.
What do you have to lose? Your confidence, says Cabali. Is this an insane idea or a good one, Nick?
It's not really that insane. As I said, I think Rudolph has just been so brutal over the past 2 weeks. Listen, I kind of understand where Caballi's coming from. Will Howard has not played that much just in practice. But the question is there something different that you can do that maybe is different in case Rodgers goes down again? Because Rodgers has played a lot of perilous football recently. He's holding on to the ball a lot. He's getting hit like he did against Joey Bosa there. And so I'd rather see Howard. Now, I'll say this. Things can get worse. When you think they can't, they always can. Just ask the Minnesota Vikings. They thought it couldn't get worse than J.J. McCarthy, and then Max Prosper came in. So it can get worse. Whenever you think it can't get worse, it always can. So I'm not going to say Howard's going to be better than Rudolph. But at this point, you know what Mason Rudolph is. You've seen it. He's been terrible. Maybe Howard can get you a floor that you've been looking for. So I wouldn't hate the idea of moving him to second string, to be quite honest with you.
What do you think of that, Limits?
I just don't know what that would change at this point. Maybe just because Aaron Rodgers has become so brittle where you are more than likely, I think, to see somebody come in for Rodgers and Rodgers finish a game at this point, just based on track record the last couple of weeks. So I'd be intrigued by Howard, yeah. Maybe I'm starting to lean in that direction. Maybe the power of Nick and Doran's rhetoric is starting to sway me.
I have a number for you, Nick. You ready for this?
Yep.
It's from a man named Ben Fennell. Do you know him?
Yes, I do.
Who is he?
He's a producer there at NFL Network. He does work with CBS Sports. I see him at the Combine and different things like that. Good man. Knows ball, too.
Well, here we go with Mr. Fennell. This is his tweet. Steelers haven't completed a downfield pass in 36 days on passes that have gone 20-plus yards in the air. The ball's in the air for at least 20 yards. They're 0 for 13 with 3 interceptions in the last 5 games. Nick, I'm wondering if there's ever been a team, and I'm dead serious about this, ever been an NFL team in the Super Bowl era that has gone 5 straight games without completing a pass that went 20 yards in the air. Well, how do you account for this? Whose fault is it? Where does the fault lie?
Yeah, I mean, I think quarterback-wise, they've had some pretty brutal opportunities there. They've had a few last week, and Rudolph just completely missed them. Roman Wilson had a shot this week when he cooked the corner on 3rd down, and Rodgers threw a bad pass. They had a shot potentially with Jonnu Smith down the field on that seam ball. Would have been a touchdown. Would have been close to 20 air yards, but he ran the wrong route. Darnell Washington's catch this week up the seam, I think, was 19 air yards, so they just missed it. Unfortunate for them. But I do think when you look at it, it's partially receiver because I don't think you're seeing a lot of guys get open. 2, their schematics. They're taking away DK Metcalf. That's where the ball would go mostly on those throws. 3, schematically, they don't attack the middle of the field. That's part of where you would attack that. But the go balls aren't really open because teams are running too high and just shelling the outside deep ball. So there's not really a lot of one-on-ones you see. It's going to be cover 2 hole shots. And Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph seemingly do not want to rip those throws. There's a lot of different things. Quarterback-wise, I just think they're so limited quarterback-wise. I think you look at that. Rodgers has been inaccurate. Rudolph has underthrown, overthrown, just sailed balls. Rodgers has done much of the same. And when your receivers aren't getting open, when the schematics aren't really accentuating anything to try and attack that area of the field and get teams out of that, you put limited personnel with limited schematics, and you get what you have there. It has been pretty brutal to watch because the Steelers try to get this quick passing game going, and teams are just playing it now, and you're seeing the result of that. This offense cannot throw the ball consistently. The Bills did not respect it one bit, Joe. They stacked the box every time. The cornerbacks triggered downhill on run blitzes, I think, 13 times. 13 corner blitzes in the game? You kidding me? Just to stop the Steelers' run game.
Give me a name. Give me a name. Who does the Bucs stop with here on the downfield passing game?
I mean, really, if you want the answer right now, the answer is Aaron Rodgers. I think that is the answer because he is throwing the ball super quickly, or he's holding on to the football and passing up opportunities down the field. There were a few that I saw on film. There's one over the middle to Darnell Washington that was open that he passed up. So there are opportunities. I think Aaron Rodgers has been so brutal throwing the ball down the football field. You just look at the accuracy numbers. It's all-time bad. In terms of, I believe, yards after the catch, I think 66% of his his yards this year come after the catch. And there was a stat by Ben Solak at ESPN. I believe there's 713 quarterbacks over the last 20 years that have been tracked for that stat in terms of percentage of their yards being after the catch. Aaron Rodgers is 712th out of 713th. That is insane.
Wait, can you repeat that one? Limits was daydreaming.
So Aaron Rodgers, in terms of yak percentage, the amount of yards that come after the catch is over 66%. Out of the last 20 years, it is 712th out of 713 quarterbacks over the last 20 years. I believe the only one that has more of it is A.J. Feely, if you remember him. So
yes, I do.
It is pretty wild, to say the least.
Yeah.
And I think he's the one where it stops right now. He's not the only guy that's the issue. I think wide receiver-wise, they don't have enough downfield passing attack and enough personnel to attack downfield. And then schematically, they don't try enough. But I also think Rodgers is passing up the very few opportunities they do have, or sailing them, or just missing them. So really, Rodgers, I would say, but it's more than just Rodgers.
Sure. Good answer. Nick Farabaugh from PennLive.com. How about T.J. Watt? I saw somebody was breaking down tape the other day. He was just getting destroyed in the run game, and we know he didn't get anything done in the pass rush. Well, it seems clear that T.J.'s lost a step. I think every team would still like to have him. Don't get me wrong, but maybe not for $41 million a year. It seems like he's lost a step. Fair?
100%. And the stats back it up. T.J. Watt is a speed rusher, and first step data does exist now in terms of how quick do you get off the ball. In 2023, I believe his first step was 0.75 seconds. This year, it's 0.87. That is significant. That 1/10 of a second matters for guys that are going to win with speed rush like TJ does. And that's his age. He's got to evolve his game. He's got to become more of a power rusher. He's got to have different ways. And I can see him experimenting with things, but it's not fully there yet. And that almost makes me think it's possible next year with another offseason, kind of knowing your limitations, you can actually develop that, and maybe TJ can have a little bit of research. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. But for this year, I mean, he's been struggling with the chips, the double teams. He doesn't have the speed rush that he used to, so he's been relying on that. But the run defense, Joe, I think is the real thing that's been concerning. He's been just shooting up gaps, trying to make TFLs like he did when he was 27, hasn't been holding the edge. I think some of that is coaching, but I think that's what TJ likes to do. What teams are doing now is they're going heavy, they're reducing the splits of the receivers, and they're getting the Steelers into nickel, and they're forcing the corners or TJ to hold the edge. And TJ has not held the edge. And so teams now, remember early in the year when everyone's like, oh, they're running away from TJ Watt. Now they're running at him. And it's actually working. The last 3 weeks, teams have just run right at TJ Watt, and they've gotten some of their best runs against him. So the Bills knew that. They came in and did that. And that's going to be something that has to be fixed, whether it's a coaching point, whether it's TJ himself acknowledging that he needs to start holding the edge. The run defense part of that is concerning because the other side with Herbig and Highsmith is actually holding up their end of the deal.
And watching the game back, Nick, it just seemed like Keanu Benton and Y.A. Black were being pushed off the ball 2-3 yards back, where Cam Hayward was the only one at the point of attack getting a push. Why do you think that is? And is it just that they're just getting beat personnel on personnel?
Some of it is that, for sure. I mean, Y.A. Black did not play well in this game. I think he's kind of come back to earth after the summer that he had. He had a great summer, but the tape quietly over the last month or so has not been very good. And the Steelers have also found out over the last month he's not a nose tackle. He has not been good at nose tackle at all, so they've gotten him out of that spot. Broderick Martin, who was his replacement and came, he was inactive, came off the Chiefs practice squad, was not very good. In terms of Benton, I kind of expect Benton 2 or 3 times a game just to get completely detonated off the snap. That's just him, I think, at this point. But he's a very useful player. I really think Benton is one of those guys where if he left the Steelers and went to, San Francisco or somewhere where a team could really use that pass rushing skill set, he would be a lot more useful, and you'd see what makes Keanu Benton a good player a little more. He is a good player. So I do think there's that. But personnel-wise, they did just get beat. I mean, the thing people really aren't talking about enough is the Bills' game plan was to just make the Steelers' corners tackle, and the Steelers' corners did not tackle very well in this game. Plus, the linebackers don't stack and shed blocks all that well. or they're not athletic enough. I think, Patrick Queen isn't a great stack and shed guy. He's more of a flow and see guy. But then you get Malik Harrison in the game, and he doesn't have the speed to go sideline to sideline and get James Cook. So they're kind of in this bad conundrum where everything just amplifies itself on one upon another. And then you have some weird alignment kind of ideas that the Steelers had. The way they were aligning some of the heavy sets and the condensed stuff made no sense. The run fits were out of sync. There's coaching, there's personnel issues, but they got punked up front personnel-wise. There's no doubt about it on Sunday.
All right, Nick, we'll let you go to the Tomlin news conference, but not before a game of free association. Are you ready for this? Your answers can be as short as one word up to 6 or 7 words. Here we go. If you're ready.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. By the way, do you have a mullet happening right now?
I do not. I have the tie in the back. Still going.
You like that, Limits? I like it.
I do, yeah. Nick, how long have you been growing that?
Man, my hair's been growing for years. 5 years at this point, I think. So it's long enough. It comes down to my shoulders if I kept it down.
I'm glad that we cleared that up, Limits.
Me too.
We were both wondering about it. Here we go, Nick. Percent chance we'll hear Tomlin say Rudolph is starting in this game.
0%. I don't think that's happening.
Percent chance Will Howard starts a game this season.
5%. Going to need some injuries there.
Is Pat Freiermuth still going to be with the Steelers next year?
Yes, Johnny Smith will not.
How about Alex Highsmith? Will he still be here?
Leaning yes on that one.
Arthur Smith, will he still be here?
I believe he will.
Oh, my God. Tony Romo said Arthur Smith is a, quote, great coordinator. Agree or disagree?
Disagree, thoroughly mediocre.
Quarterback for next year will be?
Ty Simpson.
Holy ostrich follicles. I didn't expect that one. Did you, Limit?
Do you think he'll be available when they pick? Well, I mean, the way they're trending, they probably will be.
He is the one guy that I think fits where they're going to draft. I think they're going to draft a quarterback, and he's the one that I think fits where they are right now, so I'm going with him.
Will Mike Tomlin be here next year?
Yes.
Will the Steelers pick up Roderick Jones' fifth-year option?
They could, but leaning no.
Because of injury or performance?
Performance.
Or money? Performance, okay. That's surprising because I thought that he was playing his best football when he was hurt. Do you disagree?
I don't disagree, but I also think his best football is thoroughly below the line, and I think he has not been that good this year. Now, is he better than Andres Pete? Probably, but he's not played that well this year when you watch the film.
All right, a quick game of yes or no. Continuing the theme here. The Minkah Fitzpatrick trade turned out to be a bad one.
Yes.
The Darius Slay signing was horrific.
Yes.
The Darius Slay signing was just as bad as Patrick Peterson and maybe worse.
Yes.
Thank you, Nick. I have no further questions.
Thanks, guys.
Except
Appreciate
this one. The Patrick Queen signing turned out to be bad.
Yes.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, there you go, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you, Nick. This is a disaster, Limits, is it not?
Well, it's not in the positive direction with the arrow trending upwards.
Who do you blame for those? I mean, there seems to be a, sort of a split between do I blame or do we blame Omar Khan, Weidl, Tomlin? Like for Darius Slay, I'm sorry, but I blame Tomlin. I don't think that Omar Khan is telling Mike Tomlin who he gets. I think there are instances where, we need a receiver, we need a veteran corner. It's not Tomlin's job to then go out and scour the market. It's Omar's, but I think Omar comes back with options, and Mike says yes or no.
Well,
that is my educated opinion on how the Steelers do business.
I agree. I do think that Weidl had some influence on the Slay signing just because of the Philadelphia connection there.
Well, shame on him then, because that was a bust.
I would not be surprised if Tomlin makes a lot of rulings and judgments to Omar and a lot of heavily thought-out suggestions to where they work in collaboration with each other. But
no, he tells them what he wants, and they give it to him. Yeah. The Jalen Ramsey trade doesn't happen unless Mike Tomlin says, I want it to happen. And that has turned out I thought it was a good trade when it happened. Then I thought it was a great trade. Now I'm not so sure about that. And then Patrick Queen has just been, with bursts of competence, still disappointing. The wide receiver signings and draftings have been disappointing. DK Metcalf. Calvin Austin as a draft pick. Roman Wilson as a draft pick. They don't even use Freiermuth, so why did they re-sign him? I'm baffled by that.
You know how many interceptions Minka has this year?
How many?
Wrong. 1.
Yeah. Which equals the number of receptions for Jonnu Smith.
He also has a sack, his first career sack.
He had a pretty good game last game, and they're getting hot at the right time here.
He's not playing bad.
This is still a disaster. So let's move on to something that's not a disaster. And that would be the Penguins. And I am enjoying this. And the game last night was great. They're the most enjoyable team in town to watch right now. And I've been critical of Kyle Dubas. I'm here to praise him today. I like the mix of young and old. They're fun. They're a fun watch. We just saw our football teams get outscored. What was the fun? 66-14 or something?
14. In
big games in Pittsburgh this past weekend. Well, this team is fun. They're the opposite of watching that. You have the kid line suddenly of McGroarty, Koivunen, Kindle. They were fun to watch. Sid is unbelievable right now. The power play is like a revelation. Last night, just whipping the puck around and shooting the puck, which is a miracle. Last year, the power play got better. It did, but not like this. And the years before that, it was an absolute disgrace. So special teams have been good. They're top 5. They're number 1 in the league in the power play, top 5 in penalty kill. They're top 10 in goals. They're top 10 in goals against. Those numbers bode well, oh limitless wonder. And then you get to watch. We get the nostalgia tour for more than just that. The players involved are actually playing well. And we get that mixed with the kids coming up. I'm enjoying watching the Penguins. They're fun.
What's Sidney Crosby 3rd in the NHL in goals?
Particularly when they hammer the Flyers. And you know what else this team has? Guts. And more, it feels like more of an abrasiveness, more of an edge to them than the last 6 teams under Sully. You know what I mean? There's something about this team that just feels different in terms of we're going to respond if you're going to give our stars crap or anybody else crap. I like that.
Yeah, they're edgy. And that's something that they really weren't under Sullivan, where it seemed like Sullivan had his agenda and everyone else kind of needed to follow it. And we started to see the messaging clearly get stale to the point where now it's a clear example with the Steelers. New messaging, new voices, with still a current roster, with still players that can play.
Yeah, and
plus some additions, it changes it.
Yeah, it's young and old, and it's fun to watch, and it looks like they're building the right way. It does. I wasn't convinced of that. I'm still not totally convinced. We'll see. If the blow-up was the way to go. They didn't choose a complete blow-up. And right now they look right. Now, are they back to Stanley Cup contention, which is where you really have to be and want to be? I mean, that's a question for them and the Capitals. Feels like they're both trying to honor the final stages of their generational superstars' careers while also trying to build. But if you don't have another generational guy, can you still win a cup? If you don't have another superstar? That's the question I'm pondering really for both those franchises because they look awfully similar right now. But in the meantime, it's not just a veteran team scraping by. You know what I mean? That would be different to me.
Right.
If, the Noel Acharis, and he was pretty good this year. Nothing against Noel Achari. I love Noel Achari as much as the next person. But if you're just doing it with guys of that ilk, then you'd say, where are we really going here? At least there's several prominent young guys involved with more on the way. I like that limits.
Yeah, I do too. And you're starting to see that mix of young and old where Crosby mentoring the younger players, it's starting to make a lot of the noise during the offseason. Will the Penguins trade Sidney Crosby? Will the Sid one out of here? All is quiet when you win, Joe.
All's quiet when you win. It's the great elixir at any level of sports. Just win, baby. Meanwhile, let's get back into some college football next. Lane Kiffin's the biggest sports story in America right now. That situation. We'll talk about that and who's the front runner at Penn State right now. That's next. I was going to say Cook and Joe, but I won't. It's very rarely Pomp and Joe. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And right now the NBA is getting real hot. Very interesting stuff happening. Cooper Flag starting to come on in a big way suddenly in Dallas. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays, from points and rebounds to threes and assists. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app, and now's the perfect time to join, because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football last night. It was the New England Patriots victorious against the Giants, 33-15. So New England currently in line for the #1 seed in the AFC. Pitt basketball will be back in action, coming off a win against Ohio State at the buzzer on Friday, 67-66. Tonight against Texas A&M at the Pete, 7 o'clock. Tip-off. Coverage begins right here on The Fan, beginning at 6:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod completed fewer than 50% of his pass attempts in a loss to Buffalo. Sporting a cast on his left wrist, Rodgers went 10 for 21 for 117 yards. Following the game, he took accountability for the team's play. Also asked the receivers and tight ends to do the same. He suggests when he checks around, the pass catchers run the correct route. Rodgers said he was disappointed in his performance and that of the offense, and called their performance boo-worthy. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Lane Kiffin bailing on Ole Miss for LSU right before the playoffs isn't new. Coaches have always walked whenever they want. Players finally have more freedom now with transfers and NIL, but that was long overdue. Their careers are shorter, the stakes are higher, and they deserve every bit of mobility coaches take for granted. Kiffin's exit is just a reminder. Don't tighten player freedoms, expand them. I'm Maggie Gray.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit bigloot.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit them online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Hey, shh.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too, for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible board-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Jake, you saved me last winter. Furnace out, and your crew had the family warm by dinner time.
Thorne, that's what we do. Full service plumbing and HVAC, from leaky faucets and toilets to water heater replacements, backflow installs, and annual testing.
You also ran that much-needed sewer camera and hydrojetting at my place, cleaned everything right out.
Our techs are trained to fix, not sell. No commissions, no bait and switch. Family owned since 1947.
That's why I call Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Call 412-431-7455 or find us online at southsideplumb.com. Our reputation is built on your recommendation.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water?
I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy skies this afternoon, the high 37.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, the Lane Kiffin story is dominating every sports show in America. And this guy goes to his introductory news conference at LSU and claims that he doesn't know how much his contract is for. He's more interested in NIL and how much the kids are going to get than he is his own money, his own contract. What an unselfish and kind man Lane Kiffin is. I know what his contract is. Everybody in America who follows sports knows what his contract is at LSU. He's the only one who doesn't? This is a story that goes way back to college presidents, really, and everybody flowing down from there in universities, selling their soul to these king coaches, to the point where you create a monster like Lane Kiffin who actually believes, probably for good reason, actually believes that he should be coaching Ole Miss right through their bowl game while signing high school kids starts tomorrow. Am I right about that, Limits?
Correct.
And then you have the transfer portal opens January 2nd. He thinks that he should be the coach at LSU during signing period while he's in the Ole Miss offices coaching Ole Miss through the rest of the season. He honestly believes that that's his right and that that's what he should have been allowed to do. That's the kind of delusion that college presidents planted the seeds for decades and decades ago when they decided that anything goes if you really want the king coach who's going to trade or who's going to give you everything. Who's going to give you everything you ever dreamed of. So you give him all the money in the world and cars and houses and life insurance policies and anything he wants and anything he demands, no matter what. And they think the players are getting too much? Lane Kiffin's going to get $13 million a year at LSU, and he actually believes... Why are we playing music below this, Limits?
Why not? You want me to take it off?
No, good point. I actually like it. I was just curious why. This man actually believes that he should be working in the Ole Miss offices, preparing a team for a football game, while he's the new coach, while he's actually the coach at a different program. So we're lost in college sports. But then again, we kind of all already have been. We always have been, I should say. And I don't care, Limits. I'll turn on the games and be entertained by them. It's pro football, it's big business, and it's entertainment. I really don't give a crap about the rest. You?
It definitely is pro football now, and it needs to be treated more like pro football. The fact that a coach is allowed by this system to leave in the middle of the season. I understand that the regular season is over, but with bowl season and with the playoffs approaching.
Playoffs?
The fact that a coach of a playoff team is even allowed to leave. Shame on Lane Kiffin for actually doing it and abandoning his players.
Well, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. All these guys do it. Shame on Paul Christ and everybody else in history who's done it. I would take a new job if I could, too.
But it's because that the system is just rooted so poorly.
I probably phrased that wrong. I love my job. I mean a lucrative new job worth millions. Although the money was the same.
Right. The money was the same. What I'm getting at is the fact that Lane Kiffin even had to make this decision at this point, it's a farce. College football needs to look itself in the mirror and get away from this dumb notion that academics is still so important with this. It's not. It's not. Where, we have to make sure that we open the portal during this window because the kids need to enroll at school before the semester starts. That's a bunch of BS. It doesn't matter anymore. All that matters in big-time – you want to say that about softball and volleyball and, maybe even college basketball, whatever. But football is a completely different beast where none of that matters. So it shouldn't be treated that way.
Well,
they're employees. They're paid.
Here's the thing. You need to open the transfer portal at some points.
It needs to be the day after the national championship.
Okay.
And that's when transactions should be allowed to happen.
How about the high school signing period?
Same thing. Push it back.
Well, why can't it be?
Again, because there's this insistence on, we need everybody enrolled and student athletes and maintaining the key root
Then why don't they
of
just move the academic calendar then? Because the academics take a back seat to sports and always have.
Correct.
I mean, I'm not saying I think that's a good thing.
It's not.
But just move the academic calendar then. Sports drives the engine. Sports is the engine that drives the bus, I should say.
So you're telling me that the portal, let's say school hypothetically starts on the 12th or whatever. The portal would open the day after the national championship, so on the 20th. You're telling me that extra week is such a huge difference? Those extra 2 weeks?
I don't know. Maybe somebody smarter than us could tell us it is. I really don't know. But I can't stand Lane Kiffin, and I can't stand the system. And within 2 years, if he's not winning, he'll be run out of town too, right?
Yep. Yeah, he will.
What about Penn State? Is it Kalani Sitake? Is that how you pronounce his last name?
Yes, Kalani Sitake.
BYU seems to be the front runner. You excited about that?
Not one bit.
Why?
Because I feel like the fit is not good. Sitake is a good coach, don't get me wrong. But he doesn't have any PA ties, and that was one big thing that was preached in the coaching search. Who's going to be a good Penn State guy for us? And also, what new coach is going to be able to bring a bunch of players with him? I feel like with the culture at BYU, how many players are going to want to leave BYU to come to Penn State? I don't think it's many. Sitake has never recruited the East Coast. So he would get out-recruited by James Franklin, I think, significantly, where a guy like Bob Chesney right in your backyard, JMU, to recruit the Virginia, Maryland, PA, Ohio areas right there. I think at this point, Joe, you hire Terry Smith, you give him a year, and you reassess. Next year, if you decide there's another big fish that comes open on the market that is desirable and mutually both sides, Penn State and this coach, want to meet, then you say, Terry, we appreciate you guiding the program for the last year and a half. We would love for you to stay on as a GM role or as a big-time consultant, and we'll pay you a lot of money to do it. But right now, they should not make a hire that doesn't make sense just for the purpose of making a hire.
Well, what if he's a good
coach? I feel like they're going to do.
Well, just because he hasn't recruited around here doesn't mean he can't.
Right.
He's 22-3 in the last 2 years. Of course, those are kind of Franklin numbers, but you have to win bigger games, right?
Does that feel like a fit to you?
I don't know what feels like a fit. Limits. You bring in a guy, and if he can coach and recruit, then it'll be a fit. I'll tell you this much. The next guy better be ready to win a national title right away.
I don't think he would. Because they're on option number who knows what. And I guess this was the mystery surprise candidate that was in the whole entire circle. I think there are some people that are trying to convince themselves that this would be a good hire. I think Sataki's a good coach, but he's a perfect fit at BYU. I don't think he'd be a good fit at
Would you consider this a snowstorm? I wouldn't. This is a light snow that fell.
Not a snowstorm.
Everything's fine out there.
If it's a snowstorm,
what are we doing
you're
here?
snowed in.
We cancel everything because there's a light snow limits. We can't even get food in here today.
You're upset because there's no food and your plans for later are canceled.
I know. I am.
And I'm sad for you.
We used to swim in Buffalo in this kind of weather.
You would swim in this weather?
No. I'm exaggerating, but...
Would you swim in the snow?
There's a couple of inches of snow out there, Limits. You want to go sled riding?
Would you bring out some blow dryers and try to melt the snow and make it like a slip and slide? What do you mean you would swim?
We should go sled riding today. You want to? Right here in Dormont,
Sure.
There's a place right next to Dormont Pool. All right, we will. Sled riding after the show. Will Donnie want to go?
Maybe.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to the Pump and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Partly cloudy today, a high of Andy Russell, 34. A low of Marc-Andre Fleury, 29. Speaking of flurries, it will snow today. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Won't it be interesting to listen to the Steelers coach next? Or not, I don't think. He's going to have much to say about Aaron Rodgers, but I'm looking forward to the back and forth with our media friends, Limits. I think it will be quite interesting, don't you?
Very, Joe.
You think the Gravesdigger comes off the top rope today?
Yes.
How about Benzie?
Yes.
My feet hurt. At least they used to. Now they feel better, thanks to the Good Feet store, the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System in particular. So easy and fits in any kind of shoe. Golf shoe, basketball shoe, dance shoe, work shoe, walking shoe, running shoe, whatever you got, they can work with. You don't need to go out and buy new shoes for this to work. At some point with the joints of my big toes, I didn't care anymore. I just wanted the pain to lessen so I could engage in some form of exercise, and the pain lessened. It worked for me. It could work for you, whatever your issue might be. Plantar fasciitis, needles in your heel, pain and burning in the balls of your feet, whatever it might be, this could do it. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Visit one of the stores, Robinson Town Center, across from IKEA. Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens, and down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Again, you can do it all at goodfeet.com. Check it all out anyway. So come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, what will Mike Tomlin say to the media? We are just moments away from finding out at the top of the hour, and also potentially an injury update as well. Patrick Queen, Aaron Rodgers. More headlines, 937thefan.com, and the headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Looking for the perfect gift? Rivers Casino has you covered. For a limited time, purchase a $100 non-gaming gift card and receive a $20 bonus gift card. Whether it's for your family or yourself, it's the perfect holiday gift. Visit the cashier or stop by the Landing Hotel to purchase today. And we'll see you this holiday at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, Malzy here, and if what I'm about to describe describes you, then it sounds like you could need some help. It's time to get intimate, everything gets ready, and then you can't perform like you used to when you were in your prime. Blue Chew can help you out, fellas. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. Blue Chew is a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and then handed it a gym membership and then slapped it on the back and said, get out there and do your best. Blue Chew's the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is, because showing up matters. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Journey into the heart of Christmas magic at the Hilltop Event Center at the North Park Lounge in Richmond. Open now, running 7 days a week. Explore 6 over-the-top theme rooms with bars from Santa's Babies to Whoville and more. See our professional actors, including the Grinch, straight from Universal Studios, Buddy the Elf from Chicago. You got rotating DJs, sip-themed cocktails, book one of our VIP areas and capture unforgettable photos. Plus, enjoy Saturday and Sunday brunch with Santa and Mrs. Claus, located right off exit 39, Butler Valley on the PA Turnpike.
The Tomlin Presser, brought to you by Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at allegiantfcu.org.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Things are going to be busy between now and the end of the year. Holiday gatherings, school functions for the kids, and family get-togethers. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and the last thing you want to worry about this holiday season is whether your roof is going to make it through another Pennsylvania winter. One call to MHI Roofing to schedule a free 21-point roof inspection will put your mind at ease. A highly trained roof inspector will carefully examine every inch of your roof, checking the 21 most common areas of roofing failure. Then go over the results with you and discuss your options going forward. Most of the time, problems can be fixed with a minor repair. But if it is time for a new roof, MHI offers money-saving discounts and financing terms to make paying easy. And don't forget, MHI is so confident in their skilled installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So call or go online to schedule your free 21-point roof inspection today. 412-998-8864. That's 412-998-8864. Or online at MHIRoof.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Ravens this Sunday at 1 o'clock fan game day. We'll begin getting you ready for it at 10 o'clock with Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, and Mark Caballi. And you can also listen on your Odyssey app. It's the first of two against Baltimore Steelers, playing this one first on the road. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Mike Tomlin news conference is next.
It's time for the Tomlin Rewind. Recap of the coach's presser is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Slideck and Fence, Alicia Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Getting ready for the Mike Tomlin news conference, which means our mannequin friend Bob, his mannequin in the seat across from me, is over there on the south side getting everything ready. And it'll happen any second here, Limits.
He's in a great orange quarter zip today. It's like
orange?
Very bright orange.
Wow. Thank goodness they're not playing the Browns. Everybody would be mad at him over there.
Yeah, they would.
I bet we get a Mr. Jackson today for Lamar, do you think?
I agree. And probably a Mr. Henry.
And Donnie just suggested back there that Joe Flacco might be the quarterback next season. I wouldn't be surprised at that either, given Tomlin's deep affection for him, although I don't think he'll announce that today.
Here's the coach.
As always, man, I'll start with a quick assessment of the last performance. And unfortunately, the tape didn't show anything dramatically different than what we saw in stadium. We played 30 minutes of acceptable football, and then we didn't do what we needed to do in the third quarter and in any of the phases of play. And certainly that put us behind the gun, and we were running uphill from there. I think frustration became a component of it, which is a natural thing. We got a lot of guys that work extremely hard and put a lot into prep. And, we want to win. We want to do what's required to win, but we didn't necessarily express that want to appropriately. And so we kind of talked about that some yesterday as a collective. I own the responsibility of making sure that these guys understand a component of being a tough team to beat is not beating ourselves. We had some penalties, and certainly you're going to have penalties when you play. But penalties of the 15-yard variety, loss of composure and things of that nature hadn't been us. And so that needs to be corrected immediately. We talked about that. And when it's from some of our guys like captains and so forth, guys that represent us at the coin toss, it certainly merits discussion and analysis. And so we went through that, and we look forward to moving on from that. Now, a component of moving on from that is executing better. When you execute better, you make more plays, frustration becomes less of an issue. And so certainly, first and foremost, as we lean in on this week, man, our focus is performing at a higher level, doing a better job strategically, doing a better job of dividing the labor up, and then ultimately letting that lead to doing a better job of play. Really, there's a rhythm to it in recent weeks, particularly in Chicago and last week. And, but it doesn't make it any easier, obviously, to identify and move on from. Certainly, when you have the lead at halftime and you're getting the ball to come out to start the second half, there's generally a good feel there. But we haven't done enough with the football to start second halves, and certainly we haven't done enough to defend the grass once we've turned the ball over. And so that could be descriptive of how things unfolded in Chicago, and it certainly is a description of how things unfolded last week. And so, we talk about it, we learn from it, but equally as important, we roll our sleeves up and go to work. How do you get that synergy? How do you get the confidence? How do you get the cohesion required to win? You tighten up your plan. You delve into things that you've spent more time in than things that you hadn't. You make sure that guys are in position to work in a coordinated fashion in all three phases. And so we're making some very, pointed decisions as we lay the foundation for this plan this week. But I imagine Baltimore is doing similar things. We both sit at 6-6. Both of those positions come with some scars, certainly, but they need to come with some lessons learned as well. And I think the team that displays the ability to apply those lessons best is going to be the team that's going to be in position to control this game and thus be in control of the North. And before I get specifically into Baltimore and talking about their personnel and so forth, just let me say this, man. I really enjoy the structure that is today's NFL scheduling. The excitement associated around these division games, the weight on them, not only for us in Baltimore, but just globally speaking. We felt it a year ago. We had some big games against them in the latter part of the year as well. I think it's good for football. It's good for our fan base. It's good for their fan base. It's an honor to be a part of it. And certainly it provides an edge for us, man, an urgency for us as we prepare. We've been in hotly contested battles with this group in the past, and I see no reason why this weekend won't be the same. There's certainly a lot at stake. From an injury perspective, I'll cover a few things. Derek Harmon can be characterized as out again this week with his knee injury. Everyone else could be characterized as questionable, and when I characterize people as questionable, oftentimes it means limited participation at the early part of the week, and then increased participation as the week goes on, and the quality and quantity of that participation being our guide toward availability. The guys that fall into that category, Patrick Queen with his glute injury, and some other guys with some bumps and bruises associated with play. James Pierre is in the concussion protocol, and I never really try to provide too much color regarding that. The medical experts make that determination, but he's in the protocol and could be listed as questionable as we sit here today. And I'd imagine we got some other guys that lack availability associated with bumps and bruises, associated with play this time of year that could be limited at the top part of the week. But we expect those guys to pick up as the week goes on. And you can characterize Aaron Rodgers within that group as well. Now on to Baltimore. As I mentioned earlier, man, they're familiar with us. We're familiar with them. It creates excitement. It creates excitement around the strategic planning. It's fun to, to have knowledge of this group, but watch how they've evolved over the course of the journey. And we all evolve for a variety of reasons. The elevation of individual players, the emergence of individual players, the attrition component of the game as you miss people and adapt schematically, and from a divisional labor standpoint to make up for that, the return of players and that impact that it has. For instance, on offense, I'll start with Baltimore's offense at the early portions of the year. They were without Richard and Likely, two major components, if you're familiar with Baltimore, that play major roles in how they function. Likely is an awesome second tight end to partner with Andrews. They play a lot out of two tight end personnel groups, and they're able to get a lot done in the running game and in the passing game. And I think you feel with each passing week the impact of his return and presence, and certainly the same thing with Richard, man. We've dealt with him over the years, man. You get that guy on the field in front of Derrick Henry, man, you got an all-day job ahead of you in terms of minimizing what they're capable of in the running game. And certainly, as we lean in on this week, that's where our attentions lie from a defensive perspective. No disrespect to their passing game, and certainly they got a lot of capable guys there. But we're talking about a legendary runner of this generation in Derrick Henry. We're talking about some schematics and some personnel that really highlight that agenda, coupled with our present state coming off the type of performance that we just came off of regarding the run. I believe that focus is justified and appropriate. But they do have some dangerous people on the perimeter. I like their divisional labor from a receiver standpoint. Zay Flowers obviously is a dangerous receiver. He's good after the catch. He's got make you miss. He's elusive. Bateman and D are veteran guys that know what it is that they're doing. D-Hop, you can't say enough about him in terms of some 50-50 ball matchups and the things that he provides them from a one-on-one perspective. As I mentioned, the tight ends, when I was talking about the running game, Mark Andrews, man, him and Lamar have been, partners in this thing since they got drafted in the same draft class. I think he's Baltimore's all-time leading receiving touchdown guy. He's certainly still a major component of what they do in the red area. I think he's got 5 or so touchdowns this year. But the ball goes to and through Lamar. His ability to extend and make plays, his ability to run, particularly in situational moments, is and always has been a challenge. We failed some at that challenge a week ago against Josh Allen, and so for those reasons, man, we're really working with an edge in preparation for this one. certainly we have a lot of experience in defending them and going against them, but I'm sure they say similar things regarding us. And so with that understanding, we proceed. On the defensive side of the ball, they really did some things to stabilize themselves kind of at the trade deadline. A couple quality acquisitions, one at the safety spot and one at the edge spot to round out some areas where they were really thin. The safety acquisition has really allowed Kyle Hamilton to do what Kyle Hamilton does, which is to play big nickel on first and second down and play around the line of scrimmage and blitz and defend the run and set edges. You get in sub-package situations and more passing circumstances on third down. He essentially plays a dime linebacker spot, and you have to deal with he and Roquan. And they're both formidable, certainly. They're very good underneath defenders and blitzers. And they've got really good schematics that highlight those talents. Another versatile guy, obviously worth mentioning, is Marlon Humphreys, man. He plays outside when Kyle Hamilton plays nickel. When Kyle Hamilton moves to dime linebacker, he plays inside. He's a very versatile guy, man. He's the poster boy for their turnover culture. I think he's got 17 career forced fumbles and counting now. And so ball security is going to be a major component of it. We got to be really fundamentally sound there. Again, he leads that charge. But again, wouldn't be remiss if I didn't mention Malachi Starks, man, their first rounder. He's a center fielder, man, and is doing a really good job patrolling that area of the field. And particularly of late, as I mentioned, with that acquisition, and they're able to solidify some divisional labor. He's been a mainstay in the middle of the field for him and doing a nice job of solidifying that space. You see growth and development in Nate Wiggins in year two. I think he's playing really good football. He's a tough cover man. I know he went out of the last football game, but as we sit here and prepare today, we certainly anticipate seeing him in a matchup like this and ready to deal with his talents. They do a lot of things up front, man. They use a variety of packages and personnel groups. They've had some attrition up front in their defensive line and edge people, and so they get into some dime 41. They also get into some dime 32. Young draftee out of Clemson, Simpson, is versatile. You'll see him in some dime 32. He'll rush off the edge. He'll act as a hover rusher at times in a hybrid four-man rush. He drops some. It gives him really good schematic variation. You got he and Roquan and Kyle Hamilton down around the box. Some guys blitz, some guys cover. They do a nice job week in and week out of kind of changing those things up. And then certainly when we play these guys, man, special teams is always a major component of how games unfold. They're a really good special teams unit. It's a value system of theirs. Certainly it's a value system of ours. We'll be fighting for every blade of grass in all three phases, and oftentimes they come in more chunks in this phase because of the vertical and horizontal grass associated with these plays. And so, man, we got to be really good in that space. Our return games got to provide a leg up for us. Our coverage game has got to be excellent, and certainly our specialists have to be on it. Excited about the prep in terms of what lies ahead with us this week. Excited about getting in front of our guys, starting tomorrow morning, man, and laying out a plan and working that plan and taking it to Baltimore, AFC North football with a division lead online. I'll pause and open up for questions.
Mike, when you talk about the frustration, where do you see it manifested? In their play, in their body language, in their behavior? What? In a little bit of both, really, in all areas, and certainly, I never want people to apologize for caring, and I view the frustration displayed last week in that way. Guys were in fight mode. They care. The game wasn't unfolding the way that we desire. They didn't necessarily express it appropriately. And so as a leader, it's about redirecting that and making sure it's channeled in the right ways. But also, how do we move on from that? The source of that frustration is not playing the way that we would like to play. And so certainly putting together a good plan and putting them in position to play well is a component of moving on from it. Mike, what did you learn from the captains in talking to them and what they feel like needs to change?
We have a lot of discussions week in and week out. I usually generally leave those discussions between us. But certainly I'm open to insight from those guys and assistance from those guys. A lot of those guys been around a lot of football, and
you know, when you're in the position that I'm in, you don't care where good advice comes from. You don't care where good ideas come from. That's just the spirit in which I move and have moved for a very long time. I think the longer you're in this business, you understand that. You know, forget authorship or ownership. It's about being right and being ready. And so, man, certainly those opinions are valued.
Like you said after the game on Sunday that the answers were in the building, but a lot of the issues that you guys had on Sunday have been the issues all season. Why have the answers to those issues been so elusive?
Because those same ingredients that produce 6 wins as well as 6 losses. And so, you know, it's about how we cook it this week.
Like one of the things that Aaron mentioned after the game was that he felt like practice wasn't good last week, and that's kind of been a common theme. Is there something that needs to change with practice, or is that feedback that he's given you that you can take into account?
I'm open to doing whatever it is that we need to do, obviously in an effort to make practice better. Sometimes practice gets challenging, particularly at the early portions of the week this time of year, because of lack of significant player availability, and certainly felt that last week, not making that as an excuse. That's just the reality of our business. I'm sure people that we compete against miss significant players as well. How we navigate that oftentimes during the week is, you know, an example of how we might navigate it during the course of the weekend. And certainly last week, based on the results, were not good enough. And particularly from a defensive perspective, when we lost Patrick Queen, we didn't do a good enough job of managing that component of it.
Also mentioned that he thought maybe the cold weather was impacting the quality of practice. Do you consider moving more practices inside?
You know, we generally play outside, and so if the surface is safe, I like to practice in the environment that we play in. But if you lose productivity because of the windage, et cetera, those are just general decisions that you make that's best appropriate for the group. In spirit, you like the group to practice in the environment that they play in, but if it's counterproductive, if it's survival, then certainly you make adaptation.
When you guys have the run fit problem that you guys had Sunday, you're going up against another big run opponent. Where's the line between focusing on the minutia and the smaller details versus maybe looking at a more global approach from a coaching standpoint, how to fix those problems?
I think you approach it from both perspectives. I think you got to put a lot of lines in the water. Certainly, we're looking at strategic global things from a strategy or schematic standpoint, but we're also looking at the division of labor and the positions that we put players in, how we adjust and adapt and communicate, particularly when that gets strained due to player availability or lack thereof. And so some of those things and all of those things are a component of the decision-making process.
Harmon's health in that regard TJ Watt was pretty frustrated that they seemed to run the same play or similar concept over and over with success. Where were the shortcomings in that particular play or that situation?
It was really good execution by them. Oftentimes it was a final look, but there were pre-snap movement and changes of offensive personnel that disguised it. And so sometimes a play would hit in a particular space, but they would change offensive personnel, requiring us to change defensive personnel, and the person might be different the second time. And so that's just a strategic component of football. Man, they did an awesome job. I don't want to take anything away from them, and we certainly have to be better.
Aside from Harmon's health, which has been a variable, and you mentioned you're open, it will be again this week with his injury, why have you found that the run game has been at times very good on defense against like Chicago and Jonathan Taylor, and why has it struggled as mightily as it has in other weeks?
You know, I think, you'd have to look at each one of those things individually, the plans, the players available to us, the schematics of those that we compete against. I think that's the challenge and the beautiful thing about this league is that week in and week out, man, you start anew. There's certainly, particularly at this point of the year, some evidence of who you are and evidence of who your opponents are. But from a strategy standpoint, you better start at ground zero. You better build, and that's what we're in the process of doing today and this week in an effort to put out a better performance this week.
You talked about trying to learn some things out the last week with the way Allen ran as opposed to getting Lamar this week. Is there a transferable thing there in the way they approach it with those two quarterbacks? Or is
it certainly is, but they're certainly very different guys. They both have designed quarterback runs as a component of their attack. Lamar is more on the perimeter because of his talents, his elusiveness, his speed. Josh Allen is more downhill because of his talents. He's big, he's strong, he's competitive and combative. But either way you slice it, it's 11-on-11 football. Certainly, they have different approaches to that 11-on-11 football. The differences in the backs have a lot to do with it. Cook is elusive and perimeter capable and things of that nature. And certainly, although Derek has great speed and when he gets into the secondary, he's a problem. You really want to work hard to minimize his downhill because, man, when he gets downhill on you, you really feel it. That's when he starts bumper carring and bouncing off of people, and you want to eliminate that component of his game. And so there certainly are some similarities, but there certainly are some dramatic differences as well. We'll lean on the similarities. We have experience against competing against Baltimore, and so we certainly understand the differences.
Mike, the way Baltimore ran against you last year in December, did you learn anything what not to do to try to defend that?
Certainly.
Such as?
Just how you play apex players, the guys that are halfway between the core of the defense and the perimeter, some of the things you do around secondary rotation and so forth. I think anytime you play, there's an educational process. I think one of the first things that we do on Monday morning or Sunday night, most of the time for me is Sunday, is jot down some just quick initial notes while it's fresh to capture that learning, the adaptation that happens in game, the adjustments, the conversations had formally and informally. I think it's just good business and protocol to formally document that, to collect it and store it, because certainly if you've been in this business any length of time, you double back to it sooner, probably more so than later.
When you're having trouble generating offense, why does it make sense to have Pat Freiermuth on the bench?
We got a bunch of guys that are capable. I think we've been through some of these discussions before. We got a lot of capable guys that we have a lot of confidence in. Pat is certainly one of them. Ball didn't bounce his way a week ago, but certainly he's a viable option for us and one that's strongly considered as we work this week.
Mike, you talk a lot about frustration, and you have said you understand the fans' frustration. What is it like for you personally when they're calling for you to go?
In general, I agree with them. And from this perspective, football is our game. We're in the sport entertainment business. And so if you root for the Steelers, entertaining them is winning. And so when you're not winning, it's not entertaining. And if you've been in this business, you understand that. And so I respect it. I share frustrations. I understand what makes this thing go, and winning is what makes this thing go.
Mike, will you make any adjustments to the responsibilities of your coaching staff?
Not anything that merits discussion in this setting, no.
Mike, during the draft and free agency, you talked about wanting to be more physical across the board. How do you feel like your team is kind of fulfilling or not fulfilling that goal?
As we stand here today, based on the last performance, not so good. But certainly at different times in this journey, I felt really good about it. And so I think that could describe a lot of the conversations, as I mentioned earlier, when you're sitting at 6-6. For us, it's about absorbing that and understanding that and plotting a course to move forward, but also understanding that the things that happen to us are not vacuum related. It's happening to those that we compete against as well. I'd imagine Baltimore's got similar challenges and issues because they sit at 6-6 as well. And so the team that can manage those things and summons up the good in a more really consistent way is the team that's going to have a chance to control this game this weekend.
Two things about Aaron. Just first of all, simply, how did his wrist come out of that game? How did he respond to playing a full game? And then secondly, did you see anything during the game that was cause for alarm that you need to see get better in practice in terms of the ball handling duties, things like that, before you feel better about what you can do offensively this week?
I feel good about what we can do offensively. I don't think that we're limited in any way. Certainly we're going to do some things a little bit different to accommodate present circumstances. Like we worked almost exclusively out of gun or pistol a week ago to minimize some of that. It'll probably be less of a discussion this week. We'll see as the week wears on. And certainly I think he came out of the game, at least physically, from a wrist injury perspective in a good place.
Coach, you mentioned frustrations. I want to talk about the players' perspective. Would you prefer them flush those frustrations and that kind of passion here and get back to practice and just move on, or carry that and use that as a tool throughout the week?
Both.
Mike, where do you hang your hat as a coach when you look at the problems in the run offense game? You guys couldn't get that going against a Bills team that largely struggled against the run?
You know, we got to roll our sleeves up and go back to work, man. Our process for us is a thing for me. You know, oftentimes I get asked, I think, Brooke, you always ask, what gives you confidence? You know, and sometimes I answer it in a colorful way, but it's what we do. It's no different than what you guys do. You guys might write a bad article or a couple of bad articles. Does it lessen your confidence in your ability to write articles the next time? I imagine it doesn't, because you've been doing it all your adult lives. And it's the same for us as individuals or a collective in this business. Certainly our last performance wasn't up to snuff, but I don't know that it lessens our belief in self or our ability to deliver individually and collectively moving forward.
At the same time, though, does it force you to reevaluate the way you go about your job? And does it make you
when you write a bad article?
I got more confidence than you, which is
Certainly it does, because if you got a desire to be great, you better analyze things in a really critical way. You know what I mean? And I think that's what you're asking. And certainly, if winning is our agenda, and it is, we're not going to be hypersensitive to that.
But when you have a stretch where you guys have not played really consistent football for going on 2 months, do you accentuate the bet, or do you say, when I asked you earlier about sort of where you're at, you said, well, these answers also produced 6 wins. So do you have to remind these guys, hey, we played good football?
I think it depends on the situation, what topic is being discussed, and who you're dealing with. I think at times you utilize both.
So how do you channel that confidence, Mike? Is it more about we are confident that we can come up with different ways to, as you often say, skin the cat, or is it more about confidence that we just need to do what we do better?
It's both. It's both. I think that, I think if you're in one lane exclusively, you're not providing enough irons in the fire to produce victory.
How much have you changed your approach during the season this year?
As compared to what?
As compared to what you normally do. When you say, when we write bad articles, what do we do? Well, sometimes I, transcribe differently.
I think the tools that available oftentimes dictate the change, and so certainly this week's plan is going to be different than last week's plan. The opponent is different. The players available to us, anticipated available to us, may be different, and so that's what I mean when I ask, how do you change? Because you change because of necessity. You change because of the challenges are different week in and week out. The materials available to you, whether it's manpower or what have you, change based on player availability and so forth. Conditions change. The environmental component of the game changes. Certainly we're going to be in Baltimore, Maryland, and so that creates a hostile environmental possession downs for our offense, for example. And so you change out of necessity. You're not resistant to change, and I don't know that you spend a lot of time quantifying the amount of that change. You just know that change is required.
Do you have an identity as a team yet?
Yeah, 6-6, and I don't like it.
Mike, you talk openly about building your team in the offseason to deal with the AFC North a lot of times. How did what happened at the end of last season in Baltimore impact the way you went about constructing this team this year?
The acquisition of bigs, you saw our emphasis in the draft around big people, fortifying our depth in that area, and certainly it's been required. We've certainly had some attrition in that area. Dean Lowry, Loudermilk, and Derek Harmon has missed a couple of stretches, and so that depth with young people like YA and O and others, man, is significant. You can't run out of bigs. If you run out of bigs in AFC North ball, you're running on the beach, certainly.
Mike, going back to identity, what have you identified on offense and defense as things that you guys do well that you can rely on when things are going off the rails?
I'm sorry?
What have you identified on offense that you, as a team, do well that you can fall back on, that you can rely on?
We're very good at third and manageable. I think we might be tops in the league at 3rd and 3 or less. I don't check some of those statistics. I generally focus on the things that we need to improve upon. But we've been really good at 3rd and manageable, and so if we work to stay in those down in distances, we give ourselves a chance to possess the ball more than we have, as an example. Defensively, we certainly have done a nice job in general at taking the ball away. Culturally, we know what a big component of the game that is, and so what can we do to fortify that component of our game again this week to make sure it's an aspect of our portfolio as we work to engineer victory, just to name a few. But again, when you're trying to be great, when you're trying to win games this week, you better be focused on things that you need to fix first and foremost, and not seeking comfort relative to the things that you do well or you've done well.
Slay was a healthy scratch on Sunday. Does he have an opportunity to earn his way back on the field, or what went into that decision?
Really it was less about Slay, and it was more about getting an opportunity to see Asante Samuels. He's a global NFL starter type who's been on our practice squad. This time of year is attrition sets in. You step into stadiums week in and week out. Things happen, and we certainly wanted to have an opportunity to see him in stadium before we maybe had to make a decision on him, before someone else forced our hand regarding decisions. And so it was about that for us. Slay has missed some time due to a variety of injuries and so forth, and it was about getting a look at that guy that started a lot of games in this league, and we did, and we like some of the things that we saw, and we'll make decisions about how we divide the labor up a little later in the week.
You said Rodgers is questionable. Who do you call on if he's out? Is it Rudolph, Howard?
I didn't say he was questionable. I said you could describe him as questionable at this point in the week, and by that I mean his participation might be limited at the early portions of the week, and I really hadn't pondered not having them at this juncture.
Mike, there were a number of leaders who said players need to look in the mirror. Do you feel like you have a group of guys that will look in the mirror, that will take ownership?
I do, and because I think the basic premise that we start with in terms of assembling a group, and it's whether it's draft or free agency, is we like good men who happen to be good at football. And then secondarily, we like men who absolutely love football. And we believe that those two attributes really lend itself to the discussion that you asked about. The ability to assess, the ability to absorb, the ability to dig in when things get difficult, I think are a little bit easier when you got good people and we got people that love what it is they do.
Some of the younger guys on your roster that fall into that category.
Most of them.
Mike, what Robert Jones, and how do you feel like Andrews Pete played and will he start again?
I thought he was solid, and he will.
What did you find out about? I'm sorry? Broderick's out for the year? Is that the
he's on IR, and so he's out for this week.
What did you find out about Broderick's injury? Because at this time last week, he was just a week-to-week thing.
It still can be characterized as week-to-week. I don't know that I have any definitive information on the extent or the length of the timeout, and so I don't want to give you guys misinformation. When I get it, I'll give it to you. But certainly you can classify him as out because obviously he's on IR.
When the negativity presents itself in the stadium in the way that it did on Sunday, your players are not immune to it. As a coach, do you want them to lean into that a little bit, or do you try to or you want them to block it out?
I don't know that you have meetings regarding it. I don't think any of us prepare for failure. Sometimes you're faced with it and you deal with it, but I don't know that we strategically plan for negativity in the ways that you ask.
Anyone else? All right.
Appreciate it.
Well, that was mind-numbing. Was it not, Limits? That was one of the most boring ones of the year.
It picked up steam in the last 10 minutes, Joe. I thought significantly.
The Gravesdigger came up off the top rope. Him and Benzie were trading shots, weren't they?
Wow. The identity, it's 6-6, and I don't like it. Tomlin brought out that they're running on the beach.
Did he? I didn't even hear that part. I think I fell asleep.
I was surprised he actually acknowledged Brooke Pryor by name, I think, for the first time ever. He said, referring to Brooks' question, I was like, whoa.
But that's the most interesting thing that happens. It was boring. However, there were a few moments. You're right.
Well, one other thing I took away is, how about Tomlin was asked, what are you good at on offense? And then he went back to saying,
third and manageable.
And he said, our defense takes the ball away. Mike, that wasn't the question. The question was about your offense.
Third and manageable. Here's the part that stood out to me was one of the very first things he said. I think that's what stands out from he was asked about, the fire Tomlin chance. That was a pretty good answer, I thought. He said in general, I agree with them. Not to fire him, of course, but that we're supposed to be entertaining when you're not. When we're not, you have a right to be frustrated. I like that answer. But here's what stood out to me above anything else. Quick assessment of our last performance, he said. We played 30 minutes of acceptable football and then blah, blah, blah. Wait, the first half was acceptable? They only ran 22 plays for 87 yards with 33 yards rushing. They had 87 yards of offense. How was that acceptable? Defensively, I know they got a couple turnovers, but they gave up 175 yards and 125 yards rushing in 20 minutes of time of possession in the first half. That first half was acceptable football limits. I'd hate to see unacceptable football, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't know where they continue to have a streak of, what is it now, close to 60 games in a row where they've scored
61.
7 points or fewer in the first quarter?
CBS said only one team in history has done that more times than the Steelers. It's embarrassing. How in the world is that acceptable, and I quote, acceptable football? Let's talk to Brian Batko about all of this coming up. He joins us post every Tomlin news conference. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So a lot there from Mike Tomlin, including confirming that Derek Harmon is out. Patrick Queen has a glute injury. He is questionable. James Pierre is in the concussion protocol. There are some bumps and bruises for Aaron Rodgers, might be limited in the week, but Mike Tomlin saying that he hasn't really thought of this week as not having Aaron Rodgers. Just not confirming it 100%. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face.
Oh,
the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Chip Kelly's firing in Las Vegas exposed the Raiders' real problem: dysfunction at the top. Reports say Kelly went off script with play calls, while Pete Carroll forced both coordinators into running his old Seattle schemes. The result? A team getting blown out weekly. Now the Raiders look like a mess with a 74-year-old coach who may want full control and an owner who has to decide whether to give it to him or start over. I'm Maggie Gray.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,400 off, plus get free delivery on select innovative appliances like GE Profile. Add a touch of ease to your holiday with the all-in-one combo to wash and dry your laundry in one machine. And refrigerators with built-in convenient features like the dual dispense autofill water pitcher. Shop Black Friday savings on select GE Profile appliances, plus get free delivery now at the Home Depot. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $396 or more. Offer valid 11/5 through 12/3. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, skills, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. With most weight loss methods, the answer is maybe safe, maybe effective, maybe they're lasting. With Awaken 180, the results weren't a maybe. They were real. Pounds gone, stayed gone. 50 of them. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of speed test intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in real estate legal solutions for residential and commercial clients. Considering buying or selling or a sale by owner, home or property, contact Myers Law Group first. Their experienced attorneys will make sure all documents are correct and all promises are kept before the sale. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com.
The Neofis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neofis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neofis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neofisinsurance.com. That's NEOFESinsurance.com.
On the job, every minute counts. That's why Lowe's now has ProBlock Quick Dry Primer, expertly manufactured by Sherwin-Williams. Engineered for pros to dry fast and go on smooth for virtually flawless results that keep your job moving. It's available in oil and water-based, and getting it is easy. Order online by 2 p.m. and get free same-day delivery right to your job site. Lowe's, we help, you save. Orders placed after 2 p.m. will be delivered next day. Valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. More terms apply.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
Acoustic wave therapy, and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
This is Ari Azim, founder at Tax Hardship Center. Do you owe the IRS more than $25,000 in back taxes and can't afford to pay them back? I'm here to bring good news to the taxpayers who are struggling to pay their back taxes. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in the current economic downturn, the IRS has made it easier to settle back taxes through their hardship program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Qualifying for this program is the easiest way to get tax relief. At Tax Hardship Center, we're providing listeners with a free consultation and will let you know if you're a good candidate for the IRS Fresh Start Initiative. So for the listeners out there, call now, 800-299-5811. Let our team of experts at Tax Hardship Center help you see things clearly without poking the bear. We have live professionals ready for your call, 800-299-5811. 800-299-5811. That's 800-299-5811.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
What an eventful day so far, huh, Joe?
I thought you ordered a pizza. Where is it? I'm paying for it, right?
It hasn't arrived yet. They told me...
It's over an hour ago, limits.
They told me the delivery time, and then in the text that I received, it was a lot later than they said.
Is Brian here?
Yeah, he's here.
All right, let's go to Brian Backo of the Post-Gazette. The Baconian mongoose all bundled up in front of his library at home. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, Joe. How are you?
I've never been better.
I'm
doing
sorry
well.
Your pizza hasn't arrived yet.
That's all right.
Brian looks so cold. He's looked like, he's ready for a bobsled.
He actually looks warm, if you ask me. He's all bundled up in a winter's cap and a sweater. Are you cold or warm there, Brian?
Well, I'm always cold, which is why I'm dressed particularly warm, even inside my own house. I'm not moving off 72 from the thermostat.
My dad never went above 65, even though we were in Buffalo with storms a lot worse than this. Can you reach behind you up to the library and just grab a book randomly and tell us what it is? I like that exercise limits, don't you?
Yeah, this is always fun.
Gives us insight into Brian's background. What do we got?
Luckiest girl alive. I think it's about Mrs. Starkey. There we go.
What's it about, Brian? Now I'm really curious. The luckiest girl alive is doing what?
Jessica Knoll, New York Times bestseller. Obviously, this is my wife's book, but the big headline here says her perfect life is a perfect lie.
Oh boy!
Soon to be a film from Reese Witherspoon, but how long ago did my wife buy this? Is it a film already? I don't know.
Great question. All right, Brian. It was a rather, I thought, uneventful news conference, but there were some very interesting.
It was long, wasn't it? Was that one of the longer ones?
It was long, and it was this constant search for philosophical underpinnings. It was really boring.
I think I know why.
Huh? Why?
I think I know why. I have a theory on that because after what we all saw and heard Sunday, it almost would seem silly to go in there and ask about the play of Andrews Pete. And
although somebody did.
Well, no, I think it's a good question, but my point is it was such a flashbulb moment in Steelers history that it felt like asking about other things was almost not of the moment. And yet you can't just belabor the point because there's still only so much that Mike Tomlin is going to say. I thought we got humble Mike Tomlin, relatable Mike Tomlin, down to earth Mike Tomlin because of how much fire he's probably under at the moment.
See, I didn't. I thought we got sort of trite, boring. I'll entertain your questions, but I won't really entertain them. I'll just give the most, roundabout, boring answer possible, Mike Tomlin. A couple of weeks ago, we had off the cuff entertaining Tomlin. That's my favorite one. And combative Tomlin is my second one.
Yeah, I feel like there's always a fine line there between combative Tomlin, which you can see after a bad game or a loss, and then what we got today with, referencing the third person journalists in the room about the stories that they write and our profession, and this very much like, hey, we're all working together in the same ecosystem and we have parallels in our lives thing. That's a Tomlin you don't see all that often, in my opinion. And I think Limits said it right when I jumped on here. It was like he out of nowhere just made reference to Brooke and the questions that she consistently asks. It was like a humanizing moment from him up there.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that. And that's why we pay you the money that we do. How about when Brooke came back with, I transcribe differently if I've written a bad story? What's your strategy, Brian? Not that you've ever written a bad one. I didn't mean to imply that.
I'm sure they're all bad, but I'll throw Brooke under the bus for a second. I'm pretty sure Brooke uses one of those transcription apps, one of those services.
Does she now? So all right.
Maybe if she feels like she's in a rut, she doesn't use the app. But I can't really give Brooke crap for that because when she sends them to me, I'm always grateful. So
by the way, Brian, and this is off the beaten path, although it's kind of on this topic. I wasn't aware of this whole, what's it called, Limits? The thing that writes for people.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT and whatever other AI things are out there. So my wife shows me this story the other day that she had them do. Whoever they are. I don't know who they are.
Just the computer.
And then I said, hold on a second. All right, I'm trying not to pay attention to AI in any respect, but I'm not going to, I know I'm not going to get away with that in the long run.
Right.
So Brian, I type in, she gives me the form on her computer. I type in 8 facts about a mythical football game, and I tell the Snapchat, what's it called, Limits?
It's called ChatGPT.
ChatGPT to to write a funny story using those chats, and what they wrote was good. It was like better. I hate to say this, but better than a lot of the students wrote when I taught writing in college. And that, it was jarring to the point of like I had to sit back and say, "Oh my God!" Like
it is dystopian. And I'll do you one better, Joe. I just asked ChatGPT, "What do you think of Joe Starkey?" Do you want to know what it said?
He said, "Wow, he had a great call when the band was on the field."
Yeah, they're going to go with the other Joe Starkey, but go ahead.
No, they said if you mean Joe Starkey, the Pittsburgh sports columnist, radio host, here's the vibe most people have of him. He's smart, plugged in, and not afraid to poke the bear. He'll ask the uncomfortable Steelers or Penguins questions that other writers might tiptoe around. He leans toward being skeptical of front offices and coaches, which fans either love or get annoyed by. He's also got a very distinct Starkey tone, dry, a little contrarian, sometimes sarcastic, and often genuinely funny.
Wow, Joe,
I can't believe that my wife.
Similar.
I can't believe my wife does that. She writes that. That's unbelievable. That's frightening, Brian.
Yeah, I've done it for myself too, and it's a little bit uncomfortable to even confront.
Can you try, Austin? Can you try Chris Muller while we're doing this? Just try it.
Okay.
What people think? You know how to spell his name.
Yeah, don't look me up.
This is going to be
Please
fabulous.
look up Malsey.
This is going to be fabulous.
I put, what about Chris Muller, a.k.a. Malsey? Let's see. It says he has a pretty well-defined persona in Pittsburgh sports media. What people generally think of him, sharp, witty, and quick. He's one of the faster minds on local radio. He can pivot from serious analysis to a joke in about 2 seconds.
That's true.
More level-headed than some hosts, but he's not afraid to fire off a spicy take when the Steelers or Penguins deserve one, and then brings a sarcastic, self-aware vibe. He'll roast the team. He'll also roast himself or Pittsburgh sports culture when it's deserved.
Oh, my God.
That's pretty accurate.
They don't mention that he's bald? I can't believe that comes up that quickly. Like something as, I don't know what the word is, nuanced, to borrow a Malsey word. That's frightening, Brian. It is.
It is.
Are we all going to be replaced by this?
Possibly. These are big, scary questions that go beyond the Mike Tomlin news conference wrap-up segment.
Are you real? Is it really you sitting in front of that library? Is it him,
It's
Limits?
me. Yeah, they actually have a thing where they can read the things to you in a voice as well. So,
like
yeah,
on Trolls or
there's a
whatever,
lot
people
of
that just sit
right-wing
behind a
weird.
computer in their mom's basement.
Is that AI?
The irony here is that Bob is not real. There's only a mannequin
That's
of him.
AI
over there.
Bob.
Yeah. All right.
Just start plugging the stuff into that and have it read it in Bob's voice or whatever, and you won't need me anymore. You won't need any other guests on the days that Pomp's not here.
I know. The ramifications I can't even comprehend.
Yeah.
Speaking of writers and struggles and Mike Tomlin, the Gravesdigger and Tomlin had an unbelievable back and forth. Limits, do you have that treat for us? First, let me tell you that the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Do I have an echo?
Yeah, it's Brian's video again. It's echoing. He doesn't have his headphones in.
Can you put your headphones in, Brian?
Yes. Give me a second. I'll be back.
Sure. There he goes. The mongoose has departed. It's just an empty library now, Limits. Look. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Partly cloudy today. High of 34. A.J. Burnett. Low of Marc-Andre Fleury. 29. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. What did Mike Tomlin say when someone asked him about the chance the other day of fire Tomlin? We'll give his response and talk about it next on Sometimes Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joe, Pitt basketball will play tonight at the Peterson Event Center against Texas A&M as the ACC-SEC Challenge at 7 o'clock. 6:30 is when our pregame coverage will begin right here on The Fan, and you can also listen on your Odyssey app, AUD-ACY. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's The Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Slide Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Think Verizon, America's best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Verizon has you covered with the most ways to save, with phone deals, streaming, and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Holiday shopping is in full swing. Don't forget the most important thing on your list: individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan. Open enrollment runs through January 15th, so put a plan in your cart before it's too late. Their convenient plans give you access to an extended network and great coverage. UPMC First Care offers a $0 copay for a variety of visits. They'll even give you access to a healthcare concierge who's like a personal shopper. To get started, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
The GolfSteelCity.com membership card is back. It's 17 free green fees for only $44.99. The perfect gift for Pittsburgh golfers. $500 of free golf for just $44.99. Free courses include Manitou, Meadow Lane, Oakland Beach, Pine Hill, River Forest, Rolling Fields, Sylvan Heights Golf Course, the Links at Spring Church, White Oak, and more. This discounted special ends after Christmas, so visit GolfSteelCity.com now. That's GolfSteelCity.com.
'Tis the season for making memories. Give the gift of more time together at the Dick's House of Sport Outdoor Ice Rink, now open. Join us on the ice for events all winter long. Enjoy open skates and skate sharpening. Rent the rink, host a party, learn to skate, and more. Plus, shop the widest selection of the hottest brands like Nike, Carhartt, Columbia, UGG, Stanley, and the North Face. Unforgettable moments start here at Dick's House of Sport. Visit dicks.com/House of Sport to see what's happening on the ice.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
Mr. Magic Car Wash lets you give the gift of happiness that comes from driving a bright and shiny car. Give your family and friends Mr. Magic gift cards this season for an amazing stocking stuffer. Stop by any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations to load up on gift cards for easy holiday shopping.
At Giant Eagle, we're here for the holidays because it's time to break out the family recipes. Because your get-togethers bring everyone together. Giant Eagle is helping bring the holiday magic home because it matters.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Ultra, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Ultra helps Mike fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs, so he can wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I'm Dan Zangbrilli here with Joe George, partner at the Western PA injury firm LGKG. Joe, there's no shortage of injury lawyer options out there. In fact, you'll hear plenty of ads saying this, singing that, or offering this or that.
When we're involved in a case, Larry or Joe, we're actually involved in the case. We're the quarterback. We're the ones dictating where the ball is going to go. Is it going to get handed off? Is it going to get thrown? We're going to run it. We're the quarterback. You're going to talk to us. You're going to see us. You're going to meet with us. I'm happy to say a lot of the folks that we've had have been here 20, 30 years. They know their role and they do it well.
In other words, you don't get farmed out.
No, not at our firm. You're going to talk to the top dogs, Larry and Joe.
Or as I like to call them, the big cats, LGKG. They live here, work here, coach here. Most importantly, they win here. A 90-year reputation that provides you with a big home field advantage. So if you're injured in an accident, make sure you're playing with that advantage. Call them. You'll actually get them. LGKG, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. My father, Les Botkin, started his career as a financial advisor back in 1997. I decided to join him after that dreadful morning on September 11th when I was working in the World Trade Center. Coming home to Pittsburgh and to my family was important to me, and I've worked with Dad ever since. My brother Lester joined Dad and me several years ago after serving our country in Iraq. As an independent financial planning and investment firm, we broke away from one of the largest brokerages on Wall Street. Our plans are customized and free from bias and shareholder needs. We've been successful because our clients are successful. We'd love to help you be successful too. Visit botkinfamilywealth.com to learn more about our dedication. We look forward to meeting you.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Private Advisor Group, a registered investment advisor. PAG and Botkin Family Wealth are separate entities from LPL Financial.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Tomlin Presser is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins 5-1 winners last night in Philadelphia against the Flyers. Sidney Crosby, 2 goals in the matchup. Crosby, one of the highest goal totals in the NHL. 18 goals on the season for Sid. He scored to start the scoring in the first period and had his second in the second period on the power play from Erik Karlsson and Brian Rust. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This pizza is absolutely incrinculant limits.
I'm so glad that we got some food today. Thank you for helping to treat, Grandpa.
And we we actually used real cash, which was exciting.
It was a
wasn't
team effort from me, you, and Marianne for the pizza today.
Marianne Ritchie came up big with a $5 bill. I was pulling out crumpled ones like it was a bar in Buffalo at 4:30 in the morning in 1986.
I was wondering what you were doing with all those ones, Joe. I pulled out a bill, and you had a couple of bills, and we created it into law, and we're able to get a pizza.
Where's the mongoose? Is he here?
He's back.
All right. Brian Backo of the Post-Gazette. Read his stuff at postgazette.com. He had a great piece, by the way, after the game the other day called, "Is This Rock Bottom Under Mike Tomlin?" And you had a lot of the details of how the day went with the crowd. Tell us what you captured there, Brian, what you saw, what you heard, and why you wrote that piece.
Well, I almost thought the lead to it was going to be, was it that 3rd and 8 or 3rd and 9 that they ran it and didn't get it? And I think you couldn't see it on the TV copy, I don't think, but I'm sure the All-22 watchers, or if you had a perfect vantage point in the stadium, Roman Wilson flopped and did a trust fall 20 yards or more from the ball, I guess, in some sort of effort to draw a penalty flag. And that's when the boos started really raining down the first time. And then, 4 minutes into the fourth quarter, the scoreboard flickers after that fourth down stuff of Kenny Gainwell. And I think we all in the press box were like, are they going to do it? Are they going to play this? Oh, no, they've thought better of it. Nah, read the room. It's not the right time. And then they did it anyway. And that, I think, just made it worse. And Renegade was completely just lambasted by the fans. I'm sure Bills fans were booing it too. Why wouldn't you at that state of the game? And then the Fire Tomlin chants, which I thought started leaking out a little earlier. And I texted my in-laws who were at the game, and I said, "Did you hear that?" And they said, "Yeah, a little bit." And then that time it was loud and clear, and it was unprecedented, at least for the Steelers under Tomlin and the Steelers in that building. So yeah, I mean, it's weird to think that that's happening when they're still in first place with this much of the season left to play. But with 4 losses in their last 7 games, 6-6, and just getting absolutely bludgeoned like that by the Bills, it's also not surprising.
Well, our friend the Limitless Wonder has a bunch of clips from the news conference. Limits, why don't you tell us what they are, and Brian and I will riff on them.
First, let's start with a short clip, Brian, based on the Steelers' identity at this point, 12 games in.
Identity as a team, yeah, 6-6, and I don't like it.
You didn't really like that one, Brian, huh?
I think that's the kind of quotes that people would rather hear from Mike Tomlin more often, rather than some sort of, I guess, the usual fan complaint of word salad to try to get around to some politically correct response to that question. Oh, a physical team, one that wants to turn you over and plays a Steelers brand of football. Whenever, no, nobody really wants to hear that right now. So I thought that was one of his better answers of the day.
It really is stunning in the meantime that when this franchise continues to push the notion that it's all about physicality around here and we draft guys with Steeler DNA, that happens every year, Brian. Every single year. Adrian Clem, back in 21, they were going to be, quote, nasty, and they drafted Kevin Dotson and Kendrick Green and Dan Moore and Najee Harris and Buddy Johnson. And
Zach Banner was going to start.
Right. And the 2022 draft was, quote, steeped in physicality, we were told. The 23 draft featured more of the same. It just doesn't translate. Last year, and Tom was asked about this today, last year the Eagles shoved the ball down their throats for 10.5 minutes to end the game, and the Ravens ran for 300 yards rushing. Somebody said, what was your response to that in the offseason? They asked today. And Tomlin said we wanted to get, bigger, stronger. That's why we drafted who they drafted. And then they just had a game where the Bills ran the same play the whole game for 250 yards. Something's broken around here. You agree?
Yeah, and there aren't really many fixes that obviously present themselves to me. I mean, personnel-wise, what else do you have? I mean, I guess you could bench like a Keanu Benton or somebody like that, but Derek Harmon's hurt, so he's not playing.
Yeah.
This week. Y.A. Black, I mean, I thought I kind of had him circled. I wrote about him in the Sunday paper. I didn't think he was particularly good in a big spot. They kept running off that right side where he was usually in the base defense. I think
he got pushed around the other day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Y.A. Black has turned into why'd they draft him.
Why isn't he the nose tackle?
I don't know.
Keanu, the defensive end, I think, is a reasonable question to ask. But even Derek Harmon, I think, brings, more. He's a little more stout, I think, than Keanu Benton. I think Keanu Benton can be a very good player in the NFL, but I feel like he's miscast as a Steelers
Me too.
nose tackle.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll be the next guy who I just saw this today. Some Chargers blogger or beat writer tweeted out an esoteric stat about a cornerback coverage. And you know who the guy is who's like way at the top of the league in one of these metrics? Dante Jackson.
Really?
Not only is he playing for the Chargers, but he's playing well, apparently. So, and I thought he was terrible last year for the Steelers. Granted, he was hurt a lot and had a back injury, but I thought the picks that he had were kind of fool's gold, and he wasn't very good in coverage. The more of these that happen, you're going to ask, why are guys not succeeding and thriving with the Steelers? Because I think that was one of their saving graces for so long, was when they cut bait from someone, they let them walk or release them or trade them. They generally don't find success elsewhere. They get out, sometimes too late, but almost never too early. And man, this continues to happen. I don't know how the 2022 draft was steeped in physicality with Kenny Pickett, George Pickens, DeMarvin Leal. Man, what a top 3 picks those were. Oh, boy.
Fan Twitter.
Go ahead, Joe.
Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can talk to our dear friend City Limits on the fan text line. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Brian Bacco on the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And you can take a look at him, the Baconian Mongoose in the wild, in the library at home, on our YouTube channel. The subscriber rate is skyrocketing here. So are the numbers. Tons of people watching us on YouTube. Go to 937thefan.com. That'll take you there, or go straight to YouTube. Mongoose?
I'm going to tie this back into something else Tomlin said today about how they want to get good men who happen to be good at football. Secondarily, you hope they love football.
Yeah.
While we're on the topic, sometimes I just sit and stare at the Wikipedia page of the 2019 Steelers draft. It was my first one on the beat. It was actually like my first weekend on the beat. When I switched from Pitt football to the Steelers, we did it right around draft time, and it was like, okay, go see how it is to cover the draft at the facility, get to know people. You'll come in with these rookies. The first rounder, Devin Bush, and then Deontay Johnson.
Oh.
And then Justin Lane.
Oh.
And then Benny Snell. And then Zach Gentry. And then there was a trio of 6th-round picks. I don't think I've missed anybody so far. This is off the top of my head. Ulysses Gilbert was one of them. Isaiah Buggs, who was like banned from the league for a while for animal cruelty or something. And then Sutton Smith, who didn't make the team out of camp. And I think they had a 7th rounder by the name of Derwin Gray. What a draft that was.
Wow.
To set back this franchise at a time that they were going through a cleansing, to use Mike Tomlin's word, after Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell were gone.
That is really frightening. Next.
Players pan out and don't, but the character that seemed to be involved with the guys in that draft, goodness gracious.
Yeah. The whole we go out to get good men. Give me a jerk, okay? Their quarterback was a jerk for the first 5 years of his career, and he led him to a Super Bowl and everything else. We bring in good men who happen to be good football players. Get out of here with that. Get more jerks in here then. Limits.
Tomlin said that he understands the fire Tomlin chants at the game.
Mike, you talk a lot about frustration, and you have said you understand the fans' frustration. What is it like for you personally when they're calling for you to go?
In general, I agree with them. And from this perspective, football is our game. We're in the sport entertainment business. And so if you root for the Steelers, entertaining them is winning. And so when you're not winning, it's not entertaining. And if you've been in this business, you understand that. And so I respect it. I share frustrations. I understand what makes this thing go, and winning is what makes this thing go.
I didn't know where he was headed at the beginning. I thought we were headed for a very, very eye-opening answer there. I didn't know what was happening when he said people are chanting to fire you, and he said, I generally agree with them. I didn't know where we were going there.
Don't lead with that, Mike. Mike, don't lead with that. Yeah, also, that was an unusual voice. I'm not sure who that was, but when you hear the unusual voices at the Tomlin news conference, there's a big story afoot.
Who was that?
Someone's coming in. I don't know. I don't know.
Who was it, Limits?
I also have no idea. I was wondering the same thing.
Can we hear her voice again and try to decipher it?
Yeah, we can.
Talk a lot about frustration, and you have said you understand the fans' frustration. What is it like for you personally when they're calling for you to go?
I don't know who that is either. I'm sorry.
Times over the years, back when I was a regular at the Tomlin pressers, that I can remember, like, the non-sports people crashing in to ask the big question.
Yeah.
I think Mason Rudolph's concussion, which we know I also have some history with, unfortunately or fortunately. Tomlin potentially getting traded to the Washington football team, I feel like, was one of them that was weird.
Yeah.
And then I think certainly during COVID, granted we were on Zoom, but around that time, those were a few off the top of my head. And probably the anthem thing, I would think, but that was before my time. Anyway, you could tell he thought about that answer, I think. I think that was one that he was like, all right, I know I'm going to get some version of this again 2 days later. Let me gather myself, collect my thoughts, and even though I've been doing this for 19 years, this is a first, and I'm going to have to answer this one a certain way. I don't want to stick my foot in my mouth or say the wrong thing. So I thought it was about as well as you can answer those. And for everything that we want to ding Mike for and have fun at his expense, like, he is almost always hit the right note in my mind when he gets asked about fans booing,
I agree.
frustration, because the only thing you can really say is we expect to be held to a high standard. They're the paying customer. I don't know that he's ever brought this line out, but basically, if you don't like it, there's plenty of D3 and D2 teams who need coaches, and your friends and family aren't going to boo you from the stands if that's
except if you're Pat Narduzzi and you say, I guess we live in Boo City. That was not a good answer. Remember that one?
Right. Or Phil Jerkovic, who I like a lot, but I think that was kind of the beginning of the end for him was when he couldn't sort of. And the other thing that I want to make clear, I don't even necessarily disagree. Like, you can think that booing at games isn't productive or isn't helpful for the team or is, whatever, disrespectful. Like, reasonable minds can disagree on that, but you just can't say that from the podium, I don't think, because it's only going to make things worse for you as far as the public-facing imaging of your brand there. And a couple players have diverted from that recently. I mean, Jack Sawyer said it was BS yesterday when we asked him. Now, they can have their own opinions. I remember Deontay Johnson was always one to do the whole, if you think you can do this better, why don't you come out here and play? That's never the tack that you want to take.
Getting back to AI, Brian, I'm just not sure what's real and what's not anymore. I'm reading AP, Associated Press, from Bangkok. A woman in Thailand shocked temple staff when she started moving in her coffin after being brought in for cremation. They give her name, and then they say that the guy who was overseeing this, Limits, said, I was a bit surprised, so I asked them to open the coffin, and everyone was startled. I saw her opening her eyes slightly and knocking on the side of the coffin. She must have been knocking for quite some time. You think? They had her slated for that, Brian, and then she pops up like Ron at a tiki bar. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Like the Undertaker. If only we had Donnie Football or Mulsey here for the wrestling references. But,
exactly.
What do you think of the song "One Night in Bangkok"? You like that song?
I've never heard it.
Yeah.
Isn't that the name of it, Brian?
Yeah, that's a pretty good song.
Yeah, I think
like
so.
It.
It's upbeat.
It's a real niche song. Like, where would you play it? I don't know. I'm probably not going to listen to it driving around in my car. But another very funny scene from Sunday night, Joe. I don't know how many people caught this, but you can go back and watch it. When Aaron Rodgers got the question about that he didn't like or didn't want to go down that road about the coaching staff and if they're setting guys up for success with the practice habits, he unscrews the cap from his glass water bottle because we don't want microplastics. He starts answering the question with, I know what you're trying to do. He never takes a drink, and then he screws the cap back on. That is one of the all-time, that is like a pure sign of frustration in my mind. The the cap screw off to nowhere.
Yeah.
Really, I
was a
sitting there
statement.
chuckling about it.
Limits, did the woman waking up in the coffin frighten you at all, hearing that story? Can you imagine hearing the knocking?
Me.
Can you imagine knocking on the side of it?
Yeah. I would. I'm speechless. I don't know what to make of it.
All right, I'll send you the link. You can tell me later.
You know what it kind of reminds me of?
What?
When they discovered what the mummy would sound like if he awoken from his slumber. Remember that? The mummy?
Yes.
What is that?
I don't know.
That's the sound that they said that a mummy would make if a mummy woke up right now, Brian.
Sounds like a Steeler fan at this point.
I think that's been portrayed in movies, right? Brendan Fraser, the Mummy whole series. My wife loves those movies.
That's like you when you walk in to see Harry Callis every morning, especially today.
Today. I'm not gonna go down that road. I'm not gonna go down that road.
Unscrew the cap of your water bottle, Limits. Look at Joe. Say you're not going down that road, and then screw it back on.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers regrets coming here, Brian? Do you think he wishes he had maybe waited and gone to Minnesota or somewhere where they needed a quarterback and had an actual offense?
I thought that from the jump, and I actually thought the Vikings.
I remember you saying that. I remember you were one of the ones saying, yeah.
If the report, I've never been a J.J. McCarthy believer, and they ran out this Max Brosmer guy the other day, and I didn't watch it, but I was playing against the Seahawks defense in fantasy. Things did not go well for me or Max Brosmer. Okay,
Max Brosmer.
I think that's his name, or Brosmer. So again, like, I thought the Vikings should have gone for Aaron Rodgers, and at that point, you just say, "Look, JJ, just take another year to watch and learn from one of the best to ever do it. We're not giving up on you. This is a 1-year thing for him. You know, he's open to anything and attached to nothing. So we're going to bring him in for one season, like Brett Favre. He's going to play indoors most of the games. He's going to throw to Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, and we're going to see if we can wring one more revenge tour out of him in the NFC North." I think in his heart of hearts, how could Aaron not have preferred that with what Kevin O'Connell just did with Sam Darnold, with the weapons that they have there? Again, the dome factor, I think, is a real thing. We heard a little bit about his hesitancy, at least, with practicing in the elements. So, yeah, and especially with the way it's gone for McCarthy. I mean, it would have been the perfect landing spot for both sides. They both, well, I don't know if Aaron screwed it up because he might have wanted to go there, but the Vikings screwed it up. Look at their record.
Now I'm fascinated with Maxwell Brosmer. This guy had one of the worst games in history in their 26.
Peterman-esque.
Yeah, well, funny you should say that. I'm reading a story right now. It was a 26-0 loss to Seattle a couple days ago. PFF gave him a 22.0 offensive grade and said he had one of the worst games in the history of football. They compare it to Mac Jones, who was 12.
Ben DiNucci?
Well, I'll give you the name in a second. Mac Jones was 12 of 21 for 81 yards and 2 interceptions in a 10-7 loss to the Giants. But here's the guy. Nate Peterman from Week 11 in 2017. Ready for this, Limits? For the Buffalo Bills, completed 6 of 14 passes for 66 yards, 0 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions in the first half.
Yeah, that was a really good game he played.
That was one of those games I remember where I was because it was such a debacle. Poor Nathan Peterman. My wife and I went to dinner at some pierogi place downtown for whatever reason that night. Like, it's a core memory.
Yeah, where were you? Yeah.
Same with that Ben DiNucci game. I mean, you know, Ben, great guy, liked him a lot. He didn't have any reps because it was the COVID year, so he didn't even get to play in the preseason. If you remember, Dak got hurt for some reason. He was their backup, and and I think maybe Andy Dalton got hurt too, so that's why he was ascended to number 2.
It's tremendous stuff.
And it was one of the worst games ever against the Eagles on, I think, Sunday Night Football. And he didn't get to start the next week against the Steelers. It was so bad. They threw out Garrett Gilbert.
Not as bad as this. Peterman, Maxwell Brosmer, And do you remember when Kendall Hinton, a Broncos wide receiver, had to play quarterback in 2020?
Oh, that's because everyone had COVID.
I do.
Yeah, exactly.
I do.
And he went 1 for 9 for 13 yards and 2 interceptions, and that might be the worst game ever played.
I think that's a big reason why they started generating momentum for the emergency third quarterback too, because people were like, we can't do this to the product to have, if your 2 quarterbacks go down, you have to bring in a 5th string receiver. This is no bueno.
Limits, do you have a final question for Brian before we mercifully let him go?
I just wonder who the Steelers' wide receiver of choice would be that would become quarterback. Does that mean that Scotty Miller or Ben Skoranek in that situation, if it would have happened, would have been their quarterback?
No. Back then, I want to say
like
Randy Fichtner. I think Randy. Oh, if it was
Randy
this
Fichtner
year,
would have been the quarterback?
No, I was going to say, I think he said it would have been Ryan Switzer. This year, probably Kenny Gainwell. He played quarterback in high school. He has there's a funny video that someone did on YouTube where they're just watching Kenny Gainwell's highlights on Huddle or whatever, and this random dude is narrating it, and despite being the quarterback for his high school team, Kenny doesn't throw the ball until about 6 or 7 minutes in, and I was fascinated by it one day.
My real question was, how big of a loss is Broderick Jones for basically the rest of the year, even though Tomlin won't confirm it?
I mean, I thought he had been up and down this season, and unfortunately was playing pretty well against the Bears before the dude jumped on his neck or Broderick ducked his head or both. That's always scary when you hear about neck injuries. But I thought Andrews Pete, he didn't even I was going to say he had to play a full game for the first time in a while. He really didn't. It was 43 snaps for the offense. So jury's still out on whether he can play a full game at left tackle, but I didn't think he was noticeably bad, and whatever. I don't know if it's a huge downgrade, but.
So I'll leave you with this, Brian. You didn't read anything into Rodgers' questionable. Tomlin seemed to use that questionable denotation as sort of saying guys who might not be ready early in the week. You're convinced that Rodgers is going to play this game, right?
Yeah, I am. I think this whole thing's been weird again. I mean, the starting quarterback injuries with the Steelers for the last 3 years have been odd situations, handled oddly by Mike. But yeah, I think he's going to be out there against Baltimore. I'd be stunned otherwise.
We had a big brouhaha here with Doran Dickerson and Mark Cabali about Will Howard, where Doran suggested Will Howard should be elevated to number 2. Do you think that could happen? And not this week, but that it could happen? And do you think if this really goes south, that Will Howard might start a game before the end of the year?
I think they'd basically have to be out of contention. Oh, the neighbors are ringing the doorbell to play with my kids who aren't home.
I'll let you go.
No, it's fine. I'll answer real quick, Joe. I'll just say I don't think the Steelers would do that. They generally are a little more rigid than that, I think, with the depth chart. But I will take us briefly back to August when I think we were having reasonable discussions of whether Skylar Thompson should be ahead of Mason Rudolph on the depth chart. So
yeah, you think Skylar? Okay.
No, he's out, I think. But I'm just saying, as far as the Mason calculation goes, I didn't think he was great in preseason action either. But I don't think they'll make that switch at this point.
Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome. Bye, guys.
Bye, Brian. Now they're knocking.
Wow. It's like the lady in the coffin. Thank you, Limits.
I better go.
I mean, Brian. What a nice man, huh, Limits?
Yeah, and there's people at the door. Maybe they want to sing Christmas carols.
Could be. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Tomlin mentioned something else today that I definitely agree with. This year and the way the schedule shapes up because of the way the standings are, man, it feels like half the games every week are de facto playoff games. Let's talk about some of them to round out the show coming up next on Pump and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin saying during his press conference that Derek Harmon with his knee injury is going to be out once again this week. He would not confirm if Broderick Jones is out for the year based on some reporting that, obviously Jones is on injured reserve and is going to miss this game, the next game, and the one to follow. Still 3 remaining. Patrick Queen with his glute injury is questionable this week. James Pierre's in the concussion protocol. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod completed fewer than 50% of his pass attempts in a loss to Buffalo. Sporting a cast on his left wrist, Rodgers went 10 for 21 for 117 yards. Following the game, he took accountability for the team's play. Also asked the receivers and tight ends to do the same. He suggests when he checks around, the pass catchers run the correct route. Rodgers said he was disappointed in his performance and that of the offense, and called their performance boo-worthy. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Drake May's numbers are so ridiculous they almost look fake. The Patriots' second-year quarterback leads the league in passing yards and passer rating. He's incredibly efficient throwing the ball down the field. And most importantly, New England has the best record in the NFL at 11-2. He almost seems too good to be true, but he's here, and Patriots fans could not be happier. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, their experts will perform a thorough 20-plus point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Nick, what are you doing?
Well, Adam, Thanksgiving is over, so it's officially time for the holidays.
And it's time for our Legacy Box Cyber Monday sale. Legacy Box is the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. It's simple, safe, and has been trusted by millions.
That's right. It's our best sale of the year. Right now, when you go to LegacyBox.com, you can save an unreal 65% on your Legacy Box.
And for a limited time, you can preserve your tapes, film reels, and photos for as low as $27, saving you hundreds.
Hurry, our best sale of the year won't last long. Visit LegacyBox.com for an unreal 65% off during our Cyber Week sale. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Shop our Cyber Week sale now at LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners could receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey guys, Mulsey here, and you've heard me talk about it, but I'm going to tell you again, it's all about Blue Chew. Blue Chew is a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You know, like somebody kind of gave you a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best where and when it counts. And Blue Chew is also the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means you can be more confident where it counts. You can be more confident when it counts. You can be ready when she is. And it really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your glory days, to your prime, when you told everybody you were at your best. And guys, it isn't just about performance. Give her group chat a little something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, it's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Limits, I can't believe that you low-key just told me that your name appeared on the Pat McAfee show. Tell us the story.
Yeah,
this is gigantic.
So a buddy of mine sent me this video yesterday, and Pat put it on Twitter, and he put it on Instagram. They did a segment, and my video that we played yesterday, the audio of it, when the Steeler fans were booing Renegade, made it on the McAfee show. How about that?
This is incorrigible.
And
with your name under it?
Yeah, it said, shout out at Austin R. Bechtold on Twitter.
Why didn't you come running in here telling me that?
Because we had so many things going on at the very beginning of the show that it was hectic and chaotic, and it slipped my mind.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you. That was pretty fun. Yeah.
50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly, partly cloudy today. High of Andy Russell, 34. Low of Marc-Andre Fleury, 29. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Lager, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable, legal solutions. You told me something else, Limits, that now I completely forgot about during the break. Other than that, we had a wonderful thin and crispy pizza, which is really the way it's supposed to be eaten. Wouldn't you agree?
I do like thin and crispy, but I also like crust when I eat pizza. I know you do not like
How does thin
the
and
crust.
crispy not eliminate a? The whole thing's about the crust, Limits.
No, I'm talking about the actual crust of the pizza is severely eliminated for thin and crispy.
No, it's not. It's accentuated.
Why do you think they call it thin? The crust is very thin.
That's not a bad point. What about the slate of games we have this week? That's where I wanted to get to. Was the NFL right now. Every game feels like a playoff game, and that starts Thursday night, I might add, with Dallas at the Lions. The Lions Dallas is out. They're both out of the playoffs right now. It feels like because Dallas gets so much hype that they're like headed automatically to the Super Bowl, like they're going to get a bye there. They might not even make the playoffs. But the Lions not being in right now and being in grave danger of missing is one of the biggest surprises in the league, right?
Them and Kansas City. And think about just the teams in the AFC, the Ravens too. Who are the preseason favorites to go to the Super Bowl? Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City, Ravens. Obviously, you can throw Philadelphia in there as well. But it was mainly those 5 teams at the very top. Buffalo is fighting for its life. If they would have lost that game to the Steelers, they're in real trouble. They're not going to win their division in all likelihood. The Chiefs are out of the playoffs. The Ravens are currently in the tiebreaker that they are. And the Lions are having multiple problems. This is why the NFL is the greatest reality show around.
I had the Lions originally going to the Super Bowl. I'm shocked, really, at how that's evolved and how they haven't evolved over the course of the season. All right, next game, Cincy at Buffalo on Sunday. And the way things are going in the AFC numb, I am looking at the Bengals right now. I am looking at them in this division, and I kid you not. First of all, might 8-9 win the division? Is that possible?
It's possible. I don't think it's probable.
Okay.
But it can happen, yeah.
Of course it could happen. I think 9-8 might win it.
I think 9-8 could.
What if they get to 9-8? Oh, limitless wonder. What if they run the table?
Then we throw a parade in the streets for another winning season.
No. The Bengals.
Oh,
what if
the
they
Bengals.
get to 9-8 and win the division? They've at Bills and then Baltimore at home, and they will have swept the. And I don't see they hammered the Ravens the other night in Cincy. If they're sitting here at 6-8 and finishing the season with Miami, Arizona, and Cleveland, they're going to 9-8.
Yes, if those last 3 games, they will win them. I just don't think that they're actually going to get there. I think they're going to lose one of the next few before that easy stretch.
Man, I wonder. And the Bills are fighting for their playoff lives. So every time you turn around, there's a playoff game virtually here in Week 14. You know what the cheapest game of the weekend is? Wrong. Tennessee at Cleveland.
Makes sense.
Is that one of the worst games in NFL history? Is my question.
Not go to that if they paid me to go to it.
You know what the most expensive game of the whole week is, Limits?
Probably Steelers-Ravens.
Wrong. Chicago at Green Bay.
Yeah, Lambeau is always very difficult to get tickets.
Are the Bears really going to do this thing? They're the number 1 seed in the NFC, which is more shocking than the Lions being out of the playoffs, if you ask me. Did you see Ben Johnson take off his shirt the other day in the celebration?
Yes, he looked like you when you took off your shirt in celebration after playing a basketball game.
Yeah, except that he's chiseled and I'm not.
You're chiseled.
No, I'm not.
Not as chiseled, but you're chiseled.
Okay, here's a big one on Sunday night. Houston at Kansas City. I think the Texans have the best defense in football, and they can provide what I would say is a knockout blow. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I definitely would. And their defense, their pass rush, we saw what it did to affect Josh Allen on Thursday a couple of weeks ago. They could get to Mahomes and significantly impact that game.
I don't think they're going to win it, but they're hot, and they can deal a death blow to the Chiefs. And wouldn't that be celebrated all around the football world? Man, would it ever. The Chiefs' conference record would stink. They would have lost to a bunch of teams who are in this right now, including Buffalo, Houston. I think they lost to Indy, or they definitely lost to the Chargers. That would be horrific for them. Do you realize that, Limits?
Well, yeah. I mean, that would be a huge, significant disappointment.
Not just that, they'd be out of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they'd be done practically.
Were you moving over to another task and not listening to me there?
Yes.
Thank you for admitting that. You're getting better with your Mulsey disease.
Thank you.
And then after this, the Chiefs have the Chargers at home, Tennessee, Denver, and Vegas. So, you know what, Limits? Maybe it's not a death blow.
Circle that Denver game, though.
They could still go 10-7 even if they lose this thing, but they'd be close. It'd be real close. And that's what Tomlin was talking about today, is the NFL and the fascination and the way they've designed it, and they're getting closer and closer to their idea of nirvana, which is everybody finishes 9-8 or 8-9, right?
Wouldn't it be so cool if we had a season where half the teams finished 9-8 and the other half finished 8-9? Would that be possible?
Is it mathematically possible? I don't know.
I don't know, but I hope that there is a season that actually happens. It would be incredible for
this
Tomlin.
One's close enough when you really look at it. Take a team like the Giants. They're 2-11, but so many of their games have been these, not last night's. What about Jackson Dart last night? That guy he's crazy.
He's taking beating after beating. How about
what is he doing? I was watching the Manning cast, and all they did was rip him. We have to go, Limits. Why didn't you tell me that? We get in trouble for this. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball is on the air tonight in the ACC-SEC Challenge, as they will play against Texas A&M tonight at 7 o'clock at the Peterson Event Center. You can listen to the game right here on the Fan and also on your Odyssey app. It's AUDACY pregame 6:30. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. And we're headed to the ice tonight. Little stick and puck, taking the Stars on the money line against the Rangers. The Stars are on a heater. They are one of the best teams in the Western Conference. It's 17-5. They've also won their last 4, and they are great on the road. The Rangers, on the other hand, have struggled this year at just 13-12. We like the Stars on the money line tonight at the Garden. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your neighbors, your family, the people of Western Pennsylvania.
That's us, LGKG, with roots right here for over 90 years. When you need trusted personal injury attorneys, we bring experience and heart.
Free case review. 0 fees unless we win.
LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly, and George.
It's beginning to look a lot like holidays on the house at DraftKings Casino. Celebrate the season with bright lights and big wins on all your favorite casino games. Spin more than 1,000 slots. Everything from the classics to exclusive new releases. New players get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of cash eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with promo promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. Then choose from 10 different cash eruption slots and let it spin. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days, valid for featured games only, and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends January 25th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
At twomeninjuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Joy is one of the best feelings there is. Joy is a hot meal on a cold winter day. Joy is finding comfort in a place to call home when you have nowhere to go. Joy is the sound of presents unwrapping on Christmas morning. Every dollar that you give to the Salvation Army today brings joy to someone in need. Help provide food, shelter, utilities, and more. Text the word kettle to 31333 or visit salvationarmywpa.org to give joy today.
Are you ready for the thrill of the drive? Now is the time to experience engineering excellence at Smale Acura during the season of performance. Smale Acura is a 20-time Precision Team Award winner, so you know you're in expert hands. Get ready for the biggest deals of the year, like the all-new 2025 Acura ADX with all-wheel drive, starting as low as $38,950. But the season of performance won't last forever. Ask for Mike or Joe to lock in your incredible offer. Smale Acura, Route 30 Greensburg, or visit SmaleAcura.com 24/7.
With approved credit through AFS, not all will qualify. Ends January 5th, 2026. See Smale Acura for complete details.
Celebrate the people who matter most to you with a AAA membership. The ultimate stocking stuffer that brings peace of mind all year long. From exclusive savings on shopping, dining, and events, to amazing deals on theme parks, entertainment, and even travel planning for that perfect winter escape. AAA helps make every season shine a little brighter. And at the heart of it all, every membership includes their trusted roadside assistance. So whether it's a flat tire or a dead battery, they're just a phone call away 24/7. And right now, you can give the gift of AAA for only $35. And it includes a free household member. Plus, as a thank you, they'll send you a $20 gift card. So go ahead, spread a little joy, a little love, and a lot of peace of mind. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or place stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points to rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join. There's an interesting team out there in Chicago that's won a couple in a row, has some scores you want to look at, because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLE.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Derek Harmon out again for a matchup with Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, and the Ravens on Sunday. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mike, you talk a lot about frustration, and you have said you understand the fans' frustration. What is it like for you personally when they're calling for you to go?
You know, in general, I agree with them. And from this perspective, football is our game. We're in the sport entertainment business. If you root for the Steelers, entertaining them is winning. And so when you're not winning, it's not entertaining. And if you've been in this business, you understand that. I respect it. I share frustrations. I understand what makes this thing go, and winning is what makes this thing go.
Okay, I was not expecting that to be Mike Tomlin's answer today when asked to follow up by a mysterious reporter. I have no idea who that is.
I asked you that while it was playing. Who is this? And
No
you didn't
clue.
know either. We're going to get a text from somebody who was in the room telling us who that was today, but that was
Cavalli can't ask questions there anymore because he's too far away from Tomlin, is what he told someone.
He's too far?
Yeah, he has a bad seat.
So they don't pass around a microphone, obviously.
No.
They just got to yell him out there?
That's what Bechtold said about Cavalli.
Everybody else that asks, so is Brooke like sitting 5 feet
I
from
don't
Mike?
know. That's the Cavalli company line, I guess, on this.
I think Mark could ask a question if he felt compelled to ask one. I don't think he feels compelled
Well,
to
I
ask
don't want to get bogged down in the minutia of that.
Yeah, no. That was an eye opener. That was the biggest eye opener.
I agree with them. Here's what Tomlin is saying, and I'm going to open up the phone lines right now at 412-928-9370. And I'm going to ask a very simple question to our audience. I'm sure people unprompted on their own have weighed in on this. I don't think I've asked this question directly yet this year.
Mm-hmm.
Should the Steelers fire Mike Tomlin at the end of the season if they don't make the playoffs? 412-928-9370. And this is independent of like how Art is going to act and what he's going to do. This is me just asking you as a Steelers fan, if you were in charge and you were in control, what you would do. Because the coach pretty much said today that their current state is unacceptable and it makes sense why fans would want him gone if they're a 500 team that's not in position to make the playoffs. And I actually think his rationale for why it would make sense for them to do it is probably, if people search within themselves, maybe the number one reason why you yourself want him gone. This is an entertainment business, he said. We're here to entertain you. The Steelers aren't entertaining anymore because we know the end of the movie before the opening credits even roll. And he didn't say that, but that's how I take that answer. We know what you are. We know what your teams are. And it's the same thing every year. And that's why your fans are not entertained anymore. They get a little bit of a tease when a new future Hall of Fame quarterback comes in, and now under Omar Khan, you make more splashy firework moves in the offseason, and you're sadly turning into a team, and I'm not saying they're this bad, but you're kind of turning into the Browns, where we celebrate more what the Steelers do in the offseason than what they do in season. And he said it. This is like, it's about the paying customer. Are you engaged? Are you into it? Do you enjoy this? And I think Sunday, the reason why the second half of that game, in addition to how poorly they played, why the fan reaction, I think, was so important was because it gave the owner of the team and the head coach a glimpse at just how deeply unsatisfied they are, Chris, and how sick and tired they are of the same old thing. And it's not like the Giants. We watched them last night embarrass themselves. It's not 3-14 every year. It's 9-8 with no real hope or aspirations or dreams to be anything more than a slightly above mediocre team.
If Art Rooney had ever been thinking about maybe I should change things up, or if fans were hoping for something resembling a pound of flesh, I guess you got a little gateway into that from Tomlin's answer. Like, he said it. He admitted it.
This isn't good enough.
Yeah, he said it out loud. He opened the door to people saying, look, if even the head coach gets it, we're allowed to say it too. Now, I don't think he obviously answered literally in the sense of, oh, yeah, I should be fired, but he did.
I'll see myself out.
Yeah. You know what? Here's the shepherd's hook. I'm going to pull myself right off this stage. Here comes interim head coach Arthur Smith. But his explanation was useful in that for all the people, and I say this too, that he gets to act like an emperor because Art allows him to kind of act that way.
Yep.
He is aware of how bad it is, I think. And now that you had the chanting, and so people had a cause to ask him about it, and he hates hypotheticals, we know that, right? Now that there was chanting that could not be denied because people actually heard it, and tens of thousands of people heard it, millions heard it on TV, he actually had to acknowledge what we've all seen. I also think Mike knows this. His use of entertainment was deliberate, not just because he says winning is entertaining and that's what people want. I think he also knows they're playing like some aesthetically atrocious football. And we've said that Mike loves to live in that muck and he wins games because he's comfortable. What do I usually say during Ravens week when Baltimore's cooking?
Yeah.
I say, well, the Steelers have one way to win this game, Pony. Drag them into the mud and roll around like in the slop like the piggies the Steelers are. But Mike knows that if your team is 6-6 and doing that every week and losing a lot, that alienates people. That does. And you mentioned too, it's not 3-14, but it's 9-8 or 8-9. I saw all the people who do all the EPA and all the charts about like success rates, the advanced stats that are supposed to do the best job of measuring who the best teams are. Do you want to know where the Steelers slot in pretty much every single one of those charts?
16th, 17th,
No, like those visual graphs where they have the logos.
Right in the middle.
They are smack dab in the middle.
Yeah.
In every single one of them, in almost every way. And here's the problem with being 9-8, 8-9, where 3-14 can have benefits. The quickest way to go from bad to good, and the Patriots are proving it this year. They're doing something that, the 99 Colts were the last team, I think, to do.
Yep.
Is to be really bad and hit the pick at quarterback.
Yep.
When you're 8-9 and 9-8, you don't have access to those players.
Very good point. But I just want to also, I thought this is what you were going to say. I like that point, but I'm going to make this one too. I'm going to give apples to oranges, but then I'm going to go back to the apple section of the grocery store in a second.
They're kind of right next to each other.
They
to
are.
be fair.
The orange is the Penguins right now. pretty much same nucleus of stars, old stars, reinvigorated by different coach, and I would agree, like some young players, but mainly new philosophy, new system, new voice, no longer stale. And if the playoffs started today, they would be in 25 games in after being predicted to be one of the 3 or 4 worst teams in the NHL. They have a winning record. Still a long way to go, but we're seeing early returns on that pretty good. The 2 teams that are in first place right now that would get buys, that would watch the playoffs from home. The Steelers have not had a bye in the playoffs since 2017. The 2 teams have new coaches. Mike Vrabel, year 1 in New England. Ben Johnson, year 1 in Chicago. You know, they're a defense mechanism by some Steelers fans. Not as many as a couple of years ago. Probably not as many as maybe even a couple of months ago. Has always been, well, if you fire Tomlin, who are you going to hire? Or
why does every Steelers fan sound like Mark Caballi on Quaaludes?
Or Mike Tomlin would get scooped up in 2 seconds.
Oh, hold on. I got to get on my soapbox. Did you see Rappaport's video?
I did, and I love what you said back to him.
What patronizing BS from an access merchant. A guy who does one thing, get told stuff in a certain way that he has to report in a certain way.
Now,
shut up.
Those 2 teams did not have future Hall of Fame coaches, but still, they went out. It wasn't working. Robert Kraft said, the hell with this succession plan to Belichick. 1 year, I'll blow the guy out of there, bring somebody else in. Bears, we've never had a 4,000-yard passer. We've never had a 30-touchdown guy. We got to get someone in here with some bright offensive ideas, okay?
They have one of the most fun offenses right now to watch in the NFL. They just annihilated the Eagles.
Neither team 2 years ago god-awful. Last year, both bad. New coach, skyrocket both teams to the top of their conferences. There just, to me, is not stability because this is the way we've always done things. There just, to me, is not a strong enough, like, seeped in logic, in fact, argument to say we need to keep this coach beyond this year unless something changes incredibly over the final 5 games of the regular season and in the playoffs if they make it. Like, yes, we're not done yet, but if the season ended today...
They would need to win 5 in a row and look like a completely different team in doing so.
If the season ended today, the head coach should be fired. Or if you want to, make it so it's more respectful, here comes a mutual parting of the ways. Or if you really want to, like, put a smile on my face, hey, New York Giants, you're our brothers in the NFC. Let's work out a deal here, and you can get Tomlin and we can get draft picks. But we get it. The owner's not going to do it unless it gets really, really ugly. And what Tomlin said gets worse and worse, which is the people who line their pockets, who pay their bills, who put billions of dollars in their coffers, continue to react as negatively as they did
I think it would take somebody Art trusts and respects getting in his ear and saying, this is actually worse than you think. It's just funny you started this way and we went down this road. I'll do something rare here, Pony. While you were busy doing what you always do on Tuesdays, which is cutting up more sound than any human being should have to, Bruce Arians was on McAfee. And Pat made the Dan Muse analogy, believe it or not, for him. And BA obviously has familiarity with Art and with this franchise. Pat did the preemptive. They're not going to fire him. They're not going to do this. And this is what BA had to say about the entire state of affairs. I think you're going to find this a very short and interesting little clip.
It's never been their style. And 3 head coaches in, 30, 40 years now. And to me, something's got to change, though. There has to be some kind of change. And the coordinator thing has happened about 5 times now. So I don't think that's going to fly. That's not going to fly.
The coordinator thing has happened about 5 times now is a tacit way of saying they don't do this. But they should.
Chris, there's 2
That's
people,
a dude who's been here.
No doubt. And he obviously...
And he's dancing around saying it explicitly because I'm sure he probably respects Mike because Mike didn't want him to be fired.
Yeah, that's right.
Mike didn't want him out.
That's right.
So he probably does like Mike. But he is saying as nicely as you can say, they've got to change something, and how many times can you just change coordinators?
Because
it's
the
like
playoff win drought is going on almost a decade, and there's only 2 people that have been here in their current positions the entire time.
Mike and Art.
And I guess Hayward too, but that's not going to be your solution. We're going to move on from a defensive lineman and hocus pocus, everything's great. Two guys. And the owner's not going to relieve himself of ownership duties and sell the team to Thomas Tull. Okay? So, would you fire Mike Tomlin at the end of the season? 412-928-9370. With the qualifier, we know Art's not going to do it. I just want to hear what fans would say about it. Here's Mark on the Fan. Hello, Mark.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Sure. I agree with everything you just said, Andrew. They're not going to fire him. It would be the same old thing. What they're going to do is probably use, and they should, they're probably going to use the coordinators as scapegoats. So they'll probably, they'll let them go. I think they'll let both go, actually.
I don't, but that's okay. I think Terrell Austin will.
But, yeah, here's the thing, too. With the draft being here this year, this would be the perfect time for Rooney to do an overhaul.
Hey, Donnie, bring up what you brought up about the draft. I thought it was a fabulous point. Sorry to cut you off, Mark, but say what you did about the draft here in April and fan response.
So we know what a big deal that is for the organization. We already know how that is like a crown jewel for Art Rooney. And I wouldn't rule it out with hundreds of thousands of people. There will be several thousand Steeler fans there the entire weekend. I mean, it will legitimately be one of the biggest events in this city's history, given the amount of people. I don't rule out people chanting to fire Tomlin at the NFL draft if the Steelers keep going down the similar path. Whether or not they sneak into the playoffs and get promptly booted out doesn't matter to me. If it ends pretty much the same way and they keep the same guy in charge, I do not rule out those chants happening. And how do you think that would sit with the owner that can't wait to get to that in late April?
Oh, Rich
Eisen would be like Mike Milbury going into the crowd, beating people with his shoe if that happened.
It would be like when there's a broadcast and like the fans are saying like, F the refs or BS, and they have to mute out the crowd. That's what NFL Network would do.
I like that our first thought collectively on this show was, what would Rich Eisen do in that situation?
I think it's a fabulous point. Mike Tomlin said today, in general, I agree with them. Who are them? The people who said, fire Tomlin Sunday night at Acrisure Stadium. We know Art won't fire him. Should he at the end of the year? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Let's hear from Steelers fans next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Big win for the Penguins last night in Philly. A 5-1 victory over the Flyers. Sidney Crosby, 2 goals. Tristan Jarry, 28 saves. Penguins go to Tampa. Puck drop against the Lightning Thursday night, set for 7 p.m. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. NBA Tuesday, those games are on TV, national TV, and you know what they brought back? That song that we've loved over the years. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say the name of it or even hum it, but you know what I'm talking about, going back to the salad days of the NBA in the 90s. All right. Right now is the perfect time to join because new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. We do have players we love in the NBA. Yes, we do. We've got T.J. McConnell and Cam Johnson and Bub Carrington playing in Washington. Very bad team, though. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. And with that first winning bet, get $150 in bonus bets on FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Rival Wednesday Trivia. Be the 10th caller. Ask a member of the PM Team a trivia question, and you could win a $25 gift card to Rival Sports Bar in Bridgeville or Fox Chapel.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Lane Kiffin gave some clues to what he was really thinking when he decided to leave Ole Miss for LSU. In his introductory press conference, Kiffin spoke about LSU's ability to pay players. In the NIL era, that may be the key between being a potential playoff team and being a potential champion. Kiffin will obviously cash in himself. But to make this work, everybody in LSU has to get paid, and paid well. I'm Andrew Perloff.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pick up Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner on sale now. Buy one, get one free, plus receive 2 times O Rewards points at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Looking for holiday plans? Let Rivers Casino do the cooking for you. Visit riverscasino.com to view holiday offerings for Martirano's Prime and Wheelhouse. Enjoy a variety of seasonal dishes in addition to regular menus. Bring your friends, bring your luck, and bring your appetite. See you there. Happy holidays from D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. All brands and 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is also a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling, 724-838-9360. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I think the tools that available oftentimes dictate the change. This week's plan is going to be different than last week's plan. The opponent is different. The players available to us, anticipated available to us may be different. That's what I mean when I ask, how do you change? Because you change because of necessity. You change because of the challenges are different week in and week out. The materials available to you, whether it's manpower or what have you, change based on player availability and so forth. Conditions change. The environmental component of the game changes. Certainly we're going to be in Baltimore, Maryland, and so that creates a hostile environment on possession downs for our offense, for example. You change out of necessity. You're not resistant to change, and I don't know that you spend a lot of time quantifying the amount of that change. You just know that change is required.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Thanks for finding us today wherever you are on a Tomlin Tuesday. Listening on the radio, 93.7 FM. Our YouTube page. We
almost
set
to
a record
1,000
yesterday.
today. I think we can break it today on Tomlin Tuesday. We're almost at 900 right now. We can get to like 1,200
And
set a
you
record.
can watch on X as well. Mike Tomlin there.
Come on, people.
With one of the most, I would say, ironic comments ever uttered by a coach of the Steelers. You can't be resistant to change. Mike, you work for the Steelers. That's the one thing they hate with coaches. They are resistant to change. It is their badge of honor. It is what they're famous for. It is what they hold up as the biggest reason why they have this 20-plus year streak of never having a losing season. They think it's because of the head coach. And other things get changed. Quarterbacks like pairs of socks, wide receivers, you name it.
Sent here, sent there, brought in, shipped out.
I mean, they made wholesale changes to their roster this offseason.
But the actual analogy here is, Pony, it's a director who gets to keep making the same movie with a different cast and a slightly different title every year.
Think about it this way.
It stops grossing that kind of money.
I was just about to say, and we're in the same place. No, we're not actually. This team's 6-6. Donnie, what was the Steelers' record through 12 games last year?
Weren't they 9-3?
No, even better.
10-2.
They were 10-2.
Lost 5 in a row.
They were 10-2 at this point last year. They're a 500 football team now. They've lost 11 of their last, 17 games?
Yeah,
Oh,
6-11 in their last 17 actual games in real time. They're 2-5 in their last 7 after a 4-1 start.
So I will throw it out there again. We know the owner is incapable of firing Mike Tomlin. Tomlin today said, in general, I agree with them being the fans who chanted, fire Tomlin on Sunday. If you were in charge, would you fire the guy at the end of the season, yes or no? 412-928-9370. Here is Matt on the Fan. Hello, Matt.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Love your show.
Thank you.
You do a great job. You're welcome. Yeah, I'll answer that quickly. And now I'll precursor it by saying, with regards to, whether I'd fire Tomlin at the end of the season, I've been on that bandwagon for years. And I just think that, you can only change so many parts around the head coach. But when we're getting the same result year after year after year, he's the obvious common denominator, right? And that soundbite you just played of his is classic. As I'm listening to that, I'm going, he's a walking contradiction of his own words. And that team, of course, it's the most change-resistant team in sports.
Matt, he's also famously said that, if you keep doing the same things and expecting a different result, definition of insanity. He loves saying that in these big sit-downs he'll do. I don't know of any coach in the NFL who does more of the same things expecting different results than him.
Thanks, Matt. Call back again soon. Did you see what a guy who I've increasingly come to really like on social media, what Braden Fayoko said about this regarding it turned out it was a tweet because he played at LSU and so did Queen. So they're former teammates from college, and Fayoko had a cup of coffee with the Steelers.
Fayoko has been getting after it on Twitter lately.
And it was meant to be a defense of Queen. But what he said there, resonates with what you just pointed out about, he talks about how you have to change, but then he doesn't. His point was that the defense the Steelers run has been the same defense for, 30 years.
I think he said it's not the Dick LeBeau defense anymore. He also said all these linebackers that people, he was responding to Trey Essex. Did you see this?
Yep. This is what I'm talking about.
He said Trey said he's not Ferrier, he's not Timmons, he's not Shazier, he's not a Steelers linebacker. And Braden Fayoko's response was, all those guys you mentioned, maybe not Shazier so much, played in a different day and age of football. It doesn't help that the defense that Queen is playing in right now is the same defense decades ago that Ferrier, Timmons, and Shazier played in. You can't expect your best athletes to be the best athletes when you're running the same stuff Jack Lambert ran. This is the word. I like his last sentence the most because hold on. If Jeff in South Park's listening because he likes to troll me on Twitter when they get turnovers. Hey, Malsey, are you going to complain about these turnovers?
Calling out our number 2 fan
of
all people.
I just maybe not as mean as that sounded, but Jeff likes to tweak me when they force turnovers that change games. He says Malsey was probably been happier with a 3-and-out there.
Yep.
This is Braden Fayoko, who actually played for the team. This is the final sentence of his treatise on linebackers. This is the problem when you live in a world of banking on a T.J. Watt strip sack to save the day. Thank you. That in a sentence is probably my biggest problem philosophically. The coach values turnovers, and so does any other smart person. But most people understand that they are somewhat random and that you can't make that the whole plane, right? You've got to have other fundamental things that you're doing well. Steadily gaining yards on first down,
They're trying
being
to make a main dish out of a side.
Yes, they're trying to take onion rings and saying, would you like an entire plate of these for dinner? That's what we're going to give you.
Kevin's next. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, guys. Man, you're killing me. You're taking all my goods. I mean, the first line I had was, what is the definition of insanity? I mean, we watch this every year. It's the same garbage. I really can't wait till we have that losing season because I'm sick and tired of hearing that.
Yeah.
The other thing is it's bad when you're watching a game and your only hope is the freaking defense takes the ball away. I mean, come on, man.
So would you fire Tomlin at the end of the season if you were Art Rooney?
I just said that's a question that's been answered. What's the definition of insanity? Running this guy out every year and doing the same thing over again, expecting a different result.
Thank you, Kev. Appreciate it. When we actually go look at the definition of insanity in a dictionary, does it say that? Because that's been a calling card of the sports talk radio listener and caller for probably since the Myron Cope, Stan Savran days of sports talk in Pittsburgh.
Insanity, noun, extreme foolishness or irrationality. Well, some people would say that their scheming defensively is very foolish. Inability to think and behave in ways considered to be normal and rational.
Okay.
That's the other one.
So that doesn't say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results?
In American football, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a better record.
Here's Sean next. Hello, Sean.
Hey, guys. I just have two reasons why Tomlin should be fired. One of them has to do with this year, and then another one is historical and kind of ties into something Rex Ryan said yesterday that actually was backwards to what he should have said. This year, first and foremost, you have the top two quarterbacks in the division go down with a 3.5-game lead, and you lose ground, and not only lose ground, lose to the point that you blow the division lead. That is inexcusable beyond any counter, any measure right then and there. But then the second point is, when it comes to historical with Mike Tomlin and his team, Rex Ryan said yesterday that his method is still in the now. What he does is still in the now. Well, if his method of running the football, great defense, is still in the now, why are they about to go for the fifth time in the last 12 years being a bottom defense in the NFL, and for the 15th time in his 19 years be one of the worst rushing attacks in the NFL? They haven't been top 10 in rushing.
That's actually a great point.
No lies detected. Who was that?
That was Sean. That was actually a great point about their ethos is we got to be a great run team. They very rarely are. When they won the Super Bowl in 2008, they were one of the worst running teams in the entire NFL.
Correct.
That season.
They were just a bad offense, period, that year. They were one of the handful of examples this century, really, of a team with a truly mediocre to bad offense winning it all.
Mike Tomlin saying today, when asked by a mysterious reporter we still don't know the name of.
Yeah, haven't gotten a text about
regarding the fire Tomlin chants, he said, quote, "In general, I agree with them. I agree that they should be saying fire me."
Who was that John McKay who said, what would you say about the execution of your offense? I'm all for it.
We know Rooney won't do it, but if you were calling the shots, would you fire Mike Tomlin? 412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Our PM team, Tomlinism of the Week, coming up, plus your calls. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops in action tonight. They host Texas A&M. Tip set for 7 at the Peterson Event Center. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 6:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. During the holidays, you're probably all sitting there going, Chris, whatever you're about to tell me, just know I've got a million things to do, and I'm busy. I'm being pulled in all directions. And I know for a fact, because I've lived this experience, that when you've got a lot on your plate, it's easy to neglect the most important thing, you, and by extension, your health. And you know what's often connected to your health? What you weigh. As in, if you're overweight, you're probably going to have more issues than you'd like. I know that well, too, because I was about 30 pounds overweight and had joints that hurt more than they should have. Just did not feel very good, didn't sleep that well, and I couldn't get motivated, couldn't stay with it to try to lose weight, till I discovered Awaken 180 weight loss, bottom line. Awaken 180 provides you with the tools you need to succeed. Your coach comes up with the plan, you execute the plan, you check in every week for support, for guidance. There's a recipe portal on the app. There are so many things to support you and keep you accountable and keep you on the path. I lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks, having knee surgery staring me down in the future. I kept it off when I was immobile. For 6 weeks after the surgery. I've kept it off now for 3 years. It is why I can say that Awaken 180 is the long-term solution for weight loss. Find out for yourself at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Surfside is the perfect fit this holiday season.
Whether you're watching football, hitting the slopes, or warming up by the fire, there's nothing better than enjoying your favorite Surfside canned cocktail to keep the good times going. Made with real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's smooth, easy to sip, and always refreshing. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply, select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
Safety isn't just a priority, it's our foundation. At PJ Dick Trumbull, the Lindy Group, our teams integrate safety values into everything they do. Every day, on every job site, we put safety first to promote our workers, our partners, and our communities. From rigorous training to the latest protective equipment, PJ Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group make sure that everyone goes home safe and sound. Join a team that puts people first. Learn more at pjdick.com.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too, for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
The basic premise that we start with in terms of assembling a group, and it's whether it's draft or free agency, we like good men who happen to be good at football. And then secondarily, we like men who absolutely love football. And we believe that those 2 attributes really lend itself to the discussion that you asked about. The ability to assess, the ability to absorb, the ability to dig in when things get difficult, I think are a little bit easier when you got good people and we got people that love what it is they do.
Listen to the PM Team on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. You can also watch the show on YouTube. We set a YouTube viewing record yesterday. Congratulations on all our success and yours. And you can also watch us on X, where our numbers are growing. Mike Tomlin there. We like good men who happen to be good at football. This was a response to a question, I think, from Jeff about making sure that guys don't blow their top and lose their cool in games.
Yep.
And this ended up being a big talking point for Tomlin at the start of his press conference today. Mike, I think, did some deflecting here. And instead of, which surprises me because we know how much he obsesses over it, instead of making it about they ran the same running play, according to some TikTok guy, 29 times against us, and it kept working, wanted to make a big point of emphasis the way that his players acted up in the second half, which I'm not saying wasn't a big deal. and wasn't an indication that the team had basically quit and wanted to almost goon the game up like the Flyers in hockey.
It also still is a reflection on the coach if your captains and guys like Hayward are the ones losing their cool.
And so here is the clip of him talking about how players misbehaving was a big theme from Sunday's game.
Frustration became a component of it, which is a natural thing. We got a lot of guys that work extremely hard and put a lot into prep. You know, we want to win. We want to do what's required to win, but we didn't necessarily express that want to appropriately. And so we kind of talked about that some yesterday as a collective. You know, I own the responsibility of making sure that these guys understand a component of being a tough team to beat is not beating ourselves. We had some penalties, and certainly you're going to have penalties when you play, but penalties of the 15-yard variety, loss of composure, and things of that nature hadn't been us, and so that needs to be corrected immediately.
I disagree with the loss of composure thing not being a calling card for Tomlin teams over this stretch of either missing the playoffs or not winning playoff games. I mean,
I think his teams routinely have guys lose their cool a little bit and take very bad penalties or do things that have us all scratching our heads.
You had a wide receiver that you traded to the Cowboys for pennies on the dollar who you couldn't get to play composed so badly that on the last play of a game, instead of being the one guy who would go up and catch a Hail Mary ball, which we know he's entirely capable of, he preferred to fight a guy.
A literal running fist fight, which is awesome. You just got this two guys sprinting top speed down the field throwing haymakers.
This lack of composure is not new, and I think doubly interesting about him making it such a big deal is who he was singling out when talking about it.
When it's from some of our guys like captains and so forth, guys that represent us at the coin toss, it certainly merits discussion and analysis. And so we went through that, and we look forward to moving on from that.
Okay, we know that's about Hayward.
Yeah, I think that's why he chose to make that his big thing, because it was Cam
This
Hayward.
press conference went on for 30 minutes. This is not an indictment of the media today, because I think by and large they asked good questions. One thing that I would have asked him about today, if I were there, is, this is interesting. He had so much sympathy for Jalen Ramsey. The press conference after the spitting thing and said, do what's natural when someone disrespects you and spits in your face.
I don't have a guideline as to how to act.
Apparently when your warhorse defensive player gets intentionally kneed in the stomach and freaks out about it during the game and after the game, Tomlin's message is not, yeah, the NFL needs to protect defensive players the way it protects quarterbacks. It's, hey, Cam, shut the bleep up and just play. And I'm not saying I disagree with Tomlin on that, but that dichotomy in answer is...
It suggests a little tension, for sure. Maybe a lot of tension.
I was shocked. He didn't say him by name, but we all know who he was talking about there.
I thought, by the way, I think that's the only reason it got mentioned was because he was mad. He holds Hayward to a clear higher standard, and Hayward didn't meet it, and he just... If you saw the video, he was either unimpressed by what Allen did as far as like being dirty pool, or he just wanted to make an example out of it.
You know what's weird about that? All of the guys that have broken down the film from Sunday's game have all pretty much said, hey, the only guy who looked like he was holding up against the run here was Hayward. The only guy that wasn't getting devoured by blockers or detonated and destroyed by blockers was Cam. And if they had two other guys who played like him on their defensive line against the Bills, they would have given up 95 rushing yards instead of 245 yards. And
why does Tomlin have an axe to grind then? Because it seems like the axe to grind is more on his end. Cam didn't say anything about him. He wasn't somebody criticizing scheme or anything else.
I think I'll go back to the word I used at the beginning of this, deflecting. I'm going to pass the buck on to somebody else.
So he's doing it because he thinks that Cam can handle it in the public sphere?
I guess.
Okay. I thought you were going to go with horizontal and vertical grass as the Tomlinism. When he just talked about the different orientations of grass that make the Ravens
But he doesn't know who cuts his grass, and I would presume he probably doesn't know who plows his driveway either, right?
No, probably not. I was out shoveling the old driveway today.
Yeah, today was Stella's first real get out there and play in the snow.
It was my youngest nephew's first snow day, which was exciting to see it outside, and then the boys went outside with Alex. By the way, he knows about horizontal and vertical grass, and he has a very strong opinion on the Ravens fullback. He could not get his name right. Rashard?
He can't get Asante Samuel Right. He says Samuels.
I thought he was trying to say
Jalen Samuels.
Pony, I thought he was trying to say Rashad Bateman.
That's who I thought he was talking about,
and
too.
He was like, when they get him out there leading in front of Derrick Henry, I was like, oh, Ricard.
Called him Rashard.
I thought he was going to call him Captain Picard, like
Rashard
it was
Mendenhall.
Star Wars.
All
Or
right.
Star Trek. Sorry, Trekkies.
Tomlin responding to Fire Tomlin chants today and said, quote, in general, I agree with them. Should Mike Tomlin be fired? If you were in charge, we know Art won't do it, but if you had the keys to the castle, would you move on from Mike? Here's Frank and Carrick. Hello, Frank.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, man.
We got the same scenario this year like last year. We got two quarterbacks that reminded me of Kent Nix and Dick Shiner. They stink.
Man, you go all the way back to the Dick Shiner days, huh? Good for you.
Oh, yeah. I watched them play at Pitt Stadium, and they stunk. They stunk.
So, Frank, you've been around a while. Isn't it a little bit reminiscent of those days? Those teams were guilty of, let's bring in veteran players, let's trade our draft picks, let's try to win with has-beens and washed-up guys.
Jalen Ramsey and Darius Slay should be living in assisted nursing homes. They stink that bad. Me, personally, I'm firing Mike, or I would trade him to get the best trade I can get. And
at what point? Hold on. At what point? Not that this is like, what was this, Frank?
Yes.
This is not a Frank problem here. At what point, though, do we all say firing him or trading him sounds a little ridiculous if we all think that there's diminishing support to some extent, regardless of what the Rappaports and Schefters say, and it's either fire him or trade him? Why does anybody think that they would get a really good pick in return in a trade if he was even willing to accept the
because
trade?
of what thanks, Frank, because of what the national media tells us about it.
I'm wondering if the national media is more just trying to be nice to a guy they think might end up on a desk set someday soon.
Maybe.
And don't really have their fingers on the pulse of things. Who would hire him right now? Who would fire their coach right now to hire Mike?
Well, I think he'd get hired. I agree with what most people say about how quickly he'd get another job, because Pete Carroll's back in the NFL and Mike McCarthy's going to get a job again.
Look how great that's going for Pete Carroll.
Oh, I know.
Who's this very similar type of coach.
This isn't me saying it's going to work his next port of call. I don't think it will.
He's going to go to Arizona, where all the Steelers' former players would go for their last year or two.
But, like, if we were on the air, like, if we somehow, like, brought this up in Nashville, Ramon Foster does a show down there, and they brought it up, hey, Mike Tomlin might be available. Do we want him? I bet you all their fans would say yes. Please. We'd be dying for that. Whatever we can do to get him.
Hope you're ready to have him bring in some of the most uninspiring assistant coaches in, like, assembling like a team of the reverse Expendables for coaches.
Funny you bring that up, Mulsey, because Mike Tomlin was asked today if staff changes are coming. We'll hear what he had to say about that and more coming up. Plus, your thoughts on what Mike Tomlin said regarding the fire Tomlin chance. In general, I agree with them. He thinks you're right if you said fire Tomlin. If you were running the Steelers and you were Art Rooney, would you fire him at the end of the year? 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. Here's a message from Mulsey.
It is. Thanks, Pony. A message from me about Blue Chew. I want to help you out, fellas. If things have been a little wah-wah, the sad Failhorn has made an appearance in the bedroom. Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew can be something for you, like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk, gave your downstairs the old gym membership, gave your downstairs the confidence that you need to be at your best. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex, and it really is that good. You're going to have some flashbacks to your glory days, to the time when you were in your prime. And it's going to help you as Blue Chew be ready when she is, because showing up matters, particularly during life's most exciting moments. And it isn't just about performance. It's about also giving that legendary group chat of hers something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris, BlueChew.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Line Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, PJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry this holiday season, from the biggest retailers and best brands, all while earning you free gas and groceries. Stop in our stores for bonus perk offers on gift cards. Give the gift everyone wants, and get a little something for yourself, too. The holidays are magical at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot. Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg, servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin declared Derek Harmon out for another game this Sunday with the division on the line. 2 6-6 teams, Steelers and Ravens. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Like, will you make any adjustments to the responsibilities of your coaching staff?
Not anything that merits discussion in this setting, no. You know, we have a lot of discussions week in and week out. I generally leave those discussions between us, but certainly I'm open to the insight from those guys and assistance from those guys. A lot of those guys been around a lot of football, and when you're in the position that I'm in, you don't care where good advice comes from, you don't care where good ideas come from. That's just the spirit in which I move and have moved for a very long time. I think the longer you're in this business, you understand that. Forget authorship or ownership. It's about being right and being ready. And so, man, certainly those opinions are valued.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Snow has stopped for the day. It'll be a low of 27 tonight. All right, we started the show by talking about Mike Tomlin's response to another question today about the fire Tomlin chants, and he surprisingly said, in general, I agree with them. And we've asked you throughout the day, if you were Art Rooney, would you fire Mike Tomlin at the end of the season? And I think all three of us say yes. Right? I mean, yeah. With a caveat on there, if something crazy happened, they rallied and
there's no
won
Mason,
playoff games.
There's no Mason Rudolph in 2023 ripping off 3 wins and looking pretty good doing it.
I don't know. YouTube and X both seem to think that if Will Howard got a chance, he would go in there and light it up and save the Steelers season, Chris. So be careful what you say.
Mason
we like
Rudolph,
our YouTube audience, and they're believing in Will Howard. They're drinking the Will Howard Kool-Aid right now.
Why do we always use that? Why do we always use drinking that Kool-Aid with any kind of even neutral connotation? The people who very famously drank it did not have a good outcome.
Well, why do we put gate on the end of every scandal? Well, I know why, because of Watergate, but doesn't that kind of get old?
Oh, I think that's
Deflategate.
Yeah, it's the height of laziness.
Spygate.
What other gates do we have?
Donnie, do you agree that you would, if Art, who I think Starkey called him, what did Starkey call him?
Art Nutting the Second.
Art Nutting the Second. If you could play,
like that one horse?
If you were named owner of the Steelers, would you fire Tomlin at the end of the year?
Yeah, I mean, the train is pulling into the same destination it's been pulling into for almost a decade. So, I mean, I think we'd all have the same caveat if they somehow just rose from the dead here and, found themselves in the AFC Championship game or Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Isn't the problem?
Yeah, we would change our minds with new information, but I don't think that information will be new.
Donnie, isn't some of the problem here, too? So they've had this swoon earlier than they've had. We just pointed out that last year, for all the bitching and moaning we ended up doing about Wilson,
they were 10-2.
They were 10-2. It was wild. And Tomlin actually looked very smart after Wilson carved up the Bengals, and then that was like the weird inflection point. They're 6-6. They're 2-5 in their last 7. They have lost winnable games. They have, I think, an equally, if not more desperate Baltimore team because they have Lamar Jackson, and there is the national perception you better do something with that MVP level player, right? Or you're screwing yourself here and you're wasting his prime. They just had Buffalo, who's got kind of the same thing going with Josh Allen, even though they look like a somewhat flawed team. They have Detroit, who's got a very good roster. They're banged up, but like the expectation there is they should still, if they get in, they're going to be a tough out, right?
Yeah.
And then they've got a Miami team that is still getting listed as in the hunt. And I think a Cleveland team that until their last game was listed as sniffing around on one of those. In the hunt or sniffing. But like they got a Cleveland team that, just to get this out of the way, always plays them tough in their building.
If I gave you guys 2 options right now, this is just a sidebar, and then I want to get back to what Tomlin said. I gave you 2 options. You have to predict the Steelers to go 10-7 or 8-9, and you can't say 9-8. What would you pick?
8-9, man. I would want it to be done as a talking point.
8-9.
No. Not what you want. What you actually think will happen.
Oh, I think 8-9 is way more likely. I think the Ravens could easily beat them twice. I think the Lions are going to, even though they're beat up sometimes and a little inconsistent.
Because I know if I
think the Lions might score 45.
Because I know if I gave you guys 9-8, you would just say 9-8 because they always find a way to get over 500.
No,
so if I take 9-8 away and say 10 wins or 8 wins, which one you guys picking?
8-9.
I'm more confident in 8 because it seems like even though the Dolphins are playing better for McDaniel, that seems like 1, and then I think they find themselves to at least another 1.
So Tomlin said no staff changes today. Nothing changing. He's not going to do anything outside the box. Art Rooney didn't stop him on his way to his office today and say, hey, come see me. I need you to fire this coordinator like he did with Matt Canada. And then he got asked about the leadership council of the Steelers, And his overall point there was, I don't care where good advice comes from. I don't care where good ideas come from. I don't believe Mike Tomlin on that, and that's one of the biggest reasons why I would fire him. I do think he either willfully ignores certain candidates for assistant coaching jobs because he feels threatened that he might hire someone who outshines him, or, and I think this is even worse actually, he's just really, really bad at identifying assistant coaches who can help make his players better and by extension make him look better. If you think about like when it changed from, all right, the Cowher assistants are gone and now Mike starts to bring his own people in. His assistant coaches are Todd Haley on offense, are Todd Haley, Randy Fichtner, Matt Canada, and Arthur Smith. His defensive coordinator is just Terrell Austin because Keith Butler was a holdover from that past regime. So those are the 5 key coordinator hires they've made since Tomlin has really been the head honcho and not just trying to keep things stabilized with some Cowher coaches and Cowher players. Those are the 5 guys. All right? If we're being charitable, we could say let's give him credit for Todd Haley, even though
he didn't want to fire Bruce Arians.
I think most people think that was the owner's call. All right? There's one he got right. Anybody want to say he got the other 4 right?
Well, if we're going to give him, if we're going to give him partial credit for Haley, even though we don't think he was behind it, then I have to ding him for Randy Fichtner, who I suspect was just Ben Roethlisberger wanted Randy Fichtner to be the OC.
But Randy Fichtner was here and working in the NFL only because he had a pre-existing, lifelong, basically, friendship with Mike Tomlin.
Sure, but I think if he hadn't had Ben's seal of approval, as in I can walk all over this guy and do what I want, I don't think he would have been elevated to OC. I actually think that is more important than Mike's friendship with him. Ben at that, because we've talked about how
I agree with that.
The tail wagged the dog there.
Fair
Ben
enough.
did what he wanted.
Yeah.
But either way, I'm not gonna let that one slide because we just gave him credit for Haley.
Yep.
And I don't think that was a Mike was gung ho about it thing.
So that's 5 guys who don't have a history with the past and Art Rooney wanting to keep continuity from one coaching staff to the next. 5 hires. I'm not ready to declare Arthur Smith a win. I don't care that Tony Romo said last Sunday night that Terrell Austin has proven to be a great coordinator. I don't think he's allowed to do it his way here. But even if he were, what would make me feel like he's qualified to do a good job? Look at his background with the Lions and Bengals. It's pathetic.
More years where he is as a DC in the NFL, middle to bottom of the league, than he does top of the.
If Tomlin doesn't care where a good idea comes from, why doesn't he hire people with better ideas? He's incapable of that?
Because good ideas and better ideas, by the way, typically are newer ideas in the NFL because everyone just constantly adjusts to whatever else is that. So you got to keep staying ahead of the game. Maybe I'm being ageist here. I don't think I am. I just think it's accurate. I think generally you get newer ideas from fresher sets of eyes, i.e. younger people whose entire being as a lower level assistant pony is to try to find out something that is new and novel that will give their team an edge. That was the thing he said even more. This might surprise you. I don't care where good ideas come from. Basically, there's no ego here in this coaching room.
I check my ego at the door.
Right, essentially. I actually thought that was the more noteworthy thing he said as far as absurdity than him saying, yeah, I kind of agree with the people who want me, who said fire Tomlin. I mean, we suck right now. I don't believe that at all, or I think he would hire younger people. If it was how he felt, he would have retained Brian Flores, He would have made him the defensive coordinator, and he would have said, you've got an obvious track record here. I'm actually going to step aside for you. Not only am I throwing you this lifeline while other teams are not even touching you with a 10-foot pole because you're going to sue the league, I'm going to let you run the defense. I'm going to hand the reins to you because I know that you are really good, and you come from the Belichick tree, and I know his people are really good. It's your defense. Instead, he just said, go work with, as you put it, Bob Spillane, and let me do my thing with the defense. So I thought that was the one time in the last couple of years he would have had a chance to have proven today's statement right, and he went the other direction.
Here's Simon on the Fan. Hello, Simon.
Hey, what's going on? Big fan of the show, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Yep.
I wanted to answer your question about if I was our Rooney, would I fire Mike Tomlin? And I'm not sure because I ultimately don't know what outcome that would have for the Steelers' bottom line. I think at the end of the day, that's got to be a consideration. And if you have this huge coaching shakeup, maybe the team ends up worse off if they do horrible the next year. I just think that that's something that they have to be thinking about, and the allure of that 18-season non-losing streak, the predictability of that from the business angle has to be attractive to the Steelers ownership. I don't know what you think about that. Maybe that's totally off the wall.
But the tickets are already sold. There's a waiting list out the door of people that still want Steelers tickets, believe it or not. You think that having like a 4-13 season would do irreparable harm to the interest fans have in your team? I actually think a good number of them would be like, great, let's have a top 5 pick and try to get a premium quarterback talent or somebody like that.
I think people would be happy with the pick, but are so broken when it comes to Tomlin's approach that they would not believe that even if they picked a guy who was ultra talented, that Tomlin and the staff that he would assemble would get the most out of him.
Simon is saying that if you fire him and then things get worse and you only win 4 or 5 games with the next coach, that's going to affect their bottom line.
Oh.
And
I zoned out of that part. My apologies. No, if it's a top 5 pick with a new coaching staff, there would be legitimate, genuine excitement. My apologies.
Yeah, well, that's fair. I mean, that assumes though. Yeah, it's just
so can I just? It sounds to me like you are actually of the opinion that if you tire Tomlin, there's a little bit of, if not more than a little bit of, be careful what you wish for. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think there certainly could be. Oh man, we should have just kept him around. He knows the Steelers business. He knows how to run the team. And
how
even
long
if
would it have to
to
go?
He knows the
Simon,
what does business have to do with
anything? How long would it have to go, though, Simon, where you weren't getting anything in the way of wins that people care about, playoff wins, I'm saying, where you would just say, be careful what you wish for? Like, if it goes 15 years and they don't win a playoff game, but he's still there, is that still good for business? Apathy starts to set in.
Too far.
So there is there is a cutoff point. How close are you to it then?
I think maybe another year or two.
So
I think
how
at the
about
minimum,
conveniently to the end of his contract?
Thanks,
currently.
Simon. Appreciate it. Be careful what you wish for. What would that be? So the next guy can go 8 or 9 years without winning a playoff game? I mean,
so the next guy could only be much worse if not only did they not win a playoff game, they were going 5-12 every year. I mean, I guess conceivably that could happen, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan. Text on person you love from where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mike Tomlin gave a strange answer when asked today about the fire Tomlin chance. He said, in general, I agree with them. If you were in charge of the Steelers, we know the real guy won't do it, but if you were in charge, would you fire Tomlin? 412-928-9370. The last guy says no because you got to be careful what you wish for. What do you say? Right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Patriots win big on Monday Night Football. They beat the Giants 33-15. Thursday Night Football to kick off Week 14 of the NFL season. Dallas at Detroit. Thursday night, 8:15. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The NFL and Westwood One coverage begins at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Mike's Beer Bar. Yes, love Mike's. That's where we're going to have our Christmas karaoke event this year, which is always a blast. Right next to PNC Park, 80 rotating taps of the best local craft beer in town. Awesome food options, too, like steak on a stone, which is a unique thing you can get at Mike's. Also, the Yinzer wrap, which has been a huge hit. You want to go there tonight and watch hoops, hockey. They have the games on. You don't have to beg a bartender to find the game that you want. So meet me at Mike's Beer Bar. Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Patriots might have the easiest schedule in the NFL, but I can't dismiss 10 straight wins and 11 overall. Winning is way too hard in this league. The 9-win Rams just gave us that dud in Carolina Sunday. In New England, Drake May's a stud. Mike Vrabel might be Coach of the Year, and they'll soon have some key pieces back from injury. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Acoustic wave therapy and powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's never been their style, and 3 head coaches in, 30, 40 years now, and to me, something's got to change, though. There has to be some kind of change, and the coordinator thing has happened about 5 times now, so I don't think that's going to fly. That's not going to fly.
I love that comment from Bruce Arians today on McAfee's show. It won't fly. Just reshuffling the deck at coordinator and keeping Mike Tomlin in place. At 3:15, make the smart call to the Buell Insurance Agency, 724-443-5610. Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can watch the show on YouTube, set a YouTube viewing record before the thing crashed yesterday, which kind of sucked. And so we're back there today. We're also on X. If you go to our 93.7 The Fan Twitter page, our live stream video is pinned there. Mike Tomlin, fire Tomlin chance. He said, I agree with them. In general, I agree with them. And our last caller before we went to break said, be careful what you wish for. Here's another tweet along those lines that just makes me angry because it's not accurate. This is from a guy named Terrell. Most of you guys didn't experience the Kent Graham, Jim Miller, Tom Zach, Tommy gun stealers. You think this is bad? Laughing face emoji. Well, let me say something about some of those guys that he talked about as rock bottom Steelers moments.
Where did this person send this to you?
Just on Twitter. Tommy Maddox, they won the most epic comeback playoff game ever with him at quarterback. The next week, if not for Joe Nedney going to a Juilliard acting school.
Nice reference.
They would have won that game and gone on to play in the AFC Championship game against the Raiders. So, yeah, I would say this is quite a bit worse than the Tommy Gun Steelers era. And even Jim Miller, who notoriously started that first game in 96 when Cowher had no clue who he was going to go with at quarterback the year after Neil O'Donnell left for the Jets. He started game one. I believe they lost.
They did.
Tom Zach took over. They ended up making the playoffs. They beat the Colts. Wild card weekend, 42-14. 42-14. So this Jim Miller, Tom Zach era that Terrell is talking about here being, oh, you guys, you think today sucks? Turn back the clock 30 years. No, that time was actually much worse than what we're living in now.
It just actually
What are you talking about, man?
It reminds me of when Ben was at the end of the line. Oh, be careful about pushing him out the door. It might be 20 years in the wilderness between Bradshaw and Ben again. And people were pointing out that they were in multiple AFC title games. They were actually quite good by most standards. Also, to Terrell, who was in Pony's Mentions, who apparently didn't send this to me, I did live here and live through all of those eras, okay? I did. Yeah, it kind of sucked watching Kent Graham, but Pony's right. They still made playoff runs.
Donnie, would you rather be the 2002 Steelers or this year's Steelers?
There were 2 years that are comparable to this, by the way. 98 and 99 did really suck, and that's it. And they actually fired people in a meaningful way. One dude got fired after 1 year as their offensive coordinator.
You guys think you got it bad now. When we had Tom Zach, times were tough. No, they weren't, bro.
People forget, bro.
You went to the divisional round of the playoffs with him as your quarterback 1 year.
I know that I wasn't around in the 80s, and I mean, and you guys really didn't even experience those because you were kids in the late 80s and into the early 90s. But I heard so much growing up about how bad the 1980s were as a Steeler fan, because people in my dad's generation, they were so used to the great things that came in the 70s, and it was the 80s were brutal. We are about halfway through the 2020s. We got a month left here in 2025, and there is a very, very real chance that this decade goes down as the worst in Steelers history since
the 60s,
1969. Since the 70s began. And in the 80s, people tend to forget they got to an AFC championship game. They won playoff games here and there. They had a huge playoff upset at the end of the 80s. Yeah, they had some bad years, but they would still get to the playoffs every now and then and actually look like they had a shot.
They made it 4 out of 10 years in the 80s, and they won 2 playoff games. This decade, they've already made it 4 times. They've won 0. Are they going to get 2 wins in the playoffs the rest of this decade to match that decade? Seems hard to believe right now. So,
I mean, unless there were major changes, and Bruce Arians just said it, flip-flopping around on coordinators isn't going to cut it for people.
Here's one of our favorites, Emmanuel in Carnegie. Hello, Emmanuel.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
If I was Dan Rooney, I would have definitely fired Mike Tomlin. After probably the Jaguars loss, if not last year, he's not a great strategist. He's not a good game manager, and I think one of the biggest indictments is what y'all just played earlier around the 2:00 hour when he was talking about the team wasn't emotionally ready to respond. His calling card is being a motivator. So if he can't get the team up to respond, I mean, I remember some of the bad teams in the 90s. I'm not that old. I mean, I almost said it. I don't remember the 80s. But our Steelers teams had a fight. And Mike Tomlin, it looked like that Sunday night game was bad. And you said something about the Bengals or the Browns. You don't want to compare us to the Browns. I hate to say it, I might have to compare us to the Pirates. The level of mediocrity, at least the Pirates don't have a payroll. We have the highest paid defense. If we had the highest paid pitching staff, we're going to be at least in the top 10. We're ranked 26th in defense. This is pitiful. This is unacceptable.
Yeah, that thank you. And that's why, like Rooney's continued defense, and not just defense, but appreciation for what Tomlin has done here is strange to me because he's a defensive guy, and they invest more money on defense than any team in the NFL. And now they're not even getting middling results. They're getting below average results. I don't know of any business owner who likes paying more for something than anybody else and getting worse results than his peers. Like, they're taking up residence in terms of points given up per game. Look at the teams who they're around. Look at who their neighbors are in that respect.
Who cares who their neighbors are? They're 20th, man.
That's what I mean, man.
They're 20th. They are, by definition, hovering around the bottom third in points allowed per game. They are in the bottom 5, Pony, of yards allowed
Chris,
per game.
The Dolphins, the first month of the season, looked like they might be the worst defense in the NFL, and now they've righted themselves with Minkah Fitzpatrick to the point where that defense is giving up fewer points per game than the Steelers.
The Steelers, I'm gonna point out one other thing. I'm glad I just randomly clicked on a team and got the answer I needed. Steelers have forced 22 turnovers on defense this year, Pony. That is second in the league.
Behind who, the Bears?
I don't care who number one is, honestly. They have 11 of those 22 turnovers in 2 games. Both games that they won.
Yep.
Both games by 1 touchdown.
Yep.
If you just take away 2 monster turnover games, their 11 turnovers the rest of the way would rank 24th in the league.
Here's Rozier. I wonder if he's related to former
Rozier.
Pittsburgh Mauler. Hello, Rozier.
I don't know, man. They better get this together.
Rozier?
Thank you.
I couldn't tell if that was one of those bits where he was saying that to somebody off the phone and didn't realize he was on the air, or if that was
directed towards us.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the call. Make it again sometime.
They better get this together. Short, sweet, and to the point.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Mike Tomlin says today, when asked about the Fire Tomlin chance, in general, I agree with them. Do you want to see him fired? If you were in charge, we know it's not going to happen, but if you were calling the shots, if your voice mattered, what would you do with him? 412-928-9370. We'll get a Donnie Football Tomlin tidbit next. Mike talked for 31 minutes today. What was Donnie's biggest take? But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Ravens Sunday, 1 p.m. in Baltimore. You can listen to Fan Game Day right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 10, leading you up to kickoff. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Hey, thank you, Don. If you live in a place with severe weather, and we get all kinds of it here, we get snow like we have right now. We get severe thunderstorms. I know they kind of went after my neighborhood this past summer. It's actually very important. Roofing material manufacturers, insurance companies, home improvement experts, all sorts of people from all different walks agree that having your roof inspected every year by a licensed roofing contractor is important. So despite the hustle and bustle of the holidays, if you've neglected your roof, especially for years now, and maybe you're a little worried about it, get some peace of mind. Call my friends at MHI Roofing. Let them put your roof through its paces in the form of their free 21-point roof inspection. Schedule it today, because if they catch minor problems, they can usually make pretty inexpensive fixes before they become major problems, and they can get you with that peace of mind that you deserve this busy holiday season. Do not wait on this one. Trust me. And they're the best, by the way. MHI, they came out and looked at my roof. I'm just going to short, sweet, to the point. They're awesome. And the 21-point roof inspection is comprehensive, and it's free. So schedule it. What are you waiting for? 412-998-8864. Online, MHIRoof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod completed fewer than 50% of his pass attempts in a loss to Buffalo. Sporting a cast on his left wrist, Rodgers went 10 for 21 for 117 yards. Following the game, he took accountability for the team's play. Also asked the receivers and tight ends to do the same. He suggests when he checks around, the pass catchers run the correct route. Rodgers said he was disappointed in his performance and that of the offense, and called their performance boo-worthy. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up week 14 in pro football, absolutely awesome game to kick it off on Thursday night as 7-5 Detroit, a 3-point home favorite against surging 6-5-1 Dallas. The total is 53.5. And I understand why Detroit's the favorite in the game. Detroit's playing at home. I think Dallas is just a better team right now. Detroit's best receiver is not going to play in this game, and I think Dallas's quarterback playing at an MVP level. I think Dallas is going to win this game. So if you're going to give me 3 points, I'll take it. So let's take Dallas +3 Thursday night in Detroit. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Precision Pointing is the region's top masonry company for all things brick pointing, chimney repair, whole house restoration, commercial, residential. They do it all and more. The best crew, the best culture, and these qualities are harder and harder to find. Competency and craftsmanship. I know this firsthand because I'm the recipient of a job well done from Precision Pointing. The secret is out, and more people are trying to get on the schedule. So if you've got a project, book it. Spring 2026, get your job done from the best of the best at Precision Pointing.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and the big day is approaching quickly. New Year's Day, the day we all plan to magically transform into a motivated, dedicated, dialed-in adult, ready to tackle our resolutions to lose weight. The day comes and goes, and it's just a regular day. I didn't wait for a magical day. I heard Chris Muller give an ad for Awaken 180, and it resonated with me, and I thought, today will be my day. So I made the call. Not only did I start Awaken 180, but I succeeded with Awaken 180. I didn't have to rely on my own motivation either. I had my coach Pat, and I combined his support with the scale dropping for me every single week. There was no way I could fail. Maybe it's an ad you hear. Maybe that stairwell seemed higher. Maybe your doctor just added another medication. Whenever that time hits you where you think today is the day, make it your day and call Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Holiday shopping is in full swing. Don't forget the most important thing on your list, individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan. Open enrollment runs through January 15th, so put a plan in your cart before it's too late. Their convenient plans give you access to an extended network and great coverage. UPMC First Care offers a $0 copay for a variety of visits. They'll even give you access to a healthcare concierge who's like a personal shopper. To get started, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
You know, we got a bunch of guys that are capable, and I think we've been through some of these discussions before. We got a lot of capable guys that we have a lot of confidence in. Pat is certainly one of them. Ball didn't bounce his way a week ago, but certainly he's a viable option for us and one that's strongly considered as we work this week.
Time for Donnie's Tomlin tidbit. You can listen to Joe tomorrow to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. I think it's going to be Sidney Crosby related.
I love the
two goals last night against the Flyers.
That tweet that the Penguins PR staff sent out where they were like,
"Oh, I didn't see it."
They were like, including every person who has ever played for the Philadelphia Flyers, Sidney Crosby ranks like 38th in goals all time in Philadelphia. It was like a very petty, very funny.
That's great.
Very funny tweet.
That's like the Big Ben in Cleveland tweet in a way.
They wrote it in just like it was including literally everyone who has ever put on a Flyers uniform. This is where he ranks.
That's tremendous. All right, Donnie, tell us about this Tomlin tidbit.
So that was Mike Tomlin being asked and answering a question about Pat Freiermuth, because I do think that Pat, who, yes, we are fans of personally on this show, he's become a bit of a polarizing figure on the team because he is one of the few people on the offense that they actually gave money to. So when you see the lack of numbers that Pat has put up, it angers people. And it also does leave the questions every single week. Why does this guy not get used in their offense? Because we have seen one game this year where he did. He had 5 for 111 and 2 touchdowns against Cincy. Since that point, he has not exceeded 3 receptions in a game. He has not exceeded 4 targets in a game. And he has not exceeded 33 yards in a game. He does have a couple of more touchdowns sprinkled in. But we hear so much about who is that second target in the offense going to be. Certainly is not Jonnu Smith. And unfortunately, it's not Pat Freiermuth either. An offense that loves tight ends, they don't use them like they should.
I just think the whole description of what's gone on with Freiermuth and why he's not a bigger part of the offense.
The ball didn't bounce his way?
Is so patently false and ridiculous and really dishonest. And if I were there, and I don't just say this because I'm here and I can
You've asked
look
questions
down at
in
my
his
ivory
pressers.
tower. Yes.
No. You've gone to pressers and asked questions. You're allowed to say it.
I would have been very tempted to ask a sharp, smart-ass question off of that when he says, we've got so many capable guys in our offense. Basically saying it's an embarrassment of riches. That's why Pat Freiermuth doesn't get the ball more. I would have just point-blank asked him, Mike, if you have so many capable guys in your offense, why don't they make plays?
Why is your offense
Why don't they
bad?
make more plays? It's a matter of the ball not bouncing his way, but he'll get him next week or whatever it is.
Mike,
Donnie
your
just
offense
pointed
is
it out.
15th in the league in scoring and 27th in yards. If you're so capable, why are you so bad?
It's happened one time in 12 games where he's been a big part of their offense. Once. You're paying him more than $10 million a year. We've seen him do it in the past. Last year, Freiermuth, I think, either set a Steelers record. This is kind of a arcane Steelers record. But he set a record, I think, for catch rate. Where when he got thrown the ball, did he catch it? Was it an incomplete pass? Did it get knocked away?
His success rate receiving, i.e., I think that's just receptions divided by targets, was 62.8.
Last year? What was the season before that?
His catch percentage, that was success rate. Catch percentage was 83.3.
That's what I'm talking about, catch rate. 88% of the time you threw him. Basically, the quarterback's completion percentage when he threw him the ball was 88%.
83%.
A great NFL quarterback completes close to 70% of his passes.
Here's something funny about this. So last year, 17 games played. When Pat was targeted, what do you think the Steelers' collective quarterback passer rating was when they targeted Pat last year?
125.
126.1. Very good. What do you think in the much more limited number of targets and receptions this year, their collective rating is when they target him?
I still think good. I'm going to say 112.
132.
Even better.
Something smells there.
Good things happen when you throw them the ball. And they don't. And they play Jonnu Smith a lot because he's Arthur Smith's teacher's pet.
So here's the explanations I could come up with. Aaron Rodgers has an issue with him. Don't think that's the case because I think Pat went out of his way to try to make sure he was ingratiating himself early to Aaron Rodgers. They don't think he can block well enough to be on the field in some of their personnel packages. Jonnu Smith can't block, so that doesn't really explain it, and I don't think Rodgers is a big fan of him. Rodgers and to a lesser extent Rudolph of their own volition don't want to throw to the middle of the field where Pat should be making most of his money, figuratively, so to speak.
Yep.
Or Mike Tomlin just philosophically inhibits his guys from challenging the middle of the field because he doesn't want the ball there. I'm not prepared to just say automatically it's the last one because I think Aaron Rodgers has morphed into a guy who of his own volition doesn't really like throwing the ball there that much. I think Aaron Rodgers doesn't beat the charges of being more and more risk-averse.
My answer is Arthur Smith is not a big fan of Freiermuth with Tomlin's blessing.
Then why, the Tomlin's blessing part.
Yeah.
Why did Pat get a new contract if the head coach is willing to go along with the OC in, quote, not being a fan of his or a big fan of his?
Because I think what might have happened is if you look at the timing of the extension, he got it before last year started, which was Smith's first year, and I think Arthur Smith was probably a bigger fan before
And so Pat Freiermuth
had
had
him in
65 catches for 653 yards with an 83.3 catch rate.
Yeah.
And Arthur Smith said, well, F this, I hate that.
I don't know if he said hate that, but he thinks Washington's a much better blocker.
Washington's a very unique and good weapon. There's room for two. You're supposed to be Mr. Tight End Schemer, Arthur Smith.
Number 2 is his favorite player of all time, Jonnu Smith.
Oh, man, I can't wait to look up
That's
the
what it
Jonnu
comes
Smith
down
numbers.
to, man.
Yeah, Arthur Smith's not a good enough offensive mind to get his way
I'm going to say this
stuff.
right now. I think Freiermuth is a victim of what a lot of people listening to our show, either they or a kid or someone they know, has fallen victim to. And that's like the politics of sports. Arthur Smith likes Jonnu Smith.
30 catches, 190 yards, and a 94 rating when targeted this year.
It's like Arthur Smith's surrogate son, who also happens to share the same last name, coincidentally, is playing over Pat Freiermuth because Arthur Smith likes Jonnu Smith than Pat.
Then Arthur Smith should bear the most blame for this.
But I said with Tomlin's blessing, because obviously Tomlin could say to him, hey, get Jonnu Smith out of there and put Pat in, and he doesn't. So tacitly, I think he's agreeing with Arthur Smith that Jonnu is a better player.
Their coaching staff, when you kind of lay all this stuff out and start to hash it out, what an uninspiring group of people right now they have coaching. Meanwhile, you've got Sean McVay utilizing tight ends most people have never heard of.
Yep.
And like bigger wide receivers. And I know they lost this weekend in a very weird way, humming like a well-oiled machine again. I know they have Matt Stafford.
Sean McVay also loves Tomlin and says if you don't like Mike Tomlin, there's something wrong with you.
You know my weird like little conspiracy theory that's starting to take hold in my brain about that, right? Some of these younger coaches who might on some level genuinely like Mike a lot and respect him a lot as a person and as a coach, say it now because they want him to stay around because I know in McVay's case it doesn't work. They've won the last couple times they've seen him. But they think that the longer Mike stays around, the easier the Steelers get to beat.
That was Donnie's Tomlin tidbit. Here is Brian on the Fan. Hello, Brian.
Hi, how are you guys today? I've been listening to the litany of really good reasons why to fire Tomlin. I think here's a point that you haven't discussed yet. Tomlin is not, first of all, the owner has to fire this guy because
but he won't.
Next year, well, they may not, but long story short, next year you've got Will Howard and Mason Rudolph as your quarterback team. They may draft another one. Tomlin has shown absolutely no propensity to be able to develop players, much less quarterbacks, over his tenure here.
Completely agree. You're right about that. And that's why, thanks, Brian, that's why the stubbornness and obstinance of the owner is confounding to me because he has made previous statements like it's a quarterback-driven league. We've got to get the quarterback right. All obvious statements that any owner whose team is mired in mediocrity would make and say when his team's not winning consistently. But then he gleefully employs someone, to Brian's point, who has given you no reason to think that he can identify the right quarterback, and then once he does so, put that quarterback in position to flourish. It's just maddening to me. The owner who I think might want Mike Tomlin and believe in Mike Tomlin is the one that already has a quarterback. If you're Dean Spanos and you fire Brandon Staley, who is a goober, and you're like, all right, I've got Herbert. Let me bring Mike Tomlin in here now. We have breaking news. What is it, Donnie?
The second veteran defensive back of the season has been cut by the Steelers. This time it is Big Play Slay.
What contender will he latch on with? Somehow be utilized more intelligently and more judiciously and end up winning a Super Bowl with?
The Lions?
Lions popped into my head first.
Will Vrabel somehow find a way to use his smarts and his savvy in that secondary where they have a Christian Gonzalez and he'll have a huge interception in the playoffs for them?
All right, let's react to that news coming up because it does underscore a lot of things about the state of the Steelers and Mike Tomlin. And if you're just finding us and you missed his press conference today, a woman who we can't identify, we have no idea who she is, she came out of the mist and asked Mike Tomlin to comment again on the fire Tomlin chants, and Mike shockingly said, in general, I agree with them. If you were Art Rooney too, would you fire Mike Tomlin at the end of the year, yes or no? 412-928-9370. Would love to get more of your thoughts on that coming up. Plus, we'll react to the Steelers cutting Darius Slay and what that means. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, a great message from Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. It is a message from me about Blue Chew. Yes, Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew is the original brand, offering chewable tablets for better sex. Frankly, fellas, it's like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk, a gym membership, slapped you on the back and said, get out there and do your best. And speaking of which, Blue Chew really is that good. You'll have flashbacks to your glory days. Your best will feel like it did when you were at your best, when you were in your prime. Blue Chew can help you be more confident where it counts, be more confident when it counts, and be ready, most importantly, when she is. And it's not just about performance. It's about that group chat of hers, giving them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've also got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, partly cloudy with temperatures overnight in the low 20s. Partly sunny Wednesday with highs in the low to mid 30s. Wednesday night, temperatures in the low to mid 20s and the slight chance for snow showers, which will linger through Thursday. Highs in the low 30s. Then partly cloudy Thursday night with lows in the teens. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Mr. Magic Car Wash lets you give the gift of happiness that comes from driving a bright and shiny car. Give your family and friends Mr. Magic gift cards this season for an amazing stocking stuffer. Stop by any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations to load up on gift cards for easy holiday shopping.
'Tis the season for making memories. Give the gift of more time together at the Dick's House of Sport Outdoor Ice Rink, now open. Join us on the ice for events all winter long. Enjoy open skates and skate sharpening. Rent the rink, host a party, learn to skate, and more. Plus, shop the widest selection of the hottest brands like Nike, Carhartt, Columbia, UGG, Stanley, and the North Face. Unforgettable moments start here at Dick's House of Sport. Visit dicks.com/House of Sport to see what's happening on the ice.
Do you hear Becky snoozing on the 91 Butler Street bus? Shh. She's dreaming of coffee and concerts earned on the Commute Info app. Every time Becky bikes, buses, walks, and car or van pulls for work, she logs her trip on the Commute Info app. Then watches points pile up for perks on dining, entertainment, and shopping, all while saving on gas and parking with no rush hour driving. Get the Commute Info app today. Commute Info is a program of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
Are you ready for the thrill of the drive? Now is the time to experience engineering excellence at Smale Acura during the season of performance. Smale Acura is a 20-time Precision Team Award winner, so you know you're in expert hands. Get ready for the biggest deals of the year, like the all-new 2025 Acura ADX with all-wheel drive, starting as low as $38,950. But the season of performance won't last forever. Ask for Mike or Joe to lock in your incredible offer. Smale Acura, Route 30 Greensburg, or visit smaleacura.com 24/7.
With approved credit through AFS, not all will qualify. And January 5th, 2026. See Smale Acura for complete details.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
With Target, gifting has never been easier. This Saturday and Sunday, Target gift cards are 10% off with Target Circle. Treat everyone on your list to something you know they'll love. Gift cards for the trendsetters, the techies, the fashionistas, the foodies, and even yourself. The perfect time to save is now. This deal is a yearly fave, so hurry. Get more gifting for your buck and save 10% on Target gift cards with Target Circle for 2 days only. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. It's Conference Championship Week in college football. My favorite play is in the Conference USA title game between Kennesaw State and Jacksonville State. Jack State gave the Owls their only loss in conference play this season. Kennesaw State turned the ball over 4 times in that game and only lost by 9. They take care of the ball this time around, they should win and cover. Give me the Owls minus 2.5. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smart and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today and please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It was out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
At Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining, they are truly thankful for their loyal customers. As one of the only family-owned sewer lining companies left in Pittsburgh, your trust means everything to them. Call today for the black and gold Hydrojet with camera, just $299.
The GolfSteelCity.com membership card is back. It's 17 free green fees for only $44.99. The perfect gift for Pittsburgh golfers. $500 of free golf for just $44.99. Free courses include Chetremont, Del Mar, Donegal Highlands, Duck Hollow, Grandview Golf Club, Harmony Ridge, Highland, Lake Arthur, and more. This discounted special ends after Christmas, so visit GolfSteelCity.com now. That's GolfSteelCity.com. Happy holidays from Zero Res. Zero Res has decided to extend their Cyber Monday sale for a few more days. Make sure to call or schedule online for 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Zero Res.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Surfside is the perfect fit this holiday season. Whether you're watching football, hitting the slopes, or warming up by the fire, there's nothing better than enjoying your favorite Surfside canned cocktail to keep the good times going. Made with real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's smooth, easy to sip, and always refreshing. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Getting a report for a multi-vehicle accident on the Parkway East outbound right before exit 81 towards Penn Hills. There is a lane restriction there, so it has caused some traffic in the area. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit them online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Texas us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Breaking news, the Steelers have waived defensive back Darius Slay. They gave him a $10 million deal this offseason. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. A Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It was less about Slay and it was more about getting an opportunity to see Asante Samuels. He's a global NFL starter type who's been on our practice squad. This time of year, as attrition sets in, you step into stadiums week in and week out, things happen, and we certainly wanted to have an opportunity to see him in stadium before we maybe had to make a decision on him, before someone else forced our hand regarding decisions. And so it was about that for us. Slay has missed some time due to a variety of injuries and so forth, and it was about getting a look at that guy that started a lot of games in this league, and we did, and we liked some of the things that we saw. And we'll make decisions about how we divide the labor up a little later in the week.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Fan weather, sponsored by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Low of 27 after a lot of snow this morning. It's a Tomlin Tuesday. Tomlin was asked about Darius Slay being a healthy scratch 4 hours ago. That was his answer. And now, in the last 15 minutes, Darius Slay has been waived by the Steelers. If no one claims that contract, he'll be released, free to sign anywhere. And, well, he's free to sign anywhere now because he's a veteran. So he's not subjected to the typical waiver thing. I'm kind of getting bogged down inside football here. Sorry. Either way, the only way the Steelers would be not on the hook for the rest of that contract is if somebody claims him, which they won't.
Which they won't.
Yep. So there you go. $10 million down the toilet. You have now 2/5 of your starting secondary, so 40% of your week one starting secondary has been released for poor play. Darius Slay and Juan Thornhill. And to a much, much worse extent is this Slay botched, failed signing because they trusted him to be a corner who went one-on-one, mano-a-mano with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Mike Tomlin talked today about how they made moves this offseason to try to offset the Ravens' big rushing performance against them in the playoffs last year. And Mike admitted this offseason the reason why they targeted Slay was because they wanted to put him with Jalen Ramsey and Joey Porter Jr. and shut down those great Bengals wide receivers.
Yeah, Kabali tweeted that out again, and it's just, what a horrifyingly bad evaluation, man.
We could have all seen it coming.
The Eagles, he was decent for the Eagles, specifically because they didn't ask him to do that much.
Okay, but think about what you just said. The Eagles won a Super Bowl, and we're like, nah, we're good.
I know.
We don't need another year of Darius Slay. And
I know.
They knew that they smelled that milk, they gave it a whiff, and they knew it was curdling.
P.U.
Yep.
We got the best that was left here. Good luck, Darius.
And I blame, obviously, Tomlin when these things happen. He's a defensive backs guy by trade.
What's Andy Weidel saying to anybody?
And that's exactly what I was going to bring up. You've got two guys in your organization who had thorough scouting reports on Slay, not just where his play was at currently, but also the kind of person he would be and what he would bring to this team. Andy Weidel, who comes from Philly, and Terrell Austin, who coached Slay in Detroit. And I think those guys have to have some culpability in this signing backfiring the way that it did. They probably vouched for him. They advocated for him. But again, this is why this Steelers mishmash hodgepodge of trying to win while also trying to be mindful of the future is not working. They're trying to have it both ways. And that's how you get Darius Slay on your roster. We don't actually really want to go out and invest a lot of money in a free agent corner who might be in his 20s. So let's instead find some kind of chicken wire and duct tape signing who can help make us just good enough this year to make the playoffs and maybe win a playoff game. And if it doesn't work, well, it only really hurts us for 2025. And there are no long-term ramifications or consequences to the deal.
They gave $10 million to a cornerback in his mid-30s who was average at best for a team that had way better talent around him that they could protect him with.
They turned Darius Slay into a football charity case. Here is a $10 million contract. Enjoy retirement, pal. Exactly.
They might as well have signed him and handed him a golden Rolex when they did it, too. Here, buddy, thanks for your years of service in the NFL. Here's Rob Lowe to present you with a League Shield hat. Just a wretched evaluation. I was skeptical of that when I think almost all of us were. I don't know very many Steelers fans that were like, hell yeah, big play Slay from the start. So
yes, he was big play Slay all right for the other team when they threw the ball at Darius Slay this year. Darius Slay this year.
It's one of those times where when all the fans seem to be like Don, sometimes when all the fans think one thing, it's actually no, the team does know better. Because sometimes that occasionally bears out to be true. Like they get it right with an evaluation. There are other times, though, and as you pointed out, quote tweeting Kabali, it's happening way too often these days. It seems like it's happening all the time now, where if people are skeptical of a Steelers move, they are proven right to be in the end. That the move blows up in their face. You could hear Tomlin talk about it today with that tortured explanation of why they played Samuel and what they were preparing for and could sense that this was coming. Everybody but the people who make millions of dollars to make these decisions had a pretty good idea of how this was going to go. And they still went ahead and did it.
It's another example. The theme of today's show has been Tomlin's response when he was asked by, what's her name, Marissa?
No, Marcy Cipriani.
Marcy Cipriani from Channel 4.
She's a news reporter there. She does a very good job, actually.
And
Ashley
she
Leonis
went and
had the
asked
day
Mike about the fire Tomlin chance, and he said, in general, I agree with them. And I have asked our listeners today, if you were Art Rooney, we know the actual Art won't because he has no balls, but if you were Art, would you fire Mike Tomlin at the end of the year? And the vast majority of our listeners who have called in or texted in or tweeted in or commented on YouTube or commented or mentioned on X, because we're streaming there too on our 93.7 The Fan page, have said yes, they would fire Mike. This is another arrow in the quiver for doing it.
Another data point.
Misevaluations on players.
$10 million, right? Was that what it was? $10 million.
Your head coach thinks, oh, yeah, he's old for a corner, but he's still good enough and great enough where he can serve and he can have a pretty big role on our team. I believe in this guy enough to make this move. He's at
an age where most cornerbacks are either one of two things. Retired from the NFL, which there's a chance he will be because I could see no team picking him up.
Yep.
Or playing safety because they've retooled their career and they've lost a step so they have the knowledge and know how to play back there.
Just their secondary decisions, I think, exemplify just how kind of lost they are as a team. Okay, they're still good enough to be 500. But why they're not, like, separating themselves from...
They're trying to win games. They're not trying to plan. Pony, they're not planning. They're not making any long-term plans. It's all what's 5 feet ahead of them.
Yes, but what I'm saying, too, is when they do moves 5 feet ahead of them, they're not even really getting those right. Mike, Jalen Ramsey can be our queen on the chessboard. He can play everywhere. Well, actually, it made the entire defense worse because everybody was discombobulated. They couldn't get on the same page, and guys were running wide open. Okay, they had to scrap that. Juan Thornhill, we ask our free safety to line up 30 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Why pay Minka $20 million a year to do that when we can pay this guy $3 million? So bad he's gone halfway through the season and benched. You traded for a guy who was a backup on another team and started him 2 days later. Because you were rightly so disenchanted and disillusioned by how badly that guy was playing. Now this, where a veteran you gave double-digit millions to became a healthy scratch, and I would probably also, if I were guessing, File this under the we want hostages and not volunteers. Yeah, you want to give Asante Samuel Jr. playing time. Yeah, you don't want to lose him to somebody else on your practice squad. More breaking news. What the heck? What's going on now?
The Steelers have made a claim for Adam hooked on a Thielen.
Oh my God! They just got rid of the old cornerback. Let's bring on the old wide receiver.
We wanted him last year at the trade deadline and we couldn't get him, so why not do it now? You know why that is? You know what my guess is? I cannot wait. I hope they do it because you know who's going to gush about him tomorrow?
Aaron Rodgers.
Yep. We had so many battles with each other, Packers and Vikings. This guy, he is a football player.
I know he's got 8 catches this year for 69 yards and no touchdowns, but he'll be where I tell him to be when I tell him to be there. He knows the routes. He'll show up for meetings on time.
When I invite the guys over to watch film and my made-up wife makes us tea and crumpets while we're watching film together,
tea and crumpets.
I can count on Adam Thielen being there, unlike DK Metcalf. He is a true professional, this guy.
Over under 2.5.
Guys,
top number of catches for Thielen in a game this year.
You know what this last 20 minutes, what this has done? Under, of course. You know what the last 20 minutes of this underscores? How, out of nowhere, Seth Rorabaugh probably had the greatest tweet I've ever seen in my entire life.
I was just thinking of his tweet, and it has now come true.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Mike Tomlin.
Can't eat soup with a spoon or a
We can't eat soup with forks. We need spoons. Then the Steelers will sign a 2018 Pro Bowler to the practice squad.
Oh, Seth with an absolute banger right there. I forgot to retweet that when I saw it, but you know what though? People were also doing Seth wrong. They were taking the little screen capture of it, removing his name from it, Donnie, and posting it as their own picture. Dirty pool.
Wait, what?
Like, I just saw people circulating it around, like, just the little text block, like their buddy had sent it to them. Give Seth his props. That's a brilliant tweet.
Man. All right, 412-928-9370. Let's get to Sean. He's on the fan. Hello, Sean.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Hey,
Can you put us on speaker if possible?
Off speaker. Take us off speaker. We got to let you go. Take us off speaker next time.
Sorry, I got a little flustered there. What the hell was that? He sounded like he was landing a plane.
Brad's next. Hello, Brad.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
We're okay.
You guys are so spot on today with your comments. I couldn't agree more with you. Number one, if I'm the owner, I'm firing our coach. In all reality, I wish I was a little higher than our owner because I'd like to fire the owner for what he's enabled the franchise to turn into. Our problem hasn't started just today or last year or the year before. You know, we have egotistical head coach who refuses to trust potential good assistants, and I'm going to just say Brian Flores, because he would have threatened our defensive schemes if we would have turned that defense over to him.
Well, it just wouldn't have been Mike's defense at that point, and if it would have worked, it would have galled Mike that somebody else changed it and got better results.
You're so correct, because it is, you know, and the more frustrating part is he continues to make mistake after mistake, and I'm so glad, like, this lady stood up a little bit at the press conference, because he talks about being the only person he's intense with is the media when he tries to intimidate them at press conferences. And,
not today, Brad, because the pony theorem was proven correct again. They got their teeth kicked in and humiliated, and man, he was Mr. Conciliatory.
The other reason why Mike was able to answer that question the way that he did, with a big smile on his face, and say, I generally agree with fans who say, fire Tomlin. We're in the entertainment business, and we're not entertaining right now because we're not winning. The reason why he can say that and act that way is because he knows there's no real threat of him being fired.
Pony, I literally wrote down on my notes for today stuff I wanted to say. He can say this at any time. He can give the people a little nibble, a pound of flesh, because the owner has his back 6 ways to Sunday.
Yeah. You're right, I'm not doing a good job, but I know I'm not going anywhere. Live with it. You're stuck with it.
Yeah, like if somebody called into our show and said, Mulls, actually somebody said this yesterday, your co-host is 100 times better than you. I mean, okay, fine, fair enough. Probably true.
Was it Jeff in South Park?
No, this was just on social media. if I responded to that, I'd be like, you're right, he probably is 100 times better than me, because I know our actual boss would be like, no, you guys are both doing a great job. It's easy to give people a little nibble of what they want when you know there's no actual repercussion for doing so. Here's another thing that I don't know why Adam Schefter does this, but I can't resist. He quote tweets himself from the Thielen claim.
Yeah.
And says, a 42nd birthday present for Aaron Rodgers, because today is Rodgers' birthday. Adam Thielen at this point is the equivalent of getting a pack of socks. Like just plain white socks.
I don't think anyone, and maybe I'll open up the phone lines right now and see if I'm wrong. 412-928-9370.
Intern Jack, this moves the needle for sure on Twitter.
I was just going to say, as we've gone through this interminable search for wide receiver 2, I don't think any Steelers fan is going to even profess to be excited or optimistic or interested or intrigued by this move.
Tom Pelissero's tweet about this. Put this tweet in the Louvre. Pelissero, two-time Pro Bowl wideout Adam Thielen was claimed off waivers by the Steelers, per source. Thielen, 35, wanted one more shot at a Super Bowl in his final season and now lands with longtime NFC North rival Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh. Adam, I got news for you. If you wanted one more shot at a Super Bowl, you're in the wrong place, pal.
That's absolutely right. 412-928-9370, your chance to react to the Slay release. And Adam Thielen, one old fogey leaves, and another one takes his spot. 412-928-9370. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins took care of business in Philly last night, beating the Flyers 5-1. Sidney Crosby, a pair of goals. Tristan Jarry, 28 saves. The Pens are in Tampa Bay later this week. Puck drop Thursday night against the Lightning, set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thanks so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Mr. Magic Car Wash and what they're doing for people this holiday season. Gift cards. Yes, I go that route a lot. Stocking stuffers, an easy thing to slip into a card, something that'll put a smile on a relative, friend, or family member's face this time of year. And how about Mr. Magic gift cards, available at all 23 locations. When you go there, you can sign up for their unlimited wash plan, $19.99 per month, and they pay for themselves after just 2 washes. So you can sign up free for a free wash. Go get the free wash at MrMagicCarWash.com. It's Mr. Magic.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tony and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
Cloudy skies tonight, the low 27.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Looking at some congestion back up the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue as you try to leave the city. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. With most weight loss methods, the answer is maybe safe, maybe effective, maybe they're lasting. With Awaken 180, the results weren't a maybe. They were real. Pounds gone, stayed gone. 50 of them. Results at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You can't make this stuff up. Breaking news. The Steelers told 34-year-old Darius Slay, your services are no longer needed here, released. But they can't help themselves in their desire to become the oldest NFL team ever and recreate the 1970s over-the-hill gang in Washington. So here comes Adam Thielen, 34 years old, a healthy scratch by the Vikings. So we've swapped healthy scratches. We'll take yours, Minnesota. Do you want ours? We'll see if Slay ends up in the Twin Cities. But Adam friggin' Thielen, is a Steeler. This is only, I don't know, a year or two late when people were salivating for him at last year's trade deadline, and allegedly the Steelers almost dealt for him.
Adam hooked on a Thielen, almost as old as the song, which came out in 1974 if you're scoring at home.
Wait, who said the thing again, birthday present for Rodgers? Who was that?
That was Schefter. Which NFL Access journalist, reporter had the funnier tweet? Schefter calling this a 42nd birthday present for Rodgers, or Pelissero saying that Thielen wanted one more shot at a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I asked Pelissero if he was stoned on Twitter.
I said that Thielen's made a lot of money. He'll be able to buy tickets as soon as the Steelers season ends.
Well, he gets them for free.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Every NFL player gets them for free.
You're exactly right. How could I forget?
Donnie, this is a friggin' joke. Do you agree with me?
I can hear you
cackling
laughing
in there.
I can hear you laughing through the soundproof glass, through the door, through my headphones, which are also supposed to nullify outside sound.
This is the Steelers' equivalent of bringing, we got rid of Yasmani Grandal and we brought in Michael A. Taylor, isn't it?
I mean, this is meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
They have had a few very Pirates-esque moves over the last few years.
Jose Quintana, sayonara. Here comes Dick Hill. Big Dick Mountain.
Things that the Pirates do every offseason that gets laughed at, gets mocked, and I'm not saying it's not deserved. We're seeing the Steelers do a lot of that, and just because they're the Steelers, people want to talk themselves into that move working.
I don't think they are with this. I think
that stone is turning a bit.
The national media is. The reporters are, and the way they're talking about. These moves.
I've already had a few people tweet me the GIF, and it's pretty much true. It's like the Flex Seal guy. He's putting a piece of duct tape on a massive hole that's just spewing water.
What's the movie where the old people turn young again? Cocoon? Is that what it is? Wilford Brimley.
I didn't know that was the premise. I just know he's in there.
Did you already make it known that Seth's tweet literally said sign a 2018 Pro Bowler and Thielen was in?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make
That's
sure
why I
we
said
got that.
It came true.
Okay. I was so caught up in just reacting to it. I wanted to make sure we got there. God, my actual 2-word reaction to all of this, right? Who cares? As far as you're saying it does this move the needle for me on the field? No. Who cares? So what? Could be another 2-word reaction. They are just assembling the reverse of the Expendables here.
Dulac reports that he's going right to the 53-man roster, so no
moving
MVS,
train for him.
No MVS treatment, which, by the way...
So is MVS running a 6:40?
Feel here?
Is he running a 6-second 40? Does he look like Pony high-stepping out there?
Kelvin Benjamin.
I probably could outrun him in jeans. My birdies have said he looks...
terrible.
Like he is ready for
several
Elders
blue factories.
Blue. Yeah.
So why are they even keeping him on the practice
squad? Because he's
buddy
with Aaron Rodgers and they like each other's company, probably.
So they're just letting him basically hang out on their practice squad?
Keep Aaron happy.
What is Aaron doing on the field to deserve... not that any player should get that kind of treatment, although T.J. Watt got it with his brother.
Yeah.
But...
Mike DeFabo,
come on.
Mike DeFabo, who hates me for some reason that I still can't get to the bottom of.
He hates you?
I'm pretty sure. Just based on his social media responses and reactions to me. Tweeted out, the Slay experience is a microcosm for what's gone wrong for the Steelers' defense. They paid too much for a player who was too old and then believed in him too much, to the point that they once thought he could help the Steelers man up anyone in the league. He's right. He's exactly right about that. Let's go back to the phones and hear from our good friend Tony in Butler. Hello, Tone.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
We're gonna laugh. Now we're laughing, Tony. This has descended into farce territory in the last 15 minutes. It's pretty funny.
They used to do Old Timers Day at Yankee Stadium. That's what it's going to be at Acrisure in a couple of weeks, Tone.
You're not kidding. This is like a bad sitcom. But, guys, I started calling this show because I was a Tomlin defender.
Yeah.
I was kind of like that guy that said, be careful what you wish for.
Yep.
Well, guess what I'm wishing for now? He's got to go. But, guys, the bigger problem, and, it kind of gets glossed over because you keep saying Rooney won't do it. Rooney is the real problem. He signs the checks. He enables Tomlin to do what he's doing, and I can't figure out why the Rooneys are going to accept mediocrity like they are. I mean, he has it in Tomlin. If you're getting paid $16 million a year and you have no consequences, I'm not blaming him. It's on the owner to demand. If he doesn't do well, you got to get rid of him. I mean, they should have got rid of him.
Yeah, I think the owner's absolutely. Tony, I think you're right. I think we have said the owner's the bigger problem here. Tomlin is a symptom of, like, Tomlin now is a non-winner, a guy who doesn't win playoff games and barely scrapes past 500.
Yeah.
His continued existence as the unchallenged and very not hot seat head coach is a symptom of Art Rooney's complete malaise in the owner's box. His inattentiveness or his lack of will to do maybe some stuff he doesn't otherwise want to do.
No doubt. What I don't agree with, and I don't think you're insinuating this, though, is that Rooney is so much of the problem. He, forces his football principles and ideals on Mike. And let's say Mike did get a fresh start somewhere else. If he's working for another owner, is he instantly a better coach because he doesn't have the albatross that's Art Rooney wrapped around him? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
Right. So
it's just that Art can't get himself to do anything here. Oh, breaking news. The Steelers have signed Andre Hastings at 55 years old to join their team. I could have got you guys with a breaking news one, but I
mean, Donnie a couple years ago had this outrageous claim that Terrell Owens was going to sign with the Steelers at 48 years old.
No, I didn't say Steelers specifically, but I did say he would spur some comeback rumors.
If you got in my ear 2 seconds from now and said I have more breaking news and said that, I would wholeheartedly probably believe it.
Would you be more pumped about Terrell Owens or Adam Thielen?
Terrell Owens. Yeah.
Guy stays in shape.
Who
the sheer entertainment value
who
of it.
is a recently retired NFL player that they could sign? It can't be a good one. It can't be Aaron Donald is coming out of retirement.
How about Miles Jack back for his fourth tour of duty?
Yes, currently owning a minor league hockey team, and I think he went back to school to be a
trade
plumber.
School. Yeah, he went to trade school. Yeah. There has to be a very some single funniest recently retired player that they could realistically try to bring back to the NFL. That it wouldn't stun us, Donnie, if you said breaking news, so and so. It can't be a good player though.
Well, see, that kind of ruins the whole thing when you say can't be a good player. Because I wouldn't be excited about a bad one.
No, just that we would laugh because they'd be that desperate more is the point here. Who's retired off of the Ravens recently? Terrell. What if Steelers bring Terrell Suggs out?
That would
he's going to man the middle of that defense.
And there's another guy that was good. Really good. Here is Derek in Coriopolis. Hello, Derek. Derek?
Sorry about that.
You're okay.
What do you got for us, Derek?
I had a two-part question for you. Do you think the Pat Freiermuth not playing is more along discipline, and does the Adam Thielen signing kind of bring that, what you determine here as a veteran presence to the locker room?
I've heard nothing that would suggest to me that Pat has any sort of off-field issues that they would be concerned about.
Yeah, I don't think...
Nothing.
I don't think that Rodgers was talking about Freiermuth when he was
I think it's
bringing
somebody
up
else.
the receivers.
I think it's somebody else. Pat has made
not showing up to film sessions.
Pat, before Rodgers, I think was even officially signed, had made every effort because he kind of saw which way the wind was blowing to get on his good side. Donnie, you have just killed me with the latest tweet.
What'd he say?
Who sings the songs at Lincoln Park?
Fort Minor.
Fort Minor. This is 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 50% pain, and 100% reason to remember the name. And it's a picture of Adam Thielen when he was actually good at football.
I think that was the COVID year. They got the seats covered.
I think Cody Duncan made a good point, shockingly.
First time for everything.
Omar Khan might as well see if Jordy Nelson wants to come out of retirement to play for this team.
I mean, would you be stunned? Would you be stunned if we get? What about the real Jermichael Finley, another tight end?
Oh, CTE. Oh no, AB's CTE ESPN feed's been shut down. He's in custody.
God, this is just.
They have a cracker of the day for weeks.
It just reeks of desperation so much, man.
Pony. I use the analogy he's like a coach, or as a coach right now with personnel, he's collecting baseball cards and going off of past achievements. Now he's doing that to the extreme that it's you have to squint several years, not just 1 year.
You know what the Steelers have turned into? They've turned into the guy who has called into sports talk shows since sports talk radio was invented and would call in and think to himself, I have a brilliant idea. I'm going to name some NFL veteran who's been on my fantasy team at some point, probably was on the team 10 years ago and is still in the NFL. And I'm going to tell the hosts, that the Steelers or whatever team, they should sign this guy. And that's what they're doing. Like, they're name recognition, name brand players who are well past their prime, who have almost nothing left, are the type of players that this franchise attracts now.
Over under 5.5 catches for Adam Thielen with the Steelers.
I think under. And it's not like, like the Patriots had a habit, I feel like, with Brady of finding guys like this, and they would find the fountain of youth, and they would be...
The fountain of youth was called Tom Brady.
Yep.
He would just make players better than they otherwise were. Very simple.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Darius Slay released. Adam Thielen signed in the last half hour. No, this is not from burner accounts and made-up accounts, parody accounts. This is what the Steelers are doing. On a day where Mike Tomlin said he agrees with fans who chanted "Fire Tomlin." Also not made up. 412-928-9370. If you were in charge, would you fire Tomlin? Donnie in 2 minutes will give us a debrief, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops in action tonight against Texas A&M. Tip set for 7 p.m. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schlag Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
At Giant Eagle, we believe in better. Because it's time to break out the holiday recipes. Because your get-togethers bring everyone together. Because it's always the right time to share an eggnog by the fire. Because you make the holidays feel like the holidays. At Giant Eagle, we're going for better. To bring the holiday magic home. Because it matters.
Need a new roof? Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, they're your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Ready to end the year on a rewarding note? It's Dan Zangrilli here to let you know about the Membership Rewards Visa Card promotion right now at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, giving you 5% cash back for every dollar spent. That's now through the end of the year. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
4:30 means it's time for a Donnie Football Debrief, Donnie's biggest football topic of the day, and it is sponsored by our friends at Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Don?
The debrief, December 2, 2025. I figured we could just keep the theme going, guys, and have a little bit of fun here for the next few minutes and just play a little game of Remember Some Guys and go through some of the funny free agent signings that the Steelers have had
now is
over
funny,
the last 10 to 15 years.
Is funny a euphemism for bad?
Yeah, you could probably use them as synonyms.
I mean, people don't say, like, oh, it was so funny when they signed James Ferrier. They're like, it was so great. He's, like, maybe the greatest free agent signing still in team history. Probably is.
Okay.
Ladarius Green.
Worse than Slay, I would say.
How about, like, the slew of, like, random safeties that they would pull in?
Mark Barron.
Morgan Burnett.
Mark Barron. He was a linebacker.
/ safety.
Well, he wore 29 or whatever.
How about Keanu O'Neal?
He's another one.
How about Keanu Reeves?
I mean, they might sign him at this point.
Got a tryout with the Ravens, didn't he?
Yeah, I feel like I've never gotten a clear answer on that story.
No,
like,
it's made up. He said it in a podcast.
That's a bum. That's
he said
a bummer.
It's not true.
Well, we know Ed O'Neill got
he
a tryout with the Steelers.
And he still
had 4
dreams about it.
touchdowns in that game for Polk High.
He still dreams
He
about
said, Ed O'Neill said he still dreams about being at Steelers practice at St. Vincent. And Noel is telling him to, like, check into the game for I forget if he played fullback or linebacker, one of those
I thought
two
he was a
positions.
defensive player.
Okay, like to check in for Ham. And the thing about the dream is Noel is the same age and all the Steelers players are the same age. But in the dream, Ed O'Neill is whatever age he is while
At
having
that moment
the dream.
in time.
So he's like 64. And Chuck pats him, pokes him on the shoulder and says, O'Neill, get in there. And he's like, I'm hobbling out there and thinking to myself, oh, bleep, I'm about to get run over here. But yeah.
Speaking of which, I saw a tweet last week about TV show dads, like sitcom dads.
Uh-huh.
No Al Bundy.
Yeah, is it like because it's a like millennial thing where it's just people?
No, I mean they had plenty of.
He's an all-timer.
Yeah, they
probably
plenty
had
of, like,
Archie
older
Bunker.
shows.
Some,
How about Homer Simpson?
Yes, Homer was on there.
What about Peter Griffin?
I think that was another pretty bad omission. No Randy Marsh either. He seemed like he should have been somebody in
at
there.
the gym blurted out the other day, you know what is the greatest TV show of all time? And I'm thinking in my head, here comes Seinfeld if it's a sitcom thing, or here comes The Wire, you know, if it's
Two Broke Girls.
No. Bob's Burgers.
Oh yeah, a lot of people like that one.
What?
There's a lot of people who like that and King of the Hill.
They brought back King of the Hill.
I said, you are the first person and probably the last person in human history who will ever utter that sentence that Bob's Burgers
I've
is the
seen
greatest show of all time.
I've seen it. I like to think that I'm pretty in tune with that like sense of humor, that like Cartoon Network, Adult Swim. It does nothing for me.
I've never watched an episode, and I don't plan on starting. How about you, Don?
No, I haven't.
Have you mentioned Dante Moncrief yet?
Moncrief is on this list.
Oh, man.
I mean, wouldn't you say that LeGarrette Blount kind of was, considering how it finished there?
He was practically a sleeper agent.
He promptly goes back to New England and plays great.
How about Melvin Ingram?
That's a good call. Cam Thomas.
They actually gave him a little bit of money, too.
Didn't he get, like, thrown off the team for fighting?
How about Robert Woods?
I mean, any of the wide receivers of the last few years. Like, Thielen just joins a line here of Robert Woods, Van Jefferson.
Allen Robinson.
Yeah. I mean, now, to Thielen's credit, he has a better resume than all of those guys. But, I mean, what was it, 2014, Lance Moore? He came in here for a hot minute.
Yes, he did.
Caught one first down.
He had a touchdown.
Yeah, he did. Lance Moore.
Jericho, Walls of Jericho.
No, he's too good.
No, I'm saying obviously better.
He's not a funny signing. He was a legit.
Yeah, because he was actually good. He had 10 touchdowns the one year.
Help get them to a Super Bowl.
Who are some other funny ones then? We got to have a couple more.
Actually, that's not true. He was after the Super Bowl team.
Yeah, he was on those 8 and 8 teams.
Yeah, we got to have a couple more just absurd ones in there.
Kent Graham was a free agent way back when.
God, I remember people were so excited that he was going to play for the Steelers, and that was in the very early days of the internet, like where you could start to sort of look up a player's stats.
Who invented the internet? Was it Al Gore?
The U.S. government invented it in like 1973.
But why does Gore get credit for it?
I think that's
what a flex.
I think that's almost a meme. That became like a meme, like I invented the internet. Like people, I think that became like a meme to make fun of him.
I mean, do we say, where do we label Trubisky? So mad you can't even laugh about it?
No, I can laugh about Mitch Trubisky. You'd see that old high school tweet of his resurface.
About boobs?
Yeah.
Has he tried to distance himself from that?
I think he's leaned in and been like, well, yeah, I did, and I do. There's got to be some other funny quarterback ones, Don.
Quarterback ones?
I mean, just in the last few
Skylar
seasons.
Thompson's still part of this franchise.
Yeah, what's that all about?
What's that whole?
I saw him standing next
what's
to
that
Rodgers
whole deal?
at the Bears game. What's he doing here?
What do you mean, what's he doing here?
Exactly what I said.
He's an emotional support
Is he
quarterback.
practicing? Is he on the practice squad? Is he injured?
I think he's just kind of chilling.
So they have 4 quarterbacks on their active roster?
We've got an Al Gore answer.
No, he's not on the active roster.
Is he on the practice squad?
I thought he was on IR.
With what?
I don't know.
Remember when he got jumped in
Phantom
Ireland?
IR. Yeah, he
is
did
it from
get
getting
jumped.
beat up in Ireland?
DPJ on the YouTube comments
How
said
about DP Doe?
He said during the 2000 presidential debates, Al Gore said, "The internet? Hell, I invented the internet." Bold claim to make.
Yeah.
Paxton Lynch.
Oh, God. How about Zach Mettenberger?
That was from our pal Johnny in the YouTube comments. Mettenberger.
By the way, more breaking news
Jay
here.
Reamer's mom.
In a breaking news hour.
Oh, no.
What did I tell you guys yesterday? Sataki going back to BYU with more money and more years. The number of coaches who have used the Penn State job to enrich their
bad
families,
shape, man. They're down pretty
I look
bad
at this
here.
as dodging a bullet.
Unless
to be
it's
honest with
well,
you.
no. I don't think he would have been the best candidate. I think it would have been a terrible fit. Unless they're getting Brian Hartline, who I think would be the best guy out there for the job. What happens then? If Brian Hartline says I would just rather wait, I don't want to go coach there. Then what?
What percentage do you put on Terry Smith actually being named the full-time coach? Better than 10%?
Probably 15. Yeah, not much better than.
Don?
I put it at like 20 or 25 at this point.
I still don't put it
They
that
also
high.
have, signing days tomorrow. They're just getting decommitments left and right.
Is Dable still in the picture because of Pagula?
I haven't heard anything
and all
on
those
that.
connections. If I were Brian Dable, I wouldn't want to go there. I'd want to keep coaching in the NFL.
And that Eli Drinkowitz is another one that got an extension at Missouri, too, right?
I actually think this is a good tweet somebody just said about Terry Smith. It would sort of be their version of Bill Stewart getting hired at West Virginia.
Except he beat Nebraska with a
beat
backup
Georgia.
quarterback. No, I'm saying Terry
Smith
Smith's
did.
version of beating Oklahoma in the
I thought it was,
Fiesta Bowl.
Why did I think it was Georgia?
Well, that's who
They
Rich
beat.
Rodriguez beat.
Oh, yeah, okay. Good call. Kyle Allen has been submitted, Donnie, as another great free agent signing. Who could forget him?
All right, here are, according to the internet, the top candidates left for the Penn State job.
Adam Thielen.
Brian Hartline. Brian Hartline.
Okay.
Jeff Brom. I thought he just got a new deal.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work. I thought he did.
And they fell apart.
Yeah.
Your boy Brent Key at Georgia Tech.
The shine is very slightly off, but I think Penn State fans he's a Southern guy too, but I think Penn State fans would love the basic premise of how he wants football to be played. Yeah, he's an ultra physical guy.
He's kind of like college football's Dan Campbell.
I would agree with that.
Brian Dable and then Terry Smith. Those are the names that are left.
Of those names, it's Hartline and
by
Key.
far.
Hartline by far, then Key.
Man.
I said to one Penn State friend of mine, I said, what would happen if they just made a hard play for Pat Narduzzi?
And they laughed at you?
There was he said, I think the response was, I don't think we're far enough down the road yet to be in that state of mind.
What do you think the reaction at Penn State would be if they hired Chip Kelly to be the head coach?
Not great.
Not Brian Kelly.
I don't think great.
Chip Kelly.
It was a disaster when he was at, UCLA?
Was it?
I don't think it was good. I don't think he wants to recruit.
I mean, I don't think UCLA is exactly like
I don't think Chip Kelly wants to recruit.
Factory. You don't think he wants to recruit?
Like, I don't think...
Doesn't
I think
the money kind of recruit the school itself now?
To a degree, but I think you still have to want to go out there at times and, try to get high school seniors so you're not just becoming this, transfers-only program.
Yeah. Chip Kelly
he didn't
was
want to recruit.
35 and 34 at UCLA.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
46 and 7
I've seen
at
Matt
Oregon. That's a
Campbell
long
at
time
Iowa
ago.
State still brought up.
Yeah.
The bloom is off that rose, I think.
Jeez.
They did not have a great year. Who the hell else is there?
They're like the one team.
It's a little bit of
or
a
school
musical
that's
chairs
left
here.
standing. Exactly.
Do you
I
know?
was just going to use that analogy, Malsey.
This would just be funny just because of the way Lane Kiffin dragged it out and then left Ole Miss at the altar. So Charlie Weiss Jr. is being allowed by LSU to coach Ole Miss, their offense. He's their OC. For Lane Kiffin, he actually calls the plays for Mississippi. He's being allowed to coach through the playoff for as long as their season goes. He released a little statement. What if they had just another couple of insane offensive games, and he just told Lane to basically pound salt, and Penn State hired him? Just hired a hotshot offensive mind.
I don't see why not. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a move that would have me jumping for joy if I'm a Penn State fan.
Fran Brown to Penn State?
They can't hire a guy that went 3-9 and lost his last 8 games and lost to Notre Dame 7-7.
Semi-facetious.
How about John Gruden?
Does John Gruden want to go to Penn State to coach?
Does he want to keep working at Barstool? I don't think he's going to get back into the NFL, Chris. He sued the pants off the NFL.
I mean, how much do you think Barstool's paying him? $1 million plus?
Got to. Absolutely.
In excess of $1 million to basically ass around and have a good time. I don't know. I think there's some lifestyle considerations there.
I know, but Penn State is a job where...
How about Jason Eck from New Mexico?
He just signed an extension.
Yeah, apparently if Braum did, though, and he's still a candidate.
All right, that was a Donnie Football Debrief.
Yep. The YouTube comments section right now is just beside itself.
Let's get Lunatic Fringe head honcho, Johnny the Barber's take on this Penn State development. Hello, Johnny.
Hello, gentlemen.
Yes.
I definitely think Penn State ought to look at picking up Lou Holtz as their head coach. Would love to see that. And
Johnny, I have a question before you go any further. You can get to your Steelers point, but I do have a serious question. Brian Hartline, Andrew and I agree, best name out there still that they could go get. Would he be then, as a loyal Ohio State man who's made the school proud and helped them succeed to a great degree, would he instantly become dead to you if he took the Penn State job?
Oh, well, I would drop him like second period French. I mean, but there's no chance. All seriousness, there's no chance. If he sticks around and plays his cards right, when Ryan Day becomes the new head coach of the Steelers, he will be the heir apparent. He will be the heir apparent to the greatest college franchise. So, I mean, the only thing that's going to save, the Steelers is, let's face it, more Ohio State players and get Hartline with the good coaching staff.
They're getting mocked to take Carnell Tate in the first round, and we're all pretty happy about that.
Imagine
Johnny.
an offseason, Johnny, in which they got Carnell Tate, Will Howard, and Marcus Freeman as the head coach.
I'm still telling you, man. Ryan Day is it. He's a hot hand. You look at former Ohio State proteges. You look what's going on in New England.
How about this name for Penn State's job? Arthur Smith.
I would love that. Oh yeah, take that all day too. Take it, and then if he gets that, he ought to make Lou Holtz his defensive coordinator.
Are you from the same town as Lou Holtz?
No. Lou Holtz is out past Caddis. It's like where dirty people are from. I can't stand him.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Anything else?
OHIO.
Wasn't there some question about, speaking of dirtiness, wasn't there some question about hygiene with Callis among the producers? What was that all about today?
I mean, I don't know the details. All I will say is that I strolled in here a few minutes before 2 to give way to Austin.
Yep.
And it did not smell great in here. And he said he had tried to fan this place out his entire shift.
Fan this place out?
He said he was fanning with the door. He even had the little fan on in here. And Austin, I mean, he always wants this place to be like 85 degrees. So him even having the little fan on in here was a big deal.
And it was because the odor in there.
Yes.
Did he confront Callis about it?
He shot him a text.
And what did Callis say back? Do we know?
I think something that included an expletive.
Can you just remove the expletive and give us the gist?
Callis's response was just like, "Who are you?" When Austin texted him.
Do we think Callis...
He didn't have his number saved in his phone? He didn't know...
Or he was just saying, who are you to criticize me?
I think that part, yes. I'm going to guess.
Do we think Callis maybe just forgot to shower, I guess last night because he gets up pretty early in the morning, probably doesn't have time? Or do we think he was just, tearing ass and it just lingered?
Yeah, was it BO or was it fart smell?
I mean, it kind of smelled like both.
Oh, great. A real potpourri in there, huh?
Oh, my God.
Just a real Bed Bath & Beyond in there.
All right, Tom,
I kind of feel bad airing things out here, pun intended. I know it wasn't gorgeous Charlie Borges from last night. I was here with him.
Coming up next, Tomlin takes. He responded to Aaron Rodgers' bad practice comments, TJ Watt's comments about The Bills doing the same thing over and over again, and Tomlin compared himself to Mark Cabali. I'm not kidding. We'll be right back. It's the PM Team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Klein Kepler Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, DJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Trucking, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Zach Gell with the Odyssey Sports Minute. This is how I think the latest college football playoff rankings will look later tonight. Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech will have byes, while Oregon will have Tulane come to Eugene to square off in the 5-12 showdown, followed by Texas A&M hosting Virginia in the 6-11 spot, with Ole Miss welcoming Alabama for the 7-10 matchup, and then finally Oklahoma hosting the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame in an 8-9 showdown. I'm Zach Gell.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Beware the holiday buffering.
Who are you?
The ghost of internet past here to slow down right when your guests arrive.
Not this year. We got Verizon's 100% fiber optic home internet. Scored a limited time offer for $20 a month and locked in the price for 3 years.
Fios home internet, that's scary fast.
Now we can all stream, video chat, and game at the same time. So bye.
Call 1-833-VERIZON to switch to Fios home internet today. Fios 300 megabits per second plan at $20 a month with autopay. Any Verizon mobile phone plan and bonus discount. Price guarantee applies to base monthly rate only for my home customers. Terms apply.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Injured because of someone else's negligence? It's overwhelming, but you're not alone. I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George. At LGKG, we devote 100% of our practice to personal injury law and 100% of our focus standing by your side in a time of need.
You're one of us, and we take care of our own.
LGKG.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays, from points to rebounds to threes and assists. FanDuel is the place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join. There's an interesting team out there in Chicago that's won a couple in a row, has some scores you want to look at. Because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Or does your lower back give you problems as the day goes on? The Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Ann.
Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100%.
Wouldn't it be nice to get back to doing what you love like Patrick did?
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, my back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Learn more or schedule an appointment at goodfeet.com and come in and get your free personalized fitting at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Celebrate the people who matter most to you with a AAA membership. The ultimate stocking stuffer that brings peace of mind all year long. From exclusive savings on shopping, dining, and events, to amazing deals on theme parks, entertainment, and even travel planning for that perfect winter escape. AAA helps make every season shine a little brighter. And at the heart of it all, every membership includes their trusted roadside assistance. So whether it's a flat tire or a dead battery, they're just a phone call away 24/7. And right now, you can give the gift of AAA for only $35. And it includes a free household member. Plus, as a thank you, they'll send you a $20 gift card. So go ahead. Spread a little joy, a little love, and a lot of peace of mind. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now for the Gerken Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Looking at small delays this rush hour, one on the Parkway West outbound at the Banksville exit, and on the Parkway East outbound, a tiny delay will back you up as you head into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com. Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. Two men and a junk truck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Busy last hour for the Steelers. They waived Darius Slay, and they brought in another old head. Adam Thielen signed to the active roster. Yes, that Adam Thielen, the former Vikings wide receiver, who's in his mid-30s. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And unfortunately, the tape didn't show anything dramatically different than what we saw in stadium. We played 30 minutes of acceptable football, and then, we didn't do what we needed to do in the third quarter and in any of the phases of play. And certainly that put us behind the gun, and we were running uphill from there. I think
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Peters Township. Fan weather sponsored by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Even though there's still a few inches of snow on the ground, roads much better now compared to where they were when you commuted into work this morning. All right, if you're just finding us, it's been an eventful day. Darius Slay told to leave, hand in your key card, you're done here. Adam Thielen on his way to Pittsburgh, signed to the active roster to team up with Aaron Rodgers, a 35-year-old receiver and a quarterback that turned 42 years old today. Mike Tomlin also told reporters at his press conference that he agreed with the fans who chanted "Fire Tomlin" on Sunday. We'll get to that clip in a little bit here. And Tomlin Takes, where we distill and take the best of Tomlin, the good stuff. He went on for 31 minutes today, and we give you the greatest hits. The first clip we played coming back from break is how he started his press conference by saying, the tape don't lie, we sucked. But he did sneak in there something that I just completely disagreed with. He said, we played 30 minutes of acceptable football versus the Bills.
No, you didn't.
You led 7-3.
Oh, wait, I know why he thinks that.
Defense.
They forced two No, their defense stunk. They were giving up like 6 yards of play. They forced 2 turnovers.
I wouldn't say their defense stunk. It wasn't
Tony, the
good.
Bills were moving the ball almost at will.
I know, but they did get a red zone stop and they forced 2 turnovers. So I would not say the defense stunk. The defense did not, shut down the Bills. Acceptable from your offense, though? Your offense got a short field because James Cook fumbled a ball off his knee and scored a touchdown. Great. You didn't settle for a field goal there. That's good. But that was all you did in 30 minutes. If that's your bar for what acceptable football is offensively, well, then the standard really has been lowered here, but we already knew that. Okay, let's get to more stuff here from Tomlin. Beginning with his reaction to Aaron Rodgers' comment from Sunday. Rodgers saying after the game that the Steelers had crappy practices before the Bills game. Tomlin's thought on all that.
I'm open to doing whatever it is that we need to do, obviously, in the effort to make practice better. Sometimes practice gets challenging, particularly at the early portions of the week this time of year, because of lack of significant player availability, and certainly felt that last week, not making that as an excuse. That's just the reality of our business. I'm sure people that we compete against miss significant players as well. How we navigate that oftentimes during the week is an example of how we might navigate it during the course of the weekend, and certainly last week, based on the results, were not good enough, and particularly from a defensive perspective, when we lost Patrick Queen, we didn't do a good enough job of managing that component of it.
many times have we heard him cite Patrick Queen's absence in a game as like a reason that the entire house of cards fell apart? See, I'm being seriously, I'm not being glib. Hasn't it happened multiple times this year that he has pointed out that if they lose Patrick Queen, the entire nerve center goes down, no one can function?
The answer has almost nothing to do with what Rodgers said. Rodgers said that their energy level in practice and the vibes were bad. And Tomlin said, well, that's because guys are either injured at the start of the week or we give veteran days off. Okay, you still have another 65 guys practicing because a couple veterans are out. It
was a comment about the general enthusiasm and indirectly Mike's ability to keep a team focused and motivated.
I would have said, Mike, you've been given veteran days off on Wednesdays all year. What are you talking about? Like suddenly now, morale is low and energy stinks because a few notable players are not practicing? If Rodgers thought, by the way, that was the reason, he would have said it on Sunday, and he would have said, one of the things we need to do is I need to get back out there on the practice field on Wednesday, and I need to make sure that the other team leaders do the same thing. And we need to, basically put an end to the veteran days off early in the week. But Aaron didn't say that, and I think Aaron's a more honest broker on the quality of practice than Mike is, because Mike has to lie to make it sound like he runs a good practice. All right. TJ Watt said the Bills did the same thing over and over again, and then some guy on TikTok actually went and looked it up and said, I think they did the same running play 29 times. Do we trust the TikTok guy, by the way? You guys seen this video?
Actually, I do. Anybody that's...
We trust TikTok guy, Don?
What's the person's name on TikTok?
Ball Knower, I think is actually his name. Something like that.
Is it a blue check TikTok account?
I don't know. He's a guy that sits at his video game console.
Here's my take. If it's somebody on there who is taking enough time to go through the tape, watch every play, check the blocking assignments, and ascertain that they are running literally the same play that many times, believe it or not, Pony, I actually do trust him. Now, it wouldn't be as trustworthy as if our guy, Operation Shutdown Derek Bell, pointed this out. Trustworthy nonetheless.
Or Brian Baldinger or somebody
or
like
Alex
that.
Kazor. Yes, or Baldy's the ultimate.
Here is Tomlin reacting to Watt's comments.
It was really good execution by them. Oftentimes it was a final look, but there were pre-snap movement and changes of offensive personnel that disguised it. And so sometimes a play would hit in a particular space, but they would change offensive personnel, requiring us to change defensive personnel, and the person might be different the second time. And so that's just a strategic component of football, man. They did an awesome job. I don't want to take anything away from them, and we certainly have to be better.
They tricked us, they fooled us, is what he said.
Strategic component of football is running the same play 29 times or thereabouts with slightly different personnel. I understand. Sean McVay has actually said football is about running the same 12 plays a game, just showing them from different looks. Fine. Pony, take a fork. Let's me and you eat that pathetic bit of word salad together. That was... How is it hard to just say they did a really good job, but we have to execute way better? Strategically, we have to be ready for that, and our guys have to play better. That's the honest answer. I can't allow my staff or myself to get fooled that way, and our guys have to defeat blocks.
More than the blasé answer, what's more disconcerting is this is not a one-time thing. Steelers' opponents have made a habit of finding something, doing it over and over again, and forcing the Steelers to stop it before they stop running it.
There's another
toss plays early in the year, the Seahawks that happen nonstop. Packers, Jordan Love, get the ball out fast. 20 consecutive completions.
Tony, that's
Jamar Chase, 16 catches.
That's not the Jordan Love one's the one I was going to bring up. That's not the only time it happened. It's happened to virtually every team they've played. Josh Allen was getting the ball faster, out of his hands faster than he has all year in this game. That is the single biggest through line. Every team, I think, that they have played, you could almost go back and check it game by game, and I bet you I wouldn't be off by more than one or two. Their quarterback has thrown it faster against the Steelers than against anybody else all year, or certainly against their yearly average. So the book's out.
Yeah.
We're going to throw the ball quick, and they can't defend it, and guess what? The Steelers haven't stopped it yet.
Mike Tomlin did compare himself to Mark Caballi today.
Oftentimes I get asked, I think, Brooke, you always ask, what gives you confidence? And sometimes I answer it in a colorful way, but it's It's what we do. It's no different than what you guys do. You guys might write a bad article or a couple of bad articles. Does it lessen your confidence in your ability to write articles the next time? I imagine it doesn't, because you've been doing it all your adult lives. And it's the same for us as individuals or a collective in this business. Certainly our last performance wasn't up to snuff, but I don't know that it lessens our belief in self or our ability to deliver individually and collectively moving forward.
Stupid analogy. If you are a writer, you're not playing against anybody.